In a world of martial artists where strength is everything, power is divided into 9 ranks. Just reaching the 3rd rank is enough to become the lord of an entire region. So imagine the terrifying power a 9th rank master must hold. This guy is trying to keep his cool and accept the fact that he's been reincarnated into another world. But when other protagonists get reincarnated, they either get a ridiculously powerful family background or some kind of cheat system. Basically, they're born at the finish line. But Fangping, he's got jack squat. His family are just laborers barely scraping by, no financial backing whatsoever. The heavens must be blind. Then Fangping awakens a system, but it runs on money. To increase his vitality, he needs cash. 10,000 yuan for just 0.1 vitality points? That's a total ripoff. The system has a shred of decency at least. It only deducts from its own balance, not his real-world cash. So thankfully, he didn't lose the 10,000 yuan his family had painstakingly saved up for his martial arts course exam. The next morning, Fangping heads to school like any other day. Today, they're collecting the registration fee for the martial arts course. When Chen Fan saw him get up, he thought Fangping had a weak bladder and needed the restroom. But to everyone's surprise, Fangping confidently grabbed his money and marched straight toward the teacher's office. Everyone knew Fangping's family was poor, so his classmates were stunned to see him. No way, Fangping is actually signing up. What's your vitality at now? Fangping felt his score of 1.1 was probably a little low, so he didn't dare say it out loud. Seeing him hesitate, a classmate named Yang Jian spoke up to cover for him. I bet Fangping doesn't even know his score, or he would have said something by now. I got checked at the hospital last time, 108 cal. Another guy chimed in, Fangping's as scrawny as a twig, no way his score is as high as mine. Fangping did his best to bite his tongue. 108, that number was impossibly high for him right now. He never imagined the gap between him and his classmates was already so wide. After class, a student named Wu Zhihao offered to let Fangping use the qi and blood monitor at his house. The suggestion left their friends stunned. The cheapest home monitors cost over 100,000 yuan. Fangping couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, the most expensive blood pressure cuff was only a few $100. Does Wu Zhihao's family own a mine or something? How are they so rich? Curious to see how his own stats would measure up in the real world, Fangping agreed and followed Wu Zhihao home. After listening to the guy drone on about his machine for what felt like an eternity, Fangping finally sat down to measure his qi and blood. The result that flashed on the screen left Wu Zhihao completely speechless. 113 cal. Fangping let out a silent sigh of relief. So the system's value and the real world's measurement had a different conversion rate. His 1.1 from the system was equivalent to 113 cal, a ratio of about 1 to 100. Thank God, if not for that he probably would have been the weakest person in recorded history. Seeing Fangping's completely calm expression, Wu Zhihao couldn't hold back. Hey, Fangping, what's with the poker face? That's the 2nd highest score in our entire class. How can you be so nonchalant? It was only then that it dawned on Fangping that maybe he should be acting a little more excited or shocked. When he returned home, he found his parents, Fang Mingrong and Li Yuying, sitting in their bedroom with worried expressions. They had spoken to his homeroom teacher, who told them that pursuing the martial sciences track required spending tens of thousands on nutritional supplements. Now that their son had signed up, they couldn't just let him fall behind, even if money was tight. Fang Mingrong had gathered all their cash savings, but it only added up to 20,000. He sat there, staring at the small pile of money, trying to figure out what to do next. Just as he was thinking about withdrawing more money tomorrow, he heard his sister's sharp voice. Quit lying. You only need 100 cal of vitality to qualify for the martial arts exam, so how could you possibly have 113? Fangping pinched Fang Yuan's chubby cheek, gloating. Apologize, your big brother just happens to be a natural-born genius. I've got a 90% chance of passing the exam this year. Li Yuying appeared, breaking up her children's squabble, and called Fangping into another room for a private conversation. The solemn look on his parents' faces made him a little nervous. Then his father, Fang Mingrong, pressed a thick wad of cash into his hand. This is for nutritional supplements. If you need more, just ask. The moment the cash touched his palm, his wealth stat leaped to 20,000 points. Fang Mingrong continued, his voice filled with regret. apologizing for not having paid enough attention to his son's potential and nearly holding back his future. He explained that from now on, they would pour every resource they had into supporting his bid for the martial arts university. Fangping returned to his room, his heart heavy. His father told him to spend the money on supplements, but the thought of blowing 20,000 on them with no guarantee of results felt like a colossal waste. It would be faster to just use the system. With that, Fangping decided to convert 10,000 wealth points into 0.1 mind points. The moment the points were added, Fangping felt a sensation like a young woman's delicate hands gently cradling his head, massaging his mind. His thoughts seemed to expand, as if he were running free across a vast grassland. His focus, comprehension, and clarity of thought all sharpened dramatically. He got so absorbed that he'd stayed up all night reading a physics textbook, which explained why he was only now starting to feel tired. Lost in his thoughts, Fangping was suddenly ambushed. Someone lunged at him from the opposite direction, clamped him in a tight headlock, and wrestled him down onto the stair landing. Pain shot through his entire body. When his head cleared, he saw it was Yang Jian. "You sneaky bastard," Yang Jian exclaimed. "I can't believe you were hiding this. Your vitality is 113 cal. I've been busting my ass and I'm only at 111. Spill, how'd you do it? You've been training in secret, haven't you?" Wu Zhihao strode over, a smug grin plastered on his face. "Figures. In this school, one person finds out and the whole world knows." Next to Wu Zhihao was the guy who'd been bragging about his 108 cal vitality just yesterday. He shoved Yang Jian aside with one arm and glared at Fangping. The news had clearly hit him hard. He, with his bulging muscles and solid frame, only had a vitality of 108 cal. And Fangping, skinny as a rail with limbs that looked like they'd snap in a breeze, had a score of 113 cal. It just didn't make any sense. Just then, a bald-headed teacher walked past. The moment he spotted Fangping, he thrust a thick stack of books into his arms. They were all about martial sciences. He leaned in and said, "Fangping, take these home and study them. Everything you need to train is in here. You've signed up for the martial sciences exam, so you'd better give it your all. You might be starting a little later than everyone else, but all the teachers are here to help you." Fangping was touched by the special attention. "In my past life, I wasn't that close with Teacher Ban, but I always knew he was a good man. Looks like some things haven't changed." Just as Teacher Ban was about to leave, he stopped, as if remembering something. "Oh, right, you boys are excused from class today. I've got a special assignment for you. I had to hunt down your homeroom teacher, Miss Zhang, a few times to get this approved, you know." And the assignment old Ban had just arranged. They were going to pick up Wang Jinyang, a senior from their school who was now a freshman at South River Martial Arts University. The moment Wang Jinyang stepped off the bus, he found himself surrounded by a group of students in his old high school uniform. He even drew a crowd that brought flowers to welcome him. Fangping sized him up from head to toe. He figured that even for a true martial artist, Wang Jinyang looked surprisingly ordinary, not much different from any other guy just starting college. A little while ago, when Lao Ba had mentioned Wang Jinyang, Fangping couldn't help but blurt out, "Who's that?" His question had left all the other students completely stunned. "What? You don't know who Wang Jinyang is?" They reacted as if Fangping had just asked who the president was. Right after, a female student, who seemed to be a die-hard Wang Jinyang fan, gave him a crash course on the spot. This guy, Wang Jinyang, is 19 years old, about 5'10", and from Yangcheng, just like them. He likes apples and cilantro, isn't picky about much, and his favorite thing to do is train. His family isn't wealthy, but he never gave up on his martial arts training. When it came time for the exams, he ended up ranking first in martial arts for all of Yangcheng and got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University. He's also the first student from a regular track class at Yangcheng High to get into Nanjiang. They say that after getting accepted, Wang Jinyang never slacked off on his training for a second. That's how he became a full-fledged martial artist in just his freshman year. Hearing his profile, he sounded like a pretty impressive guy. No wonder all the girls at school were crazy about him. But now, seeing him in person, Fangping thought the guy looked, well, pretty average. And the way everyone was welcoming him seemed a little over the top. Even Wang Jinyang seemed a little uncomfortable with such an overwhelming welcome. He had come back this time to speak with students from his old high school. But the students riding in the car with him were so antsy they were already begging him to share some of his experiences. He He had experience with the martial arts academy exams, and he was an approachable guy, so when the underclassmen asked for advice, he was happy to share. To get into a martial arts academy, you have to pass 5 major evaluations: political, cultural, and professional assessments, a physical fitness test, and a practical combat evaluation. Everyone knows that much, Wang Jinyang continued, but the 2 toughest hurdles are the physical and combat tests. For students with a vitality stat around 100, just getting accepted is a huge risk. But if you know how to channel your emotions, you can change the outcome. Joy, rage, love, sorrow, when any of these emotions are pushed to their absolute limit, they can make your vitality surge. Rage is especially effective. The simplest, most direct method? Imagine yourself being utterly humiliated. It sounds insane, but it works. Once you're past the physical test, the combat evaluation isn't so bad. The examiners are mostly just looking at your explosive power, endurance, and agility. Of course, there are always a few useless rich kids who have been propped up on supplements their whole lives. Their vitality might be high, but everything else is garbage. Put a chicken in front of them and they probably couldn't even kill it, so how are they supposed to kill a person? Right. You'll all learn soon enough. Taking a human life is a hell of a lot harder than killing a chicken. A sudden chill ran down Fangping's spine. How could Wang Jinyang say something like that so calmly? It was as if he'd actually killed someone before. Even in a world that revered martial artists, there were still laws. You couldn't just go around killing people, let alone as a college freshman. Still, after that single comment, Fangping knew he had to be wary of Wang Jinyang. After walking Wang Jinyang home with the other students, Fangping headed back to his own place. He sprawled out on his bed, replaying what the upperclassmen had said over and over in his mind. He still couldn't understand how the man had said those words so casually. Meanwhile, back in his own home, Wang Jinyang received a phone call. "Mr. Wang, sorry to bother you, but we just got an update. The suspect has escaped into Kang Mountain, and that mountain range stretches across 2 provinces. Once the target gets away." "Didn't I tell you to wait for me before making a move?" Wang Jinyang cut him off, his voice sharp with displeasure. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wang, but if we let him get away this time, the higher-ups will have our heads. We'll be finished." "That's your problem," he said coldly. "Or, how about this, 500,000, dead or alive?" His eyes were hard as steel as he spoke. It wasn't clear who was on the other end of the line or what exactly they were discussing. But one thing was certain, there was more to Wang Jinyang than just being a freshman. At the same time, Fangping made a decision at his own house. He was going to spend his last 10,000 to increase his chi and blood by another 0.1 points. After all, he wanted to be absolutely sure he'd get into a martial arts university. But as his chi and blood began to strengthen, the sensation was nothing like before. It felt like his heart was being squeezed in a vice. Fangping clutched his chest in agony, gasping for air that wouldn't come. He finally collapsed onto his bed, his consciousness fading. He could hear the distinct, heavy thud of his own heart. When he finally came to, his body was still racked with pain. As he struggled to sit up, Fangping noticed his arms were covered in bulging veins, both large and small. "This can't be a side effect of increasing my chi and blood, can it?" After some time, by constantly massaging his arms, he began to adapt. At last, Fangping could feel the surge of chi and blood coursing through his body. And it was then that he realized something he had almost forgotten. He was supposed to pick up Wang Jinyang for the school visit. Fangping hastily threw on his uniform and rushed out the door. On the way, he ran into someone whose face was completely hidden, struggling with a stack of large and small cardboard boxes. The collision caused the person to drop a knife, but they quickly snatched it up and concealed it within their sleeve. Fangping apologized, but his mind was on high alert. The new tenant from upstairs? Something about this feels off. Before long, he and his friends had met up with Wang Jinyang. Yang Jian, sitting beside him, couldn't stop gushing. "Our high school is incredible. To think they actually got him to come speak to us before the martial arts exam." Fangping, however, was confused. "What's so amazing about it? Isn't he just an alumnus coming back to give a talk?" "A normal alumnus wouldn't be a big deal," Yang Jian shot back instantly. "But Wang Jinyang isn't normal. He's a martial artist. A city as big as Yangcheng hasn't produced more than a handful of them. That's why he's such a big deal, especially since he became one at such a young age." While Fangping was lost in his thoughts, an arm suddenly rested on his shoulder. It was Wang Jinyang. I get that you guys are willing to do whatever it takes for the martial arts exam, he began, his voice low, but your body is what matters most. Fangping, I don't know what you've taken to boost your vitality in such a short time, but you can't just take things like that recklessly. Anything that powerful can do more harm than good. And another thing, if you only rely on elixirs without putting in the physical training, you'll end up with a hollow strength that will ultimately destroy you. Fangping was floored. How could he tell I'd boosted my vitality just from a single glance? And there was something about the way Wang Jinyang had said it, something that just didn't sit right. It almost felt like a threat, but since the guy was a senior, Fangping couldn't let it show on his face. He even had to thank him for the advice. Besides, what Wang Jinyang said wasn't wrong. So that night, as soon as he got home, Fangping threw himself into training. He cranked out sit-ups, then push-ups, repeating the cycle again and again. He wasn't sure if it was because the system had boosted his vitality, but working out didn't feel nearly as exhausting as it used to. Looks like Wang Jinyang was right. I should be training my body and increasing my vitality at the same time. Drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, Fangping finally pushed himself to his feet. But just then, an undeniable, overwhelming killing intent washed over him. On instinct, Fangping spun around, but no one was there. Instead, his eyes were drawn upward to a second-story window. And there he was, the masked man he'd run into that morning. He couldn't explain where that intense feeling had come from, but Fangping knew, deep down, that this man was extremely dangerous. Still, there was no way for him to investigate the guy. Just stay the hell away from him from now on, he warned himself. Back inside his house, a breaking news report was flashing across the TV screen. A rank -2 martial artist had brutally murdered his own teammate following a dispute over mission spoils. Police reported the suspect was last seen near Kangyang Mountain in Yang City. Authorities were urging all residents in the vicinity to take extra security precautions, ensuring all doors and windows are securely locked before going to bed. Hey, Fangping, do you think maybe I shouldn't go to school for a while? I mean, I'm this adorable. It'd be a real tragedy if that killer got his hands on me, right? What, are you a national fugitive now? Fang Yuan asked. He was sprawled out on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips, and had just seen Fangping walk in. Relax, I'm not worth that much. It's nothing to worry about. Annoyed, Fang Yuan chucked the half-eaten bag of chips right at him, but Fangping dodged it with ease. Looks like my reflexes are getting better. Then the broadcast cut to a video clip of the crime, focusing on the weapon used. Fangping's expression changed instantly, his eyes glued to the screen. A strange feeling washed over him. He'd seen that knife somewhere before. That night, Fangping dreamed that someone was stabbing him with the very knife from the news report. The man wielding it was, by a chilling coincidence, the same one he'd bumped into from upstairs that morning. Fangping jolted awake, the nightmare triggering a crucial memory. When he'd bumped into the man, he'd seen that very knife fall from his clothes. Even though it was just a dream, the killing intent he'd felt while training outside earlier was definitely not an illusion. A chill ran down Fangping's spine. A wanted, peak second-rank martial artist had ended up moving in right above him. Was this really just a coincidence? For some reason, a chilling thought surfaced. Is he targeting me? But what did he have that the man would want? Definitely not for money. His family didn't have any. Then maybe it was the system. But he was the only one who could see it. He racked his brain but couldn't find a reason. It was just. That dream had felt far too real. Fangping was terrified that he really was the target. He couldn't let that nightmare become a reality, not again. Fangping decided he needed to make the first move before his target had a chance to act. So, the next morning, before the crack of dawn, he sprang into action. He bought a mountain of breakfast, planning to scout out his target in his own unique way. At that same moment, a radio was reporting on the incident. The public was on edge. The police had locked down Mount Shang for days and still couldn't catch a single rank -2 martial artist, and it was making everyone lose sleep. But experts on the broadcast argued it wasn't so shameful. The strength of an ordinary rank -2 martial artist, they explained, was enough to take on an entire company of soldiers with ease. The very subject of that news report, the killer, was listening in. When the broadcast ended, he switched off the radio and tossed it into a cardboard box. Inside, amidst a pile of blood-stained clothes, lay the murder weapon. Those idiots actually fell for it. They're all sniffing around Mount Shang now, he thought. Getting away won't be so hard. This little neighborhood doesn't even have cameras. All I have to do is lay low here until the heat dies down. Just then, a knock echoed from his door. He grew cautious. "Who is it?" No response. At first, the killer had no intention of opening it, but holding up inside might make the neighbors suspicious. He quickly stashed the box of evidence out of sight, then smoothed his expression into one of harmless curiosity and opened the door. "Hello there, nice to meet you. I'm the new tenant, just moved in yesterday. Can I help you with something?" His polite act was wasted. There was no one in front of the door. Actually, there was. Fangping was pressed flat against the wall, hidden by the door's swing. The moment the killer stepped out, confused, looking up and down the hallway for whoever had knocked, Fangping shot forward like a blur. He strode into the apartment and plopped down on the sofa as if he owned the place. When the killer returned and saw the boy brazenly making himself at home, he was seeing red. But with his escape on the line, he had to swallow his anger. Kid, I think you're in the wrong apartment. Your place is across the hall, isn't it?" Fangping, for his part, put on an air of complete innocence, as if he had no idea he was talking to a murderer. "I know, but here's the thing, mister. My TV's busted and I really want to watch the game. So I came over to hijack yours. Don't even think about saying no, I brought breakfast." As he spoke, Fangping poked a straw into a cup of soy milk and handed it to the killer. "You like soccer? We can eat and watch together." The killer was seething, but not wanting to look suspicious to a neighbor, he reluctantly agreed and switched on the TV. Honestly, he was on edge the entire time, terrified that Fangping had been sent to catch him. But the kid's performance was flawless. The way he was glued to the screen, his groans of despair whenever the home team fell behind, it was all so convincing. It gradually chipped away at the killer's suspicion, making him think that maybe, just maybe, he was just a normal kid. He'd even considered just taking care of the boy right then and there, tie up any loose ends. But things were too hot right now. Causing a scene would bring the cops down on him in a heartbeat. So all he could do was sip his soy milk and rack his brain for a way to get rid of him. But to his dismay, the kid was as persistent as a leech. It was the weekend, so he didn't have school, the perfect excuse to linger. "Hey, kiddo, if you don't head home soon, your family's going to worry, you know," the killer said, still trying to gently nudge him out the door. Who would have thought that as soon as the words left his mouth, the boy's head would suddenly slump forward. He then put on a tragically sorrowful expression, the kind no one could possibly ignore. "Mister, I just wanted to watch a game with you. Are you really trying to kick me out?" No, that's not it. I was just worried about you, that's all." Ha, the killer was suddenly struck by a pang of conscience, completely thrown off by the boy's act. For a moment he had no idea how to make Fangping leave. It wasn't his fault, really. Here he was, trying to enjoy a rare weekend, and a sweet kid shows up, just wanting to welcome his new neighbor and make him feel the warmth of the community. Instead, he just ends up rudely interrupting the man's quiet time. "A guy like me, I'm just the worst, aren't I? I'm so sorry, mister. This is all my fault." Seeing the tears welling up in the corners of Fangping's eyes, the man grew even more flustered. He was, in fact, a second-rank martial artist with blood on his hands, but he had absolutely zero experience dealing with kids. Fangping, channeling his inner award-winning actor, noticed the man's awkwardness and seized the opportunity to dig in his heels. He even offered to help clean the apartment to show how sincere he was. But the moment he reached to pull the curtains wide open, the man shot forward like a blur, his hands grabbing both sides and yanking them shut. The second he'd done it, he realized how unnatural his reaction must have looked. It was just a force of habit from living in the dark. He couldn't help himself. So he quickly invented an excuse about being allergic to UV rays. Fangping just said, "Oh," pretending not to notice anything strange, and then offered to help him clean the bedroom. Again, the killer moved like lightning, blocking the doorway. "Thanks, kid, but I can handle my own bedroom." Fangping let out a sigh, looking like he'd seen through the ways of the world. "Hey, we're both guys, I get it. Don't worry about it, sir." Inside, the killer was already cursing him. He used the excuse that it was almost noon to rush Fangping out the door, telling him to go home for lunch. Fangping glanced at his watch. It was, in fact, past 12. He said his goodbyes and turned to leave. The man hadn't even managed a sigh of relief when Fangping, with a deliberate accident, stumbled over a cardboard box on the floor and went sprawling. In that instant, the killer's breath caught in his throat. He'd been in such a rush to answer the door that he'd forgotten to put the box away. Now, Fangping had knocked it over, sending its contents spilling across the floor. A set of blood-stained clothes and the murder weapon. "Whoa, what's all this? Sir, you've got stuff all over the place here." Fangping had known what was inside all along, but he played dumb. He never imagined, however, that his act would be the final straw, shattering the killer's last shred of self-control. Before Fangping could even turn his head, the man lunged, unleashing a kick with explosive force. The blow sent Fangping flying, his body slamming hard against the door before he slid weakly to the floor. Before he could even react, his attacker snatched the fallen knife, tore the wrapping from its blade, and pressed the cold steel against his throat. In that moment, the man's killing intent was a palpable, suffocating force. "He's going to kill me to shut me up." "Yes, sir, calm down. I won't tell anyone, I swear." Fangping's face was a mask of pure terror, but his plea was met with nothing more than a cold sneer. "You really think I'd let you live long enough to get the chance?" With that, he raised the knife. It was only then that genuine panic seized Fangping. "Shit, did I miscalculate? Am I actually going to die here?" Thankfully, just as the blade began its descent, the drug finally kicked in. The killer's attack froze mid-swing. His movements suddenly halted. His strength was gone. In that moment, the man vaguely realized he'd been drugged. It must have been Fuang Bin's plan all along, right from the moment he walked in with those 2 cups of soy milk. Seeing his opponent falter, Fuang Bin seized the opening and knocked the knife from his hand. He scrambled back, his hand closing around a broom handle, and swung hard. The assassin, already drugged, and now with a solid blow to the back of his neck, couldn't take it any more and collapsed. Only then could Fuang Bin finally let out a breath of relief. He had been trying to stall for time, but nothing was working. He'd even started to think the shop sold him a fake. Thank God the drug kicked in just in time, and with a stroke of luck, he'd managed to grab the broom handle. But he hadn't even relaxed for 3 seconds when a fresh wave of panic washed over him. The man was staggering back to his feet. "Are you kidding me? He was drugged, wasn't he?" That was the only thought that flashed through Fuang Bin's mind before a fist slammed straight into his gut. The force of the blow made Fuang Bin cough up a mouthful of blood, but he refused to give up. He didn't go through the ordeal of being reborn just to die a meaningless death here. Absolutely not. Fuang Bin tightened his grip on the broom handle. While his opponent was still reeling from the drug, he swung again and again, striking him in the head. Even if the man was a second-rank martial artist, he was disoriented and nearly out of strength. In the end, Fuang Bin's relentless assault sent him staggering backward. This time, Fuang Bin didn't dare let his guard down. He kept his distance, struggling to steady his breathing as he watched the man carefully, making sure he was truly unconscious. He knew that if he hadn't thought ahead and given the man a dose 10 times stronger than normal, it never would have been enough to put him in this state. After such a brutal struggle, Fuang Bin could finally. He'd managed to save his own skin. Instead of running, he immediately began searching the man's home. When the killer finally came to, the first thing he saw was Fangping rifling through his pockets. The guy had a decent amount of cash, but even if Fangping took it, his wealth stats wouldn't budge. "Guess the system doesn't count this as mine," he figured. "I should just turn it over to the cops anyway." The killer was bound tightly, unable to move a muscle. Fangping had made sure of that, trussing him up from head to toe to prevent any nasty surprises. It was only now that he had a moment to properly sense the man's aura. He recognized him. It was the martial arts student he'd seen training in the courtyard last night. Me, Huang Bin, a peak rank-2 martial artist on the verge of a rank-3 breakthrough. Defeated by some kid. He thought in disbelief. Is he working for the police? He grit his teeth and yelled, "Hey, you brat, who the hell are you?" Hearing him, Fangping slowly stood up and turned to face him. "The name's Edogawa Conan. I'm a detective," he replied coolly. "Catching criminals is my duty. There is only one truth." Seeing Fangping's smug act, Huang Bin's anger boiled over and he unleashed a torrent of curses. Fangping casually picked up a cloth bag and dangled it in front of him. "A wanted fugitive, and all you've got is 200,000 in cash and a few measly bottles of pills. What the hell does that have to do with you?" Huang Bin roared. He had prepared those pills specifically for his breakthrough to rank-3, and now they were in this kid's hands. Realizing his situation was dire, Huang Bin stopped screaming and swearing. Instead, he decided it was time to negotiate. "Hey kid, how about we make a deal?" The terms were certainly tempting. All Fangping had to do was let him go, and the 200,000 yuan plus several bottles of elixirs would be his. Huang Bin laid it all out. 2 bottles of vitality pills, 1 bottle of standard vitality elixirs, 1 first-grade vitality elixir, 1 second-grade bone-tempering elixir, and 1 second-grade organ-protecting elixir. This is everything I invested to break through to the next level. The total market value is 5.24 million. Fangping was floored. Even in a world like this, money is still money. Over 5 million for just a few bottles of pills. Is this guy trying to pull a fast one on me? Huang Bin watched Fangping's face intently, as if terrified of missing a single flicker of emotion. Seeing the boy's shock, he pressed his advantage, his voice a seductive whisper. These vitality supplements will be a massive help for your college entrance exams, not to mention your future cultivation. That first-grade vitality elixir, for example, is essential for martial artists. When you're stuck in an all-night battle, it's far more effective than any standard supplement. He continued, and don't underestimate the bone-tempering and organ-protecting elixirs. Look, martial artists are just regular people who have learned to push past their body's natural limits. If you don't temper your bones until they're like steel and use elixirs to protect your fragile organs, the second your vitality surges past its limit, you're dead, no question about it. Hearing this, Fangping's heart began to pound in his chest. If what Huang Bin was saying was true, then those elixirs were incredibly useful to him. Their value went far beyond mere money. But if he handed Huang Bin over to the police or the investigation bureau, all of these resources would be confiscated. It'll all be confiscated. You won't get a damn thing. Don't even think about killing me and taking this stuff for yourself. The trail I left behind will only throw the cops off for 10 days, maybe half a month at best. When they trace the clues back here and find my body, you're finished. There's no way you'll get away. Sensing an opening, Huang Bin pressed his advantage, laying on the threats. In reality, he was just stalling for time. The ropes binding him were tight, but not impossible to work free. Even as he tried to make Fangping hesitate, he was secretly working at the ropes binding his hands. Fangping's mind was in turmoil. He was completely torn. He was right. If he killed Huang Bin, the Yang City authorities would find out sooner or later. But if he let the man go, he'd almost certainly come back for revenge. And this was a rank-2 martial artist, a fight he couldn't win. Considering the risks, Fangping gritted his teeth. The best option was to turn him over to the police. But that would mean all the loot, worth millions, would be confiscated. To become a martial artist, he needed a vitality of at least 150. Even with the system, the amount of money required was staggering. That 5.24 million yuan could be converted into a massive amount of vitality. Or he could just take the elixirs himself and become a martial artist right then and there. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way to have it all. Then a name surfaced in his mind, Wang Jinyang. But resources like these were priceless to any martial artist, and he and Wang Jinyang barely knew each other. What if Wang Jinyang just decided to kill him and take it all for himself? He'd be screwed. Seeing Fangping's long hesitation, Huang Bin grew terrified that the kid might actually decide to kill him. And so, he decided to push him again. What's there to even think about? There's over 5 million in that bag. You know you'll never see that much money in your life, right? Fangping took a deep breath. He had a tiger in front of him and possibly a wolf at his back. All he could do was deal with the tiger first and pray he wouldn't have to face the wolf. With that thought, Fangping snatched the broom handle off the floor, his grip tightening. Seeing this, Huang Bin began to panic. He thrashed against the ropes, but they held fast. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he yelled, his voice strained with urgency. "I'm just wondering if you'll really let me walk away after this is over." "Of course. I, Huang Bin, am a man of my word." Just as the words left his mouth, Huang Bin finally broke free from his bindings. He lunged at Fangping, ready to settle the score, but Fangping was faster, bringing the wooden broom handle down hard on his head. Meanwhile, on Mount Kang in the territory of Yangcheng, Wang Jinyang was searching alone. He'd practically turned the entire mountain upside down, and now, late into the night, he still hadn't found a single trace of Huang Bin. Exhausted, Wang Jinyang was startled by his ringing phone. It was Fangping. Why is he calling so late? He wondered, a little surprised. How should I put this? I was just calling to see if you were still in Yangcheng." "Yeah, I am." "Well, here's the thing. I sort of ran into that wanted criminal from the news, and I might have accidentally hurt him." Wang Jinyang was stunned. The wanted criminal, that has to be Huang Bin. But Fangping's just a high school kid. How could he possibly take him down? On the other end of the line, Fangping's voice became more insistent. In all of Yangcheng, Wang Jinyang was the only martial artist he knew, the only person he could possibly turn to for help. "Let's take a look." By the time Wang Jinyang made his way to Fangping's apartment, he was already standing before room 2011, Huang Bin's room. Truth be told, he wasn't even sure if it was really Huang Bin inside. The idea of a peak second-rank martial artist, on the verge of breaking through to the third rank, being taken down by a kid like Fangping. It was just absurd. Then again, if it was Huang Bin, even Wang Jinyang would have to be on high alert in a confrontation. His mind raced with these conflicting thoughts, which is why he'd been standing there for so long. Inside, Fangping was getting antsy. He finally threw the door open, eager for an update, only to find Wang Jinyang standing there, frozen like a statue. "Wang Jinyang, what are you doing just standing out here? Get in here. I was starting to think you weren't going to show up." Without waiting for an answer, an impatient Fangping grabbed him and pulled him inside. "I just happened to still be in Yangcheng, so I figured I'd swing by. But I'm warning you now, if this is too much trouble, I'm not getting deeply involved." Wang Jinyang's words died in his throat. Because the man tied up inside was unbelievably Huang Bin. Seeing the look on his face, Fangping felt the need to reassure him. "Don't worry, he's just unconscious. It's no big deal." No big deal. The thought echoed in Wang Jinyang's mind, a massive, invisible question mark hanging over his head. A high school kid took down a peak second-rank martial artist and trussed him up like a Thanksgiving turkey, and he calls that no big deal. Seeing Wang Jinyang still completely stunned, Fangping pressed on. "So, Wang Jinyang, if I just call the cops and get this handled, I'd get a pretty hefty reward, right? My family isn't exactly rolling in it, you know." Wang Jinyang finally snapped out of it, realizing there was more to this than met the eye. "What are you getting at?" he asked. "Since you asked, I won't beat around the bush," Fangping said, pulling out Huang Bin's bag. "I went through his stuff. This guy had some seriously good stuff on him, worth more than you can imagine." Wang Jinyang's face was etched with disgust, his voice sharp. "Do you even know why he was wanted? This man had the blood of other martial artists on his hands." But Fangping wasn't about to give up. He pressed on. "Isn't that exactly why I need your help to handle this, Senior Wang? Of course, how we split the spoils is completely up to you." Finally, Wang Jinyang let out a long sigh. He looked a little exasperated, but his defensive posture softened completely. "You're a smart kid. I'm sure we'll have more chances to do business in the future." He then laid out the terms, clearly wanting to avoid any bad blood between them down the line. "The rank-2 bone-tempering pills and viscera-protecting pills are useless to you. I'll trade you for their rank-1 equivalents, and I'll also transfer you 1 million in cash." As he spoke, Wang Jinyang reached down and fished out another hidden vial of pills from Huang Bin's clothes. He explained, "I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I have the money, but this is the one thing I'm missing, and it's incredibly expensive to get. Besides, you're not high-ranked enough to buy these anyway, so I'll have to take them. Once I break through, gathering resources will be much easier. If you need anything then, you can come to me for help." He looked at Fangping, his offer made. "So, that's the deal. If you agree, you don't have to worry about what happens to Huang Bin. Just leave it all to me." Damn, I didn't know he had more hidden on him. Fangping realized he was taking a bigger loss than he'd expected. But this was the price of relying on someone stronger. Faced with Wang Jinyang's terms, he could only nod repeatedly. After all, it was the best possible outcome. Once the 1 million was transferred to his account. "My wealth is about to skyrocket. If I train hard on top of that, passing the martial arts exam won't be a problem at all." Fangping took the bottles of pills Wang Jinyang handed him and turned to leave. He estimated they had to be worth at least 3.5 million yuan. But when converted to wealth points, they only amounted to a little over 2.4 million. The system probably only counts their actual value, not the market price. Still, that's a pretty steep loss. At that thought, Fangping remembered something and turned back to Wang Jinyang. "Brother Wang, what happens if they get a confession out of Yangcheng?" "Don't worry, he won't get the chance to open his mouth," Wang Jinyang answered confidently. "A murderer who resists arrest is executed on the spot." A few days later, just as promised, 1 million yuan appeared in Fangping's bank account. His wealth points shot up, and with it the system upgraded. The interface and the unit values were completely different now. His vitality was now measured in cal, just like for everyone else, and his mentality had also been updated. The numerical units were much more precise now. Fangping tried spending some wealth to increase his vitality by 1 point. It cost him 1,000 wealth points. This damn system is such a money grubber. If you have money, you get to upgrade. If you don't, you have to work your ass off. Just after he raised his vitality to 122, Fangping got a text from Wang Jinyang. Get the money, I sent something else too. You'll need it later. Fangping was pleasantly surprised he'd sent something extra. He quickly texted back to thank him. On the other end, Wang Jinyang typed something, deleted it, and then finally sent a new message. In all my life, I've never really been impressed by anyone. You're the first. Wang Jinyang had to be talking about how Fangping managed to handle everything himself. So Huang Bin actually dared to negotiate with me? After reading the message, Fangping felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. That guy, Wang Jinyang, was definitely messing with him. He hadn't even had a moment to enjoy the feeling when Fang Yuan burst in from outside. Without a word, she leaped onto Fangping's back, nearly snapping his spine in two. Then she started wailing, "Get up. I'm hungry." Fangping held his breath, trying to set his 80-year-old spine straight as he mumbled, "Just go eat by yourself." "But if I can use your money, why should I use my own? Besides, how could I have the heart to leave you all alone at home?" Defeated, Fangping had no choice but to get up and change, ready to take Fang Yuan out to eat since their parents were already at work. Only then did she hand him a package. "This came for you," she said, "from Wang Jinyang." Fangping hadn't expected the express delivery to be so fast. Fang Yuan, meanwhile, thought the sender's name looked familiar. After a few seconds of her brain catching up, she completely freaked out. Her brother knew the legendary Wang Jinyang from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she latched onto her brother, refusing to let go. "You have to get me his autograph. You have to." It seemed like for every 5 girls in Yang City, at least 3 of them had a crush on Wang Jinyang, and Fang Yuan was leading the charge. She demanded her brother get her a whole stack of autographs from her idol so she could sell them for 10 yuan each. She'd be an allowance billionaire. While Fang Yuan was still rambling on, Fangping quickly slipped outside. He eagerly tore open the package. Inside were 3 cultivation technique manuals, 2 of which were even marked as required. Fangping remembered something he'd looked up at the internet cafe earlier. For a martial artist to break through, they had to meet 2 conditions. The first was vitality. To become a rank -1 martial artist, as they say, you need a minimum vitality of 150. Secondly, your bones have to be strong, and that's not something you can achieve just by taking supplements. It requires a professional cultivation technique. Fangping had been racking his brain, wondering where he could possibly find such a technique, when Wang Jinyang unexpectedly sent one over. Turns out this deal wasn't such a bad trade after all. The only problem was, with techniques like these, the small yard in front of Building E just wouldn't cut it for training anymore. As Fangping was trying to figure out where he could practice, someone suddenly shoved a real estate flyer into his hand. It was an ad for a newly opened luxury residential complex. Surprisingly, the ad for a place called Guanhu Gardens caught his eye, and he immediately had the agent take him to see a unit. The whole way there, the man couldn't stop gushing about Guanhu Gardens. How it had great transport links, all the modern conveniences, and the best design on the market. The unit Fangping viewed was a spacious 230 square meters with an asking price of 860,000 yuan. "The place isn't bad," Fangping sighed, "but the price is a little steep." That single comment was enough to make the sales agent's expression shift, a look of disappointment flashing across his face. He's probably not a serious buyer, he thought. "Well," the agent said, his tone changed, "if you feel the fully furnished model is too expensive, we could take a look at the bare unit next door." But Fangping just shook his head. "No need," he said, turning the tables. "What kind of discount can I get if I pay for it all up front?" The agent looked like he'd struck gold. His eyes practically lit up, and he looked like he was about to lunge forward and hug Fangping. "Congratulations, boss. A man of your elegance and vision. So young, so accomplished. Truly peerless in our time, a crane among chickens, one of a kind. A dragon among men, a talent so brilliant it puts the heavens to shame. Sir, your new home is ready for you." Fangping was a little flustered by the salesperson's sudden stream of compliments and flowery language. A contract was promptly placed in front of him. The salesperson explained, "If you sign now, we can offer a 5% discount on the management tax, and will waive all maintenance and repair fees. Plus, if you make a 20% down payment, we can even lower the price a little." His attitude was a complete 180 from before, and his constant praise was starting to make Fangping feel a little embarrassed. "So when can I move in?" Fangping asked as he signed the contract. "It's a fully furnished home, sir. You can move in whenever you'd like. Since you've paid in full, we'll handle all the remaining paperwork so you have nothing to worry about." For the first time, he truly understood just how good it felt to have money. Clutching the keys to his new place, Fangping headed home. There was no way he could explain to his parents how he'd gotten enough money to buy a house as casually as if he were buying groceries. For now, he decided it was best to keep it to himself. Now that he had a private space to train, Fangping planned to pick up some more supplies and maybe some workout equipment. On his way, a buzzing crowd caught his attention. They were all gathered around an electronics store, their eyes glued to a live broadcast of a battle between Grandmaster Ma and Tai Mu. Curious, Fangping stopped to watch, too. At the heart of the battle, what was once a dense forest had been transformed into a dusty, ravaged battlefield by the two Grandmasters. Tai Mu unleashed his spirit-sealing thunder hand, and an entire mountain vanished in a flash. Not to be outdone, ManhwaCapped countered with his signature move, the 10,000 horses stampede, splitting a massive peak clean in two. Rubble flew everywhere, and a huge chunk of rock smashed right into the camera, instantly cutting the live feed. Fangping could only stare, his jaw hanging open in utter disbelief. He knew the martial artists in this world were on another level, but this was the first time he'd ever seen Grandmasters in action. Their destructive power could rival a nuclear bomb, and for all he knew, they weren't even going all out. A few moments later, the broadcast flickered back to life. The host and several members of the film crew were also injured. If they hadn't all been at least third-rank martial artists, they would have been wiped out in that last exchange. He overheard people nearby saying that today's battle was just a friendly spar between ManhwaCapped and Tai Mu, not a life-or-death fight. They hadn't even used their full strength. Fangping was completely blown away. The dream of becoming a grandmaster just like them began to burn brightly in his mind. To turn that dream into reality, Fangping headed straight for a furniture store, eager to get his new house set up. There a beautiful sofa caught his eye, priced at 79,999 yuan. As it happened, a young couple was already looking at it. The wife was pitching a fit, demanding they buy it, while her husband hesitated. 80,000 yuan was no small sum. While they were in the middle of a blazing argument, a salesperson informed them that the sofa had just been sold. The buyer was Fangping, the kid still standing there in his school uniform. He looked like the last person on earth who could afford something like that. All that shopping meant Fangping got home late that night. His mother, Li Yuying, and his sister were outside hanging laundry. He'd called earlier to say he had to train and wouldn't be back in time for dinner. But she had no idea her son had secretly bought an apartment in a high-end residential complex behind her back. Meanwhile, inside his new home, Fangping was training with intense focus, following the methods he'd learned to the letter. The method Wang Jinyang had sent over was a lot harder than he'd imagined. The human body is a complex structure of 206 bones, interwoven with flesh, blood, meridians, and organs. For a martial artist, bone and flesh have to work in perfect harmony. Whether you're a martial artist or not, the most effective way to temper your bones is to combine a specific refining method with stance training. But it was easier said than done. Before starting, Fangping had called Wang Jinyang. The key to the tempering method, Wang Jinyang had explained, is to compress your vital energy. Think of it like wringing out a sponge. By forcing your body to withstand that internal pressure, it grows stronger. At the same time, you're cleansing your bones, allowing them to absorb that compressed vitality and increase their power. So, Wang Jinyang, Fangping had asked, once my vitality and bone strength can't get any higher, does that mean I can finally break through to the martial artist realm? Exactly. And if you combine the tempering method with stance training, the results will be even better. Of course, it's also much harder. As for which stance to pick, you should choose one that complements the path you want to take next. Wang Jinyang had patiently explained the options. At rank 1, specializing in your arms is the safest route. It's solid, nothing flashy. But if you specialize in your legs, you can fight and you can flee. It's an incredibly versatile foundation. When Fangping asked what was right for him, Wang Jinyang recommended using the horse stance to focus on his legs. But concentrating on your legs is risky, he warned. One bad injury and you could be crippled for life. Forget about looking bad, you might not even be able to walk properly again. Fangping's mind automatically glossed over the warnings. All he could think was, if I can master my legwork, then when the time comes. If you can't beat them, you can always run. Wang Jinyang was at a loss for words. but he felt he had to remind him of one more thing. Fangping, your vitality is already pretty good, so the physical exam for the martial arts course shouldn't be an issue. However, practicing the tempering method and stance training will increase your vitality limit, but it'll also cause your current vitality to drop significantly. When that happens, you're going to have some trouble with the physical. And if you're unlucky enough to damage a major meridian near your brain, well, there's a good chance you'll have to miss the college entrance exam entirely this year. Anyone else would have found this terrifying, but Fangping was the king of optimism and wasn't too concerned. So what if he failed? He could always just try again next year. As long as he could break through and complete his first cultivation now, it would massively improve his body's limits. As long as he didn't damage a meridian near his brain, nothing else was a serious problem. With that thought, Fangping was determined to get through his first cultivation session that very night. It took a ton of effort, but in the end he succeeded. Just as Wang Jinyang had warned, both his mental and vitality stats took a noticeable hit. But luckily, he still had plenty of wealth points he could use to pump them back up. Fangping boosted his vitality to 125 and his mental to 140. He was stunned to see that the upper limits for both stats had also increased. Other people had to cultivate once every 3 days and down over 100,000 yuan worth of pills just to recover their vitality. But him, as long as his body could handle the strain, he could recover as much as he wanted in the blink of an eye. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to Wang Jinyang. Hell, he might even surpass him. In the days that followed, his classmates all trained as if their lives depended on it. Fangping didn't slack off, but in reality, he was a whole lot more relaxed than any of them. The end of April arrived in the blink of an eye, leaving only 3 days until the martial sciences physical assessment. While the students were busy cramming for the exam, a certain old man was dealing with a massive headache. To be more precise, he was losing his patience. Luo Ting, it looks like Ruyang has no martial artist candidates again this year. If I remember correctly, that makes it an even 10 years, doesn't it? 10 whole years without a single martial artist candidate from Ruyang City. Tell me, where in the hell did all that education funding go? This man was the deputy chief of the Nanchang Provincial Inspection Team. If it weren't for Wang Jinyang of Sun City's outstanding performance in last year's entrance exam for Nanchang Martial Arts University, Ruyang's Education Bureau might have been shut down for good. If Ruyang fails to produce at least 100 students with a vitality over 120 this year, or if no truly outstanding martial artists emerge, I'm afraid Director Jin's next posting will be at the bottom of a pit. Time marched on. It was now May 1st, International Workers' Day, and more importantly, the day of the martial sciences physical assessment. Fangping and Yang Jian strode toward the examination grounds, full of fighting spirit. This was the moment that would decide their destinies, but not everyone was as fired up as they were. The cutoff last year was 112, and I hear it's going to be even higher this time. For the students whose vitality scores hovered around 110, the situation felt hopeless, and they were on the verge of tears. Just relax, Wu Zhihao said, trying to comfort them. Later, just focus on that vitality-bursting technique Brother Wang taught us. You'll all be fine, I promise. Hearing his friends sighing over their vitality scores, Yang Jian finally remembered to ask Fangping, "Hey, what's your score at now?" Fangping was scrambling for an excuse to dodge the question when suddenly, just then he heard someone call his name. He didn't recognize the man, but Wu Zhihao's eyes went wide. "That's Tan Zhenping," he whispered, "the deputy director of the Yangcheng Education Bureau. He's a rank -1 martial artist." A murmur went through the crowd. Why would a man like Tan Zhenping single out Fangping? Fangping was curious himself. He knew it had to be important, so he cut straight to the chase. "Sir, if there's something you need, just say it." Tan Zhenping let out a long sigh. "All right, I won't beat around the bush. Our Ruyang region is made up of 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 city. Yangcheng, where we're from, is a county-level city. We're not much stronger than the districts, but we're a cut above those 5 counties." He continued, "Every year, the number of students who pass the martial sciences exam is the main metric we're judged on. It's our top priority. This year, the physical assessment is being held here, with students from Jingxi County, Anping District, and our own Yangcheng City. And let me tell you, that county and district have always seen Yangcheng as a thorn in their side." The reason he'd called him over was that he knew Fangping's vitality was over 120. And how did he know? Because he'd met Wang Jinyang before. Anyone who's earned the approval of someone like Wang Jinyang is no simple kid. After all that build-up, Tan Zhenping finally revealed what he wanted. Before the assessment began, he hoped Fangping would unleash his full vitality, overwhelming all the other students. "You know how it is," he explained. "A student's state of mind has a huge impact on their vitality reading. If the people around you are weaker, you feel more confident. Your results might even be better than you expect. But what if the person next to you is overwhelmingly strong? Your confidence shatters. You get anxious, insecure." As Tan Zhenping spoke, it all started to click for Fangping. The man wanted to use him to break their spirits. That old schemer, using my own soaring vitality to scare the students from the other two districts. Fangping immediately refused. It felt like a cheap shot, and besides, unleashing his vitality right before the test could screw up his results. But Tan Zhenping wasn't about to give up. He dangled a sweet deal in front of Fangping. After it was all over, Yangcheng City would compensate him with a vitality pill worth a cool 900,000. Being the materialist he was, Fangping found the offer impossible to refuse. In the end, he agreed to give it a try. After sealing the deal with a handshake, Tan Zhenping jolted. He could feel it. Fangping's vitality was already at 130, maybe even higher. Meanwhile, the students from Yangcheng were chattering in the courtyard when a girl named Zhang Nan was shoved by a student from another school. Whether by accident or on purpose was unclear. Not only did the guy not apologize, he sneered, "These days, it seems like any piece of trash thinks they can become a martial artist." Enraged, Wu Zhihao grabbed the guy by the collar. "Apologize?" But the other student wasn't the least bit intimidated. He just looked even more defiant. "Are you kidding me? Your blind friend ran into me," he spat. "Just a bunch of loud-mouthed hicks." Wu Zhihao was so furious he gritted his teeth, ready to throw a punch, when Fangping's voice cut in from behind. "You know, high school kids who have never been taught a lesson by the real world. They have a tough time once they step out into it." As he spoke, Fangping began to unleash his vitality. The immense pressure slammed down, forcing every student from the rival schools to their knees. "So let me teach you a little something your parents never did," he said, his voice cold. "This is how you learn to talk to people." Watching from a short distance away, Tan Zhenping was utterly astonished by the effect of Fangping's power. This eruption of vitality, it was more than he could have ever hoped for. That burst of vitality, he's almost on par with a true martial artist. Tan Zhenping was so focused on Fangping that he failed to notice the man who had appeared just behind him. "Mr. Tan," the newcomer asked, "is that kid from your Yang City?" Fangping's shocking display had completely demoralized many students from the other districts. The raw power of his vitality had been so overwhelming that some were still struggling to catch their breath, their limbs trembling. As Fangping walked, he could hear people whispering his name everywhere. Still, a part of him felt it was a cheap shot. In his past life, he was nearly 30 years old. Pulling a stunt like this now felt a lot like bullying children. As he and his friends were heading toward the health check waiting area, a hand suddenly shot out, grabbing him and yanking him into a small, private room. When he got his bearings, he saw a frantic, out-of-breath Tan Zhenping. "Fangping," the man gasped. "Quick, take this first-rank vitality pill and become a peak pre-martial artist." Fangping was taken aback for a second but quickly collected himself. He pushed Tan Zhenping's hand away. No, the effects of a first-rank vitality pill were violently potent. If someone who hadn't tempered their bones like a true martial artist consumed it, the pill wouldn't just cause massive harm. It could kill them. Tan Zhenping shook his head, insistent. "I can feel it. Your foundation is solid as a rock. You just need it to temporarily hit the 149-point vitality standard for the test. That's all," but despite the man's earnest desperation, Fangping stood firm. The risk was simply too high. Seeing this, Tan Zhenping's expression turned to ice. "This isn't a request," he said, his tone flat. "It's a demand from the chief of the Ruiyang Education Bureau, Jin Qiming." But Fangping still refused the favor. "Getting on the bad side of a rank -3 martial artist won't do you any good." Fangping felt a flash of scorn. So when sweet-talking didn't work, the old man resorted to threats. But having lived 2 lives, he wasn't so easily pushed around. "A rank -3 martial artist? You know, I heard my brother Wang just broke through to rank -3 himself. Maybe I should give him a call and see what he thinks about this." This time, it was Tan Zhenping's turn to be stunned. He let out a long, weary sigh, his tone softening completely as he began to pour out his troubles. He explained that Jin Kemen was forcing his hand and begged Fangping to help him just one more time, swearing he would agree to any condition. A cunning grin spread across Fangping's face. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. He immediately stated his price. 2 rank-1 vitality pills and 2 million in cash. That's what it'll take for me to put my life on the line. Tan Zhenping considered it for a moment. Jin Kemen was desperate, practically frantic, probably because of the scare he'd gotten from the deputy head of the Nam Jiang Supervisory Office a few days ago. Tan Zhenping figured that even if Fangping had asked for more, the man would have agreed. So on Jin Kemen's behalf, he accepted the terms. They struck a deal quickly. Fangping placed his hand on the doorknob, but before leaving, he didn't forget to add one last thing. All right, then. I'll see you in a bit. And one more thing, Mr. Tan. You can tell Mr. Jin that I need 3 rank-1 vitality pills. You can keep one for yourself. Tan Zhenping was even more astounded. A high school kid like Fangping was offering him a cut. This boy was far from simple. By now, the students were beginning to file into the physical examination area. In front of the precise measurements of the machines, there was no room for lies. Jin Kemen was practically trembling with anxiety. Not a single one of the top students had managed to score over 120 cal for their chi and blood. Finally, it was Fangping's turn to take the stage. He had ordered every single security camera to focus on the boy. Fangping stepped into the testing chamber, only then noticing the cameras inside. Looks like I'll have to put on a bit of a show. He had the system, so he didn't really need the first-grade chi and blood pill. But he'd already taken the goods and made a deal, so he couldn't just not eat it. Fangping discreetly swapped it for a regular chi and blood pill and popped it into his mouth. He thought it would be a simple act, but the moment the pill went down, Fangping knew something was terribly wrong. Even though it was just a normal pill, the chi and blood energy it contained was nothing like what his system produced. It was incredibly potent. He could feel it dissolving, flooding his body with raw power. But absorbing so much energy at once was more than he could handle. Inside the glass chamber, his whole body twisted uncontrollably as an involuntary scream of pain tore from his throat. As he writhed, Fangping's chi and blood index began to climb. Jin Kemen held his breath, his eyes glued to the display as the testing machine beeped steadily. Fangping had taken his prize. If he didn't meet the standard, Jin Kemen had no intention of letting him off the hook. Finally, the screen flashed, settling on a final number, 149. Fangping had hit the absolute peak for a martial apprentice, exactly what Jin Kemen had been hoping for. Meanwhile, in the conference room at the Health Examination Center, a man stood at a podium reading an official document. The Ministry of Education has just announced this year's chi and blood standard. He adjusted his glasses and continued reading. 115 cal. The moment that number was spoken, every student in the room froze in shock. That high? Are they trying to kill us? Are you kidding me? Last year 107 cal got you into a martial arts university. I thought 112 was the ceiling, but now it's 115, we're screwed. The man's steady voice cut through the noise once more, repeating his earlier sentiment. All roads lead to Rome, so please everyone don't worry too much, stay calm. Next, he continued, I will announce the list of candidates who have passed. Liu Ryuoki 115 cal. Ma Dongmei 112 cal. Wu Zhihao turned to his friend. Hey Fangping, how are you not stressed at all? The cutoff is 115 cal. Fangping just frowned. Is 115 cal really that high? His friend stared at him. Are you serious? What do you think you scored? Fangping casually scratched his cheek. 149 cal. Hearing that, Wu Zhihao clapped him on the shoulder, laughing so hard he was practically in tears. Dude, now is not the time for jokes, but hey, I admire your positive thinking. Fangping looked at him blankly. I'm telling the truth. The announcer's voice droned on. Yang Jian 116 cal. Wu Zhihao 120 cal. Yang Jian let out a triumphant whoop. Wu Zhihao, meanwhile, shot Fangping a smug grin, a look of absolute victory. On the stage, the announcer read the next name and suddenly stopped cold. He began to tremble, his voice catching in his throat. And next, let's all congratulate Fangping. His voice thundered through the hall. With the highest score, 149 cal, he's ranked first in all of Ruyang City. A stunned silence fell over the room before every single head snapped in one direction. A satisfied smile touched Fangping's lips as the entire hall erupted into a frenzy of whispers. Fangping, who's that? I've never heard of him. Is he even a martial arts student at our school? I think he's in Wu Jihao's class. A vitality of 149 cal. Holy crap, that's insane. Wu Jihao's head whipped back around, his eyes wide with disbelief. You really got 149 cal? Fangping just sighed. I told you I did. You're the one who wouldn't believe me. The man on the stage raised his voice again. That concludes the list of those who passed this time. For those of you who didn't make the cut, please don't be discouraged. His voice trailed off as he looked out at the countless disappointed faces in the crowd. The students looked utterly dejected, and some were even sobbing uncontrollably. He saw their despair and tried to offer some comfort. All right, you'll have another chance next year. Dismissed. A single tear splashed onto a small hand. Jiang Nan choked out through her sobs. My whole family sacrificed everything for this exam. We scrimped and saved on everything. How am I supposed to face my parents now? Fangping's heart went out to her. The martial arts exam really isn't for ordinary people, he thought. He frowned, remembering how he'd spent hundreds of thousands in wealth to boost his own vitality. A normal family could never afford that. Fangping placed a hand on her shoulder. Jiang Nan, he said gently, you've been through so much for this exam, denying yourself every little thing. A bright smile spread across his face. Hey, I remember you love potato chips. Let's go get some, my treat, eat as many as you want. Her voice trembled. Fangping, the other students gathered around, trying to lift her spirits. Yeah, if someone's buying, you should go. Don't worry, Jiang Nan. With your talent, you'll definitely pass next year. Their words only made her eyes well up with fresh tears. Deciding to cast their worries aside, everyone jumped to their feet. All right, let's go get snacks. Fangping felt a wave of relief wash over him. A little while later, he and his friends emerged from a convenience store, laughing and joking, each of them holding a bag of snacks. Suddenly, a strange man approached them. Hey, students, he began, don't you think the martial arts exam is completely unfair? He pressed on. Fail the test and you're condemned to a life at the bottom. Why should we have to play by the rules they set for us? Fangping and his friends exchanged confused frowns. A sly look crossed the man's face as he launched into a bizarre rant. Back in 2012, the Martial Artists Association nearly destroyed the world. The True God Society will lead humanity and save us all. Join us, and we'll tear down the corrupt system built by the Grandmasters. Fangping's brow furrowed. Who the hell is this guy? Join us, the man continued, his smile slick and cunning. Imagine the power, the privileges you'll have. You could be a top-tier Grandmaster. Fangping's brow furrowed in annoyance. He leaned in and whispered to his friends, Something's off about this guy. Let's get out of here. Agreed, they all muttered in unison. Just like that, the group of them turned to leave, giving the strange man a wide berth. Suddenly, the man grabbed Jiang Nan by the arm, yanking her back. Wait, student, don't be in such a rush, he said insistently. Let me take you somewhere. Terrified, she screamed, Let go of me. But he just ignored her, his lips curling into a sickening smile. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The true God is benevolent to all. Fangping couldn't stand it any longer. She told you to let go, he snapped. The words alone carried an invisible weight, freezing the man in his tracks. His eyes went wide with shock and fear as a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from Fangping. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan wrenched her arm free and scrambled back to her friends. Is this some kind of cult? He thought. Trying to recruit people right on the street this brazenly. Isn't anyone going to do anything about this? Jiahao turned to Fangping. Just leave it, man, let's go. Fangping closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He's right. It's not my place to get involved in stuff like this, and I don't have the power to either. All I need to worry about right now is the major assessment exam tomorrow. With that, the group walked away. But as they left, the man they'd left behind watched them go, a sinister, scheming smile spreading across his face, a dark omen of things to come. The next morning, 2 guards stood posted at the school gates. Parents had gathered as well, waiting for their children to finish their exams. Outside, the practical challenges were in full swing. Students eagerly participated in a variety of athletic tests designed to showcase their talents. Meanwhile, inside the academic buildings, other students were taking their specialized written exams. The air in the examination hall was thick with tension and silence. Fangping was completely absorbed in his paper. After what felt like an eternity, cheers erupted from the students who had finished. We're done, Fangping squeezed his way through the crowd. Outside, a sea of anxious parents waited. They shouted with joy, They're coming out, he's out. That's my boy, you did great. Parked by the side of the road was a white car. A man's voice cut through the air. "That's him." It was the same man from yesterday. "That's the one," he said, "the student with the exceptionally high vitality." Beside him sat a woman with a sour expression and a sharp, cruel voice. "High vitality, so he has a talent for martial arts, the future privileged class." A man in the back seat cut in. "And the privileged must all die." A smirk played on the woman's lips. "Exactly, their sins are unforgivable. They're beyond salvation," she continued. "It's up to us to purify their souls." At her words, the men in the back tightened their grips on their weapons. The woman smiled. "The other students are yours." "He's mine." The armed men burst out of the back doors. They hit the pavement and charged down the street, their footsteps thundering on the asphalt. One of them swung a club, striking a student square in the head and sending him collapsing to the ground. As if that was the signal, the entire group swarmed in, unleashing a brutal assault on the innocent students. Parents grabbed their children and fled in terror. The inhuman thugs showed no mercy, not even to the women, grabbing them by the hair and beating them senseless. They brought iron pipes down on the male students. The scene descended into utter chaos. Fangping, who had been casually walking away, stopped in his tracks. "What the hell is going on?" The woman's voice rang out again. "And where do you think you're going, student?" In a flash, she was right behind him, her attack already launched. "Before you leave, you must offer your soul to the one true God." Startled, he whipped around just as a powerful fist flew at his face. His reflexes were sharp enough to block it, but the force of the blow still sent him staggering back. "Damn, that hurts." A jolt shot through him. His eyes snapped open and he recognized her. A body-refining martial artist? The woman let out a crazed laugh. Fangping remembered the man from yesterday and it all clicked. The mark on her face, it was the same as that cultist's. He pushed off the ground, twisting his body to lash out with a kick. "These psychos are here for revenge?" But she caught his leg effortlessly. He gritted his teeth, the pain flaring. "Damn it. I haven't even learned any real combat techniques. I'm relying purely on my physical conditioning." Seeing his hesitation, she seized the opening, grabbing his collar and slamming him to the ground. He hit the dirt so hard he coughed up a mouthful of blood. She raised a fist, ready to bring it crashing down. "If that thing hits me, I'm dead meat." Without a second thought, he stomped hard on her standing leg. The blow threw her off balance, making her stumble. Her punch went wide, slamming into the ground beside him with enough force to shatter the stone beneath. His eyes shot to the side in horror. "She's not just causing a scene, she's trying to kill me. A single punch that can shatter the earth. What rank is she?" "The last time I fought that rank -2, Huang Bin, at least I was prepared." Before he could process it, she had already pulled her fist from the cratered ground. A cruel smile touched her lips as she wound up for another strike. Merciful gods, he froze, utterly terrified. This time I'm facing a martial artist who's wide awake and ready for a fight. A lightning-fast fist blurred towards him. Fangping's eyes widened in horror. This is it. Am I going to die here? At the last possible second, another fist shot out of nowhere, slamming into the woman and sending her flying, saving his life. Blood sprayed across Fangping's face. She crashed straight into the fence behind them. Lao Zhang appeared as if from thin air, a savior in the flesh. He casually flicked the blood from his knuckles. To think they'd be bold enough to cause trouble right here at the exam site. Fangping was still. Stunned, he stared at the man who coolly asked, "You're not hurt, are you, classmate?" On the ground, the woman lay dead in a deepening pool of crimson. The sight hit Fangping like a physical blow. A wave of nausea surged up his throat. He clutched his stomach, his face turning ashen. One punch, and she ended up like that? God, I'm going to be sick. Old Zhang's voice was unnervingly calm. "You okay? It's always rough the first time you see something like this." He paused. "Feeling any better?" Fangping fought to steady himself. Who are you?" "Investigation Bureau," Old Zhang replied. "Then what about them?" Fangping demanded. "A bunch of psychos," he said flatly. The dismissive answer made something snap inside Fangping. "Don't screw with me," he roared. "You think you can just write this off as psychos making trouble?" He jabbed a finger toward the body. "That person was trying to kill me." The intensity of his words seemed to give Old Zhang pause, his brow furrowing slightly. Fangping lowered his head, his eyes burning with outrage. Seeing this, the older man's tone softened, offering what little comfort he could. "Ruyang has already dispatched the military and the investigation bureau to sweep the entire city. I promise you this won't happen again." Just then Chen Ping sprinted toward them, his voice ragged with panic. "Fangping, are you okay?" He took in Fangping's state and gasped. God, that's so much blood. Are you hurt? Do we need to get you to a hospital? Relax, old Chen, old Zhang called out from behind him. He's fine. He eyed Fangping with a new curiosity. So this is our city's #1 in qi and blood. Chen Ping looked surprised to see him. Old Zhang, he glanced around. I saw a lot of your people on my way here. This looks like more than just a simple riot. Old Zhang took out a cigarette and stuck it between his lips. You're right, he admitted quietly. This is the first time they've attacked with martial artists on their side. The words struck Fang Ping like a thunderbolt. These people, old Zhang continued, his voice grim, they hate the world of martial artists down to their very bones. All around them, scores of heavily injured students lay scattered on the ground while medics rushed to help them. To them, these aspiring martial artists are just a bunch of privileged kids who have never seen a real fight, he said. In another corner, doctors were performing emergency first aid as worried parents looked on. Lao Zhang continued. They preach about bringing on the apocalypse, and to them, these kids are the perfect targets. He exhaled a thin wisp of smoke and spoke softly. Still, I never expected them to stir up this much trouble at the exam site, and to think there was even a martial artist among them. There was a martial artist? Zhen Ping demanded, his eyes wide with shock. The man pointed to a woman's body lying nearby. She's the one who attacked Fang Ping. Zhen Ping looked over. It's a good thing Deputy Director Jia was here, otherwise Ruyang would have lost another genius. Nearby, Fang Ping clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. What the hell, just a single martial artist and I still managed to run right into them. He scowled. This might have been a fluke. But what about next time? What if it happens again? Damn it. I haven't even stepped into the world of martial artists yet, and it's already this dangerous. How am I supposed to protect this fragile life of mine, let alone become a grandmaster? Just then, a scout appeared to report on the situation. Reporting, Deputy Director, the Genesis cult members have been rounded up. 3 were shot and killed. We have 20 students with severe injuries, 6 of whom have broken bones. The scout hesitated for a moment. What is it? The Deputy Director asked. He said bluntly, they won't be able to get into a martial arts university. Hearing this, Lao Zhang froze, completely stunned. Zhen Ping finally spoke up. Lao Zhang, you go handle the heretical cult. Leave everything here to the Education Bureau. Then we'll be counting on you, the Deputy Director replied. Don't mention it. This is hardly the time for formalities, Zhen Ping shot back. He then turned to Fang Ping, his expression softening. Student Fang Ping, are you sure you're not hurt? He offered a tissue. Here, wipe your face. If you got hurt, I wouldn't know how to face Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping quietly took the tissue. He cleared his throat. Uncle Tan, Fang Ping said, his voice serious. Can you tell me about the combat techniques from today? Tan Zhenping looked back at him. What's this? You want to learn them? He sounded so sure of his decision. I have to get stronger. Tan Zhenping clapped a hand on Fang Ping's shoulder. Wait until you get into a martial arts university. Once you become a martial artist, the school will teach you. Besides, he added, we're in an era of peace. There's not much use for that stuff nowadays. How can he say that? Fang Ping thought. What about Grandmaster Ma, and that cult from earlier, and the director of the Investigation Bureau? Don't they all use combat techniques? You don't need to be so surprised, the man continued calmly. Honestly, a lot of martial artists these days don't even bother with combat. They just focus on tempering their bones and building up their vital energy. A small smile touched Tan Zhenping's lips. Besides, there's no need for that kind of stuff anymore. This whole chaotic incident was handled by the Investigation Bureau. It's got nothing to do with us. It's not so bad being a guy with strong vital energy who just handles paperwork, you know. Otherwise, you end up fighting and killing all the time like those guys at the Bureau, never knowing which day will be your last. Fang Ping's brow furrowed, his expression falling. Tan Zhenping turned to leave. Follow me. I'll take you to get cleaned up. I brought you a fresh school uniform. I'll drive you home afterward and say hello to your parents. Are most martial artists really like this? Later, Fang Ping was trying to make a call, but an automated voice came through the receiver. The number you have dialed is currently out of the service area. He lowered the phone, dejected. Where the hell did old Wang go? I can't reach him. I wanted to ask him about being a martial artist. What's wrong? No answer, Tan Zhenping asked. No. Oh, right, Tan Zhenping said suddenly. Just then, Fang Ping's phone buzzed with a text message. The screen lit up. Dear customer, Mr. Tan Zhenping, card ending in 1918, has transferred 2 million yuan to your account on May 10, 2008. Fangping stared at it, a little stunned. I've been so busy these past few days, I almost forgot. I almost forgot about that. I can't believe old Tan and Director Jin actually sent the money. The man smiled. You did great on your chi and blood assessment. The city has already deposited the reward into your account. He gently patted the boy's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Don't look so down, you've got to keep it up, kid. Fangping frowned, a bit confused. Tan Zhenping just grinned brightly and explained, holding out a fist. Let's bump on it. I have very high hopes for your future. The words caught him completely off guard. A moment later he collected himself, a spark of confidence returning to his eyes as he bumped the man's fist. Of course. Satisfied, Tan Zhenping turned his attention back to the road. Heh, just as you'd expect from someone trained by Wang Jinyang. The kid's got spirit. The whole thing with the cult is over, Fangping thought, staring out the window. I'm just lucky to be alive. Dwelling on it won't change anything. Just like old Tan said, I need to look forward now. The scene shifted to Fangping's home. Suddenly, a party popper exploded, showering the air with a cascade of colorful streamers. The entire family was there, laughing and cheering, one holding a horn, another a small gong, and the last the spent popper. In unison, they all yelled, "Congratulations, Ping Ping, for getting the highest chi and blood score in the city." But the person who got the full blast of confetti was Tan Zhenping. Who are you? Fang Yuan asked, his celebratory mood instantly deflating. Just then, Fangping peeked out from behind the official. Dad, Mom, Fang Yuan, Ping Ping, they all cried out, overjoyed. Big bro, but his next words sent a collective shiver down their spines, and they broke out in a cold sweat. This is Vice Director Tan of the Education Bureau, Fangping announced. He was kind enough to give me a ride home. The Vice Director of the Education Bureau, they all thought in horrified unison. A few moments later, everyone was seated in the living room. Yu Ying nervously served tea. He didn't mention you were coming, sir. We haven't prepared anything. I'll go buy something right now. The official waved his hand graciously. Please, ma'am, don't go to any trouble. I just wanted to have a quick word with your husband. Nearby, Fang Yuan leaned over and whispered to his brother in awe. You're amazing, bro. The Vice Director of the Education Bureau himself drove you home. Fangping's father let out a quiet sigh. He didn't even know what the official did for a living. To have you visit so suddenly, Director Tan, I am so sorry to impose, Fang Rong said. Not at all. If anything, I should be the one showing you more respect, Director Tan replied. The truth is, Mr. Fang, the Yangcheng Education Bureau looked into Fangping's family situation. We know it couldn't have been easy for you and your wife to raise a son like him. If you're interested, we would like to offer you a position as a security guard at the Bureau. The monthly salary is 5,000 and it includes insurance. Fang Rong's eyes widened. A monthly salary of 5,000? For real? Fang Yuan rushed over to her father, ecstatic. Dad, that's amazing. You won't have to work so hard anymore? Fangping nodded in agreement. She's right, Dad. You should accept Director Tan's offer. Fang Rong hesitated for a moment, a wave of emotion washing over him. He finally broke into a smile and ruffled his daughter's hair, nodding his consent. Excellent, Director Tan said, satisfied. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. What? You have to at least stay for dinner, Fang Rong insisted, surprised by his sudden departure. Director Tan waved a hand dismissively. There's no need. You all should enjoy this time together as a family. Director Tan, Fangping said, stepping forward. Let me walk you out. As the two headed for the door, Fang Yuan whispered to her parents, Director Tan is so nice. He personally brought brother home and found a job for Dad. You're right, said Yu Ying. Old Fang, we have to treat Director Tan to a proper dinner to thank him. Fang Rong smiled. That's a good idea. We'll invite him after we get Fangping's exam results. Just then, Fangping returned. Mom, Dad, are you free tomorrow? His father looked puzzled. Why? Fangping grinned. The Education Bureau also gave us a house as a reward. We're going to see it tomorrow. The three of them froze, their faces turning to stone. A second later, they all yelled in unison, "Ha!" The next day, the Fang family arrived to tour the luxurious villa they had been awarded. Fang Yuan was beside herself with excitement. It's so big, she cheered. With a burst of energy, she dashed toward the stairs. There's a second floor, too. I have to go see. Fang Yuan, slow down, Yu Ying called after her. Careful now, watch your step. Fang Mingrong took in the surroundings with a slow scan, then broke into an impressed smile. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen someone get a whole house as a reward. Li Yuki was just as amazed. You're right, and it's even fully furnished. How much must the Ministry of Education have spent on this? She wondered aloud, then turned to her son. Fangping, the Ministry of Education really gave you this house? He was a little surprised by the question, then gave a strained laugh as he hesitated. This house, maybe I should just tell them the truth, that I bought it, he thought frantically. Who's going to believe a lie about being gifted a whole house anyway? But before he could figure out what to say, his parents had already forgotten the question, completely captivated. Honey, come look at this, Fang Mingrong called out excitedly. It's one of those LCD TVs that are so popular in the city. Li Yuki hurried over, beaming. A TV this big. Watching Mighty Sheep Girl is going to be incredible. Fangping felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. They actually bought it. He sighed and sat down on the sofa. Mom, Dad, the Ministry of Education gave me this house under special circumstances, so please don't tell anyone about it. I get it, son. Understood, his father replied with a knowing nod. To get benefits like this before you're even a martial artist, his mother mused. I can't even imagine what it'll be like when you actually become one. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's voice echoed from upstairs. There's a garden up here. A garden? Seriously? Fang Mingrong's curiosity was piqued. I have to see this. Li Yuki got up with a soft smile. Me too. As they headed for the stairs, the television in the living room flickered to a news broadcast. We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin, a serious voice announced. At 2:28 p.m. today, a magnitude 8 earthquake struck the western region. The powerful tremors have caused severe damage to buildings. Fangping's brow furrowed. An earthquake, he thought. That's right. An earthquake happened on this exact day in my past life, too. The news anchor continued. As of now, the confirmed casualties are 3 dead, 73 injured, and 1 missing. He froze. What? I remember the number of dead and injured being much, much higher than that. A startling thought crossed his mind. Could this be because of the martial artists? News of the strange energy phenomenon continued to spread. Thanks to the Grandmaster's early warning, the public had evacuated in time, preventing mass casualties. Rescue teams had arrived swiftly at the disaster zone, immediately beginning their work. The Grandmaster was also on site, tirelessly aiding his countrymen and coordinating with the teams to rebuild their community. Maybe it's not as useless as old Tan said, Fangping thought. He saved so many people, didn't he? He had stepped into the world of martial artists. There was no turning back now. A small smile touched his lips. As long as I keep getting stronger, I can't go wrong. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Wang Jinyang. Fangping answered, his voice bright. Mr. Wang, I've been trying to call you for days. Are you okay? I was on an off-site mission, Wang Jinyang's voice came through the line. Couldn't bring my phone. I saw your message, though. Your vitality is at 149 now. Not bad. Fangping rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. Yeah, well, that's all thanks to your guidance. Wang Jinyang didn't waste time on pleasantries. You didn't call me just to hear congratulations, did you? Out with it. What do you need? Mr. Wang, what do you mean? Fangping feigned confusion for a moment before his tone turned serious. Actually, a few days ago, I finished the initial stage of my bone tempering. My vitality broke through 150. Silence hung on the line for a long moment. Finally, Wang Jinyang asked, So you want to make the breakthrough to become a martial artist? No, Fangping replied. I'm not ready for that yet. My vitality growth and my bone-nurturing progress have both slowed to a crawl. He laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. That's why I wanted to ask you about combat techniques. You said that real combat is what matters most. I want to start training, but I don't have anyone to teach me. Combat techniques? Wang Jinyang began. Practicing methods is crucial, but this isn't the time for it. He continued. For a normal person, 150 points is the limit for breaking through to become a martial artist, but that's not what we're aiming for. The higher you can build up your vitality before that breakthrough, the better off you'll be down the line. The only reason I finished my bone tempering so quickly was because I had a strong vitality foundation to begin with. Jinyang, he began, his tone serious, you haven't just broken the 150-point mark. You've also completed your first round of bone tempering. Jumping into stance training now won't do you any favors in the long run. For your own future, you should go for a second bone tempering. A second bone tempering? Fangping asked, completely taken aback. Do you feel like your bone tempering has slowed down a lot? Wang Jinyang asked. Fangping frowned. Yeah. If you can afford it, he said, you can buy some body-strengthening elixir to soak in. It'll help speed up the process. Fangping was confused. Body-strengthening elixir? I've never heard of that. That's normal, Wang Jinyang explained. Only people who have pushed their vitality and physical strength to the absolute limit ever use it. Since not many people need it, it's usually hard to find in Yangcheng. Tell you what, he offered, I'll trade for some from the school and have it sent to you. Wang Jinyang's voice was curt. 3 vials, 500,000. Wire me the money later, I'm hanging up. Wait, brother Wang, Fangping yelled, but the line went dead. He stood there, stunned, and ran a hand through his hair. 500,000? I thought he was giving it to me. Damn, that's expensive. But in this world, anything related to martial arts cost a fortune. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. Time was precious, and he had to make every moment of his training count. He couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. Fangping got back to his routine, first working on his muscle training, then hitting the books. After that, he went out for a run to build his stamina. The powerful stomp, an aura of energy swirled around him in a perfect circle. His bones and joints began to strengthen, growing more resilient by the second. His heart hammered in his chest, and deep red veins bulged across his skin. An arcane circle materialized, enveloping Fangping completely and lifting him into the air. His power erupted with explosive force. A month flew by. Now Fangping was soaking in a fortifying bath, a system panel glowing before him. The numbers just kept climbing. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. Just 1 month of the system's strengthening solution pushed my vitality limit all the way to 170. The 3 vials cost me 500,000, but they'd probably sell for 600,000 out there. The system automatically makes up the price difference, which means I just netted a cool 100,000 in wealth. All the elixirs before were priced at 2/3 of the market value. So, 3 vials of the strengthening solution would go for around 900,000 on the market. That's 300,000 a pop. Fangping buried his face in his hands, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Looks like reselling elixirs is the best way to rake in wealth points after all. Just then, a frantic knocking came from outside the bathroom door. Fangping, you've been in there for an hour. Get out already, I really have to go. It was Fang Yuan, sounding desperate. The next day, the entire family was crowded around the computer. Fangping sighed, exasperated. How am I supposed to check the results with everyone hovering over me like this? It's because we're worried about you, son, his father Fang Zhengsheng said, his voice serious. Fang Yuan, growing impatient, shoved him aside. You're too slow. Let me do it. She grabbed the mouse, and the screen lit up with the admissions results page for the Ruiyang Martial Arts Academy, 2008. The moment the results appeared, his father spoke. With a score like that, getting into a regular martial arts academy should be no problem, right? Fang Yuan frowned. A regular academy? Dad, with this score he could get into one of the top 2. On the screen, the information glowed brightly. Name, Fangping Vitality. Specialized subject, 149. Practical exam, 85. Overall, 98. Fang Rong was moved to tears. Ruffling his son's hair, he praised, This kid, you've made the Fang family so proud. Li Yuying was also crying with happiness. Pingping, all your hard work has paid off. Fang Yuan threw her arms around him in excitement. Brother, you're amazing. The whole house was suddenly busy with phone calls. The young girl chattered happily to her friend, You want my brother's autograph. For you, 10 is no problem. Her father beamed with pride as he took the congratulatory calls. Thank you, thank you. We just got the scores, he hasn't even picked a university yet. Fangping ruffled his own hair. The scores just came out. Isn't everyone out? Fangping thought, then crouched down, trying to be friendly. Hi, Ninny, I'm Fangping. The little girl immediately hid behind Wang Jinyang's legs. Fangping felt a little awkward. Not very polite, is she? Even you want to test my progress, but did you have to hit so damn hard? The words were barely out of his mouth when Jin Yang lunged again, feinting with a punch before snapping out a sharp kick. Thankfully, Fangping's reflexes were sharp enough to dodge it. He frowned. So brother Wang uses kicks, too. A rank -3 is on a whole other level. He planted a hand on the floor to stabilize himself. Jin Yang let out a slight scoff. Not bad, quick reflexes. Fangping rubbed his nose. Only because you've been a great teacher, brother Wang. Jin Yang rushed him again, his voice cutting through the air. That was your own effort. It has nothing to do with me. He threw another powerful punch, and cut the flattery. We first met at the beginning of April, Jin Yang said, his attacks relentless. Back then you were nothing special. Even after that incident with Huang Bin, I knew you had some potential, but I never would have guessed. That in just 2 months you'd complete your second bone tempering. He unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches. Your natural talent. It's truly astonishing. He dodged every single blow. If Wang Jinyang keeps praising me like that, I'm gonna get a big head. But just as he spoke, Jin Yang seized his wrist. Before he could react, he was flipped backward, his mind reeling. Damn it. I hope you'll consider joining Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Jin Yang said, his voice serious. What? Fangping shot back, but in that same instant, he was slammed flat on the floor. Panting, he looked up. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Jin Yang sat down beside him. I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. I can get you all the resources you need to reach the brink of rank -3, completely free of charge. Fangping was stunned. The brink of rank -3, and all the resources are free? Just getting to pre-rank -3 requires body-tempering pills and vitality pills that cost tens of millions. Of course, the choice is yours, Jin Yang added. With your talent, you could get into one of the top 2 martial arts universities. Fangping shot up. This isn't the first time someone's told me I could get into a top 2 school. Are they really that much better? Of course, Jin Yang said calmly. He explained, a top school is called a top school for a reason. They're leagues better than regular universities. First off, the resources. Every year, Huaguo allocates a massive budget to those 2 schools. On top of that, the countless powerhouses and famous figures who have graduated also provide immense financial support to their alma maters. He continued, because of that, when their students break through to rank -1, they're given body-tempering pills and vitality pills for free. Fangping was floored. For free? His expression turned grim. Each incoming class has thousands of new students. That's at least 800,000 per person. The top 2 martial arts universities are obscenely rich. Besides the school's subsidies, Jin Yang said, you have to earn any other resources yourself. That's why the number of available missions at the school is crucial. Remember, that business with Huang Bin you helped me with last time. Turns out, it was a mission from Yangcheng, Jin Yang explained. But for a regular martial arts university like Nanjiang, missions like that are rare. Sometimes we don't have any missions at all. The top 2, however, are a different story. One's in Madu, the country's economic hub. The missions are endless and the rewards are insane. They even have simple escort or delivery gigs. He continued, basically, if you've got the skills, you'll reap the rewards. The third reason, and this is the real reason everyone fights to get into those 2 schools. Fangping frowned. There's more? Yeah, he answered calmly. And it's something regular martial arts universities can't even dream of competing with, the faculty. At Nanjiang Martial Arts University, our lowest requirement for a teacher is rank -3. You need to be a rank -4 to be an instructor, and rank -5 or higher to even be in the school leadership. In that regard, the top 2 are in a league of their own. Rank -4 is the minimum to even teach there, and they've got plenty of rank -5 instructors. From what I've heard, Madu Martial Arts University has 4 grandmasters. Fangping's mind reeled. 4 of them, he thought. 4 powerhouses with bodies of steel, just like Grandmaster Ma. Jin Yang suddenly stood up. But look, those are just external factors. The most important thing is you. True gold will shine anywhere. Give it some thought. Well, I'd better get going. His words left Fangping with a heavy decision to weigh. But before he left, Jin Yang added one last thing. Fangping, I really hope to see you at Nanjiang. The room fell silent, leaving Fangping alone with his thoughts. The pre-rank -3 stage. Just the bone honing and vitality pills alone would cost over 10 million. Could old Wang really front that kind of money? Looks like they really want me to go to Namjiang, but the 2 top-tier universities would be so much better for my future. Fuang Bin was lost in thought, wrestling with the difficult decision. Before he knew it, time had flown by. He was holding a red acceptance letter, its brilliant gold lettering glinting in the light. After carefully placing it inside his bag, Fuang Bin and his entire family gathered at the train station to see him off. You've got everything, right? Ngak An asked, her voice full of concern. Don't go forgetting anything. I've got it all, he replied. If you're short on cash, just call, Dan Vin said. I'll wire you the money. She then frowned at Fuang Nguyen, who was clinging to her tightly. Vin, your brother is about to leave. Aren't you going to say anything to him? Fuang Bin ruffled his little sister's hair. Mom, it's not like I'm leaving forever. He then turned to his sister. Fuang Nguyen, I'm off. Be good and listen to Mom, okay? He glanced toward the train. It's about to depart. I've got to get on board. Hearing this, Fuang Nguyen, who had been frozen in place, suddenly dashed toward him. Sobbing, the little girl yelled, "You stinker, Fuang Bin! If you get a girlfriend, you have to tell me. I'll tell her everything, all your nasty habits." Her voice trembling, she continued, and, wiping her tears away, Fuang Nguyen's tone softened with concern. "Make sure you take good care of yourself while you're living alone." Fuang Bin turned his head away, hiding the tear that escaped his eye. "Yeah," he managed to choke out. "That damn little brat," he thought, a familiar, affectionate curse for his sister welling up inside him. This was Mo Du, the economic heart of the Hua nation. Countless skyscrapers clawed at the clouds, rising from a city that glittered with promise. It was a sprawling, tolerant metropolis, a land of opportunity where anyone, even someone with nothing to their name, could make their mark through sheer effort. The moment Fuang Bin stepped off the train, he was stunned. Whoa, so many martial artists. Just then, a nearby police officer approached him. "Hello, sir. Could I trouble you to present your ID?" Fuang Bin glanced down, reaching for it. "Oh, sure, of course." The man checking his documents was a railway police officer. "Sir, the scanner shows your vitality is at 199, but you're not a registered martial artist. For that reason, you are not permitted to move freely within Magic City." Fangping frowned and pointed at himself. "But I'm not a martial artist." The officer's eyes went wide. "What? You're not a martial artist?" "That's right," Fangping explained. "I'm a new student at MCMAU. I just came early to get familiar with the campus." The officer broke into a cold sweat. A freshman with vitality this high? He's an absolute monster. He let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. So that's what's going on. In that case, let's get you registered." He explained, "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is usually scheduled right before the semester begins. Since you're here early, I can take you to get a temporary martial artist certificate." "Okay," Fangping replied, his mind already drifting elsewhere. Martial artists are basically living weapons, so far beyond ordinary people, just like walking assault rifles. It makes sense that a place like Magic City would be so strict with its regulations. This level of security is exactly what you'd expect from a major hub. A short while later, certificate in hand, Fangping couldn't help but smile. It looks just like a regular ID card, he thought. Life in Magic City was shaping up to be more exciting than he ever imagined. He then made his way to the university entrance. The campus was immense, leaving him speechless. So this is it? Magic City Martial Arts University. Even the front gate is enormous. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cut in. "Got that wide-eyed, fresh-faced look about you. New MCMAU student, right?" He turned. "Yeah, and you are." A smirk played on the stranger's lips. "Chin Feng Cheng," he said, his tone friendly. "Third year at MCMAU's School of Weaponry." So he's an upperclassman, Fangping thought. His eyes were glued to the blade in the man's hand. A blade. Just as the thought crossed his mind, it lunged straight for him. Fangping's eyes flew open as Feng Qing put on a flashy display with his blade, striking a series of ridiculous poses to flaunt his talent. He flipped the weapon from one hand to the other, then with a firm grip, slashed it horizontally. Fangping threw himself backward to dodge the deadly attack, the steel missing his face by mere inches. Trembling, he stammered, "Senior, swinging a blade around in public it's really dangerous." Feng Qing casually retracted his weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not bad, a twice-tempered freshman with a decent stance. What's your name?" "Fangping," he answered quietly. Feng Qing turned away. "A twice-tempered freshman, yeah, makes sense you'd end up at Magic City Martial Arts." He started walking off, giving a lazy wave over his shoulder. "Trust me, kid, you made the right call coming here." Fangping stood frozen, a strained smile plastered on his face. "He knew I was twice-tempered with just a single glance. He's no mere rank-1 martial artist. This guy is on a completely different level." Meanwhile, Feng Qing strolled across the campus, rubbing his head with a frown. That kid's accent. It sounded kind of familiar. Where was it from? He shrugged it off. Ah, whatever, not important. Slipping a hand into his pocket, he fiddled with a few glowing objects, a thrill running through him. Heh, traded for a few bone-tempering pills this time. This should be enough to finish tempering my skeleton. A confident grin spread across his face. Just wait. Once I'm done, I'm going to wipe the floor with those guys from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Map in hand, Fangping followed the path until he finally stopped. This should be it. But when he looked up, his face fell. What the? Before him stood an old, moss-covered building. What a huge letdown compared to that grand entrance, he thought. He stepped into the main hall and called out, "Excuse me." Miss Zhang was casually flipping through a magazine when she heard his voice. She lowered it and asked, "A new student?" "Yes, ma'am," Fangping replied, bowing politely as he handed her his papers. "Here are my acceptance letter and my martial artist certificate." Miss Zhang, clearly in a bad mood, started grumbling, "Already here to register. The school hasn't even finished preparations yet." She glanced at his documents and continued, "Usually, students who arrive early only come 3 to 5 days ahead. And you're here a whole month in advance." An awkward smile crept onto Fangping's face. "I was just so excited about the martial arts university that I wanted to come and take a look." What a terrible attitude, he thought. "Your little look around has just doubled my workload for the day." Miss Zhang shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Breaking into a cold sweat, Fangping replied politely, "My apologies for the trouble, ma'am." "The dorms aren't open yet," she said dismissively while typing at her computer. "You'll have to find your own place to stay." But then her eyes shot wide open in disbelief. On the screen was his information: name, Fangping, gender, male, hometown, Sun City, Nanjiang Province, high school, Sun City, no. 1 high school, vitality 199, level twice honed, peak, status, quasi-martial artist. Slam, Miss Zhang shot to her feet, a completely different person. Her voice was suddenly warm and gentle. "Student Fang, please have a seat and rest for a moment. I'll arrange a room for you at the MCMAU guest house immediately." The sudden shift was so jarring it made Fangping jump. Isn't this change of attitude a little too fast? She started talking a mile a minute, her words tumbling out with unrestrained excitement. "Student Fang, are you planning to break through to the martial artist realm? I can notify the school right now and have them assign an instructor to assist you," he asked, bewildered. "Right now. But the semester hasn't even started." "Of course," she beamed. "At a martial arts university, strength is everything. This is the kind of treatment reserved for a peak quasi-martial artist. With twice-tempered bones, you're an absolute genius among this year's freshmen. If you decide you're ready to break through to the martial artist realm, the university will assign a dedicated instructor to guide you." If I hadn't already tempered my bones twice, Fangping thought, there's no way the school would be rolling out the red carpet like this just for a 150 credit score. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Sister Zhang, I'm here." She glanced toward the doorway. "Ah, I see you. Fangping, this is Li Cheng's, the director of MCMAU's guesthouse management." The man had clearly sprinted over. He was drenched in sweat and panting for breath, but he still managed a wide, eager smile. "The second I heard a VIP had arrived, I came running," Li Cheng's gushed, showering him with praise. "You must be Mr. Fang. The one with the twice-tempered bones, right? That's just incredible, truly outstanding." Fangping felt a little awkward. Thanks." The man was so enthusiastic he grabbed the handle of Fangping's suitcase. "Mr. Fang, while you're staying at the MCMAU guest house, if you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask." Fangping stepped forward. "Director Li, really, I can get my own bag." But the director just pulled it along enthusiastically. "Nonsense, it's my pleasure. This is what I'm here for." The moment they stepped outside, Fangping was stunned to see a luxury sedan pulling up to the curb just for him. The smile on his face froze. Okay, this is way over the top, he thought. A private car service. The car brought them to another impressive building, a world away from the standard dormitories he'd seen earlier. Inside, there was a private gym, a sleek, high-end kitchen, and a living room that was stunning, spacious, bright, and impeccably decorated. The bedroom was just as impressive, large and cozy, with a comfortable, welcoming feel. Fangping took it all in, completely floored. He turned to the director, blurting out, "Is all of this really free?" Li Cheng's beamed. "The MCMAU guest house is primarily for our students and their families. So yes, everything, the room, the food, all the facilities, is completely free of charge." Fangping glanced around, still in disbelief. He glanced around the room, taking it all in. "Wow, this place is nice. It's got everything." The man smiled. "Well, Mr. Fang, since you're a twice-honed martial artist, your accommodations are a bit better than the others." Fangping fell silent for a moment. Chengzi, having finished his duties, said, "Please get some rest, Mr. Fang. I won't disturb you any longer. Just let me know if you need anything at all." "All right. Thanks, Director Li," Fangping replied. After the director left, silence returned to the room. Fangping gave a wry smile. "So this is what it feels like to have special privileges, huh?" Later, in the bustling dining hall of the Martial Arts University guest house, Fangping was digging into a delicious meal. He'd been eating and sleeping at the guest house for days now. This would have easily cost tens of thousands. Special treatment is pretty sweet. Saved me a ton of cash. He pulled up his stats screen. I'm getting ready for my third bone honing soon, and that's going to burn through a lot of wealth points. Wealth, 2,800,000 vitality, 196, 199 mentality, 197, 199. Based on how fast I'm burning through it, I'm going to need more and more wealth as I progress. A windfall like the one I got from Huang Bin is pure luck. I can't count on that happening again. If I want a steady, endless stream of income, there's really only one way. I have to start a company. His spirits lifted at the thought. Even though these two worlds are different, their development trends are pretty similar. The future is definitely the internet age. Online shopping, remote payments, they'll become a part of everyday life. But all of that requires huge amounts of capital and technical expertise. Pulling it off will be incredibly difficult. Back in 2008, the Alibaba Group wasn't a household name yet, but it was already pretty big. And then there's that famous line, "I've never touched money, I'm not interested in it." Not to mention Pony Ma is rumored to have already broken through to the 7th rank. Right now, I've only got 1.6 million. That's nowhere near enough to get started. An online retailer? What about a delivery service? Fangping mused. The technical barrier isn't high, it's easy to get started, and the profit potential is huge. Yeah, let's do it. He continued to mull it over. To open a company near MCMAU, I'll need someone who knows the area to manage it for me. I've met a few people lately, but the only one who really fits is... Suddenly, a loud crash and a furious shout shattered the peace. Look at this. How am I supposed to eat this? Across the room, a waitress was trying to explain herself. But it was clean when I brought it out. A large, belligerent man grabbed her by the collar, his face red with rage. What are you saying? I'm trying to shake you down? Is that it? Her eyes filled with tears. No, that's not what I meant. I'll get you a new one right away, sir. A new one? He sneered, shoving her back. Forget it. I've lost my damn appetite. Get the manager of this guest house out here now. The waitress kept her head down, her voice trembling. I'm very sorry, sir, but the general manager is out on business. Then drag his ass back here right now, he roared. Fangping frowned. Someone's starting shit. He calmly stood up. Guys like this are such a pain. Guess I'll have to teach him a lesson. But just as he was about to step in, he saw someone else approaching to handle the situation. It was Li Cheng's. Hello, sir, Li Cheng said with a placid smile. My name is Li Cheng's. I'm the department manager for the MCMAU guest house. The waitress looked at him as if he were her savior, whispering, Manager Li. He gave her a reassuring nod before turning back to the customer. How can I help you, sir? The man scoffed. I want to see the general manager, a department manager. You're not even worth my time. Li Cheng's turned to the waitress. I understand. He then walked over to the table and picked something off the man's plate. A stray hair in the food. Li Cheng's examined it for a moment, then spoke. But our guest house. We have a strict rule here. No employee is allowed to have hair longer than their shoulders, he said, then shot a meaningful glance at the woman beside him. I just can't imagine who would dare to break that rule. But the man was relentless, refusing to back down an inch. I don't care, your hygiene standards are a complete joke. I'm reporting this place. Chengzi immediately bowed. You're right. I sincerely apologize for ruining your dining experience. He straightened up, a sharp, knowing smile touching his lips. To protect your rights as our valued customers, he said, holding up the single strand of hair, his voice turning serious. I will personally take this to the forensics lab at the Magic City Martial Arts University for a full DNA analysis. We'll get to the bottom of this, I guarantee it. In a flash, the pair scrambled out of their seats and bolted. No need. Fangping, who had seen the whole thing, walked over. That was impressive, he remarked. The waitress spoke up timidly. Manager Li, you were amazing. Well, Manager Li, I'll get back to work now. Chengzi bowed again. Mr. Fang, my apologies, you had to see that. He gave a weary, forced smile. You're always so formal with me. Fangping tilted his head. Manager Li, you're not a martial artist, yet you're the manager here at the M guest house. You must have been here for a long time. He heard the man sigh and rub the back of his neck. Long enough, I suppose. A dozen years now. I bet even a fresh grad from Magic City Martial Arts University could get a better position than this, Fangping stated bluntly. Have you ever thought about becoming a martial artist yourself? Chengzi's gaze dropped to the floor. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I have, actually. I've been saving up to enroll in one of the martial artist training courses. Once I become a martial artist, the benefits should be better, 3 times what I make now. Fangping frowned. So how long will that take? 3 years, 5 years. By then you'll be 30, Fangping pointed out. Your vitality will be declining. You'll be stuck at rank 1 forever. Chengzi squeezed his eyes shut, a look of utter helplessness on his face. Even that would be good enough. Fangping's eyes widened in surprise. Within 3 years, Fangping said with a confident smile, I can help you become a martial artist, no strings attached. So, Director Li, interested in a new job. He then fell silent, letting the offer hang in the air as he waited for the other man's response. Chengzi lifted his wine glass and took a large gulp. His expression turned serious. Mr. Fang, the courier company you described is revolutionary, but its future is uncertain. He continued, his tone grave. What you're asking for isn't just 3 years of my time. It could set my own cultivation back by several years. He looked Fangping straight in the eye. That is a steeper price than the promise of becoming a martial artist. Besides, what if I fail to meet your expectations? I can't bear that kind of responsibility. Fangping just smiled. Director Li, there's no need to be so modest with me. What I want isn't just your talent. It's the network you've built over 8 years at Mo Wu. His confidence was absolute. I'm a Mo Wu student and a twice-honed quasi-martial artist. I'll hit rank -3 before my 2nd year is over and reach the rank -4 realm by my 3rd. When that time comes, I'll have the school appoint you as the general manager of the guest house. You think that's not possible? The words struck Chengzi like a bolt of lightning, his eyes wide with shock. He has a detailed business plan, and he speaks with an authority far beyond his years. I've been waiting for so long. This could be the chance to completely turn my life around. A corner of Fangping's mouth curved into a knowing smirk. I need you now. If you're willing to help me, you'd be giving me a lifeline when I need it most. And tell me, he leaned in slightly, isn't a favor from a future rank -4 martial artist worth something? After a moment of thought, Chengzi's hesitation vanished. He made his decision, his voice firm and clear. Director Fang, it would be my pleasure to work for you. A month later, Fangping was in his room, deep in his bone tempering. He was completely focused, his hands pushing forward, knees bent in a low stance as a magic circle enveloped him. Just a little more. The power surged, growing stronger and stronger. The pressure intensified, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. His bones began to glow, an audible crack echoing through his body. Suddenly an orange liquid trickled down and puddled on the floor. Panting heavily, Fangping felt a surge of triumph. The 3rd bone tempering, it's complete. A system panel materialized before him. Wealth, 2,200,000 vitality. 182,205 mentality. 175,209 vitality jumped 23 points, and mentality is up by 34. The results of the 3rd tempering are pretty damn good. But damn, the cost was huge. He was still breathing heavily, completely exhausted. It took a whole month and nearly 2 million wealth points. Still, handing the company over to Li Cheng's to manage really freed up my time. The biggest advantage of the 3rd tempering is that the final stages are way faster than the 2nd. Totally worth it. And more importantly, I've done something even Wang Jinyang hasn't managed to do yet. A grin spread across his face at the thought. Fangping quietly opened the door and stepped outside, his expression buzzing with excitement. Next up, school starts tomorrow. The next day, students bustled before the grand entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts University. The freshman dorms were divided into 4 areas based on student rankings. Naturally, Fangping strolled confidently toward his destination, drawing admiring glances from everyone he passed. He's in Area 1? So cool. I heard everyone in Area 1 is a full-fledged martial artist. A swell of pride filled his chest. Area 1, the best of the best. But when he opened the door to room 86, Fangping froze. He stood there completely stunned. Call this a dorm room? This is more like a luxury suite. It's fully furnished and everything. I thought the special treatment I got at the guest house was something, but this is on another level. Fangping was marveling at the power of Ma Wu when a loud knock came at the door. He slowly went to open it, wondering who it could be. A cheerful young man stood outside. Hey there. I'm Fu Changyuan from across the hall. He grinned warmly. It's great to finally meet you. Fangping just stared. Damn, he's handsome, he's good-looking, and he's ranked right above me. Is there any justice in this world? Outwardly, though, he just smiled back. Hi, I'm Fangping. Fu Changyuan's eyes widened slightly at his accent. Suddenly, he leaned in, his voice full of excitement. Wait, are you from Nanjiang? Fangping, a little taken aback, nodded. Yeah. Fu Changyuan lit up. Then you must know Wang Jinyang, Fangping stammered. Why yeah, he was a senior at my high school. You know him? Fu Changyuan's eyes were practically glowing with admiration. Know him? He's a legend, a true role model for all of us new martial artists. I heard last year he single-handedly crushed every single rank -1 student at Ma Wu. Fangping's eyes went wide. And that reminds me, Fu Changyuan continued. Just a few days ago, he caused a huge scene back in the capital, my hometown. On his very first day there, Wang Jinyang had cut down an opponent with a single slash. He took down fighters from 8 of the martial arts enhancement classes. Fangping was stunned. Fu Changyuan broke into a nervous sweat. And get this, every one of those classes is overseen by a middle-rank martial artist. He turned to leave. Anyway, I should go. Oh, right, we're supposed to gather in front of the practical training building this afternoon, don't forget. After he left, Fangping slowly clenched his fist. A faint crackle of energy sparked around it. A small smile touched his lips as he whispered to himself, Senior Wang. He's on another level. I can't let myself fall behind. Walking down the hall, Fu Changyuan glanced back, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Just mentioning Wang Jinyang's name. Kim Duong has already unleashed a chi and blood outburst that powerful twice now. He has to be at the twice-tempered bones stage. Could he be even stronger than I thought? Time flew by. Soon the entrance to the training building was bustling with students, their laughter and chatter filling the air. A man standing on a platform struggled to get their attention. Hey, students. Please quiet down, he fumbled awkwardly, his voice lost in the noise. Just as the crowd began to settle, a deep, raspy voice boomed from behind them. You fearless little rookies! A thunderous roar followed. Quiet down. Now, an immense wave of chi and blood energy erupted from him, crashing down on the students. On one side, they collapsed to their knees. The other side fared no better, unable to remain standing against the crushing pressure. Even Fangping struggled just to stay on his feet. This pressure is terrifying, he thought. This man's chi and blood is on another level. The man began his introduction, his voice stern and serious. My name is Huang Jing, Dean of the School of Weaponry, he continued, and I will be overseeing the school placement for all you new students today. Down below, a student looked confused. School placement? Huang Jing explained. The building before you is where your school placements will be decided. The first floor is the School of Liberal Arts, where you'll study politics and culture. The second floor is the School of Production, for researching pills, weapons, and cultivation techniques. The third is the School of Strategy and Tactics, where you'll learn military strategy. The fourth floor is the School of Weaponry, with a singular focus on practical combat. He continued, In 5 minutes, you will all enter the building and go to the floor of the school you wish to join. 1 hour after that, the building will be sealed. Whichever floor you are on at that time will be the school you are assigned to. Hearing this, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. That's it. It's that simple. Couldn't they have just assigned us during admissions? Why go through all this trouble? Suddenly, the corner of Huang Jing's mouth curled into a scheming smirk. Oh, and one more thing, each floor is not. And if any floor exceeds 400 people, Huang Jing announced bluntly, every single student on that floor will have 30 academic credits deducted. Let me put this in perspective for you. Freshmen at Ma Wu start with only 50 credits. And what are they worth? 1 credit is equivalent to 30,000 in cash. 3 credits can be exchanged for a standard bottle of blood and chi pills. The moment those words left his mouth, the once calm crowd erupted in panicked shouts. 50 credits and they're taking more than half. That's brutal. 30 credits, that's 10 whole bottles of blood and chi pills. Seriously. A game this intense on the very first day of school? Huang Jing's expression remained serious. Don't worry. If you run out of credits, Ma Wu provides missions for you to earn more. However, that's only after you've officially become a martial artist. Fangping felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. Of course, a test at Ma Wu wouldn't be this simple. He was letting out a long sigh when a voice called his name. Fangping, want to team up and tackle this with me? Su Yuan asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He scanned the crowd, his mind already working. The School of Weaponry has the most resources and the best instructors at Ma Wu. You can bet a lot of people are going to aim for the 4th floor. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Honestly, with our strength, if we team up, fighting our way to the 4th floor won't be that difficult. Getting into the School of Weaponry is practically a sure thing for us. He leaned in closer. But that doesn't mean we'll get a good instructor. Fangping's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Every year, all the instructors come to watch the freshman school assignments, Su Yuan explained. They use this as an opportunity to scout for students they want to mentor personally. That's why we have to make a statement during this placement. We need to catch their eye. Fangping murmured to himself, his mind racing. Catch their eye, he remembered something Brother Wang had told him, that choosing an instructor was something very important. Then his brow furrowed, his expression growing more worried by the second. If this is what it takes to get every instructor's attention. A reverse psychology approach came to Fangping. If they want a spectacle, I'll give them one. That way I'll have my pick of any instructor I want. A wicked grin spread across his face. We absolutely have to work together, he declared. Standing behind him, Su Ziyuan felt a shiver run down her spine. The look on his face. He looked just like a villain. From his high vantage point, Huang Jing's voice boomed once more. The president of MCMAU once said that true martial artists are forged in the crucible of combat, he roared. So, enjoy your very first lesson on the path to becoming a martial artist. Freshman placement begins now. The moment the announcement ended, every student below shot off like a cannonball, sprinting into the building. The boys didn't hold anything back, immediately throwing punches and kicks. The girls were just as fierce, diving into the fray without a second's hesitation. It was a chaotic free-for-all, everyone clawing and tearing at each other for a spot in their desired academy. In a control room filled with large monitors, a voice remarked, "This batch of students isn't half bad physically." Huang Jing's brow creased, his tone dripping with scorn. "What the hell would you know, living your cushy, peaceful lives? All these brats have is a little vitality, and that's it. We all went through it, didn't we?" A man behind him chimed in. "No need to be so harsh, Head Huang." "Harsh," he snapped back, his voice thick with frustration. "The catacombs are getting more dangerous by the day. How many of our best have died on the front lines? The standard these freshmen are at? It's just not good enough." The others fell silent. On one of the screens, students scrambled up a flight of stairs. Suddenly, one student drove his knee straight into another's stomach, sending him tumbling back down the steps. His friends rushed over. "You okay?" The fallen student coughed, groaning. "Damn. A rank -1 martial artist is no joke." He couldn't get past, he started yelling. "This is ridiculous." He pointed a finger right in the guard's face. "The 4th floor isn't even full yet. Why won't you let us up? We're all students here. Don't you think you're going a little too far?" The guard sneered. "Too far? Get real. If your chi and blood isn't at 140, you don't deserve to be on the 4th floor. One of the students below hesitated. "This guy's chi and blood, it's way higher than ours." Suddenly, Fangping shot up the stairs like a blur, weaving through the crowd before launching himself into the air. The guard's eyes went wide, but before he could react, a foot slammed into his face. He stumbled backward, a perfect shoeprint stamped on his cheek as blood gushed from his nose like a fountain. Fangping looked down at him. "He's out already?" And here I was, wondering just how tough the 4th floor guys were supposed to be. Every student there was frozen in stunned silence. Wang Jinyuan appeared behind him, a small smile on his face. "Fangping," he said quietly, "you've certainly got their attention now. Nice entrance." Fangping slowly began to speak, his voice carrying across the silent hall. "Before I came to MCMAU, everyone said the 2 top schools were overflowing with geniuses, as numerous as leaves in autumn." He continued, "That's why I turned down a multi-million-dollar offer from Nanjiang Martial Arts University to come here, to MCMAU. Fangping leaned forward, his voice dripping with disappointment, though to anyone else it sounded like pure arrogance. "But I never imagined the students of MCMAU would be this pathetic." He threw his head back, a wild, arrogant grin spreading across his face as he shouted, "MCMAU doesn't deserve to be called a top school?" In an observation room, the teachers monitoring the screens were flabbergasted, frozen in place. A voice crackled over the PA system. "Attention all students. Anyone who can defeat that arrogant brat will be awarded 50 academic credits." The move caught Fangping completely off guard. Like zombies drawn to a fresh brain, the students' eyes lit up with greed for the credits. They began to close in, ready to tear him apart. All I wanted was to get some attention. The instructor's words? Damn, this is getting complicated. Fu Changding was completely blindsided by Fangping's outburst. "You really went too far," he muttered. Still, he kept his composure. "So what now? Are we going to fight them to the death, or are you planning to team up with them and take me on?" Fangping froze for a second, sweat beading on his forehead. But then a wide grin spread across his face. "Ganging up on one guy. What's the fun in that? 2 of us standing against the world. Even if we lose, there's no shame in it." Smiling, Fangping yelled out, "Dean, beating me gets them 50 academic points. So what do I get for beating them?" Silence from the loudspeaker for a long moment. Then Huang Jing's voice cut through, decisive. "Non-martial artists are worth 1 point. Martial artists 5. Fangping cracked his knuckles. "Dean Huang, you're a real cheapskate," he called out. "Then again, it's not like they're very strong anyway." Fu Changding shot him an exasperated look. "You're unbelievable." Suddenly, Tang Songting, a rank -1 martial artist below, roared, "Hey, Fu Changding, are you really siding with this bastard?" Fu Changding just laughed. "Tang Songting, I'm surprised someone with your level of talent even made it into Magic City Martial Arts University." Tang Songting froze, stunned. What did you just say?" "This is perfect," Fu Changding continued. "Today I'll join Fangping and have a little fun with you worthless trash." Elsewhere, Huang Jing stood with his arms crossed. "So what's the story with this Fangping and Fu Changding?" he mused. A woman behind him consulted a file. "Fu Changding is a fairly well-known young master from the capital, a twice-honed, rank -1 martial artist. It appears he's already completed his bone tempering." "A young master," he scoffed. "That means jack shit here at Magic City." She went on, "As for Fangping, he's from an ordinary family in Sun City, Nanjiang. Twice honed, not yet a martial artist. He topped the entrance exams for Ruyang City." Huang Jing fell silent at that. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind them. "Instructor, I suspect that kid has been honed more than just twice." Jing ducked under the blow, grabbed the attacker's arm, and twisted it back. Clenching a fist that pulsed with potent vitality, Fangping sneered, "Don't you idiots get it? You're just handing me free points?" With a final, brutal punch, he sent the student sprawling, blood spraying from his mouth as he collapsed to the floor. Gasping for breath, Fangping was starting to feel the strain. He was surrounded by a sea of opponents, all eager to take him down. "Damn, this 1 versus 100 brawl is draining my vitality way faster than I expected." All at once, a figure blurred toward him, moving too fast to track. So fast, it was the top-ranked freshman, a martial artist who had already tempered his bones twice. He clenched his fist, vitality surging and coalescing around it. He smirked, "This is no time to be spacing out." Without missing a beat, he slammed his fist into Fangping's chin. Fangping coughed up blood but somehow managed to stay on his feet. Just as he steadied himself, a flash of pink hair streaked through the air. A figure plummeted from above, sword first. It was Yang Xiao Man, a rank -1 martial artist who had tempered her bones twice. "Those 50 points are mine," she shouted, diving straight for him. "Damn it," Fangping thought, his brow furrowed. "My body can't keep up with my reflexes anymore. I can't dodge this one." He squeezed his eyes shut. "Replenish my vitality." A system interface flickered in his mind. Wealth points. -100,000 vitality, plus 100 wealth, 2 million vitality, 209 mentality. 206, 100,000 wealth points consumed. Vitality replenishment complete. In that instant, Fangping twisted away, narrowly dodging Yang Xiao Man's blade. Too close for comfort. He let out a quiet breath. Thank God for the system. Still burning through that many wealth points at once, I'll have to be more careful from now on. Yang Xiao Man stared in disbelief. His vitality it recovered in an instant. But before she could process it, he shot his leg up and planted a solid kick right on her face, sending her flying back into a group of other students. "Zhao Zumei! Yunzai!" Yang Xiao Man shrieked, her face contorted with rage. "What are you two standing around for? Get him! He actually dared to kick me in the face!" Zhao Zumei charged, her brow furrowed as she threw a punch. The move was too simple for Fangping. He ducked under it with ease and countered with a fist of his own, burying it deep into her gut. The blow looked agonizing. Zhao Zumei, a rank -1 martial artist who'd tempered her bones once, was sent flying, collapsing onto the floor in a heap. The other students, already bruised and battered, could only watch helplessly from the ground. "This Fangping, he's on another level. How has he fought for this long without his vitality giving out?" "Yeah, we're not even in the same league." A small smile touched Fangping's lips. "If it weren't for my cheat system, these twice-tempered martial artists would have taken me down ages ago." After taking down another bone-tempered opponent, Fangping shouted over, "Fu Changding, stop wasting your vitality on these grunts. Even the non-martial artists count for points, and there are a ton of them. Just pick them off one by one." "I know," Fu Changding gasped, struggling, "but there are too many. They're coming at me a dozen at a time. My vitality can't recover fast enough." Just then, he took a heavy blow that sent a shock through his body. "Damn, so much for showing off. This is a mess. If I were on my own, I would have been swarmed by now. With a yell, he turned to run, a mob of students hot on his heels. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the fray. Another twice-tempered martial artist. Fangping immediately recognized the level of skill. "Let's see you handle this." He spun around, winding up for a devastating strike. But in his haste, his hand clamped down right on the newcomer's chest. Chen Yunxi, a rank -1 twice-tempered martial artist, froze solid, to be groped so blatantly in broad daylight. Her face flushed crimson. Oh shit. Fangping's own expression was one of pure horror. He snatched his hand back, trembling with shame. Clutching her chest, Chen Yunxi ready to kick. "Pervert!" Fangping instantly grabbed the guy behind him and shoved him forward as a human shield. He forced an awkward laugh. "My hand slipped. It was an accident." Before the smile could even fade, the situation changed again. Zhao Lei charged in from behind, and Fangping barely dodged in time. Zhao Lei's voice cut through the chaos. "Stop crowding each other. Yang Zairam and Zhao Zume and I will lead a team and attack Fangping in waves. Chen Yunxi, Tang Songting, you two lead another team and keep Fu Changding pinned down." The two girls immediately followed his orders. Over on the other side, Fu Changding was stunned. "No, you can't be serious," he stammered. "I just took a vitality pill, it hasn't even kicked in yet." He screamed for help. "Fangping, give me some cover. I just need to recover my vitality." But Fangping was completely surrounded himself. "I can't break free," he yelled back. "You're on your own." "That bastard," Fu Changding cursed just as the mob descended on him. "Hey, if it wasn't you, don't hit the face." "I heard a fight broke out on the 4th floor," one student whispered to another, "but I never thought it'd be this brutal." A while later, Fangping stood over the last of them, panting heavily. Damn, that cost a lot of wealth points. He glanced at his stats on the system screen before walking toward the crowd of onlookers. Seeing him approach, they panicked and yelled, "Holy crap, don't come over here, we're just watching. We're not from the 4th floor. Yeah, that's right, we're from the School of Liberal Arts, that's us really." A smirk played on Fangping's lips. "The dean never said we couldn't fight students from other floors." He cracked his knuckles, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as if he were the story's main villain. "If you're here," he declared, "you're all fair game for points." By the time afternoon rolled around, the academy placement event was finally over. In front of the training hall, a battered and bruised student body limped out, leaning on each other for support. A young man out for a jog stared at the scene in awe. "Wow, looks like the brawls were pretty intense this year," he muttered. "Geez, look at that guy, he's completely wrecked." The guy he was pointing at was none other than Xiang Yuan. Covered head to toe in overlapping bruises, he stumbled forward, his face swollen, yet he still managed to speak. "Even though we took on 100, he wheezed, his voice raspy. "We may have lost, but it was a glorious defeat." Fangping sighed, exasperated. All right, you're a mess, just save your breath." Xiang Yuan turned to him, confused. "But what about you? How come you don't have a single scratch?" Fangping rubbed his nose, a confident smirk on his face. "Because I'm just that good." Suddenly, a deep, gravelly voice cut in from behind them, dripping with menace. "No matter how tough a schoolyard king is, he's still just a kid." It was Huang Jing. His face was thunderous, his expression utterly ferocious. A young woman beside him spoke up. "Dean Huang, our next stop is..." Fangping watched them leave. "So this is the pressure of a Grandmaster realm, huh?" A small smile touched his lips as he thought, will I ever be that strong? No, I have to be stronger. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the overhead speakers. "New students of the School of Weaponry, report to Assembly Point 1. New students of the School of Tactical Command, report to Assembly Point 2. Why aren't they mentioning our academic points? He wondered. Duong Ian guessed maybe the dean was too embarrassed. Just then, Tang Feng walked over. "They'll tally up the points and distribute them after the school assignments are done," he explained, his expression turning serious. "Besides, trivial matters like this aren't for a grandmaster like Dean Hong to handle personally." Duong Ian immediately shoved Fuong Bin's head down. "Our apologies, instructor." A final comment over his shoulder to Fa Duong Ian. "Later, when you're choosing an instructor, you can come find me directly." "Thanks, teacher," he said, trying to calm Fangping down. Then in a lower voice he added, "Don't be so pissed. You know what Teacher Tang is like. The guy doesn't hold back for anyone." Fangping gritted his teeth. "Not angry. Just you wait. I'll make that lion Tang regret this day." A massive crowd of students had gathered at Stadium Number 1. It was time for everyone to choose their mentors. Tang Feng's voice boomed from the side. "Pay close attention to the requirements posted for each instructor." Tang Feng. open to both male and female martial artists. Preference given to those who have undergone bone tempering twice. Focus, basic fist and leg techniques. Enrolls only 5 students. On another sign, Luo Yichuan's requirements were listed. Luo Yichuan, seeking martial artists with a vitality of 180 or higher. Preference given to those focused on tempering their upper limbs and developing a stable stance. And then Bai Ryuoxis. Bai Ryuoxi, female students only, no bone tempering requirement, must have a passion for the sword. Focus. Basic and adaptive sword techniques. And finally, Su Jianju's. Su Jianju, preference given to those who have undergone bone tempering twice. Focus, basic blade techniques. Note, instructor is currently busy. Senior student Luo Feng will be leading most classes. Fangping and Fu Changyuan scanned the list of instructors. A voice boomed over the crowd. Every instructor has their own specialty. Choosing the one who best fits your path is crucial. The two of them were still milling about, undecided. Fangping frowned. A lot of them require you to already be a martial artist, but I've already tempered my bones 3 times. No one's going to turn me down, so who do I pick? He turned to his friend. Fu Changyuan, have you picked an instructor yet? His friend, however, was in the middle of a full-blown panic attack, muttering to himself in a frantic spiral. Is teacher Luo Yichuan the right choice for me? But he prioritizes people who have tempered their upper limbs. What if he rejects me? Will he think I can't even read the requirements? But he's one of the top instructors. Tang Feng from the School of Weaponry seems genuinely interested in me. But I really want to learn marksmanship from instructor Lai Yichuan. Blades are too brutal, and swords are too dainty, guns are just the coolest. So I guess I should turn Tang Feng down. I mean, what's the alternative? Learning hand-to-hand combat from him. Is instructor Tang Feng blind or something? I got my ass handed to me out there, and he still said I did a good job. He's a hand-to-hand combat specialist, but do I look like some muscle-bound brute? So, who should I Fangping choose? This is so frustrating. Who do I pick? Who the hell am I supposed to choose? A pained groan escaped his lips. Fangping jolted as a classmate told him, "Whoa, take your time and think it over. I'm gonna go look around." He walked past the other instructors' tables, noticing them enthusiastically writing down the names of new students. Suddenly, he overheard a voice murmur in awe, "Lu Fengru, now that's a badass name." Lu Fengru, never heard of her. A new instructor at MCMAU, maybe. He found her station. A sign on her table read simply, "Invincible Combat." Below it, she had written, "Seeking official disciples. Fangping, Fu Changsu, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, Chen Yungxi. Seeking probationary disciples. 14 other students may serve as probationary disciples, with the chance of being promoted to official status upon excellent performance." The other students who read it were stunned. Her requirements are so specific. Those are all the top-scoring students from the assessment. Looks like we don't stand a chance. Fangping smirked to himself. Probationary disciples, too. This woman's got some serious guts. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Fengru's eyes flickered toward him. "Fangping," she called out, "come with me." She then added with utter confidence, "I guarantee I can keep you safe here at MCMAU." Startled, he turned back. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Fengru asked calmly. "You know Wang Jinyang, don't you?" Fangping replied, "I don't think there's anyone here who doesn't." A faint smile touched her lips. "Last year alone, do you have any idea how many of his peers he beat down? Given your connection to Wang Jinyang, do you really think you'll be safe for the next few years?" Feng Nhu continued, "You don't want to spend every single day dealing with upperclassmen who hold a grudge against him, do you?" Suddenly, Tang Feng slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet, shouting, "Hey!" But a single glance from her was enough to shut him up. He calmed himself before speaking again, his voice strained. "The students of Magic Martial Arts University aren't that petty." Feng Nhu's expression turned serious. If they were just from the same hometown, that would be one thing. But Wang Jinyang personally mentored Fangping. "Lionhead, can you guarantee his old rivals won't come looking for revenge?" He was left speechless, unable to find a reply. He glanced uneasily at the students whispering behind him. Feng Nhu slowly rose to her feet. "When martial artists of the same rank fight and lose, it creates an irreconcilable feud. And since Wang Jinyang has never lost, they will never stop trying." She paused, her gaze locking onto Fangping. "But if they give you any trouble, you just come tell me. Your instructor happens to have a grandmaster for a backer. I could tear this country apart and no one would dare say a word." He froze at her words. "A grandmaster. I don't care if you want to stir up trouble on your own. Tang Feng roared, but don't drag the students into your games. Feng and Hu let out a long, lazy yawn as she started to walk away. Lionhead, are you referring to me sending my students on slightly more dangerous missions? That I won't deny. She stopped right in front of Fangping. But if you choose the path of a martial artist, you have to be ready to fight. I know your situation. Just like Wang Jinyang, you come from an ordinary background, with no martial artists in your family. If he truly taught you anything, then you should understand that for people like us, making a name for ourselves in this world is a hell of a lot harder than it is for everyone else. Those words made Fang Ping's expression turn grim. That's when Feng Niu played her trump card. But I'm different. I own shares in a pill manufacturing company. You can have as many pills as you want. He froze. As many pills as I want. Just think of how much money that would save me. In the middle of the vast stadium, Feng Niu's voice was domineering. What, you think I'm trying to trick you? She held something out. Here are 10 standard qi and blood pills. Consider it a welcoming gift. A small box, shimmering in a pale red case, glowed brilliantly in her hand. This martial arts champion is ridiculously generous. Fang Ping thought, his eyes wide. 10 qi and blood pills just like that. This is worth 1 million. A wide, eager grin spread across his face. Following her is definitely the way to go. He decisively took the box from her. A notification instantly popped up in his mind. Wealth, plus 1 million wealth, 290,000 kai and blood, 199 cal, 209 cal, mentality. 206 HZ, 210 HZ, beaming, Fang Ping made his decision. All right then, from now on I'll be in your care, instructor. The martial arts champion tossed him a key card. This is for my dorm room. If you have any questions about martial arts, you can find me there. Tang Feng's brow furrowed. You need to be responsible for your students, he warned. Of the 12 you've mentored over the years, more than half were crippled before they even graduated. The words hit Fang Ping like a physical blow. Crippled or dead, more than half of them? The air crackled with a sudden, suffocating tension. The martial arts champion's gaze turned sharp as a blade. I don't need your concern. I know what I'm doing. I hope so, Tang Feng replied in a low voice. Panic seized Fang Ping. Lion Tang, why didn't you say anything sooner? He screamed internally. Is it too late to back out now? Suddenly a figure surged forward, radiating an intense, fiery aura. Zumei, Zio Man gasped in surprise. Zhao Zumei turned to the instructor and spoke with conviction. Teacher Lu, may I choose you as my instructor? Lu Wudi stood with her arms crossed. Of course, welcome. Zhao Zumei, Yang Xiaoman whispered, leaning in close. Over half of her students end up dead or maimed. You should pick Teacher Tang Feng with me. But Zhao Zumei just smiled. I feel like Teacher Lu is the best fit for me. Fang Ping was floored. She heard what Tang the Lion said and still dared to pick Invincible Lu. This girl's got guts. Fu Changding slung an arm around his shoulder. What Invincible Lu? Her last name is Lu. Full name Lu Fengru. Fang Ping frowned. Lu Fengru? Yeah, Fu Changding explained. The casualty rate for her students is insanely high, but she's the real deal. Her power is right up there with Tang Feng's. So why didn't you pick her? Fang Ping asked. Because I want to learn archery, Fu Changding declared excitedly. So I chose Teacher Luo Yichuan, Fang Ping smirked. And you're not afraid Tang the Lion is going to hold a grudge? Afraid? What the hell is there to be afraid of? Fu Changding boomed, puffing out his chest. Am I, Fu Changding, some kind of coward? Breaking into a nervous sweat, he quickly added, Besides, the valedictorian and that girl who ambushed you, Yang Xiaoman, they both already chose him. Why would a big shot like Tang Feng even notice a small fry like me? Fang Ping burst out laughing. You're just trying to make yourself feel better, aren't you? He then clapped him on the shoulder. All right, so what now? Are we going to collect our credits or head to the hospital? As if he'd forgotten all his injuries, Fu Changding asked. The hospital? What for? A corner of Fang Ping's mouth quirked up as he pointed at his friend's face. Your face is so swollen, I can barely recognize you. You sure you don't want to go? Fu Changding's face looked like a lumpy, steamed bun, with blood trickling from a few spots. Of course we're going for the credits, Fu Changding yelled, waving his hands frantically. The credits are what's important. That night they stood before a massive building marked with the imposing emblem of a downward-thrusting sword. So, Fang Ping began, how many points do you think we'll get for this? Fu Changding scoffed. After getting my face smashed in like this, if they don't give me a ton of points, it'd be an insult to my good looks. The two of them stepped into the Magic Martial Logistics Department. As they entered the first-floor exchange hall, every head turned in their direction. The air instantly grew cold, and a dozen sharp gazes locked onto them. Fu Changding instinctively ducked his head, trying to hide his bruised and swollen face. "Whoa, it's packed in here," he muttered nervously. Fangping, whose own face was covered in scrapes, took in the scene. "They're probably upper-classmen," he said quietly. Fu Changding's eyes widened as he saw the older students staring, all of them desperately trying to stifle their laughter. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. Why do I get the feeling everyone's looking at us?" Fangping shrugged with a small smile. "What do you expect? Your face is hilarious, young Master Fu." The receptionist at the counter was focused on her work when she suddenly realized someone had walked up. Fu Changding leaned an arm against the glass partition, striking what he imagined was a cool, handsome pose. "Hey there! Mind checking my points for me?" In reality, the woman nearly jumped out of her skin at the sight of his disheveled appearance and a face beaten almost beyond recognition. It took her a moment to compose herself. "Name, student ID, and dorm number, please." After all the information was processed, Fu Changding pressed his tear and snot-streaked face right up against the glass, his voice cracking with despair. "What, only 45 points? There has to be a mistake, miss, are you sure?" I watched a student lean against the counter, practically in a panic. "I remember fighting my way across the country, taking down countless martial artists. How could my score be this low?" The staff member on the other side of the glass didn't even blink. She just dismissed him with a cold wave. "Take it up with the dean, I don't handle those kinds of complaints. Next." Seeing his chance, Fangping leaned in close to the small glass window and spoke softly. "Fangping. Zone 1, room 86. Student ID." The staff member listened, then slowly read from her screen. "Fangping. Base score 50, bonus points." The details flashed on her monitor. Fangping. Prospective martial artist, thrice honed. Base score 50, bonus score 152. Her eyes landed on his bonus score and she gasped. 152 points? Standing beside him, Zhuang Ian looked like he was about to cry. 152? He choked out, his voice thick with misery. "That's so much higher than mine." A small, confident smile played on Fangping's lips. "That's because I'm a lot stronger than you." The staff member was still wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at the computer screen. 3 years I've been doing this, she thought, and this is the first time I've ever seen a freshman with a bonus score that high. Fangping politely broke the silence. "Excuse me, ma'am. I was just wondering, besides exchanging them for pills, what else can academic points be used for?" She finally turned her gaze to him and answered directly, "Pretty much everything. From small things like food and lodging to major things like access to training facilities or borrowing high-end auxiliary equipment. Simply put, here at Manhwa, there's nothing academic points can't solve." She continued, giving Fangping the full rundown. "Also, you can exchange points in cash. 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan, and 30,000 yuan can be exchanged for 1 point. Zhuang Ian, his face already a mess of bruises, started flailing his arms around. "What a total rip-off. You only get 10,000 when you sell a point, but it costs 30,000 to buy one back. 30,000 for 1 credit. The female staff member frowned, chiding him. "You don't have to do that. The school doesn't encourage students to buy credits with money. We only offer this because some students wouldn't even have enough credits to eat otherwise. It's an opportunity for kids from well-off families like you." Su Yuan flushed, quickly defending himself. "Hey, don't say it like that. It's not like I was actually planning on buying any." Even the wealthiest families would go broke spending like this, Fangping thought with a helpless chuckle. He pulled up his system's stats panel, his expression turning serious. "Good thing I earned a decent amount of wealth right when the semester started. And with that chi and blood pill from earlier, my total wealth has shot up by over 4 million. A grin spread across Fangping's face. "Yeah, this should last me a while." "Fangping, what are you grinning about like an idiot?" Su Yuan said, pointing over his shoulder. "I'm going to go exchange some elixirs. You coming?" Fangping looked back at him. "Sure." Following a sign down the hall, they arrived at the resource exchange. The staff member there handed them a list of available elixirs with a warm smile. "We don't offer the full exchange menu to freshmen," he explained, "but for those of you below rank -3, this should be more than enough." He then pointed out 3 specific elixirs. "To break through to the martial artist realm, you'll need 1 rank -1 chi and blood pill, 1 rank -1 bone tempering pill, and 1 rank -1 internal organ protection pill. Taking all 3 before your attempt is the safest method there is." The man rubbed his hands together, a practiced, commercial smile on his face as he watched the two boys scan the list. And the whole set will only cost you 45 credits. That's exactly why the school starts you off with a base of 50. He stared at the list, lost in thought. A rank -1 organ-protecting pill, market price 2 million. But here it was only 60 credits, the equivalent of 600,000. A sly grin spread across his face as he glanced over at Kang Yuan. Heh, I could totally just buy these pills and flip them for a profit. It would even boost my wealth value. This is a golden opportunity. Kang Yuan shivered as if sensing the predatory gaze fixed on him. Later that night, Fangping tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. He frowned, his mind on the system. If I didn't have this, there's no way I could have beaten those twice-tempered martial artists today. He pictured the brutal clash with Zhao Lei again. Martial artists start by tempering the bones of a single limb, strengthening everything else from there. The image of their fists colliding flashed in his mind. No matter how impressive my thrice-tempered body is, it's still just that. Head-on, my bone density just can't compare to theirs. Frustrated, Fangping shoved his face into his pillow. He slowly closed his eyes, a new resolve hardening within him. This isn't good enough. First thing tomorrow, I'm finding Instructor Lu. I need to break through to rank -1 and fast. The next morning, Fangping showed up at Lu Fengru's house. She was still half asleep when she answered the door. You're early. His eyes accidentally drifted down to her chest, where her loose robe revealed an enticing glimpse of her cleavage. Fangping's face flushed crimson and he bit his lip, trying to force his gaze away. Noticing his stare, Lu Fengru's brow furrowed. She grabbed him by the collar, her voice sharp with irritation. Get a good look. Want to get a little closer, student? Fangping stayed silent, his eyes darting away as his mind reeled. This instructor, she's way too forward. Does she have no filter at all? Ignoring the other man, Fang Nhu turned and went inside. She waved for Fangping to follow. Come on in and close the door behind you. He hesitated for a moment before replying, okay. A moment later, she was sitting with her arms crossed, looking straight at him. Cutting right to the chase, she asked, all right, spit it out. What brings you here so early? Hearing her question, Fangping pressed his lips together, hesitating. After a moment of thought, he firmed his resolve. I want to break through and become a martial artist. As if she'd expected his answer, she smirked playfully. And here I thought you were going to hold out for a fourth bone tempering kid. He didn't take it as a joke. No matter how strong a non-martial artist is, he said seriously, they're still just a non-martial artist. An image of his desperate struggle against other martial artists flashed through his mind. After a long night of reflection, Fangping was finally ready to admit his shortcomings to Fang Nhu. I used to think that with 3 temperings I was already pretty strong, but after yesterday's fight, I finally understand the gap between me and a real martial artist. He hesitated before continuing. My vitality is high, but it's thin. My attack power is low, and my body just can't keep up with their pace. She was very satisfied with his answer. Honestly, she said, choosing to break through now is the right call. Fang Nhu raised an eyebrow, her tone matter-of-fact. You already know how difficult it is to temper your entire skeleton. Trying to push for a 4th full-body tempering would be a waste of time. It wouldn't do you any good. But it's different once you reach rank -1. Then you can choose to temper a single limb up to 90%. She continued her lesson. That's when the advantage of your 3 temperings will really show. Your training from then on will be much simpler than it is for others, because you'll only have to temper what's left. Another hour should be plenty, Fuang Nhu said softly to Fangping. Since you've practiced the bone tempering method, you know it only works on the main meridians, don't you? I do, he replied concisely. She carefully explained. Non-martial artists who use the bone tempering method only temper the 14 main meridians that run through the body. But when you break through to rank -1, you open even more, allowing for a much deeper tempering of your vitality. After her explanation, Fuang Nhu suddenly asked, Did you bring the pills? Startled, he stammered. Why, yeah, I brought them. Fangping pulled out a hoard of different pill bottles, spreading them across the table. At the sight, she tried to stifle her laughter, her body trembling with the effort, but she couldn't hold it back. She slapped her thigh and roared with laughter. You brought way too many? Fangping rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. Is it really that funny? Tears were streaming down Fuang Nhu's face. Wiping them away, she gasped. In all my life, I, Lu Fuang Nhu, have never seen a student so afraid of dying. Seriously, with your foundation, you don't need any of this. Your chances of success are already incredibly high. Fangping just gave her a thumbs up. Better safe than sorry. If these pills guarantee a 100% success rate, he thought grimly, I'm not about to risk even a 1% chance of failure. Fuang Nhu sighed, looking resigned. That reminds me, watching your fight yesterday, I'm guessing you're tempering your lower limbs, correct? Fangping closed his eyes, centering himself to begin cultivating under her tutelage. All right then, you need to memorize this sequence, she warned. First, open the main meridians in your lower limbs. Only after you've fully completed that can you re-enter them. If you mess up the order and cripple yourself, don't come crying to me that I didn't warn you. His brow furrowed in concentration as he guided his vitality according to her instructions, committing every word to memory. As chi and blood converged, pumping rhythmically through his meridians, Feng Ru sat cross-legged nearby, quietly observing Fangping. Looking at him, he could probably break through without even taking a chi and blood pill, she thought. The moment the thought crossed her mind, Fangping snatched a pill and swallowed it. Feng Ru had to stifle a laugh. He's so afraid of dying. This kid really is a rare talent, but just as quickly as it came, her cheerful mood plummeted. A wave of sadness washed over her. Weren't all my students geniuses? Her mind drifted back to a simple, humble hut, a warm and cozy shelter she shared with her students during missions. Then came the memory of scolding one of them for slacking off in their training, followed by a meal filled with laughter as they fought over the last piece of meat. The warmth of those memories was shattered by images of their brutal slaughter at the hands of ruthless villains. A precious photograph of them all, curling into ash in the flames. The memory of herself, crying hysterically in the pouring rain, flashed through her mind. She could almost feel the cold mud on her knees as she knelt in despair before their graves, her own name a desperate scream tearing from her throat. Lu Fengru. Back in the present, Fengru trembled, biting her lip so hard it could have bled. You can't, she told herself, you can't get too attached to another student. Not again. While she was lost in her painful memories, Fangping's cultivation reached a critical point. The chi and blood around his body surged violently. The system panel flashed in his mind. Kai and blood, minus 53, Kai and blood. Plus 30, mentality, minus 17, mentality. Plus 9, wealth. 640,000, Kai and blood, 145, 238, mentality. 189, 219. His eyes snapped open. Fangping's lifeblood stabilized, coalescing in his heart. A notification from the system chimed in. You have advanced to a rank -1 martial artist. He said nothing, simply staring down at his hands in silence, waiting for the surging aura of his lifeblood to recede. A triumphant shout echoed in his mind. I did it, I broke through. Ma'am, I did it, I broke through. Fangping called out, unable to contain his excitement. But Feng Nhu showed no hint of celebration. Her voice was cold as she spoke. What's there to get so worked up about? You've already completed 3 rounds of bone tempering. Breaking through to a martial artist was inevitable. She crossed her arms, urging him on. Your meridians have just been cleared. Use a standard lifeblood pill to replenish your energy. Let's see what your upper limit is. Yes, ma'am. Fangping happily complied. He quickly popped a standard lifeblood pill into his mouth. Instantly, his stats updated on the system panel. Wealth, 640,000. Vitality, 185, 239 plus 40. Mentality, 189, 219. Fangping's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the numbers. Did I really burn through that much vitality? A single pill wasn't even enough to top me off. He groaned, his heart aching at the cost. I'll just have to use my wealth points to recover. Gotta be more careful with the pills. Meanwhile, Feng Nhu's eyes shot open in surprise. She could see the lifeblood energy surging around Fangping, recovering at an incredible rate. This kid's recovery speed is insane, she thought, her brow furrowing. Is his absorption rate for pills really that high? Or was it like this for all 3 rounds of his bone tempering? Completely oblivious, Fangping just scratched his head and let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, Feng Nhu's voice cut through his thoughts. Fangping, you just broke through today. Go home, rest, and acclimate yourself to your new level of power. The word had barely left her lips before she corrected herself. No, come see me on Saturday. As a new student, I'll teach you a few moves to keep yourself alive. Fangping smirked. All right. Awesome. I can't believe I'm already getting to learn cultivation techniques. A little later, out in the schoolyard, Zhao Lei stared in disbelief after hearing the news. Fangping, you're a total monster. It's only been 2 days since school started and you've already broken through to martial artist. Fangping just shrugged. It was no big deal. I've already tempered my bones 3 times, so breaking through was pretty simple. Zhao Lei shot him a dark, suspicious glare. Be real with me. Are you using some kind of cheat? Fangping laughed nervously. A cheat? What, you think this is some kind of game? He played it cool, but inside he was practically weeping. Of course I am, and it's a pay-to-win cheat that's bleeding me dry. I don't care about any of that, Zhao Lei said, waving his hands dismissively. Point is, you're treating me to dinner tonight. We're going to cafeteria number 2. The area around cafeteria number 2 was completely deserted. Fangping raised an eyebrow, his confidence unshaken. And here I thought you were going to ask for some fancy gourmet meal. It's just the school cafeteria. Go nuts. Order anything you want, my treat. But the moment they stepped inside, he froze. His own words echoed in his ears, mocking him. My treat, treat. He stared at the menu, so horrified he could have coughed up blood. Braised fish with spirit mushroom, 1888. Stewed sea cucumber, 2888. Ginseng chicken feet, 39.99. Seared steak, 19.99. His heart bled as he screamed internally. These prices are insane. This isn't a cafeteria, it's a damn stick-up. Zhao Lei slung an arm around Fangping's shoulders, grinning from ear to ear. Cafeteria number 2 is exclusively for us martial arts students. See? Every single dish is infused with vitality pills. Not that expensive, I grumbled, my voice rising in frustration. What does your family send you an allowance in the millions? He glanced over at me, lowering his voice. Come on, don't be like that. Money's still money, you know. Even if my family was loaded, we couldn't afford to eat like this all the time. While talking, Zun Yuan was already piling a few more plates of food onto his tray. He grinned cheekily and emphasized, and this one's on you? Already annoyed, I felt my temper flare. Damn it, Zun Yuan, take it easy. Save some for everyone else. Cafeteria number 2 was spacious but almost completely empty. As Zun Yuan and I were eating in a corner, Ying Wen's group suddenly approached with their trays. He spoke in a loud, mocking tone. Well, if it isn't Fangping, the king of the freshmen. Zun Yuan and I glanced over. Ying Wen's voice took on a strange, unsettling edge. You know Wang Jinyang, right? I let out a soft sigh, knew this was coming. I didn't answer right away, calmly setting my chopsticks down first. Only then did I finally speak, my voice slow and measured. First, yes, I know Wang Jinyang, but if you want revenge, you should go find him. He has way too many enemies for me to deal with. I then casually brought up Fu Feng as a warning to Ying Wen's crew. Second, my instructor is a martial arts champion with a grandmaster for a backer. Think carefully before you start something. He just kept smiling, listening in silence as I continued. Third, you're all third ranks. I just broke through to first rank. The school won't let you get away with picking on me over a rank difference. My eyes narrowed with a murderous glint as I stared him down, drawing out my words. And fourth, this is the dorm area. Fighting is strictly forbidden. After I finished speaking, he simply stood there. Not bad at all. You really live up to the name King of the Freshmen. Yang Wen flashed a wicked grin. So about that debt Wang Jinyang owes, you willing to take on a share? Fangping didn't show the slightest hint of fear, instead shooting a question right back at him. And if I say no, you just let me off the hook. One of the guys behind Yang Wen couldn't stay quiet any longer. Hey, no need to be so dramatic. It's kind of an unwritten rule around here. The upperclassmen have to put the freshmen in their place. The other lackey, practically seething, roared, You little shit. You just got here and you're already acting like you own the place. Even if it wasn't for Wang Jinyang, we'd still be coming for you. A satisfied smile spread across Yang Wen's face as his lackeys backed him up. How about this? He said, his tone deceptively friendly. You just had your breakthrough, so we won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 1 month. After that, a rank -1 martial artist will come challenge you. Sound fair? Fangping raised an eyebrow. You mean a life-or-death match? Yang Wen shrugged nonchalantly. It won't come to that. We're all MCMAU students here, no need for things to get that ugly. Then his gaze hardened, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Of course, he added, his voice dropping low, accidents happen. Fists and feet don't have eyes. A few broken bones are hard to avoid. His words were a blatant provocation, thinly veiled in false concern. A 3-time tempered rank -1 isn't that far from a peak rank -1, right? The king of the freshmen has to live up to his title after all. Yang Wen leaned in closer. So, Fangping. What do you say? Fangping was completely unfazed. Whatever, he said with a dismissive shrug. Do what you want. Having gotten what he wanted, Yang Wen didn't waste another moment on Fangping and Su Yuan. He and his crew turned and walked away. All right, we're out. It's a deal. Eat up, juniors, we'll see you next month. Yang Yuan waited until they were gone, then anxiously cried out, "Why did you accept? You could have just ignored them. It's not like they would have dared to do anything to you." Fangping, however, wasn't worried in the slightest. He just said something completely unrelated. "I want to see for myself." Still reeling, Yang Yuan was completely baffled by his words. Fangping calmly picked up some food, a chillingly confident look on his face. He repeated softly, "I want to see what a true martial artist is really like, and what a real bloody battle feels like." Sometime later at the new student training hall, the moment Fangping stepped inside, he noticed someone else was already there. "Someone else is here," he thought in surprise. A closer look revealed it was Zhao Zumei. It's her. He remembered her as the other student who chose Lu Fengru during the academy selection. Fangping sighed to himself. "I figured Lu Fengru was just calling me in to get started. I didn't expect she'd call someone else too." Putting on a friendly smile, he walked over. "Hi, I'm Fangping. We're in the same class." She returned the smile and shook his hand, introducing herself simply. "Zhao Zumei?" A full minute ticked by. The two of them just stood there, frozen, still shaking hands without saying a word. Fangping struggled to keep the smile plastered on his face, but inside he was screaming. "This is so damn awkward. Where is Lu Fengru? Should I say something? What do I even say?" Just as his thoughts were spiraling, Zhao Zumei spoke. Fangping, you can let go of my hand now." Startled, Fangping yanked his hand back. "Oh, sorry," he stammered, embarrassed. She didn't seem to mind at all. Curious, she came over and asked, "I heard you're challenging the upperclassmen in a month." He answered her honestly enough, but Tayet Mai's expression grew worried. "But a lot of them are already at the peak of the first grade," she reminded him. "You might be the strongest in our year, but you're no match for them." Fangping just smirked, scratching the back of his neck. We'll see when the time comes." Tayet Mai froze. "You don't seem worried at all." Just then, a sharp voice cut through their conversation as Feng Nhu walked through the door. "Having a nice chat, are we?" The light-hearted mood vanished. Fangping and Tayet Mai straightened up, their expressions turning serious. "Instructor Feng," she walked past him, her voice flat. "I already know about the challenge. You accepted it yourself. No one's going to stop you." Feng Nhu glanced back at Fangping, her words laced with disappointment. "I thought you were one to value your life. Turns out you're just as foolish as the rest." "We're all first grade," Fangping said, his voice firm with resolve. "I want to see how I measure up. It's better than them constantly provoking me." Feng Nhu seemed to lose interest in the topic. "Perhaps," she said dismissively. She walked over to a thick wooden post. "The reason I called you two here today is because you are now official martial artists, and that means sooner or later you will have to step onto a battlefield." Her tone turned ice cold. "So today you will learn how to kill your enemies, and how to stay alive." The moment the words left her mouth, Feng Nhu's leg shot out in a powerful kick, slamming into the post with incredible force. The outer layer of wood splintered and exploded outward. Then, in a flash, she struck again. Before Tayet Mai and Fangping's astonished eyes, a second kick blasted a gaping hole straight through the pillar. Fangping could only stare, his eyes wide in disbelief. "My God, I thought it was just an ordinary kick, but it went straight through a solid wooden pillar." After completing the series of movements, Feng Nhu calmly crossed her arms and began to lecture the two of them. That was a move from a kicking style known as Zhu Q. As the name, piercing kick, suggests, its essence lies in the word pierce. She slowly and meticulously broke down every detail. You condense your chi and blood to a single point and unleash it explosively, coordinating the power with your tempered bones. You strike directly at the opponent's vital points: the temple, the throat, the heart, the groin. The goal, she stated, is to take their life in a single kick. Horrified, Zumei stammered, Ma'am, if you used this on a person, would they really die?" Feng Nhu's face hardened as she barked. "What a foolish question. Combat arts are killing arts. They were created for that very purpose." She stood before them, arms still crossed. "You two need to realize that from the day you stepped into this martial university, you stopped being ordinary students. You will have to fight on the line between life and death." Her voice was sharp. "Never treat any fight like a childish brawl. When you step onto the dueling platform, it is a death match. A fight to the death." Zumei fell silent, listening to her instructor's harsh words. "It doesn't matter if your opponent is a classmate or a friend," Feng Nhu continued, her tone turning cold as steel as she offered a stark example. "If one day, Fangping, you have no choice but to face Wang Jinyang on that platform." Through her words, a scene materialized. the two of them radiating intense killing intent, locked in a ferocious battle. You must win, even if it means killing him. Feng Nhu stepped closer to Fangping. Consider this challenge of yours a trial mission, she said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her voice was filled with expectation. If you win, I'll give you a reward. Payoff, Fangping gracefully channeled power into the sole of his foot. After a long, intense session, he paused, closing his eyes and letting out a long, slow breath. Feng Nhu clapped as she walked over, a look of approval on her face. Not bad, you're a quick study. He scratched his head. It's actually pretty simple once you get the hang of gathering, condensing, and releasing the force. Behind him, Zume, who was still trembling as she practiced, overheard him. Her shoulders slumped. Simple, I can't even get the gathering part right. Am I just that stupid? Fangping chuckled as if it were obvious. It's not that you're stupid, you just can't compare people like that. Some of us are just born smarter. At that, she snapped. Gritting her teeth, her face a mask of pure annoyance, she ripped off a shoe and hurled it at his head. Fangping yelped, ducking just in time as it sailed past. Zume shot him a furious glare and flipped him the bird. Just you wait, I'll master this in no time. Feng Nhu casually stepped in. Zume, don't get caught up in Fangping's pace. That kid's a freak of nature. What you need to do is focus on your own breathing and rhythm. Her words hit home. Zume stood tall, her eyes blazing with renewed determination. Yes, ma'am. With that, she threw herself back into her training. I was just trying to cheer her up, Fangping thought, completely baffled. Why did she get so mad? Feng Nhu let out a deep, weary yawn. All right, Fangping, run it again. I'll point out what you're doing wrong. Okay, he stammered, then slowly began to gather the energy in his leg. He skillfully focused the power into the tips of his toes, his concentration absolute. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, he unleashed the attack on his target. A massive surge of force erupted. Feng Nhu stared, her eyes wide with shock. Are you insane? He slammed his foot into the wooden pillar, but it didn't even budge. The impact sent a jolt of agony through Fangping, his face twisting as his whole body trembled. She exploded in frustration at his ignorance. I told you to train. Who told you to kick the pillar? Feng Nhu pointed at Fangping, using him as a prime example for the other student. Zume, watch. For a rankman 6 like me, this is effortless. But a kid like him, how long has he been training that he thinks he can just try this? Zume, you remember this. If your bone density isn't high enough, you'll end up just like that idiot over there. Oh, she chirped in understanding. Pale as a ghost, Fangping collapsed to his knees, clutching his trembling leg. Hey, he managed to say, his voice strained, you don't have to make me out to be the villain here. Feng Nhu let out a weary yawn. That's it for today. Go home and absorb what you've learned. We'll continue tomorrow. Suddenly, Fangping's curiosity got the better of him. Instructor Lu, what's this big reward you were talking about? She waved a dismissive hand over her shoulder, not even bothering to look back. She was determined to keep it a secret. You'll find out when you win the match in a month. As if suddenly remembering something, Feng Nhu stopped in her tracks. She glanced back over her shoulder and added, almost forgot. Go to the logistics department and get yourself a pair of alloy-tipped leather boots. He didn't answer, his mind already racing. So she wants me to fight wearing a pair of sharp-toed boots. If my kicks could be as powerful as what she just showed me, she could kick a hole right through an opponent with a single blow. That evening, back in his dorm room at the Martial Arts University, a drama was playing on the TV. A woman's grief-stricken voice filled the room. Erkang, where are you? I can't see you. Fangping wasn't paying any attention. A gentle male voice replied from the screen, Ziwei, don't be afraid. I'm right here. He just stared at his phone, lost in thought. It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't called home since he'd left for school. Wondering how everyone was doing, he decided to call right then and there. As soon as the call connected, Fangping cheerfully said, Hello. A loud voice immediately boomed from the other end. Fangping, so you do remember how to call home? His face paled. He practically covered the receiver as he stammered, Hey, sis, I just forgot, that's all. On the other end, Fang Yuan's voice was filled with sadness and hurt. I thought tears and snot were streaming down her face. She choked back sobs, struggling to get the words out. I thought you didn't need us anymore. Hearing this, Fangping fell silent for a moment before gently consoling her. Silly girl, he said softly. How could I not need you guys? Are Mom and Dad doing okay? She sniffled, grabbing a tissue to wipe her nose. Yeah, they're fine. The adults in the room realized who Fang Yuan was talking to. Fang Shengrong's voice boomed cheerfully. Is that Fangping on the phone? He then added with a hint of reproach, "That kid, why is he only calling now?" Li Yuying gently defended him. "He must have been busy, dear." Back on the phone, Fangping asked his sister, "Hey, is that Uncle Tan I hear in the background?" Wiping away her tears, Fang Yuan replied, "MHM. Uncle Tan is visiting today." "Oh, cool," he said, pleased. "Tell him I said hi for me later. Oh, right, I've got some great news." Fang Ping sounded a bit sheepish. I had a breakthrough. I'm officially a martial artist now." On the other end of the line, his entire family gasped in unison. "What?" Fang Ping scratched his cheek, asking awkwardly, "So, what do you guys think?" In the middle of his excitement, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Fang Ping, can you hear me? It's your Uncle Tan Zhenping." Fang Ping's face lit up as he answered, "Yeah, Uncle Tan. It's been a while." Tan Zhenping's voice boomed with pride from the other end. "I can't believe you broke through so fast. School just started and you're already a rank -1. You're the pride of Yang City." Hearing the high praise, Fang Ping answered humbly, "It's really not that big of a deal. There are almost 100 martial artists in my freshman class at MCMAU. Breaking through now is pretty average, honestly. You're giving me too much credit." "Almost 100 martial artists in the freshman class?" Tan Zhenping gasped. "Wow, a top-tier university is really on another level." An enthusiastic voice cut in from the background. "Uncle Tan, let me talk to him. Let me talk to my brother for a sec." Tan Zhenping chuckled and handed the phone over to Fang Yuan, then slung an arm around Fang Mingrong's shoulder, leading him a short distance away. "Brother Fang, there's something I wanted to discuss with you," he said tactfully. "Now that Fang Ping is a martial artist, it doesn't seem right for you to still be working as a gatekeeper. I'll talk to HR tomorrow. The administrative office is short-staffed right now." Fang Mingrong was stunned. The administrative office? That's where all the leaders' secretaries and assistants work. How could they possibly be short-staffed? A wave of immense pride washed over him. "It's all thanks to my son. I finally have a chance to get a proper official position." Beaming with joy, Fang Mingrong thanked him profusely. "Thank you so much, Brother Tan." The next day, following Feng Niu's advice, Fang Ping went to the logistics department. He politely asked the staff member at the counter, "Excuse me, sir, could you make me a pair of alloy boots?" The man glanced at Fang Ping's ID and immediately shut him down. "You're not a martial artist yet. Only official martial artists can exchange for alloy weapons." Fang Ping's eyebrows shot up in confusion. "But I already broke through a few days ago." As the staff member put the items away in a cabinet, he patiently explained, "It's not as simple as just saying you've broken through. You need to go to the appraisal office on the second floor to get it verified. Once they upgrade your provisional martial artist certificate to an official one, then you can come back here." Looking down at his own certificate, Fang Ping finally understood. Ah, so that's how it works. A few moments later, he arrived at the appraisal office on the second floor. Just as he reached the door, he heard a voice from inside. "Thank you, sir." He was about to knock when the door swung open, revealing the person on the other side. It was none other than Yang Xiaoramen. Their eyes met. "Oh," Fang Ping said, surprised. An image flashed through his mind. Yang Xiaoramen, the girl who had ambushed him from behind during the academy placement matches. A sneer crept across her face. Well, if it isn't the freshman king, the great hero who isn't afraid to hit a girl during placements." She closed the distance between them, her voice dripping with scorn. "I hear you're challenging an upperclassman in a month." "Huh," she raised a mocking eyebrow. "You're not planning on challenging another girl, are you?" This girl has a real attitude problem, Fang Ping thought, annoyed. Still, he put on a pleasant smile. "You know, if that were an option, I wouldn't mind at all." He mimicked her taunting tone. "But what are you implying, Yang Xiaoramen? Are you saying girls aren't real martial artists? Or do you think female martial artists are a tier below the men? Sounds an awful lot like gender discrimination to me." Yang Xiaoramen's lips tightened with fury. Flustered, she jabbed a finger at his face. "Don't you dare put words in my mouth." Crossing her arms, she forced a strained smile, trying to save face. "The only reason you came out on top before," she declared loudly, "was because we were all new and inexperienced. The opponent in this challenge, opponents are seasoned veterans, the kind who have seen real bloodshed. You'd better be ready for a beating." Fang Ping lowered his head and chuckled softly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. "I don't find them all that scary, actually." Standing before Xiao Man, his confidence was almost tangible. In a place like Mo Wu, with all its resources, anyone who's still stuck at rank -1 is either too lazy to train or just doesn't have the talent for it. He raised a dismissive eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by his so-called challengers. What's so scary about people like that? Zio Man's brow furrowed. Underestimating your opponents will cost you, Fangping, she said, her tone serious. Hearing this, Fangping just smiled. Thanks for the heads up, he replied confidently, but I never underestimate anyone, and I certainly don't doubt my own abilities. A blush crept up Zio Man's face as if she was caught off guard by his charm. Annoyed, she spun around and stormed off. Fine, do whatever you want, a metal plaque on the heavy wooden door read, Testing Room. Fangping pushed it open and stepped inside. A white-haired man sat behind a desk. Fangping walked up to him. Hello, instructor. Rank -1? The man asked. Yes, sir, Fangping replied politely. In the center of the room stood a modern-looking, pale yellow machine fitted with a thick steel plate. The instructor picked up a wooden pointer and gestured toward it. Leave a mark on this plate and you'll officially be a rank -1 martial artist. Just leave a mark? Fangping asked. That's right, the man explained. Do it however you want. You can bite it, scratch it, whatever. As long as you leave a distinct mark, it proves you have the destructive power of a rank -1. If it's that straightforward, I might as well test out that new move I learned, Fangping thought. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick, slamming his foot into the machine. A deep dent instantly appeared on the steel plate. He drew his leg back. A few golden lights flickered across the plate's surface, as if the machine was assessing the impact. The circular button on the machine flashed green. All right, you're all set, the man said, typing away at his keyboard. He handed Fangping a black card. Here's your official martial artist ID. Your provisional one is no longer valid. For breaking through to first rank, the school awards you 50 credits, effective immediately. When you reach second rank, come back here for your assessment. Same goes for the lower third ranks. Fangping took the card, raising an eyebrow. What about the middle ranks? The man answered flatly. Don't get ahead of yourself. Worry about that when you actually get there. Fangping nodded with a smile. Yes, sir, thank you. It's nothing, the man replied, turning back to his computer. The moment Fangping left, the man broke into a cold sweat. His eyes darted to the machine, fixing on the deep dent in the steel plate. A freshman just broke through and he's already this strong. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Looks like MCMAU has some real monsters this year. Just then 2 young men walked in. One with blonde hair knelt and ran his fingers over the dented steel. His force is scattered, all brute strength, no finesse. About what you'd expect from someone who's only tempered one limb. He's not even close to a peak first rank. His companion scoffed. That kid is toast. The blonde-haired man stood up. Yeah, unless he can somehow hit peak first rank within a month. He turned away, adding, but come on, that's impossible. No one can reach the peak in just a month. As they walked out, the blonde-haired man said, Let's go. Tell the guys the duel is in the bag. We've got this. The other one laughed. I just hope they don't beat poor little Fangping up too badly. The old man, having overheard their entire conversation, took a slow sip from his hot teacup. A bunch of fools. Who in their right mind would use their full power on a simple rank assessment? His face remained impassive as he continued his thought. Smart of them to gather intel on an opponent, but this kind of shoddy. This faulty intel is going to get someone killed. That kid's kick a moment ago only registered around 200 points, but his actual vitality must be north of 240. He recalled the sight of Fangping kicking the steel plate. A smile touched his lips as he took a sip of tea. This year's Q-Jan competition was certainly going to be interesting. On the martial artist certificate, the details were clear. Fangping, gender, male, hometown Building 6, Jinghu District, Yangcheng City, Nanjiang Province. School, Magic City Martial Arts University. Rank -1 martial artist, thrice-tempered bones. After finishing his business, Fangping headed to a store. The clerk at the counter leaned over his computer. The boots you're looking for are classified as special weapons, he said, typing away. They have to be custom-ordered. It'll take about a week to get them. I see you're just a rank -1. An E-grade alloy should be plenty for you. The clerk listed out the costs as he calculated. A pair of 2 kg boots requires 20 academic credits, the leather is another 10 credits, and the custom labor fee is 10 credits. That brings the grand total to 40 academic credits. The clerk beamed, holding up the calculator for him to see. Fangping's eyes went wide. He broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself. That's insane. 40 credits, that's 1.2 million. 1.2 million for a pair of boots in my family's entire apartment is only worth a little over 800,000. He frowned, weighing his options. Still, I haven't learned any weapon techniques. Right now, my legs are the only thing I can count on to keep me alive. A solid pair of combat boots would be far more useful than a sword or saber I can't even handle properly. Finally, with a trembling hand, Fangping held out his martial artist ID. Okay, he said, his voice laced with reluctance. And I'll take a pair of D-grade alloy tiger claws, too. The clerk took the card from his tight grip. We've got those in stock, actually. A moment later, Fangping was holding a wooden box. Inside, a pair of alloy tiger claws gleamed with a brilliant luster. Staring at the exquisite weapon, he thought, I can't believe these little claws cost 10 academic credits all by themselves. He closed the lid. As Fangping walked out of the store, he had a smile on his face, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Tears welled in his eyes, his heart aching for the lost money. Why is being a martial artist so damn expensive? He thought. 50 points, gone in the blink of an eye. He had to go find Li Cheng's and see how the company was doing. He needed to start making some real money fast. He met him at a coffee shop, one with a logo of a girl in a crown. As soon as Fangping arrived, Li Cheng's called out, "Director Fang, over here." Fangping walked over and pulled out a chair. 2 cups of fragrant coffee were already on the table. It's a tiny company, he said. What's with the director stuff? Just call me Mr. Fang. Li Cheng scratched his head. All right, Mr. Fang. Fangping tapped a wooden box on the table. There are 10 standard qi and blood pills in here. I don't have a use for them right now. Sell them and use the cash to get the company running. He opened the box, revealing the round pills inside. Li Cheng's immediately slammed the lid shut. His brow furrowed as he spoke decisively. Mr. Fang, between business and the martial path, you must prioritize your training. Business is secondary. He continued, his voice firm, to sacrifice your cultivation resources for the sake of business. That's losing sight of what's truly important. Fangping just laughed. It's mainly because I don't need them anymore, he explained. I just had a breakthrough. Standard qi and blood pills are useless to me now. Li Cheng's jolted, stammering, "W what?" He stared in shock. You broke through? Fangping held his head high. That's right. Li Cheng slapped a hand over his mouth, his voice filled with unconcealed awe. Incredible, it's only been a week since the semester started and you've already broken through. You're a true martial artist. This will make expanding the business so much easier. Fangping picked up his coffee cup, then casually tossed something across the table. Li Cheng scrambled to catch it. Here you go, Director Li, Fangping said with a smile. In his palm lay a single pill, glossy brown and shaped like a chestnut. Inside it, Li Cheng stared at the small, round pellet. This is? Fangping smiled gently. Just a standard vitality pill. I told you, didn't I? As long as you do your job well, I'll make sure you become a martial artist in no time. Li Cheng's lips trembled. He shot to his feet, bowed deeply, and said in a loud, clear voice, Thank you, Mr. Fang. I, Li Cheng, swear I will give my all to the company. A week later, under a clear sky and a warm sun, Fangping found himself back at the shop. Now wearing the gray shoes, he remarked, These shoes aren't bad at all. He tapped them against the floor a few times. Even though they're metal, they feel surprisingly soft on my feet. Li Chengsheng stood with his arms crossed, looking as distinguished as ever despite his age. Of course they do, he replied. The Weapon Forging Institute at our Magic City Martial Arts University is second to none. He gestured with a wave of his hand. Come on. I'll take you to the testing grounds. All right, lead the way, Fangping said, following close behind. They entered a room where the walls were shattered and riddled with holes. Mangled, spiked steel plates were bolted to what remained of the surfaces. These steel plates all have the hardness of an F-grade alloy, Li Chengsheng explained. This place was built specifically for testing alloy weapons. Chunks were missing from the spiked metal balls hanging from the ceiling. Feel free to let loose in here. Sweat beaded on Fangping's forehead as he took in the destruction. Were all these marks really made by weapons? The room looked like a war zone. Cracks spiderwebbed from the walls to the floor, and alloy weapons of all kinds were displayed along the perimeter. From a hole in the wall, an old eye peered through, widening in surprise with a soft ooh. Li Chengsheng examined a section of the wall where a massive hole had been punched clean through by an immense force. He frowned in thought. That's some serious piercing power. A kicking technique, no doubt. He must be a beginner. But if he completely hones his leg bones, even rankminus, one martial artist would have to watch their step around him. A faint smile touched his lips at the thought. He placed one hand behind his back and casually tossed aside the broken piece of the wall he was holding. A heavy thud echoed from behind as a chunk of the wall crashed to the floor. Chang Sheng didn't look back, simply walking toward the main door. These new students, he mused, every year they get stronger. I can just take it easy and coast into retirement here. Inside the martial arts training hall, energetic shouts filled the air as students drilled relentlessly. September 30th. Zhu Mei and Fangping were both at practice. During a break, she watched him chug a bottle of water, wiping the sweat from her own face. "Hey, Fangping," she asked. "I haven't heard anything about your challenge. Did it get cancelled or something?" Fangping lowered his bottle. "Nah, it's tomorrow." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Tomorrow? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Where is it? I'll get Zio Man and the others to come cheer you on." But Fangping wasn't one for fanfare. "It's just some martial arts society business. Probably at their headquarters. It's not some big spectacle. Why would you bring people?" Zhu Mei clearly didn't agree. "We're classmates. We have the same instructor. I thought that made us pretty close, but you've got zero enthusiasm." Then a sly grin spread across her face. "Then again, I bet if it were a beauty like Zio Man or Yunzai, you'd be a lot more enthusiastic." Fangping shot her a side-eye. "You're overthinking it. It's not about looks." He paused. "Besides, you're not ugly." The unexpected compliment caught her completely off guard, and a blush instantly crept up her cheeks. Zhu Mei reached up, nervously tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Ah, really?" she stammered. The young man's warm voice was right next to her ear, his bright eyes fixed on hers. "Yeah." Those honey-sweet words made Zhu Mei's jaw drop. "Fangping," she murmured, a little dazed. But she hadn't even had 3 seconds to feel touched before the clueless guy finished his thought. It's just you're a little sloppy. Kinda careless, you know, like a guy." As some wise man once said, no matter how beautiful the compliment, the moment you add a "but," everything that came before it becomes worthless. Fangping's sincere encouragement was about as comforting as a splash of boiling water. Zhu Mei was fuming, and she absolutely let him have it. "So what you're saying is, not only am I ugly, but I'm so ugly I don't even look like a girl. Is that it?" Stunned by her outburst, Fangping scrambled to do damage control. "No, that's not what I meant. Why do you get mad every single time I try to cheer you up?" As they were squabbling, a familiar voice cut in from behind Zhu Mei. It was Lu Fengru. Arms crossed, she spoke with a chill in her voice. "You can head out early today. I need to have a word with Fangping." Just a moment ago, Zhu Mei had been a raging tiger, but the second she saw her instructor, she was as tame as a kitten. She answered with a crisp, "Yes, Instructor Lu." Once Zhu Mei was gone, Lu Fengru broke the silence. "Your stances are passable now," she began. "Tomorrow, just focus. Don't get distracted by anything else." Hearing that, Fangping's expression turned serious. "Understood." But then, in a departure from her usual tough demeanor, Lu Fengru added, "Once you're in the ring, life and death are up to fate. If you know you can't win, you're allowed to surrender." That's not like her at all, Fangping thought instantly. The warning in her tone was unmistakable. "We don't have any history, no grudges," he said. "Why would they actually try to kill me?" But then she laid out the real reason. "I did some digging on the students who organized this challenge. The one leading them is Liu Yongwen. He's a third year, a rank -3 martial artist." Fangping couldn't wrap his head around why this was happening. "Hold on," he asked, confused. "So he's a rank higher than Wang Jinyang. When Wang Jinyang came to challenge MCMAU, it had nothing to do with this guy, right? So why is he coming after me? He has a younger brother," Fu Changding began to explain the backstory, "who was also a top-tier student here at MCMAU. But last year, Wang Jinyang shattered his ribs. The kid's been in the hospital ever since." She looked over at Fangping, her expression serious. "I'm sure you know what this means. If you miss that golden window for training, your future in martial arts is basically over." "That Wang Jinyang?" Fangping grumbled to himself now that he understood the full picture. "He seems so cheerful and polite all the time, but damn, the guy doesn't know how to pull his punches. Look at all the trouble he's caused me. I'm definitely getting him back for this." "Here, take this," Fu Changding said, holding out a vibrant green pill. "It's a rank -2 vitality pill. It'll give you one explosive burst of power when you need it. As for whether it can trigger a full-on body outburst, that'll depend on your luck." Given that less than reassuring sales pitch, Fangping could only manage a strained smile. "Thanks, Instructor." "Man, Instructor Lu Fengru really doesn't pull any punches with her own students, does she?" he thought with a sigh. The next morning, October 7th, a voice echoed through the Martial Arts Society's headquarters. "Yanjai, an instructor is looking for you." The young woman they called Yanjai was in the middle of talking with another student. Hearing the call, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. A student dispute. What are the instructors doing here? Just coming to watch the show? The beautiful young woman with the ice-cold expression was Jo Yan, head of the Martial Arts Society's External Affairs Department. It seemed that when it came to their students, very few instructors could ever just stay away. The teacher at the head of the group spoke up, his tone dripping with disapproval. Well now, Student Chu, that's quite the attitude you've got there. Chu Yan remained as cold and detached as ever. I wouldn't dare, she said, her voice flat. It's merely a coincidence that one of your students, Teacher Zhang, is competing today. I trust all the teachers will abide by the rules and refrain from interfering. Her dismissive tone clearly got under Teacher Zhang's skin. The Martial Arts Society really doesn't know its place anymore. Chu Yan's expression hardened. This isn't a reminder, teacher. It's a warning. If you dare to interfere, the Martial Arts Society will not hesitate to act. Her blatant challenge sent the teacher into a rage. He snarled, Chu Yan. Despite the palpable tension, Chu Yan remained completely unfazed. She simply turned and walked away as if the entire confrontation had never happened. But her voice, drifting back over her shoulder, was a stark reminder that the conflict was far from over. The student body has entrusted the Martial Arts Society with maintaining order. If you have a problem with that, Teacher Zhang, you're free to file a complaint with the Academy administration. Down in the arena, Teacher Zhang was so furious he looked ready to explode. Held back by his colleagues, all he could do was roar, insolent brat. As soon as she was clear of the arena, Chu Yan turned to the subordinate who had been shadowing her every step. It seems senior brother Chen is back. Go find him. Tell him he's needed here to keep an eye on things. The young woman jotted it down. Yes, ma'am. Hearing her subordinate's confirmation, Chu Yan continued, also notify the other presidents and vice presidents. See who's available. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes went wide. She'd spotted something that made her stop dead. She immediately changed her order. Forget that, I'm going to get the dean. We need him to come take charge of this. With that, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before her. A woman strolled leisurely through the entrance to the stands. Lu Fengru? Zhang Yan thought to himself, even a 6th-rank peak master is here. Fengru looked like she was still half asleep. She covered her mouth with a hand, let out a big yawn, and greeted everyone. Mornin'. She glanced at Zhang Yan, sensing he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Why bother telling the dean? She said, descending the stairs. I'm not here to cause trouble. A 1st-rank student died, so what? Big deal. She casually took a seat in the stands, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Relax. The Martial Arts Society has me here. If Zhang Guohao and his cronies dare to interfere, I'll beat them to death. The words, spoken as lightly as a feather, landed with the weight of a mountain. Teacher Zhang's face went pale, and he growled through clenched teeth. Lu Fengru? As for Zhang Yan, he simply stood by and watched the show, knowing her pointed words were aimed elsewhere. It seemed Zhang Guohao wasn't even worth a direct mention in her eyes. She completely ignored him and turned back to Zhang Yan. Has the Martial Arts Society's Fangping arrived yet? Not yet, Zhang Yan replied curtly before turning on his heel and walking away. It was a disrespectful way to address an elder. Lu Fengru let out a cold smirk. Wow, the members of the Martial Arts Society are getting pretty arrogant these days. She then added, so where the hell did that brat Fangping run off to? Elsewhere, under a clear, cloudless sky, the silence at the end of a long corridor was broken. The soft patter of footsteps echoed clearly, shattering the sweet, private moment of a couple hiding nearby. 8:30, 10 minutes. Fangping panted, struggling to catch his breath. The Martial Arts Society in the north of the Martial Arts University, or was it the other way around? Damn it, which one is it? Given that our hero was completely lost, it was no surprise that the competition grounds of the Martial Arts Society were deserted. You can't exactly hold a match with only one person. Staring at the empty arena, the spectators in the stands were growing restless, their murmurs swelling into a roar. What's the holdup? Why hasn't it started yet? The Iron Skin Challenger is late. Don't tell me the freshman king chickened out and ran away. Just as the grumbling reached its peak, a door to the stands creaked open. The directionally challenged kid had finally found the right place. Fangping scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. He raised a hand in a clumsy wave. Sorry, this university is a maze, I couldn't find my way. My bad for being late. Zhu Ran's gaze fixed on Fangping as he slowly descended the stairs. Fangping, she asked, her voice cutting through the noise, this Iron Skin Challenge, did you agree to it voluntarily? He gave her a lazy, indifferent look. And what if I said I didn't? Hearing the clear dissatisfaction in his tone, the opponent's supporters shot to their feet, jabbing fingers at him. Hey, watch your mouth! You're the one who agreed to Q Zhan's challenge in the first place. Did someone put a knife to your throat? Seeing a brawl about to break out, Zhu Ran slammed her hand on the table and rose to her feet. Silence, she boomed, her glare swept over the instigators. I am speaking to Fangping. It is not your turn to speak. Her shout instantly turned the snarling mob as meek as lambs. Zhu Ran's voice then echoed throughout the Martial Arts Society Hall. Here at the university, we do not forbid iron skin challenges. We do not even forbid duels to the death. There is only one absolute rule: both parties must agree voluntarily. Her voice rang with authority. If one party does not consent, the challenge is not valid. That is the university's decree. The Martial Arts Society is sworn to uphold order. As such, everything must be conducted openly and with absolute fairness. Should anyone be forced into this, the society will intervene. After announcing the society's regulations for all to hear, Zhu Yan turned his attention back to the stage. Fangping, I will ask you one last time. Are you participating in this iron gauntlet of your own free will? In response, Fangping said nothing. He simply walked to the center of the arena with a deliberate pace. Only when he stopped did he finally speak. Of course, he said with a faint smirk, clasping his hands behind his back. No one forced me. This was my choice. From the judge's table, Zhu Yan nodded at the confirmation and opened a file. Given that you are a new student facing 4 opponents, the rules grant you certain privileges. You may propose reasonable conditions for this match. Fangping, do you have any requests? Fangping scratched his cheek, furrowing his brow as if he were actually considering it. Requests, huh? He mumbled. Anyone else would have politely declined, especially after acting so high and mighty just moments before. But this was Fangping. The moment he smelled an advantage, he didn't hesitate. First, he began, the upperclassmen are not allowed to use any weapons. This is just a challenge, after all. I'd hate for my seniors to accidentally hurt themselves. Second, I require each of them to provide me with 1 second-grade vitality pill. I'm just a weak freshman, you see, facing 4 people at once. I can't be expected to keep fighting without some medicinal support. Third, Zhu Yan had heard enough. He cut him off. What do the upperclassmen say to this? Being interrupted mid-sentence, Fangping's face soured. Hey, I wasn't finished, he snapped as the upperclassmen listened on, stunned by his sheer audacity. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to the man seated in the center. After a moment he frowned. 4 first-rank pills, take it or leave it. The one who had spoken was Liu Yangwen, a third-year student from the School of Weaponry and a rank -3 martial artist. Fangping put on a show of reluctance. Okay, deal, he said, but inside he was ecstatic. I can't believe it. I just threw a number out there and scored 4 first-rank blood and chi pills. These seniors are loaded. With the terms agreed upon, the referee immediately made the announcement. The match is set. Let the competition begin. At the referee's signal, a man slowly descended from the stands. His face was a mask of murderous intent, and each heavy step echoed with a thump on the arena floor. Fangping watched his opponent appear, giving him a lazy, half-lidded glance before speaking up. And what might your name be, senior? It was a perfectly ordinary question, but his dismissive expression stripped it of all courtesy. Despite the obvious disrespect, the man answered calmly, Chen Guolong, 3rd year School of Weaponry. Fangping let out a small, cold smirk. I'm a bit curious, he continued. I'm just a freshman who's never crossed you before, so why the challenge, senior? His first few words might have sounded like a simple question, but his next ones were like a dagger's thrust. The taunt was so blatant it left the other man speechless with rage. Don't tell me. King Yang of Nanwu beat you up too, Senior Chen. Seeing that his opponent wasn't quite at the breaking point, Fangping twisted the knife. I mean, I'd get it if he beat you, but King Yang and I, we're not exactly. We're not the same person. You shouldn't use me as a replacement. I don't suppose Senior Brother Chen actually intends to hurt me, does he? He smiled, his eyes crinkling in a way that seemed perfectly friendly, but his words were anything but. Guolong's face flushed red with anger, leaving him utterly speechless. Seeing the two of them just standing there, dragging their feet, the naturally short-tempered Feng Nhu couldn't take it anymore. She scowled and yelled, either fight or forfeit, what's with all the damn chatter? Feng Nhu's outburst was all it took. A switch flipped in the crowd, and they immediately erupted in chaos. Yeah, that's right. This guy talks too much. If you're gonna fight, then fight. If not, then get off the stage. Sensing the crowd's growing impatience, Fangping puffed out his chest and declared with confidence, "Fine, then. I forfeit." Guolong seemed taken aback by his decisive surrender. He frowned. "You want a forfeit?" Fangping tilted his head with a grin. "Well, they're all at the peak of rank -1, and I just barely broke through. Besides, I already got the elixirs I wanted, so there's no harm in forfeiting now, right?" Zhang Ran offered some well-meaning advice. "Forfeiting is your right, of course, but have you really thought this through? Showing fear before you've even fought is a bad omen for your martial path." Hearing this, Fangping flashed an impossibly innocent smile. "What choice do I have? They're all peak rank ones. What if they use this as an excuse to kill me? Forfeiting now is the smartest move, isn't it?" That was the last straw for Yang Wen, who was watching from below the stage. He couldn't hold back any longer. He shot to his feet, roaring, "Fangping! What the hell are you getting at?" A smug smirk spread across Fangping's face. "I just want to ask one thing," he replied smoothly. "Are you planning to kill me or not?" His playful expression vanished in an instant. As he spoke, his face became dead serious, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The accusation hit Yang Wen like a dagger to the heart. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Accidents happen during a match. No one wants to kill anyone, but sometimes you can't hold back. It's unavoidable." Hearing this, Fangping's expression immediately softened into his usual friendly, harmless look. "Ah, I understand now, Senior Liu. If that's the case, then I suppose I don't have to worry so much." He ran a hand through his hair with a helpless sigh and continued, "Honestly, I'm a really simple guy. Growing up, I couldn't even bring myself to hurt a fly. Wang Jinyang talks about fighting our way up the martial path, but how am I supposed to do that? All I want is to train in peace and maybe get a few more resources. My own instructor tells me I have to fight when it's time to fight, that I shouldn't be such a pushover. I don't think I'm a pushover," he added. "I'm just not used to all this." The more he spoke, the more Feng Enhu's anger visibly simmered. The students sitting near her shrank back, too terrified to even breathe. And it wasn't just Feng Enhu. A frustrated murmur was spreading through the crowd. "Is he gonna fight or just talk all day? Yeah, get on with it. If you're not gonna fight, then get off the stage. Stop wasting our time with all this nonsense." Ignoring the crowd's complaints, Fangping continued his long-winded speech. "This is the first time I've ever met any of you seniors. The grudge between you and Wang Jinyang, it really has nothing to do with me, does it?" he went on. "But it looks like I'm the one getting caught in the crossfire. I'm not going to point fingers and say who started what." This speech was clearly starting to grate on people's nerves. Guolong had heard enough. He cut him off sharply. "Are you going to forfeit or are you going to fight?" After all that beating around the bush, Fangping finally made his choice. "If I forfeit, you'll just come after me again anyway, won't you? Why even bother picking a fight? Wouldn't it have been better to just admit defeat?" Seeing that the two had finally decided to fight, Zhang Ran wasted no time and shouted, "Match, begin!" She was afraid that if she didn't get things started, she'd have to listen to Fangping's endless rambling for who knows how long. The second Zhang Ran's voice faded, someone made a move. A leg swung forward, moving so fast it was nothing but a blur. A closer look revealed it was Fangping, kicking straight at his opponent, Guolong. Guolong, completely unfazed by the attack, immediately threw up his left arm to block. As the kick closed in, a sinister smirk spread across his face. "I've tempered my entire upper body, as if I can't block a single kick from you." But reality delivered a harsh blow. Guolong's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe what was happening. Fangping's kick had torn right through his guard. The moment the tip of his shoe met Guolong's left arm, blood sprayed into the air. The force was so immense that when Fangping pulled his foot back, a deep crater-like wound was left in Guolong's arm. In disbelief that he couldn't even block a single kick, Guolong furiously swung his arm and roared, "Shameless!" But his wild swing was like swatting at a fly. Fangping had already pulled his leg back, dodging with ease. Without pause, Fangping began to circulate his power, channeling all his qi and blood into his fists for the next attack. Once he'd gathered enough energy, he brought his fists together, held vertically, and thrust them violently toward Guolong. With his left arm injured from the last blow, Guolong could only raise his right to defend. One attacked, the other defended. In the split second that the steel self-defense ring on Fangping's finger made contact, the sheer force behind Guolong's arm was immense, and every impact echoed with a heavy thud. "This can't go on," Guolong roared, "Fangping!" as he channeled all his power into his free arm. Veins bulged across his limb. a clear sign of the terrifying amount of energy he was gathering. His overflowing chi even crackled around his fist like miniature lightning. In the blink of an eye, Fangping instantly threw his entire body back, letting the powerful strike slice through empty air with a fierce whistle. Of course, this was exactly what Gyul Long was waiting for. A sneak attack from behind. If I catch you, you're finished. With that thought, his other hand snapped into a claw, striking straight for Fangping's left leg. Just as he thought victory was his fingers closed on nothing but air. Fangping's leg was gone. It was all a feint. The low attack was never the real threat. Using his right foot as a pivot and his left hand to launch himself upward, Fangping spun in a tight arc. In an instant, his left leg had switched positions, now scything straight for Gyul Long's head. Gyul Long was still focused on his failed grab, his head completely exposed. Before he could react, the tip of Fangping's boot slammed directly into his temple. As Fangping retracted his leg, a spray of crimson erupted from the point of impact. It was a fatal blow. A few garbled syllables escaped Gyul Long's throat before he fell silent. By the time Fangping's feet were planted firmly back on the ground, Gyul Long had already collapsed, his life extinguished. Only cold indifference remained in the young man's eyes, a chilling, ruthless gaze. He glanced back as if to make sure his prey was truly down. Gyul Long couldn't be more dead. Crimson blood slowly trickled from the wound on his temple. The vast space fell eerily silent. So silent, in fact, that the hurried footsteps of the medical team echoed with stark clarity. Zyro Man and Zume, seeing a dead body for the first time, stared wide-eyed, trembling. Zume was so terrified it took her a moment to stammer out a single sentence. He's dead. Seeing their friend draw his last breath right on the stage, the senior students' faces darkened, their teeth grinding with fury. They could only stare at their friend's body, slowly growing cold on the stage, rendered completely speechless. As the medics draped a white sheet over Gyul Long's body, Fangping thought to himself, "I'm sorry." Old memories replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film. He remembered the warm, peaceful days of his past. He saw his father laughing with a neighborhood policeman. He remembered his mother, excitedly picking out the best cuts of meat at the market to cook a delicious meal for the family. And his little sister, Fang Yuan, who was barely a pipsqueak back then. Even when eating her favorite snack, she would always remember to save a little for her big brother. They were the softest part of his heart, the people he wanted to protect for the rest of his life. That's why, when faced with the choice between killing and being killed, Fangping could only choose the former. "I'm so damn scared of dying," he thought. Maybe it was because this was his first time taking a life. Even though he'd made the choice, he couldn't escape the psychological toll. He lowered his head slightly. "I didn't mean to kill him. My strength is still limited." But before he could finish his sentence, Yang Wen cut him off. He cut in, though clearly reluctant, he had to maintain an air of impartiality. "There's no need for such words. Once you step into the arena, you accept the consequences, life or death." Fangping lowered his gaze and gave a slight nod. "My apologies, I spoke out of turn." Then he looked up. "Now shall we continue?" Not wanting anyone to think the senior students were taking advantage, Yang Wen deliberately asked, "You're not going to rest?" But Fangping, who looked completely drained just a moment ago, now stood as if nothing had happened. He even shot a taunt at his opponents. "Don't bother booking your ride home for this afternoon. Let's just fight to the death and be done with it." The sheer confidence in his voice was a blatant challenge. One of the senior students couldn't take it anymore. Planting his hands, he vaulted onto the arena. "You're way too cocky," he yelled back. At the same time, he introduced himself. "Zhang Yue, third year from the School of Weaponry. Earlier this year, Wang Jinyang broke half my ribs," he declared. "I couldn't cultivate for 6 months because of him. That means my path as a martial artist was cut in half." His voice was laced with bitterness. "For people like me, with limited talent and no powerful family backing us, I hope to graduate as a third-rank martial artist. Now I might be stuck at first rank for the rest of my life. Wang Jinyang is about to reach 4th rank. I'll never get the chance for revenge against him." As he spoke, he began to walk slowly toward Fangping. "Since he's the one who taught you your martial arts," he continued, "it's only right that I take my revenge on you." The more Zhang Yue spoke, the more righteous he felt, and his voice grew stronger with conviction. "Either I kill you or you kill me. This is just settling a score, plain and simple, a debt of vengeance paid in blood. I have no friends, no family of martial artists. If I die here today, the grudge dies with me." Hearing this, Fangping replied with matching formality, We're not so different, you and I. Wang Jinyang might not help me. Even if you beat me to death, you probably won't be in any real danger. The opening act is over. Zhou Yan seized the moment and bellowed, "Begin!" The second his voice faded, Gu Wei channeled all his strength into his arm, launching a punch straight at Fangping's chest. It seemed he'd learned from his teammates' passivity in the first round. Gu Wei was taking the offensive, determined to force Fangping onto the back foot, and his gambit paid off. Caught off guard, Fangping had no time to launch a counterattack and could only cross his arms in an X to block the blow. But that hasty defense was a fatal mistake. Gu Wei had already gauged his opponent's strength and decided to go all out from the very beginning. A dizzying flurry of fists rained down on Fangping. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Fangping scrambled to defend himself, completely unable to find an opening to break the onslaught. From the stands, Zuman watched Fangping's desperate situation, her brow furrowed with worry. "Xiaoman," she asked, is someone going to die this time?" Seeing the brutal, no-holds-barred exchange, it wasn't hard for Xiaoman to guess the outcome. 8 or 9 times out of 10, she replied grimly. "Yes." Back in the ring, a smug smile spread across Gu Wei's face as he felt victory inching closer. Fangping is just a newly minted first-rank martial artist, he thought. His chi and blood are limited. All I have to do is play it safe and steady, and I can wear him down until he collapses. This war of attrition was a disaster for Fangping. All he could do was defend, and as time ticked by, his chances of winning dwindled. By now, Fangping's face was deathly pale. Sweat streamed down his skin like a river as he gasped for breath. Panting, Fangping stared intently at his opponent. Across the stage, Zhang Guwei saw the boy was an arrow at the end of its flight and immediately sized up his condition. He won't last much longer. With a roar, he shouted, "Let's see how many more of my fists you can take." Up in the stands, on the senior student's side, a teacher sitting beside teacher Zhang grinned. "Zhang Guwei has Fangping completely suppressed. This is a sure win." Teacher Zhang, who already despised Fangping, felt a surge of satisfaction at the sight. "That kid's vitality is almost completely drained. As expected, there's no comparing an early-stage rank-1 to a peak rank-1. In stark contrast to the celebratory mood, Fangping's supporters were fraught with worry. "That idiot Fangping," Zume muttered, her eyes glued to the fight. "Hurry up and take a vitality recovery pill." As a more seasoned martial artist, Feng Nhu saw the real problem with a single glance. "Zhang Guwei is pressing him too hard," she told Zume. "He's not giving Fangping a single moment to take a pill." Back on the stage, Fangping was cornered, pushed to the absolute brink. Naturally, Zhang Guwei wasn't about to pass up such a perfect opportunity to gloat. "What's wrong?" he sneered. "Can't even stay on your feet anymore?" A savage grin spread across his face. "This time, I'll settle the score I have with Wang Jinyang, too. I'll crush this kid completely." He poured every last drop of his vitality and blood into his right fist and lunged. In his eyes, in his mind, only one thing remained. Fangping. Just as everyone assumed Fangping was about to be killed right there on the stage, the impossible happened. In that split second, with everything hanging by a thread, Fangping consumed 140,000 wealth value, and the transformation was complete. His vitality surged, instantly returning to its peak. The stunning turn of events left Gu Wei frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Fangping immediately unleashed his signature kick, aimed straight for the man's head. As expected, the blow struck a fatal point. Even as Fangping retracted his leg, Gu Wei couldn't process what had just happened. His vision swam, stained red. In his final moments before consciousness faded completely, a single thought echoed in his mind. How is this possible? His eyes blurred, the only thing he could still make out was Fangping's triumphant smile. Only then did it dawn on him, his vitality, it had somehow been restored. By the time his body hit the ground, Gu Wei was already gone. The questions in his mind would follow him to his grave, forever unanswered. 2 matches, 2 deaths. A wave of commotion swept through the entire stadium. In the stands, Yang Wen's jaw hung open, his eyes wide with disbelief. He wasn't the only one. Even teacher Zhang was baffled. How did Fangping's vitality suddenly recover? He wondered. It was nearly depleted just a moment ago. Elsewhere, Feng Niu, assuming it was the work of the pill she'd given him, wasn't as confused. She just muttered to herself, "When did that Fangping kid even take the pill?" Back in the arena, fresh off a narrow victory, Fangping gave himself no time to rest. He clenched his fists, his voice ringing out with cold determination. "Next, This time, even Zhu Yan couldn't help but interject, "Don't you need to rest?" But it seemed that compared to this lopsided challenge, Fangping was far more concerned with securing his spot. He was clearly more concerned with his ride home, so when she asked, Fangping just gave a careless reply. "I already booked my ticket." Since the contestant himself had said so, Zhou Yan didn't press the matter. She immediately announced the continuation of the match. "All right, will the next challenger please step up to the stage?" If Fang Ping's first victory could be written off as a fluke, his second, a stunning comeback, proved it was pure skill. That last win was a sharp slap in the face to the senior students. They finally realized Fang Ping was no longer the pushover they could bully whenever they pleased. So, when the referee repeated her call for the next challenger, the senior student's side fell into a dead silence. No one wanted to face this monster. After a moment, a single hand rose into the air, trembling uncontrollably, a clear reflection of its owner's fear. It seemed the last two matches had dealt a crushing blow to the confidence of the senior who was scheduled to fight next. His face was ashen. I forfeit," he muttered, his shoulders slumped. "From now on, I'll just focus on my own training, first rank, second rank, it doesn't matter anymore." With a look of grim resolve, sweat trickling down his cheek, he added, "Maybe the path of a martial artist just isn't for me." The moment the words left his mouth, he turned and walked away, ignoring the shouts of his teammates behind him. "Zhang Qiang!" Yang Wen couldn't stop him, and his expression soured. Another teammate behind him, a young woman, looked just as furious. She wasn't about to accept defeat so easily. After a tense moment, she declared, "I'll go." But she'd barely taken a single step before she was yanked back. The one who stopped her was none other than Yang Wen. He yelled, "Forget it. We forfeit." Furious with his decision, the young woman spun on him and growled his name. Yang Wen. Even though Yang Wen couldn't accept it, he didn't want to lose another teammate. He had to take a step back. "I guess we're just not as good. We lost. No excuses." With that, Yang Wen turned to Fang Ping. "My little brother. He was a prodigy, just like you. Our family had such high hopes for him." As he spoke, memories flooded his mind of his brother, so full of life, basking in everyone's praise. Then the image shifted. But after Wang Jinyang got to him, he was so badly injured, the wound never healed. He's stuck at first rank for life. The painful image of his brother lying in a hospital bed, an oxygen tube still taped to his mouth, flashed before his eyes. Yang Wen squeezed his eyes shut. "I'm not telling you this for any other reason," he continued, his voice hardening, "except to make one thing clear." His jaw clenched, teeth grinding with barely suppressed fury. "In martial arts, there's no right or wrong, only strength. Wang Jinyang could cripple my brother, and I can do the same to you." The raw anger on his face vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by a cold resolve. "But the martial way has its rules. My rank is higher than yours right now, so I can't touch you." A fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes as he issued the challenge. "Once you reach third rank, though, I'll be more than happy to show you exactly how my brother felt." Before Fang Ping could even respond, a new voice cut through the tension from the arena entrance. "He won't have to wait until he's third rank." The newcomer was Wang Jinyang himself. He was currently a third-rank martial artist, his bones already tempered twice. Wang Jinyang descended the steps of the arena with slow, deliberate steps, his own challenge hanging in the air. President of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society. He paused, his presence alone radiating an immense pressure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Jinyang's voice cut through the air, aimed directly at Liu Yangwen. "I'm challenging you." The entire arena erupted. "Wang Jinyang!" All eyes were on the young man who had just appeared, a sword strapped to his back. A wave of shocked murmurs swept through the crowd. "It's really him. I can't believe he actually showed up. The magic martial arts own Wang Jinyang." He paid the whispers no mind. He stared down at the stage, his expression an icy mask, but a fire of pure determination burned in his eyes. His voice dripped with mockery. "Well, Liu Yangwen, you gonna take me on or not?" Seeing Wang Jinyang on the platform, Liu Yangwen's face went pale with fury. He grit his teeth, spitting out the name. "Wang Jinyang!" As the two faced off, the air thick with tension, a magic martial arts instructor, a fourth-rank cultivator, shot to his feet. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Jinyang and roared, "Wang Jinyang! This is the Magic Martial Arts School, not the South Martial Arts. Are you looking for trouble, you brat? Do you have any respect for the rules?" Wang Jinyang's brow furrowed in annoyance at the instructor's outburst. "I am following the rules. That's why I issued a formal challenge," he said, his voice cold. If I wasn't, I would have attacked by now. He stood proudly on the platform, looking down on them all. His voice wasn't a shout, but it carried across the entire arena, sharp and clear. You there, instructor, you're a 4th rank, aren't you? In 3 days, so will I. The sheer arrogance of his words left the instructor so furious he could only sputter a single word. You! But Wang Jinyang cut him off, his voice slow and deliberate. Anyone here today, student or teacher, if you've got a problem with me, you're welcome to fight. Hearing this open declaration of war, Liu Yangwen fell silent, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Off to the side, Lu Fengru watched the entire scene unfold, her arms crossed. Her gaze settled on Wang Jinyang. So this is Wang Jinyang, she thought. No wonder he's been gone for a while. He must have broken through to the 4th rank. That would mean he's at the peak of the 3rd rank now, with the 3rd rank students we have here. If they actually fight him, Magic Marshal is going to lose face big time. As the thought crossed her mind, Lu Fengru glanced around the stands and let out a soft sigh. The Magic Marshal students in the stands remained completely still, a dead silence hanging over them. Seeing that no one dared to step forward and accept his challenge, Wang Jinyang sneered. No one dares? I knew it. You're all just bullies who only know how to pick on freshmen. So this is the famous character of Magic Marshal students. Watching from a distance as Wang Jinyang faced down the entire university, Fangping was stunned. Old Wang, he whispered. Having watched Wang Jinyang's arrogance unfold, Liu Yangwen finally grew irritated and spoke up. Wang Jinyang, there's no need for such harsh words. This was a fair challenge, and Fangping accepted it himself. The word fair, coming from Liu Yangwen, seemed to strike Wang Jinyang as the funniest joke he'd ever heard. A frigid, murderous aura exploded from him. Fair, he roared, his voice dripping with rage. A whole mob of peak 1st-rank students ganging up on a freshman who just broke through, you call that fair? Well, if that's how it is, then I'm a peak 3rd rank. Isn't there anyone at my level who wants a shot at killing me? Wang Jinyang tilted his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Enraged by this blatant contempt, one of the Magic Marshal instructors' faces went dark. You bastard, Wang Jinyang, he roared. Do you really think there's no one here who can stop you? In response to the curse, Wang Jinyang wasted no more words. He simply unleashed his power, and his voice thundered across the arena, filled with an indomitable will. Then fight! Wang Jinyang slammed his right fist against his chest, his eyes blazing with resolve. His entire body erupted in a brilliant red aura as he bellowed. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill students from Magic Marshal? Today, Wang. I, Wang Jinyang, hereby challenge any rank -3 student from Magic Marshal. I'll take on all comers. Watching Wang Jinyang arrogantly issue his challenge to the entire university, the Magic Marshal instructors felt deeply insulted. One of them was about to lash out, but before he could get a word out, Lu Fengru cut him off. Shut your mouth! With her arms crossed, Lu Fengru shot a cold glance at the instructor and said calmly, Have you already forgotten how he swept through all our rank 3s? He even crushed you, and you're the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. She paused, her voice dropping lower. Because of Fangping, he's furious right now. Provoke him today, and a few more deaths will be the least of our problems. Is that a responsibility you're willing to take? Realizing how reckless he'd been, the instructor fell silent. Just then, Wang Jinyang turned his gaze to Fangping. Fangping, he said, his tone cold but his words laced with concern, this is my fight. It has nothing to do with you. He wanted to make it clear he was Fangping's shield. If you think a challenge is too dangerous, you can refuse. Don't be afraid of retaliation. Just wait until I'm rank -4. If they try anything like this again, I'll beat every last rank -4 student at Magic Marshal. And when I'm rank -5, I'll take down every one of their rank 5s. Fangping listened to Wang Jinyang's words without a flicker of emotion, his expression impassive. Nearby, Lu Fengru couldn't hold back any longer. She stared at Wang Jinyang. That's enough, Wang Jinyang. Fangping is my student. It's not your place to interfere. She then cast a disdainful look at the challengers in the hall. This whole mess was started by those weaklings whose spirits you already broke. Magic Marshal's true elites would never stoop to this. With that, she was defending her school's honor, even as she berated its students. So don't you dare look down on Magic Marshal. As a teacher at MCMA, she couldn't just stand by. Lu Fengru crossed her arms, her back ramrod straight as she faced Wang Jinyang without a shred of fear. Even if you think you're invincible at your rank, you need to know your limits, she challenged. Ultimately, you're the one who started all this trouble today. Think about Fangping. You can't just stand here protecting him. All you're doing is making things worse for him. Hearing Lu Fengru's accusation, Wang Jinyang didn't get angry. He simply listened in silence, closing his eyes in thought. After a moment, as if he'd made a decision, he opened them and spoke to Liu Yangwen. Liu Yangwen, don't you dare think that just because I've reached rank -4, there's nothing I can do to you. The raw fury was gone from Wang Jinyang's face, replaced by a cold calm as he stared Liu Yangwen down. I'm the one who beat up your brother. If you want revenge, come find me. But if you ever dare to mess with Fangping again, I recall your father is a rank -4, isn't he? The threat hanging in his words made Liu Yangwen grit his teeth in rage. He couldn't stomach the humiliation. You challenge my father, he spat. If it weren't for the Grandmaster backing me, your father would have made a move on me long ago. Wang Jinyang cut him off, his brow furrowed with a flicker of annoyance. The Grandmaster values me for one reason. Compared to all of you, I, Wang Jinyang, am worth more, so you'll just have to swallow it. Knowing he was outmatched, Liu Yangwen could only seethe, choking down his anger. Just then Zhou Nian shouted from the crowd, "What a lunatic! He's not even a student here, is he? Who let him on campus?" From behind Wang Jinyang, Fangping stepped out with a wide grin and a wave. "That be me," he said cheerfully. "We just happened to run into each other at the station, so I invited him to take a look around. I had no idea it would cause such a fuss." "Well, this is quite a show." Fangping glanced over at Wang Jinyang, then continued. "He's got a point. The guy's standing right there. If you've got a problem with him, just challenge him to a fight. What's with all this drama? If you're scared, just admit it. I can't beat him. Otherwise, you would have charged up there long ago." Seeing Fangping's mocking smirk, Wang Jinyang turned to face him, momentarily at a loss for words. But it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. A red glow enveloped his body as he turned his head, his voice chilling. "I'll be at Mou for the next 3 days. Anyone who wants revenge can come challenge me anytime. After that, I won't be waiting. If you're not afraid to die, feel free to try me again." With that, Wang Jinyang walked away. The entire hall fell silent. Watching his confident departure, Fangping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Old Wang, you just got here and you've already stolen my thunder." An unnerving silence hung in the air. Not a single person spoke. After a few moments, the students began to leave, their faces etched with frustration and anger. Soon, Fangping was the only one left standing on the stage, lost in thought. "It's over. I killed 2 peak rank -1 martial artists today. I guess no one will be coming to cause me trouble for a while." Outside the arena, Lu Fengru's voice cut through the silence. "Not a bad performance. Your strategy wasn't half bad either." Stepping out from behind her, Yang Xiaoman eyed Fangping with probing curiosity. "Your vitality was clearly drained. How did you replenish it? I didn't see you take any pills." Her question immediately put Fangping on edge. He shot her a cold look. "Hasn't your instructor ever taught you not to pry? Prying into people's secrets. You come from a good family and your parents are martial artists. Did they seriously never teach you any better?" Stung by Fangping's blunt criticism, Yang Xiaoman's face flushed bright red. But Fangping didn't hold back just because she was a girl. "Casually digging into people's secrets can get you killed. You understand? Don't ever ask again." Seeing how furious he was, a nervous Zhao Zume tugged on her friend's sleeve. He just killed someone, you know." Though utterly humiliated, Yang Xiaoman could only bite her lip, swallowing her anger. Fangping was in no mood for any more conversation. With a quick wave to Lu Fengru, he turned to leave. "I'm heading out, instructor." Watching him walk away, her face still burning with anger, Yang Xiaoman muttered, "What kind of wave was that?" Lu Fengru, Yang Xiaoman, and Zhao Zume stood in silence, watching his retreating figure. Knowing Fangping wasn't in a good state of mind, Lu Fengru finally broke the silence. "This was his first kill. It's never easy. Just let him be alone for a while." Outside, sunlight filtered through the leaves. Fangping stood with his phone to his ear. "Brother Wang, where are you?" Wang Jinyang's voice came through the receiver. "I'm at the guest house on your campus." Hearing he was at the MCMA guest house made Fangping shout in disbelief. "What is it?" Wang Jinyang asked, confused by the sudden outburst. Realizing he'd been too loud, Fangping quickly cupped his hand over the phone, lowering his voice to an urgent whisper. "That guest house is MCMA territory. Why haven't you left? Are you seriously just waiting for them to show up and challenge you?" On the other end of the line, Wang Jinyang's expression softened at Fangping's obvious concern. A small smile touched his lips as he spoke. "That's right, but not a single person dared to come." Inside a lavish restaurant at the Magic Martial Guest House, Wang Jinyang sat across from Fangping. Beside them, Fangping was busy stuffing his face. It was Wang Jinyang who broke the silence. I already knew about the challenges you received. If I'd shown up earlier, you probably wouldn't have had to fight. I let you fight those 2 matches for a reason. I wanted you to understand something. For a martial artist, always backing down isn't the way to survive, let alone get stronger. Fangping mulled over Wang Jinyang's words. The way to survive and get stronger, huh? After a moment of thought, Fangping looked up, his eyes filled with a new, firm understanding. Brother Wang, he said, thank you. I wasn't being bullied. I made the decision to fight. No one forced me into it. I accepted for 2 reasons. 1, I honestly couldn't let it go. And 2, I wanted to understand what it really means to be a martial artist. Seeing that Fangping seemed to get it, Wang Jinyang let out a surprised, "Oh," and asked, "So what do you think a martial artist is now?" At Wang Jinyang's question, Fangping's head drooped, his expression turning disappointed and grim. "Martial artists," he answered, "are a bunch of people who don't care if they live or die." Wang Jinyang couldn't help but laugh at his answer. "Nonsense! Who isn't afraid to die?" Fangping, his cheeks puffed out with rice, chimed in around a mouthful. "Let me tell you, even a grandmaster's no different. Everyone's got a life to lose." He explained as he ate. "Take the guys who challenged you today. Wang Jinyang cut off their path to getting stronger. That's why they're so resentful, why they can't accept it." A memory flashed through Fangping's mind, the feeling of crushing a heart that had already stopped beating. "But that doesn't mean they don't want to live," he said, his tone shifting. Fangping's words sent a jolt through Fangping, stirring a memory of his own. Zhang Yue said stuff like, "It's you or me." It was just talk. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Honestly, I doubt they ever thought they'd actually kill you. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of pathetic sore losers who can't admit when they've been beaten. Fangping rambled on as he ate, so engrossed that Wang Jinyang had to nudge him to shut up. Only then did Fangping notice Fangping, head bowed and silent. Realizing he'd gone too far, he tried to backtrack a little awkwardly. "Hey, don't overthink it. Martial artists live by their own rules. They didn't die for nothing, and it's not like they were afraid of it." Fangping sighed, reluctantly conceding a point. "Still, you were right about one thing." A smirk played on his lips as he looked at Fangping, his expression turning serious. "In the world of martial artists, life and death are just an everyday thing." His eyes swept over the colorful, delicious-looking spread on the table. "It's not a bad thing for you to get used to this sooner rather than later." Fangping listened to Fangping's nonchalant words, watching him casually grab more food while his own mind raced. So this is what it means to be a martial artist? So casual about it all. Striving for power, striving to survive. If you aren't strong enough, you simply don't get to live. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang's voice cut through his thoughts. "But you're not like them." Wang Jinyang offered a gentle, encouraging smile. "Just focus on your cultivation, you'll get used to it." At Wang Jinyang's words, Fangping's spirits seemed to lift. He managed a small smile and a nod. "I understand, but you two have a really weird way of giving a pep talk." Seeing that Fangping was feeling better, Fangping stood up, grabbed a piece of food with his chopsticks, and dropped it into Fangping's bowl with a wide grin. "See, told you, you just have to get used to it. The food's getting cold. Eat up, Junior." The heavy atmosphere lifted as Fangping broke the silence, turning to Wang Jinyang. "Oh, right. Brother Wang, what kind of mission brought you guys to Magic City this time? Can you tell me about it?" "A major one. The catacombs." Wang Jinyang slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. The man with grayish-blue hair shot a confused look at Wang Jinyang. He quickly composed himself, though a slight furrow in his brow remained, shaking his head as if to warn him not to say more. He then turned to face the boy. "Fangping, don't ask too much about this. It's not something you can get involved in right now." Fangping's eyes widened, seeming to understand. Seeing this, the gray-haired man broke into a nervous sweat and hurriedly tried to placate him. "That's right, Junior. Just listen to your brother Wang. For now, you should focus on your cultivation. We only invited him along because he's strong enough to seize an opportunity like this." The gray-haired man finished with a strained laugh. "That's enough," Wang Jinyang cut in, clearly not wanting the man to say another word. "Just eat." Fangping's face was calm as he quietly replied, "Okay." But inside, his mind was already racing. The catacombs, it's probably something I can't get mixed up in right now. Asking more won't do any good. I guess I'll find out naturally once I'm stronger. Later that afternoon, in Sunning City's Guanhu Gardens, Fangping carried his suitcase. He walked past a park filled with the laughter of children and the cheerful chatter of middle-aged women. A bright smile spread across his face, his expression softening with an undeniable joy. "I'm home." Suddenly he heard someone call his name. "Fangping!" He slowly turned around and saw a small figure standing behind him. A little girl in a white baseball cap stood there, her big, sparkling blue eyes, just like his, widening in surprise, her mouth hanging open. The moment he saw her face, he couldn't stop the tears from welling up. A wave of emotion washed over him. "I never told anyone I was coming home today. How did she know to wait for me at the door? That's just how siblings are. Even when they don't know you're on your way, they're always waiting for you." He didn't hesitate. Spreading his arms wide, he ran toward her, his voice thick with emotion as he cried out, "Fang Yuan!" But just as he reached her, the little girl suddenly dropped into a squat, and he embraced nothing but air. The heartwarming reunion instantly turned cold. Fang Yuan stayed perfectly still in her squat, her face a mask of panic. "Fang Ping," she asked, "why are you back in the afternoon?" Hearing his sister's question, he answered gently, "It was too crowded this morning. Fewer people travel in the afternoon, so it was a better time to come home." Fang Yuan scrambled to her feet, pushing her brother and turning him around. "You didn't even call to say you were coming back, honestly. Let's just hurry up and go inside." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "Big sis!" Hearing this, Fang Ping turned around, curious to see who it was. The sound, however, made his sister Fang Yuan go pale with fright. A short-haired girl in a yellow hat flashed a grin, revealing a missing tooth. "Today," she announced loudly, "we're gonna teach those neighborhood punks a proper lesson. Those busybodies actually dared to try and take over our Ping-Shi society's turf." She finished with a determined fist pump. Suddenly, another short-haired girl spoke up, sounding shy. Big sis, did you call a boy over too? I don't think it's a good idea for a boy to get involved." Just then, a third girl, smaller than the other two and wearing a pair of thick, bookish glasses, chimed in. "If you're gonna pick a fight, you could at least find someone tougher. This guy's way too scrawny." Fang Yuan rushed over, putting a finger to her lips to silence them. The other kids just stared, completely bewildered. A voice cold as the grave echoed from behind them. "Big sis Yuan!" Fang Ping's face was thunderous, his tone dropping to a chilling murmur like a summons from the depths of hell. "I've been gone for 2 months. What in the world happened? Since when are you big sis? So this means you weren't waiting for me. You were waiting for your little crew to go out and conquer some new territory, huh?" An expression of pure terror washed over Fang Yuan's face. She couldn't even look him in the eye as she whimpered, "If I told you this was all a big misunderstanding, would you believe me?" With his suitcase in his right hand, he used his left to pinch Fang Yuan's chubby cheek and start dragging her home. "Let's go home," he said in a terrifyingly calm voice. "Time for a little interrogation." "Brother, just let me explain," she tried desperately. Behind them, the other kids could only watch the horrifying scene unfold, whispering her title like a prayer. "Big sis," Fang Yuan struggled to get the words out. "Lemme explain," she mumbled, her speech completely garbled from his grip on her cheek. Ignoring the little gang, the two siblings marched straight home. Hearing the door open, their mother turned. The sight that greeted her was her son, suitcase in one hand, his little sister's cheek in the other. "Ping, Ping," she chided gently, "you're home. You didn't even call." The two of them ended up on the family's old, worn-out sofa. He finally let go of Fang Yuan's cheek, his voice laced with a cold threat. "Why don't you tell Mom what you've been up to?" Fang Yuan cradled her bright red, stinging cheek. She whipped her head around and snapped. "What?" He shot her a glare that shut her up instantly. "Wow, you've really grown some guts, haven't you?" he lectured, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Playing the little delinquent, being the big sis of the neighborhood. I'm your brother. Director Fang, or should I say Director Ping?" He started to say, then paused, a feeling of unease washing over him. "Wait, that's not right." His voice hardened. "It doesn't matter what you call me, just stop. Right now." His mother sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. "This girl needed a good talking to. She's just a kid, and she's already setting up a stall with her friends, fighting over spots to hawk their wares every single day. It's gotten so bad that even the teachers at school know all about it." Hearing his mother's words, his eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in shock. A stall, fighting over spots. Fang Yuan, still nursing her red cheek from where he'd pinched her, whined from her spot on the sofa. "I only sold a few of your things. Was it really necessary to pinch me so hard it's still stinging?" "A few things. Things I don't use anyway. They were just taking up space." He reached out and placed a hand on the little girl's head, his voice laced with suspicion. "Hold on, what exactly did you sell?" A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. She shrank back, stammering, and nothing. His mother offered a gentle, knowing smile. Well, besides the 2 outfits he has left to wear, everything else is gone. He shot up from the sofa. Whipping his head around, he stared at his room, now shockingly empty. His mouth hung open in disbelief. An overwhelming wave of frustration crashed over him. He lunged toward his little sister, grabbing both of her already reddened cheeks and giving them a sharp tug. "Fang Yuan, you've really outdone yourself." "Oh," the little girl shrieked in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded her case. "But since you became a martial artist, everybody wants your stuff. How could our family just pass up such a great opportunity to make money?" Her explanation only fueled his rage. "You still have the nerve to talk back," he growled, pinching her cheeks even harder. A short while later, little Fang Yuan sat at the dinner table, sullenly shoveling rice into her mouth. Her cheeks were bright red and swollen, and 3 large bumps already decorated the top of her head. She looked utterly pitiful. Just then, Fangping's father came home. Sitting down at the table, his eyes immediately fell on his daughter's bruised face. Puzzled, he asked, "What happened to Fang Yuan?" Their mother, carrying a dish from the kitchen, began to explain. He set the pot of soup on the table, smiling as he explained to the old man, "Don't worry, it's nothing. This little rascal brought it on herself." The old man's mind was reeling with confusion. What in the world happened while I was gone? At home, he watched his parents and sister laughing and talking animatedly. Their eyes sparkled with genuine joy, and a contented smile spread across his own face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. He thought back on the endless days of fighting, and now, to be back home, a profound sense of gratitude washed over him. Thank God I'm still alive. Seeing his parents and sister so happy and safe, that's all that matters. A new scene unfolds as Fangping holds up a lunchbox, her smile as bright as the morning sun. "Dad, Mom made lunch. Let's eat together," she called out. The secretary beside him looked over curiously. "So this is Fangping, then?" Later, Fangping was pushing a shopping cart alongside his mother and Fang Yuan. As he walked, he lectured his little sister about her snack choices. "You can't eat so much junk food." Watching them, their mother could only shake her head with a helpless smile. Back at home, Fangping dangled a key, taunting his sister. "You want snacks? Then you'd better train properly for me." A triumphant smirk played on his lips, even with the cooling eye mask he was wearing. He completely ignored her plight as she struggled in a low squat, balancing 2 small potted plants and a stack of bowls on her head. But the day of his departure inevitably arrived. At the Yangcheng station, the small figure of Fang Yuan stood on the platform. She stood beside the train car, a phone pressed to her ear, calling him. Her voice, sweet and tinged with a worried whine, came through the receiver. "Fangping, why did you get on so fast?" From inside the train car, he coaxed her gently. "Why are you crying again? It's not like I'm never coming back." She looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But I'm worried you'll get bullied at school." His heart softened at her words. "You silly girl," he said, his voice full of warmth. "Your big brother is the one who bullies others, not the other way around. There's no way that'll happen. Won't let anyone push my brother around." The station announcer's voice echoed across the platform. "The train is now departing. Will all non-passengers please stand back behind the yellow line?" "Thank you," his voice was gentle as he tried to soothe the young girl. "You should head back now, sis. Take good care of Mom and Dad for me, okay? You're a big girl now, you have to be mature." She nodded, her voice thick with emotion. "I know." The wheels began to grind, slowly pulling the train away from the platform. As he sat in his seat, a single tear escaped Fang Ping's eye. He couldn't bring himself to look at Fang Yuan chasing after the train, calling his name. "Fang Ping." Finally, he pressed his hand against the cool glass and turned to face his little sister, an overwhelming sense of gratitude washing over him. "I'm so lucky to have a sister like you, Fang Yuan." Just as the train pulled out of sight, Fang Yuan's frantic steps slowed to a stop. The sad expression on her face vanished, replaced by a cunning, mischievous grin. She whipped out her phone and dialed. "All right, girls, party at my place. My brother left a mountain of good stuff behind. It's time to make some money." Fang Ping arrived at the exchange office. "I've burned through a lot of cash and resources lately," he thought, checking his balance. "Guess it's time to trade in for some pills and flip them for a profit." A silver-haired old man, tapping his shoulder with a massage stick, greeted him. "Well, if it isn't Fang Ping, back so soon. How are you liking those shoes I told you about? For only 4 credits, you practically stole them." The old man shuffled a bit closer, his voice dropping. Heck, the 4 rank -1 vitality pills they gave you for that Ironstone competition alone more than paid for them. Fangping flinched. Damn, even the old man here knows about that. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he quickly changed the subject. Teacher Lee, I'd like to exchange for some standard vitality pills this time. The old man bent over, pulling open a drawer. MHM, he grunted, nodding. Will 3 be enough for you? Fangping replied, give me 67. The staff member's face soured as he issued a stern warning. Listen here, kid. You're exchanging for this many pills. You're planning to resell them for a profit, aren't you? While the school doesn't have an explicit rule against it, dealing pills is a professional business. If you get caught moving a large quantity like this, the fines will be enough to bankrupt you. For a second, the scolding seemed to get to him, a flicker of fear crossing his face. But just as quickly, it vanished. A cool smirk spread across his lips as he held his card out to the old man. So as long as it's not a large quantity, it's not a big deal, right? The old man, unable to talk him out of it, could only scowl. 67 normal chi and blood pills. That'll be 201 credits, leaving you with just 1. You're a rank -1 now. Normal pills won't be enough for your own training anymore. He looked at him seriously. Are you absolutely sure about this? His expression was firm. Without a shred of hesitation, he pushed the card forward. Yeah, the number on his card plummeted in an instant. Later, in a room flooded with sunlight, he sat surrounded by several pouches of pills and made a call. Director Lee, I've got 70 chi and blood pills on hand. Are you able to move them? The man on the other end of the line sounded shocked. 70, he choked out. Mr. Fang, a quantity that large isn't easy to unload. We're still a small operation. If the regulators catch wind of this, we'll be in deep trouble. Fangping remained perfectly calm. I know. That's why I'm asking if you can handle it the same way you did last time. A nervous hesitation came from the other end. The last batch was small, so it wasn't a problem for a larger enterprise to take it off our hands. But besides you, we don't have any other martial artists on our side. Moving this many pills at once is going to draw a lot of attention. It's just too dangerous. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, he finally raised the phone to his ear. All right, I get it, he said, his tone even. I'll think of another way. He led him to room 15, set in a sun-drenched corridor. The moment he saw the sheer number of pills laid out, Fu Changding froze. His eyes went wide. What the? You want to sell all of these? And so many of them are first grade? Fu Changding stared at the dozens of pills covering the table, almost dizzy from the sight. A sudden thought struck him. He turned to Fangping, his expression serious. Fangping, is your family in some kind of trouble? Do you need money that badly? Fangping just nodded, deciding to let him think that. You could say that. With that, Fu Changding sat down to help him run the numbers. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking aloud. Maintaining chi and blood, recovering from exhaustion, nurturing the younger generation. Everyone needs these pills. The demand for chi and blood pills is always through the roof. But when you're buying from a private seller, people expect a bargain. You're usually looking at 60, maybe 70% of the market price. A bead of sweat trickled down Fangping's temple. 60 to 70%. That's way too low. He snatched up a few of the pills, his voice tight with urgency. Look, I don't just have 70 normal chi and blood pills here. There are also 11 first-grade ones. The total market value is over 10 million. These pills are already worth 7 million toward my total wealth, he thought frantically. I have to sell them for more than that to make any real profit. Seeing the desperate, pleading look in his friend's eyes, Fu Changding felt a wave of helplessness. He sighed and pulled out his phone. All right, look, I'll call my old man and see if he's interested. When it comes to chi and blood pills, you can never have too many. At his words, Fangping's face lit up, his eyes crinkling into a huge smile. He watched Fu Changding with such eager anticipation he was practically wagging his tail. And hey, he added, his confidence suddenly returning, tell your dad this is all premium-grade stuff in stock and ready to go. So no lowballing. Fu Changding simply nodded and made the call. Yeah, okay, he answered distractedly, still typing. After the call, he relayed the message and showed him the phone. My dad said 9 million, how's that sound? Fangping felt like he was floating. His eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. This was far better than he could have ever hoped for. 9 million. That's almost a 10% discount. Way more than I budgeted for. Suppressing his inner glee, he turned back to Fu Changwei. With a huge grin that made his eyes crinkle, he gave a firm thumbs up. Okay. Just then, a text message from Yangcheng Bank popped up on the phone's screen. Dear valued customer, Mr. Fu has transferred 9 million RMB to your savings account ending in 1918 at 14 o'clock on October 5, 2008. Please review your balance. This message does not serve as official proof of deposit. His account balance had changed in the blink of an eye. Inside the training hall, students were gathered, murmuring amongst themselves about the sudden assembly. I thought we didn't have class today. Why the sudden assembly? Yang Xiaoramen looked completely worn out, the dark circles under her eyes making her look like a panda. She grumbled, I haven't gotten any real rest with all this training lately. My dark circles are practically permanent now, and I was so looking forward to sleeping in this morning. Her friend tried to calm her down. The instructor probably just has an important announcement for us. Seeing her, Fangping decided to tease her. Hey, Yang Xiaoramen, give it a rest. Staring isn't going to make those dark circles of yours go away. The students nearby couldn't help but chuckle. Fuming, Yang Xiaoramen looked like she was about to strangle him. You bastard, Fangping. Looks like the girl next to me has to play peacemaker again. Still, getting this worked up isn't good for you. The door burst open and the school's instructors filed in. A student hissed the warning for everyone else to quiet down. The teachers are here. In stark contrast to the noisy chaos from moments before, the students fell into line, standing in disciplined, silent rows. Tang Feng skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I've gathered you all here today to announce the establishment of a special training class. A special training class? Fangping wondered. Tang Feng continued. This special class will be primarily led by myself, Instructor Feng Niu, Instructor Luo Yichuan, Instructor Su Jianju, and Instructor Zhou Shipping. Not only will the 5 of us be training you, but another instructor, one whom everyone here deeply respects. His description painted a picture of an incredibly powerful figure. Will also be joining us. And on top of that, the headmaster himself will make occasional appearances to personally instruct you. The moment he finished, the students erupted as if a spark had been thrown into a powder keg. What? A grandmaster is going to teach us. This is incredible. You don't just get pointers from a grandmaster every day. With a grandmaster teaching the class, I might actually have a shot at breaking through to the 3rd grade before graduation. Amid the excitement, a male student raised his hand, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Instructor Tang, why is the school suddenly starting a special training class? And what's so important that it requires the headmaster's involvement? Tang Feng looked as if he'd been waiting for that very question. True to his nickname, Lion Tang, his face grew grim and a combative fire lit his eyes. Excellent question, he boomed. At the end of this year, the country's major martial arts universities will be holding a new student exchange competition. This competition concerns the honor of our school. It is a battle that we absolutely must win. His declaration hung heavy in the air. Even someone as normally laid back as Fangping broke out in a cold sweat, the immense pressure of the situation starting to sink in. A whole new set of problems was just beginning. The students murmured amongst themselves after Tang Feng's announcement. The whole country, doesn't that mean we have to face Capital City Martial Arts U? I heard those guys from the north are all savages. We'll get seriously hurt fighting them. They're the top martial arts university in the nation. How can we possibly win? Hearing such spineless words, Tang Feng's anger flared. You've barely even started on the path of a martial artist and you're already terrified? What a pathetic display, he roared, lecturing the group. Every single one of you here is an elite martial artist, hand-picked from the new students. You are the future of Magic City Martial Arts University. For participating in this special training, the school will reward each of you with 10 credits. He continued, later on, we will be selecting the official team and its reserve members from this group. And when that happens, the rewards will be even more substantial. Fangping had already calculated the most advantageous path for himself. On the outside, he appeared cool and composed, but inside, his inner poverty-stricken demon was running wild. Special training is special training, but it doesn't mean I have to compete. At the very least, I can trade the credits for a pill. It'd be a waste not to take the free stuff. Tang Feng explained, now, as is tradition, we will first select a class president. The president will typically help me relay announcements, gather the students, and handle a few tasks. Of course, this isn't volunteer work. It comes with a reward of 10 credits. Only 10 credits? Fangping sighed inwardly, so stingy. Who would want to waste their time running errands for that? His thoughts somehow reached Lu Fengru's ears. Don't be so quick to call it a hassle. She had a very clear, if somewhat violent, understanding of how the pecking order worked. As class president, you naturally have to be strong enough. Just beat a few of your classmates into submission and make them run your errands for you. Problem solved, isn't it? Tang Feng's blood boiled. Lu Fengru, he snapped. Do those sound like the words of an instructor? Lu Fengru was completely unfazed. Her nonchalant tone made Tang Feng feel like he was punching cotton. I'm just being honest. This is the only way to get them fired up. But even that's not enough. As everyone gets stronger, the power dynamics are bound to shift. Her next words sent a shockwave through the class. We'll elect a new class monitor every half-month. Each term comes with a reward of 10 school credits. As soon as she said it, Lu Fengru glanced at Fangping and gave him a subtle wink. Huh, Fangping got the message loud and clear. Is teacher Lu helping me secure some perks? A mischievous scheme began to form in his mind, his expression turning downright villainous as he started calculating the potential gains from his teacher's help. The exchange competition is 3 months away. That means I could be class monitor 6 times. That's 60 school credits. That's no small amount. The instructors gathered to discuss the matter. Tang Feng was the first to object. This is completely unorthodox. We can't just make up rules on the fly. Zhou Shipping chimed in. He's right, Teacher Lu. This isn't a good idea. Unfazed, Lu Fengru let out a lazy yawn. What's wrong with firing them up and fueling their ambition? If you don't believe me, just ask the students if they're on board. Tang Feng glanced at the students' eager faces and had to admit to himself that their spirits were indeed fired up. Finally, he reluctantly announced, Fine. We'll proceed as Teacher Lu has suggested. Lu Fengru grumbled, enough with the useless formalities, it's a waste of time. Her expression turned serious as she called out, Fangping, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoramen. Step forward. The 3 of them immediately fell into line. Yes, ma'am, Lu Fengru began her assessment. Teacher Tang's 2 students are exceptionally strong, as everyone can plainly see. As for Fangping, his performance during the academy entrance and the Ironstone Challenge was also quite impressive. These 3 will be our candidates for class monitor. Any objections? The freshmen started gossiping. Zhao Lei was the top-ranked freshman at the Martial Arts University, but instructor Tang Feng is on a whole other level. Yang Xiaoramen is crazy strong, too. Going head-to-head with her is suicide. Besides, remember what Fangping did to that upperclassman. I do not want him coming after me. Yeah, if he becomes the class monitor, I'm not gonna argue. Lu Fengru turned to Tang Feng. Well, seems like nobody has any objections. Let's settle it this way. Those 3, Tang Feng mused to himself. Lu Fengru continued, a sharp glint in her eye. The winner becomes class monitor. The losers do chores for them, free of charge. Fangping could feel the tension in the air. Heh, so the instructor is openly singling me out. A smirk played on his lips. He was completely confident in his own strength. Looks like instructor Tang is going to hate me even more after this. But those academic credits, they're as good as mine. Zhao Lei was already poised for battle. I'll go first, he announced. Against Fangping. He had to reclaim what he'd lost, to restore his reputation and erase the humiliation of his previous defeat. Even now, the students' whispers from that day were seared into his mind. Is that Zhao Lei? No way, how could the top-ranked freshman get beaten that badly? Back then, a single thought consumed him, I lost, and everyone else just kept driving the point home. I think that Fangping guy is the real #1. Yeah, he fought off 100 guys and didn't even break a sweat. It was just a moment of carelessness. Zhao Lei had thought furiously, how could I possibly lose to Fangping? Returning to the present, he forced a smile. Fangping, thanks for taking care of me back at the academy. Don't mention it, Fangping shot back just as casually, though a fire now danced in his eyes. Let's just get one thing straight, Zhao Lei. No crying and no holding grudges later. When you lose, you're on chore duty. You can handle all the assembly announcements. A vein throbbed on Zhao Lei's forehead, but he forced a smile. And if you lose, you'll be doing the same. Fangping dug his heel into the ground, launching himself toward the waiting Zhao Lei. Of course. Zhao Lei raised his hands to defend as Fangping's fist closed in on his face. The fight was on. As the fist flew toward him, Zhao Lei's mind flashed back to the grueling days of training. Ever since the Branch Academy tournament ended, I've been training non-stop. In just one short month, I completed all 9 stages of bone tempering. When it comes to speed, there's no way you can beat me now. I will take back the #1 spot, the spot that belongs to me. Determination hardened Zhao Lei's face. He unleashed a fiery punch, crackling with power. But Fangping was faster, ducking low to evade the blow. He dodged it. Zhao Lei's mind raced. No, that's not it. From the very beginning, he never meant to attack with his fists. Still in his low crouch, Fangping seized the opening, sweeping his leg out to strike Zhao Lei's knee and take him down. But Zhao Lei seemed to anticipate the move, dodging just in time. A smug grin spread across his face. Useless, he laughed. I'm not the same person I was back at the branch academy. In that split second of pride, Fangping struck. His fist connected squarely with Zhao Lei's face with a sickening crunch. The smug look on Zhao Lei's face instantly shattered into one of pure agony as blood gushed from his nose. Fangping's iron fist crashed into his nose. Useless, I'm completely useless. The thought ripped through Zhao Lei's mind. All those grueling days of training, had it all been for nothing? Tears welled in his eyes. Fangping grabbed him by the collar, hoisting him up slightly. When he saw the tears streaming down the kid's face, he felt a wave of exasperation. Hey, don't cry, he snapped, but it was no use. Zhao Lei just lay there, limp and unresponsive, not even trying to resist. With a sigh, Fangping tried again. Look, don't hold this against me. But Zhao Lei was determined to have the last word. Through his tears, he choked out, So what if my innate talent is better than yours? That was the last straw. You still dare to provoke me. I'll beat you so bad your own father won't recognize you. With a roar, Fangping slammed another vicious punch into Zhao Lei's face. That final blow knocked every last bit of fight out of Zhao Lei. He collapsed onto the floor, utterly still. His once handsome face was now a grotesque, unrecognizable mask. Blood streamed from his nostrils, and his cheeks were so swollen they looked like puffy dough. A disgusting mixture of blood and snot stained the ground around him. Tang Feng and Lu Fengru had been observing the entire time. Lu Fengru stood with her arms crossed, her eyes half closed. This Fangping, he's still not ruthless enough, she said dismissively. It looks brutal, but he hasn't actually inflicted any serious injuries on Zhao Lei. Hearing this, Tang Feng looked like he wanted to argue but kept his mouth shut. He's not going to die, sure, he thought, but with a face like that, Zhao Lei won't be showing himself in public for at least a month. Fangping's eyes landed on Zyro Man, who was standing off to the side. He stretched his arms, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin. Well, classmate Zyro Man, he called out, his voice dripping with challenge, I guess it's our turn now. A hot flush of rage shot to her head at Fangping's blatant mockery. Yunzai, standing beside her, quickly tried to calm her down. Zyro Man, maybe you should just drop it, she urged quietly. I mean, look what happened to Zhao Lei. See, he'll do the same thing to you. Hearing her friend's words, Zyro Man's anger began to cool. She glanced down at Zhao Lei, a chilling thought crossing her mind. What if Fangping really did beat her face into a swollen mess? An image flashed through her mind, her own face beaten to a pulp. She couldn't even go outside. Everyone would stare, pointing and laughing. A cold sweat broke out on her brow. She pointed a trembling finger at herself and asked him, Why you wouldn't be that rough with me, would you? Fangping's expression was perfectly calm. Of course, fighting a beautiful woman is just another form of training. He then turned to Tang Feng. I'm not wrong, am I, Teacher Tang? The abrupt question caught Tang Feng off guard for a second, but he quickly recovered. He's right. The path of martial arts leaves no room for sympathy. Zyro Man's face fell. I give up. His answer must have been exactly what he expected. What a shame, he said with a smirk that made her fume. Teacher Tang prepared to make the announcement. All right then, he said formally. After this contest, the student I've chosen to be class president is Fangping. The result left Fangping looking incredibly smug as he gave a cheerful wave to the class. Tang Feng looked down at Zhao Lei, who was blinking back tears on the ground. Zhao Lei, come by my office later to get the training schedule. He then addressed the rest of the students. Training begins tomorrow. It won't interfere with your normal class schedule. I'll provide the specific arrangements then. You're all dismissed. As the crowd began to disperse, Fangping walked over to Zhao Lei, who was struggling to his feet. Done resting already? Zhao Lei stood up, wiping away a tear with the back of his hand. His face was already a swollen mess. Fangping, I'll admit I lost this time, but just you wait. College has only just begun. Fangping chuckled. Laughing 1 minute, crying the next, makes me feel like I'm bullying a little kid. Zhao Lei shot back, furious. Damn it, Fangping, you think I'd be crying if you hadn't smashed my nose. As Fangping and Yang Yuan walked out, Yang Yuan remarked, Man, Fangping, you were brutal. You really did a number on Zhao Lei's face. It looks even worse than mine did last time. Fangping thought back to their last match. That guy was convinced he only lost because he'd been careless, and he'd been holding a grudge ever since. This time, Fangping wanted to make him taste true despair. That way, he'd finally let it go. They passed by Lu Fengru, who was standing nearby. Suddenly remembering something, Fangping stopped in front of her. "Oh, right. Thank you for today, teacher." Hearing his thanks, Teacher Lu was quick to respond. "Don't thank me. You earned those resources yourself. The more you have, the faster you'll improve, and maybe the faster you'll die. So no, you don't need to thank me," she continued. "Still, it's a good thing you seized this chance to rack up more credits and resources." Fangping was taken aback. If Mo loses the exchange competition," Lu Fengru explained, "the nation's resources will be reallocated. When that happens, credits won't be nearly as easy to get as they are now." Finding her unusually pessimistic today, Fangping couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, the training class has barely started and you're already talking about failure. That doesn't sound like you at all." Yang Yuan chimed in to back his friend up. "Yeah, Teacher Lu, you're seriously underestimating our abilities." The two of them still didn't understand, so Lu Fengru had to explain further. "I'm not underestimating you. Mo and Jingdu Mo are the two top academies. As such, we've always received a supply of resources several times larger than any of the regular martial arts schools." An image surfaced of students from the top academies lying defeated at the feet of students from ordinary schools. "But for the past 2 years, the students from our two great schools have all. They're constantly losing to students from regular martial arts universities, yet they get to hoard all the resources. Naturally, the other schools are furious about the way things are set up. They've all met and discussed it. They believe that if they had the same level of resources as the two elite universities, they could produce several more fighters like Wang Jinyang." Hearing this, Fangping's mind began to wander. Man, why does it feel like Wang Jinyang is the main character of this story? LV Fengru pressed on, her words clearly meant to push Fangping into action. On top of that, a few recent incidents have made the regular universities even more desperate to fight for resources. This competition is their best chance to show their strength and get what they're owed. Incidents? The word caught Fangping by surprise. He suddenly recalled Wang Jinyang's warning. "Fangping, don't ask too much about this. You can't get involved yet." The pieces started to fall into place. Something big was definitely about to happen. Later, in the school cafeteria, students were scattered around with their trays. Some ate in quiet contemplation, while others clustered together at tables, chatting away as they enjoyed their meals. Fangping sat by himself, deep in thought as he picked at his food. "I have to use every second I can to train. If something really is about to happen," as he ate, he overheard a group of girls at the next table talking about his fight with Zhao Lei that morning. Is Fangping really that strong? So even Zhao Lei was no match for him. One of them lowered her voice. "Are you kidding? You didn't see the way he beat him down." "He's so cruel," one of the girls whispered. "He must be at the peak of rank -1 then." The girl next to her disagreed. "No way, he couldn't be that strong already. Wasn't he a non-martial artist when he first enrolled?" A girl with short, jade-green hair chimed in. "Or maybe he's just insecure. I bet he let Fu Changding get his face bashed in on purpose back at the branch school." The blonde girl looked down, nodding in agreement. "I think so too. He's supposed to be strong, right? But he just stood by and did nothing. Poor Fu Changding." The girl with the green ponytail spoke up, looking puzzled. "I don't know. I think Fangping is pretty good-looking." "He's not that bad, is he?" The blonde girl shot back. "Depends on who you're comparing him to. Guys like Zhao Lei are way more handsome. He's obviously just jealous." Just then, Zyro Man happened to walk by. She leaned in and whispered, making the blonde girl jump. "Oh, it's worse than jealousy. He's not just jealous of other guys, he's jealous of girls, too." She leaned in closer to the 4 gossiping girls. "You all saw it, didn't you? Back at the branch school, he actually hit a girl. And yesterday, during the special training class, he tried to hit me." The girl with the green ponytail looked shocked. "Wait, Zyro Man, he really tried to hit you?" Zyro Man closed her eyes and nodded grimly. Anyway," she said, warning the others, "you should all stay away from him, a petty, violent guy like that. Never, ever make him your boyfriend." Zyro Man continued, her voice filled with conviction. "Honestly, we need to make it our mission to ensure that bastard stays single for all 4 years here. And when the new girls enroll, we have to warn them too. We can't let any of our junior sisters fall into his trap." Hearing Zyro Man, everyone chimed in, piling on the gossip behind Fangping's back. "Yeah, Zyro Man's right. Seriously, who'd ever like a guy as vicious as Fangping?" They had no idea Fangping was sitting just behind them, each piece of food he picked up becoming harder and harder to swallow. He was choking on his own rage. Yang Zio, man? That girl. I'll make sure she learns her lesson one day. Suddenly an image of Xiang Yuan flashed in his mind, his eyes welling with tears in a gesture that was, arguably, undeniably masculine. Fangping back at the Branch Academy. You didn't save me because you were jealous of my looks, were you? Fangping's temper finally snapped. Get lost. Night fell. A full moon hung in a sky glittering with stars. Back in Fangping's dorm room, everything began to shake. A deep, rumbling sound echoed through the building as if the entire school was being physically moved. He shot up from his chair. An earthquake? Students poured out of their rooms to see what was happening. Just as quickly as it started, the shaking stopped. A teacher rushed out to calm them down. Students, the school's earthquake proofing is top-notch. There's no need to worry. It's over now. Everyone go back and get some rest. His words eased the fear in the crowd. Fangping heard him and felt a sense of relief wash over him, though a flicker of doubt remained. Man, I thought I was a goner. That was terrifying. Well, the teacher said to head back, so let's go. Glad that didn't last long. Was that really an earthquake? Fangping wondered, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The tremors were so strong. And if I remember correctly, Madu isn't in an earthquake zone. Meanwhile, at Madu Martial Arts University, Huang Jing stood. A group of people, all armed, walked past with grim, mysterious expressions on their faces. After lunch, the students filed back into the academic building for their next class. Then a cascade of flowing hair swept by, and every guy in the classroom turned to stare in awe. The person who entered was a beautiful woman in traditional robes, her long, dark hair gleaming as she carried a stack of papers. She placed the stack on the lectern and tapped it a few times to get everyone's attention. This stunning woman was Bai Ryuoxi, an instructor at the Weaponry Academy and a peak 5th-rank martial artist. She began, her voice soft but clear. Welcome to the first day of the special training class. I'll be your instructor for this course. Fu Yangyuan was instantly captivated. An absolute goddess is our instructor. Maybe I can get some private lessons on the way of the sword. Hearing this, Fangping scoffed. Yeah, the way of the sword, sure. Up at the front, Bai Ryuoxi glanced down at her papers before continuing. Before we begin the lecture, there's one thing we need to take care of. She held up the document, which read, Magic City Martial Arts University Special Training Class. This, she said, is a confidentiality agreement. It's also a liability waiver and a death waiver. Once you're in this class, everything you learn and everything you hear is classified. It is not to be shared with anyone outside this room. She continued explaining the terms. Furthermore, if you are seriously injured or killed during a mission, you alone bear the consequences. Finally, she concluded, if you're scared, you can withdraw from the class now. This is your only chance. So those 10 credits won't be so easy to earn after all, Fangping thought. But I've come this far, I'm not leaving empty-handed. Following Bai Ryuoxi's offer, not a single student stood up. They all remained in their seats. Seeing this, she asked again, no one. Anyone thinking of leaving? Bai Ryuoxi was pleased to see the unwavering resolve in her students. No one was backing down. Good, that's the spirit a student from our university should have. All right then, let's begin the first lesson of this special training. Bai Ryuoxi started her lecture. For our first lesson, we'll start with why this class even exists. Before 1921, martial artists were nothing more than a myth, a baseless rumor passed down through word of mouth. But in January of that year, the Hyugyu state officially acknowledged their existence. That same year, the Jingshi Martial Arts Society was founded, the very precursor to our Jingdu Martial Arts University. She continued, her tone growing more somber as she spoke of the past. And it all began with that incident. Her voice lowered as she recounted the events. In December of 1920, the most powerful earthquake in recorded history struck, causing tens of thousands of casualties. From that point on, the leading martial artists of the time began a systematic, large-scale effort to cultivate new practitioners. Over many years of cultivation, the number of martial artists in the country grew into the hundreds of thousands. A question hung in the air, one Bai Ryuoxi posed herself. So why do martial artists command such privilege and power? She didn't wait for an answer. To put it simply, it's because society needs us. She paused for a moment, letting the weight of her words sink in. And on an even grander scale, humanity needs us. Every student hung on her every word. A new, clearer understanding of their duty and their role in the world began to dawn on them, and their expressions grew heavy with the weight of it. Bai Ryuoxi's gaze swept across her students, her voice ringing with conviction. And the enemy of all humankind is the catacombs. The word catacombs was clearly new to them, a foreign term that hung in the air. Sensing their confusion, Bai Ryuoxi continued, "What exactly are the catacombs? No one knows for sure. Initially, we believed it was a subterranean world. Even after martial artist organizations dug tens of thousands of meters into the earth, they found no sign of the earth caverns. The only paradox is that while the entrances are underground, the world itself isn't." Bai Ryuoxi then added, "The most direct sign of any disturbance from the earth caverns is an earthquake." She went on, "Right now, 22 of them have been discovered in Hua Nation alone." Upon hearing this, a student raised their hand. "Teacher, what's actually in the earth caverns? Zombies, or maybe monsters?" Hearing the question, Bai Ryuoxi's expression turned grim. Her brows furrowed as she slowly answered, "It's a complete world." She continued, "Aside from lacking modern civilization, its inhabitants, humans, animals, and monsters, are very similar to those on Earth. Once a gate to the earth caverns was breached. The creatures that poured out caused a catastrophe of epic proportions." At this point, Fangping couldn't help but cut in. "Teacher, why do the creatures from the earth caverns invade our world? Is it because their own environment is deteriorating?" Bai Ryuoxi sighed. "The reason for the invasion is still unclear. Earth cavern is just our name for it. In reality, their environment is on par with ours, if not better. All external energy sources and modern weaponry become completely useless in the earth caverns. Only a martial artist's own vitality force can truly kill the creatures there." Hearing this, Fangping smirked to himself. "Heh, as long as I have wealth, I'm basically an infinite supply of pills for my own vitality engine. Did heaven send me here to save this world? But maybe old Wang is the real chosen one. Yeah, he's the actual final boss. The guy can cultivate that fast without a system." He was struggling, dragging Qin Fengqing's dead weight away from the danger. "You brain-dead idiot," he roared, his voice raw with fury. "Why the hell did I listen to your bullshit and follow you on this suicide mission?" Wang Jinyang heaved Qin Fengqing forward, his anger spilling over. "I told you that village was huge. I told you there had to be powerful fighters there, but you just wouldn't listen." Even severely injured, Qin Fengqing managed to gasp. But I saw the energy ore. It was as big as my fist. If we'd snatched it, we would have hit the jackpot." "Something's off with the catacombs near Demon City," Wang Jinyang said, his face smeared with dirt. "A lot of villages are completely empty. They've probably all fled toward the main gate. If this keeps up, your side is going to end up just like Tianan." Qin Fengqing just smirked. "Demon City is crawling with powerhouses. We don't have to worry about that." "You moron," Wang Jinyang snapped. "Do you want a repeat of what happened in Tianan? The Grandmasters will seal the main gate for good and will be trapped in here to die." The words brought back a bitter memory. His teacher, the headmaster. He wouldn't want everyone risking their lives to save him again. He could still hear his teacher's voice, firm but heavy with regret. "Say no more. It's my failure that I couldn't protect you all. The Grandmasters are about to seal the gate. If you don't go now, it'll be too late." And just before he left, his teacher had told him, "Jinyang, if I don't make it back, take care of Nini for me." Those words haunted him. A wave of self-loathing washed over him. The Tianan catacombs were sealed now. His teacher was trapped inside, and he had no idea if he was even alive. It was all his fault. He was too weak. Even if he could get in, he wasn't strong enough to go deep into the catacombs alone, let alone find his teacher. "Should we bring Fangping next time?" Qin Fengqing wondered, picturing the kid's face. "He's a fast learner and damn cunning, too. The three of us would make a hell of a team." But Wang Jinyang shot the idea down. "Don't forget, he's only rank -1. Bringing a guy who isn't even rank -3 into the catacombs, you might as well just serve him up as monster food." His words were a splash of cold water. Qin Fengqing flinched, then scratched his head with a laugh. "Yeah, you're right. That kid improves so damn fast, I completely forgot he's still just a rank -1. Suddenly, Qin Fengqing stopped in his tracks. He let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed on the rolling mountain range ahead. "Wang Jinyang," he said softly, "sometimes I feel like this world. If you take away those people and all the monsters, it's actually beautiful. Even more beautiful than our own world on the other side." Wang Jinyang just snorted. "Oh yeah, why don't you try marrying one of the catacombs creatures and see if they'll have you?" As Wang Jinyang's cringeworthy joke fell flat, the scene shifted. Back at the training hall, sunlight streamed through the windows, painting the peaceful space in warm colors. Inside, Fangping was serving as a live demonstration model for his instructor. Or to put it more accurately, he was the man's personal punching bag. "There are very few basic staff techniques," the instructor yelled, his staff blurring as it struck. "It's all about speed and power. The chest, heart, and throat, these are your targets." Fangping's instructor seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. "When you strike," he shouted, "your power must be absolute. Unleash everything you've got." But Fangping was holding his own, managing to block a particularly vicious blow. The two clashed relentlessly. "Once you force your enemy onto the defensive," the instructor continued, pressing his attack, "that's when you ramp up the assault, right as their strength and focus begin to fade. He's completely focused on my upper body, time to switch it up. Leg sweep." Just as the thought formed, the instructor's staff changed direction, whipping straight into Fangping's legs. He went down hard, landing flat on his ass as his classmates stared in disbelief. This staff instructor, Lai Yichuan, was also one of the teachers for the special training class and a mid-rank 6 grandmaster. After felling Fangping, he rested the end of his staff on the ground. "That was the basic form. Did everyone see that clearly?" A wave of excitement rippled through the students. "We couldn't see it, sir. Can you demonstrate it again?" "Yeah, that was way too fast." Lai Yichuan glanced at Fangping, a flicker of thought in his eyes, but all he said was, "All right, class president, get back in line." As Fangping rejoined the ranks, the instructor didn't even ask if he was okay. "Now I'll break down each move for you. If you don't understand something, ask." But he was definitely not okay. His cheek was already swelling into a lump. Fangping trudged back to his spot, his face grim. The students around him were struggling to hold back their laughter. Zhao Zume had to cover her mouth to keep from snickering. Seeing his chance, Fu Changding sidled up to him. "Look at that swollen face." "Shut up," Fangping snapped. Fu Changding just sighed, completely ignoring the warning. "Being class president isn't so easy, is it? What happens when the other instructors ask you to demonstrate? You're gonna get beaten to death." His words were like a match to a fuse. Fangping's anger exploded. He shoved a massive fist right under the other boy's nose. "You say one more word and I'll beat you to death first." Fu Changding finally got scared, stammering, "I'll shut up." But it seemed his taunt was some kind of curse. In Tang Feng's kicking techniques class, Fangping was the first one called up. He was the next one to take a beating, and in Zhou Shipping's fist technique class, he was thrashed all over again. With Fu Changyuan's jinx proving so effective, the whole class erupted in laughter. And so it went. In every class, Fangping was treated like a human punching bag, ridiculed by everyone. By now, Fangping was like a panther, a fire of pure hatred burning in his heart. Just then the instructor called for students for a combat drill. Fangping's pent-up fury was about to be unleashed. "All right, sparring time. I need to find the student with the most energy to be my opponent." Now, who was it that laughed the loudest? And just like that, a line of victims fell to Fangping's relentless assault. Those he beat couldn't help but cry out. "My God, Fangping, you're brutal. This is just a drill. Stop hitting me. I never even laughed at you." A third student cried out in terror. "It wasn't me. It was Zhao Lei. He was the one laughing the loudest." Hearing his name, Zhao Lei shot back in a panic. "You're lying." After class, Fangping, Fu Changyuan, and Zhao Zume were all engrossed in a sheet of paper they were holding. It was the Hua Nation's Grandmaster rankings. The top 4 on the list were Li Zhen, Commander-in-Chief of the Military Department; Zhang Tao, the Minister of Education; Shen Heishan, Guardian of the North; and finally Chen Guiyang, Guardian of the East. After reading it, Fu Changyuan suddenly blurted out, "No way! How is our principal only ranked 41st? Zhao Zume explained. "The lists you see online usually only include publicly known martial artists. This one includes experts from sects, the military, the investigation bureau, the guardians, everyone. For the principal to be ranked 41st is actually incredible." Then Zhao Zume pointed it out to Fu Changyuan. "Look, even Big Bro Ma is only 104th. "Really?" Only Fangping remained silent, his expression thoughtful as he stared at the list in his hands. So old Wang did have a spot. Fangping had been eagerly searching for Wang Jinyang's name, and he was completely stunned by the result. Rank 27 among lower third-rank martial artists. He wasn't at the bottom of the barrel anymore. It just went to show that in the world of martial artists, even someone as powerful as old Wang was just the tip of the iceberg. But it also proved just how prestigious the rankings really were. The 3 of them stood there, holding the paper, each nursing a shared hope. What an honor it would be if one day our names were on that list. They all looked up toward the training building, where rays of sunlight pierced the sky, as if gazing upon their own future. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of classroom doors and spilled into the buildings. Lu Fengru appeared, her body covered in fresh scratches. "I just got back from the catacombs," she announced. "Things over there are settled for now." Fangping and Zhao Zume, who looked just as ragged after the last few days at the academy, asked, "So, is it safe now?" Lu Fengru shook her head. "Only this wave of attacks has been cleared. The catacomb creatures are assaulting the gate more and more frequently. The demand for resources is about to skyrocket for everyone." Hearing this, Fangping immediately asked, "Does that mean the school is going to make our training even harder?" Instead of answering, Lu Fengru simply said, "Tonight, go back and pack a bag. Put in for a 2-day leave. I'm taking you two on a trip." A knot of dread formed in Fangping's stomach. "You're not planning on taking us to the catacombs, are you?" But unlike him, Zhao Zume's face lit up with excitement. "Even if it is the catacombs, I'll give it my all." Lu Fengru immediately crushed her little spark of joy. "With that cat-scratch kung fu of yours, go to the catacombs. You'd just be asking to get reincarnated." Hearing that, Fangping let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Well, at least that's settled," everyone seemed to think. But then, Lu Fengru suddenly changed the subject, her words catching Fangping completely off guard and making him blush. "Fangping," she said with a sly smile, "remember how I said I'd give you a huge reward if you won the competition?" Just then, a sleek white car screeched to a halt beside them, skidding several feet before stopping. It was a brand-new model, impossibly chic and glossy. Fangping's jaw dropped. Is this?" he stammered, lunging at the car to hug its hood, practically drooling. "Don't tell me this is the huge reward you were talking about, instructor. You really shouldn't have." But his dreams were instantly crushed by Lu Fengru's blunt reply. "In your dreams, get in." "It's not for me?" he asked, his voice full of disappointment. The clear blue sky was dotted with lazy, drifting clouds. After a long drive, Lu Fengru pulled up to an old-fashioned house on the outskirts of the city. Two massive, muscle-bound bodyguards in black suits stood watch at the entrance. As they approached, one of the guards stepped forward, blocking their path. 10,000 ahead for entry." Instead of pulling out cash, Lu Fengru tossed the guard something that looked like a black clove of garlic. The guard caught it, glanced at his palm, and broke into a grin. "A chi and blood pill, huh? Go on in." Once permitted, the three of them stepped inside. Both Fangping and Zhao Zume glanced around, taking in their surroundings. "This is just some old countryside courtyard, isn't it?" Fangping thought. "Why would they charge an entrance fee for a place like this?" He scanned the area, still completely clueless. What kind of reward did the instructor bring me here for anyway? Just then, an inner door swung open, revealing a horrifying scene. A man was being brutally beat, blood flying everywhere. As he was sent staggering back, Fangping could see 2 of his front teeth were missing. Looked like an ordinary estate on the outside was hiding a brutal fighting pit within. The roar of the crowd was even louder than the pained cries of the fighters. "Kill him! Kill him! Go on, kill him!" The bloody scene filled Zhao Zume's clear blue eyes, and she recoiled in horror. She clapped a hand over her nose, trying to block out the thick stench of blood that hung heavy in the arena. Lu Fengru's face darkened. "If you can't handle it, get out," she said coldly. "And don't you dare mention the exchange competition ever again." Hearing that, Zhao Zume immediately straightened up. "Teacher, I can do it." Fangping glanced up at the stands, his gaze lingering for a moment. This feels familiar, he thought. It was just like before him, covered in wounds, reeling from the smell of blood for the first time, staring at a mangled corpse on the ground. The memory calmed him now. "Yeah, I already went through this not too long ago." From inside the arena, 2 men walked out. One was huge and muscular, with a collar as thick as a dog chain around his neck. The other was as thin and frail as a scholar. The frail man stepped forward, his face breaking into an overly eager smile. "What lucky wind has brought the invincible teacher Lu here? An honor, truly an honor." But her expression was like ice. "Cut the crap," she snapped. She pointed a finger at Fangping, her face cold and unfeeling. "Make arrangements. Take him to the morgue." Fangping stared, completely caught off guard. "Huh, the morgue?" Hearing Lu Fengru's decisive tone, the man acted fast. "Of course, Zhao Zhao, take this young brother to the morgue. Just leave him there by himself." It was only then that Fangping realized something was seriously wrong. "Wait a minute," he yelled. "Didn't you say there was a huge reward for me?" Lu Fengru answered flatly. "I did, isn't this it? A 1-day trip to the morgue." Her cold reply turned him to stone, his entire body feeling like it was about to crack apart. Backstage, the men who had escorted Fangping began to gossip. A guy with a blonde mohawk grumbled, "We've brought martial arts university students here for training before. Some of them straight up pissed themselves. I have no clue why the higher-ups bother with those kids. Toss any one of them in the ring and they'd be dead in seconds, guaranteed." The man next to him chimed in, "You got that right. I'll give this university brat 30 minutes max." But a man they called Brother Zhao disagreed. "I'll give him 10 minutes. Hearing that, the other guy retorted, "Nah, it won't be that quick. He's still a martial arts university student after all." But Brother Zhao just smirked confidently. "Just you wait and see." The room Fangping was about to enter was lit by a single dim lamp, casting long, unsettling shadows. He stepped cautiously into the strange space. Lying before him were 3 corpses, arranged neatly on the floor. The room was otherwise bare, save for an old-fashioned television set humming with eerie, hypnotic music. A chill ran down Fangping's spine the moment he stepped inside. Seriously, did they have to go all out with the horror movie vibe? He wasn't afraid of corpses, though. He squared his shoulders and strode over to the first body. Died with his eyes open, huh? He reached out and gently closed the man's eyes. Rest in peace, he thought, trying to calm his nerves. It's just a body. It's not like I'm the one who killed him. Even though he was spooked, Fangping cracked an eye open to observe. His left arm is powerful, the bones strong. He must have finished tempering his upper limbs. The right arm, though, looks like he hadn't completed his bone tempering. Maybe 35 to 45 bones done at most. He crouched down, his fingers gently probing the man's throat. Looks like he was killed by a punch to the throat. One blow, straight to the larynx, crushed his windpipe. Fangping slowly rose, a somber look on his face. "What a waste," he sighed. "Might as well check the other 2 while I'm here." Watching this group for a while longer wouldn't hurt, he thought. But suddenly the 3 corpses behind him sprang to life. They roared and shrieked, their cries echoing through the room as if they were trained zombies. The 3 bodies launched a synchronized attack, and for a split second, Fangping was frozen in shock. But in the next instant, his instincts took over. He unleashed a single, powerful kick that sent all 3 of them flying straight into the ceiling. That's when Fangping noticed a thin string on his body. It has to be them. After he kicked the rebellious corpses hard enough to snap the strings, the 3 bodies finally lay still. Fangping carried each one back to its original spot. Once they were in place, he clasped his hands together and bowed a few times. "Please, don't hold it against me," he muttered. "I didn't mean to do that." Meanwhile, the thrilling boxing match on the stage raged on, the crowd roaring with excitement. The job of carrying away the defeated fighters fell to Brother Zhao's crew, Fangping included. After they brought a body down from the stage, they packed it into a thin canvas bag. The man with the pompadour leaned in and whispered to Brother Zhao, "Brother Zhao, this new kid, he's not as simple as he looks. Look at him handling a corpse without batting an eye." Brother Zhao grunted, clearly frustrated. "We already tried to scare him and it didn't work. It's impossible, unless the kid's seen blood before." As they whispered, Fangping performed his usual ritual, bowing respectfully to the body. Freelance martial artists, the ones with no clan to back them up, Fangping thought, looking down at the bagged corpse. In a situation like this, fighting in underground matches is the only way to get the resources they need. He pulled the zipper closed. A martial artist without true strength is no different from an ordinary person. After their work was finished, a lavish feast was spread out before them. It looked like Zhao Zume was still reeling from their trip to the arena. Seeing this, Lu Fengru, who was sitting beside her, spoke up. "You'll get used to it if you throw up enough." "Get used to it, my ass," Fangping cursed internally. "She dragged us to eat rare steak right after watching that bloodbath. She definitely did this on purpose." But to Lu Fengru, this was all perfectly normal. "In the catacombs, you'll be lucky to eat dried rations or raw meat," she said calmly. "If you find an energy mine, you might get a cooked meal, but it's always more practical to trade that energy for cultivation pills." Lu Fengru sliced a piece of steak from her plate, then looked up. "So, how did it feel collecting corpses all day?" Fangping thought for a moment before answering. "Being a martial artist, it's not as glorious as ordinary people imagine." She seemed pleased with his answer. "Exactly. Have you ever considered fighting in a life-or-death duel?" she continued. "It's an incredible way to gain combat experience. It'll be a massive help in boosting your strength." The moment he heard life or death, Fangping's face went pale. He stammered, "Isn't this a little sudden?" But next to him, the girl who had been sick all evening raised her hand. "Master, I can do it." Lu Fengru just shook her head softly. "No, you're too weak." "I'm not weak," Zhao Zume retorted. "I've honed 40 of my bones, I know basic combat techniques, my stance is about to reach the impeccable stage, and I've achieved minor completion in my kicking technique. I'm not afraid of the people we saw in the arena today." But no matter what Zhao Zume said, the answer was the same. Whether you're afraid of them or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you've never truly seen real blood. Hearing this, Zhao Zume started to furiously devour the bloody steak on her plate. "I can do it." But no matter how hard she forced herself, some things just couldn't be changed in an instant. As she wolfed down the meat, Triotayatmai's face suddenly soured. She couldn't hide her disgust, shooting up from her seat. "Excuse me, I need the restroom." Once Tayatmai was gone, Fuang Bin turned to Lu Fuang and Hu. "Teacher, why is she pushing herself so hard?" Lu Fuang and Hu stared into her piece of meat for a long moment before answering. Tayatmai's father was a rank -4 martial artist. He died in the Tian'an catacombs. Now all sorts of powers have their eyes on the business he left behind. If she's not strong enough, she won't be able to protect her family's legacy. That's why she's so desperate for strength. After a moment of silence, she turned her sharp gaze on Fuang Bin. "Unlike you, you don't have a shred of real motivation." He immediately shot back, "Teacher, I do have motivation. I want to get stronger, I want to make money, I want my family to live a good life." Right, she scoffed. "I suppose not wanting to die can be considered a motivation." "What do you mean, can be considered?" But it always came back to this. Lu Fuang Nhu was determined to see him fight. "Fine. If you don't have the guts for a life-or-death battle, how about a regular match?" You've already cornered me like this," Fuang Bin thought. "What choice do I have?" He forced a smile. "All right. I'll give it a try." After the meal, the three of them returned to the fighting arena. The lights were already blazing, illuminating the ring for the next match. The arena owner approached the stage and spoke to Fuang Bin in a low voice. "Easy there, little brother, don't be so tense. A regular match is relatively safe. People aren't usually out for blood in these." Fuang Bin asked wearily, "Boss, what's the prize for winning?" 50,000 a match, the owner replied. "It's not a lot, but you can place a bet." He leaned in closer, his eyes darting nervously toward Lu Fuang Nhu as he spoke. Lu Fengru explained that the opponent her master had chosen for him was a seasoned pro, a peak rank -1 martial artist, and the betting odds were at least 3-1. The moment he heard the word money, Fangping's eyes lit up. "In that case, I'm betting 1 million on myself." The organizer, seeing his complete 180, stammered, Sure, though he'd tried to be discreet, Lu Fengru had heard everything. With a great yawn, she drawled, "I'll put 5 million on you. If you lose, you owe me." Just like that, all of Fangping's excitement vanished, replaced by sheer panic. "This woman is betting with my life." Zhao Zume decided to join in on the fun. "I'll bet 1 million on you too. You got this, Fangping." He was completely at their mercy, and all he could do was accept his fate. "You two are something else." The ring announcer stepped onto the platform and began to work the crowd. "Good evening, all you handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies." He moved on to the introductions. "And now let's have our fighters enter the ring." The stage lights blazed to life as the two fighters took their positions, bathed in the roar of the crowd. The announcer's voice boomed again. "Let's give a massive welcome to our gym's king of 100 victories, the peak rank -1 martial artist, Mayan." The man who would be fighting Fangping was huge and covered in scars, with a ferocious look that would intimidate anyone. But the crowd roared his name like he was a hero. Mayan, and his opponent, the announcer continued, the courageous newcomer, the mid-stage rank -1 martial artist, the Saber King Fangping. Hearing his new title shouted out, Fangping gave an awkward wave to the crowd below, but they just jeered back at him. "Get off the stage." A mid-stage challenging a peak. "Don't get beaten too badly." "Yeah, it'd be a shame for a pretty boy like you to lose face." Only Zhao Zume was trying to stifle a laugh. What a ridiculous nickname. He doesn't even use a saber, yet they call him the Saber King? Only Lu Fengru understood Fangping's true intention. She calmly explained to Zume, "That boy isn't stupid. He's intentionally creating a first impression to mislead his enemies." "A first impression?" Zume asked, confused. Lu Fengru, now in full teacher mode, began to explain. "Look at it this way. Luo Yichuan is a master of the spear, but he can still teach you other combat styles. Tang Shizi's fists and kicks are deadly, but he's no slouch with a weapon either. Do you really think that if Luo Yichuan didn't have his spear to pin down Tang Shizi's fists, they'd just let themselves be torn to shreds. If you think that way, you'll die without even knowing why. Learn this lesson well, she continued. In the future, when you face an enemy, don't just focus on their nickname. As if she'd just had a revelation, Zhao Zumei immediately started scribbling down her teacher's words. Back in the arena, Fangping still hadn't thrown a single kick. He was still greeting his opponent with a polite smile. "Uncle, this is my first time in the ring, so I'm a little nervous. Let's just spar a bit, all right. If I see I can't win later, I'll just surrender, so please go easy on me," Blackface just grunted. "We'll see." Fangping kept trying to persuade him. "Aw, come on, Uncle, don't be so serious. You're making me tense. I thought this was just a regular match. We can just spar a little. There's no need to fight to the bitter end where nobody wins. Don't you agree?" But the more Fangping talked, the more furious Blackface became. "You talk too damn much," he spat. Just then the opening drum sounded, and the referee yelled, "Begin!" Fangping said nothing more and shot toward his opponent. He launched a kick that connected squarely with the man's head. "Taste my kick." Completely distracted by Fangping's pre-match chatter, Blackface had lost all focus. Right at the start, a moment of carelessness cost him the upper hand. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches from Fangping. Hai Mayan could only defend, unable to land a single counterattack. This kid is no ordinary rank-1 middle-stage fighter. Beaten back, Hai Mayan was forced into a deep defensive retreat. The crowd below the stage grew restless. Seeing the fighter they'd bet on being constantly attacked, they started shouting. "Hai Mayan, what are you doing? Fight back. Don't go easy on him just 'cause he's a rookie. Go for his head." But Hai Mayan, struggling for his life on the stage, couldn't hear a word they were saying. In contrast, Fangping was the picture of calm, his movements sharp and decisive. "Here comes another kick." Getting pummeled by a kid like this, Hai Mayan's anger flared. He tried to counter. "You're pissing me off." But before he could, Fangping snapped a vicious uppercut from below, sending a spray of blood from his nose like a firework on New Year's Eve. The blow sent Hai Mayan stumbling backward. Fangping moved in for another direct punch, surprising the dazed Hai Mayan. He instinctively threw up his arms to block, his face a mask of pure fear as he stared at his opponent. Just then a cryptic smile spread across Fangping's face. He took a step back, gathering power, then lunged forward to unleash a thunderous kick. Suddenly, Hai Mayan screamed, I give up." He immediately collapsed onto the stage floor, muttering, "I forfeit." At the same moment, Fangping pulled his leg back. He looked at his opponent and replied politely, "Thanks for the match." Down below, the entire audience was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Even Zhao Zumei was shocked. The only one who remained completely calm in the entire crowd was Lu Fengru. After a few moments of stunned silence, the arena erupted into chaos. Cheers died down almost as quickly as they began. Was that a fixed match or something? Who the hell is this Blade King? Damn, the kid's actually got some serious skills. Blade King, you're the man. Yet amid the roaring praise for Fangping, Liu Fengru showed no hint of pride or satisfaction in her student. Her mind was clearly elsewhere as she watched him on the stage. A fight that lasts less than a minute offers him no real benefit. Later, at the prize exchange counter, the cashier slid a metal briefcase across the surface. "Double the payout plus the 10,000 appearance fee. That's 3.05 million. We're not responsible for it once you leave this counter. You'd better count it." Fangping simply laid a hand on the briefcase and pulled it toward him. A notification flashed in his mind. Wealth, plus 2,050,000. He couldn't help but crack a small smile. The system automatically deducted my initial $1 million bet. Not bad. Earning this much in just 1 minute. Suddenly, his vision warped. The system interface began to shake violently as if the world itself were collapsing around him. Wealth has exceeded 10 million. Initiating system upgrade. Upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Re-establishing connection. A new panel materialized before him. New feature unlocked. Body tempering. Activate now. Fangping stared at the screen for a long moment, "So I can just use the system to temper my body directly." Normally, body tempering was a grueling and dangerous process. Still, might as well give it a shot and see what happens. The moment he confirmed his choice, a crimson aura flared up and enveloped his entire body. Body tempering successful. The system immediately displayed his updated stats, detailing his wealth, vitality, mentality, and the results of the procedure. He could feel the change instantly. A definite improvement. The entire body tempering process finished in the blink of an eye. Wait a minute, am I about to break through to the peak of the third rank? But in the next instant, the system announced a deduction of 10,000 wealth points. The shock hit Fangping so hard he felt like he was coughing up blood, tears streaming down his face. He reeled from the calculation. One piece of skull bone costs 10,000. At this rate, forget the third rank. Just getting to the peak of the first rank would cost me over 10 million. Of course. Nothing in this world is ever that easy. The people watching him were bewildered, whispering to each other, "Why is the Blade King crying?" On the ride back to the academy in Lu Fengru's car, Fangping couldn't stop thinking about how he was completely broke. He sulked the entire way, his face a long mask of misery. Fangping risked a furtive glance at Lu Fengru, only to be caught by her sharp eyes in the rearview mirror. Lu Fengru instantly knew what he was plotting. "Don't even think about it," she warned, her voice low. "My share of the prize money is mine, end of story." Called out, Fangping sputtered, "Instructor, what are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person." "Cut the crap. It's written all over your face." Realizing he couldn't swindle the elder, he decided to try his luck with someone younger, his junior sister, Zhao Zume. Hearing the sickeningly sweet tone in Fangping's voice, Zhao Zume recoiled. "What do you want? You're creeping me out." Fangping lowered his voice into a conspiratorial whisper. "Look, you're at the university now. You don't really need a lot of money, right? Besides, you don't want to pick up any bad spending habits. Why don't you let your senior brother here hold onto that prize money for you, for safekeeping?" His sweet talk didn't work on Zhao Zume. She sidled even further away. "I can manage just fine, and who said I was your junior sister? Just stay away from me." A flicker of disappointment crossed Fangping's face. She didn't take the bait, huh? Listening to the two kids bicker, Lu Fengru decided to stir the pot. "Hey, Fangping," she said with a smirk. "Here's an idea. Why don't you just go after Zume? If you can get her to fall for you, then her money becomes your money." "Problem solved." Hearing this from the back seat, I leaned forward. "Professor!" But Fangping just settled back against the car seat. "For now, I'm not really in that headspace, but when I do start thinking about a significant other, your suggestion doesn't sound half bad." Mai's face flushed with anger. "The hell you will. I'm the one who should be thinking about that, not you." After that lively conversation, Fangping returned to his life as a student at the academy. Tang Feng stood before all the students, his voice ringing out. "All right, everyone in the special training class, your mission privileges have been activated. For the next month, you can accept missions right here." A buzz of excitement went through the crowd. "Awesome, we can finally take on missions. Thank God. I've already burned through all the money my family sent me." Fangping felt a similar jolt of anticipation. "Finally, this gives me another way to rack up wealth points." Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from behind Tang Feng and Lu Fengru. "What's all this racket? You've been in special training for a month and you're all still this damn lazy." Tang Feng turned, his eyes widening in surprise. "Dean," the dean's voice thundered on, filled with raw urgency. "The situation in the catacombs is critical. The need for powerful warriors is greater than ever, but the resources to train them are growing scarcer by the day. You must win the inter-school exchange tournament to secure enough resources to cultivate more powerhouses. So you little brats better get fired up for me. You got that?" The man who had just stormed in was Huang Jing, the dean of the School of Weaponry and a rank -7 grandmaster. Thoroughly chastened, the students immediately snapped to attention, their backs ramrods straight as they shouted in perfect unison, "Sir, yes, sir." Huang Jing continued to address them. "You will be divided into 5 teams, each led by one of your instructors. The team that completes the most missions and does the best job will be rewarded with an extra 100 academic credits," he continued. "Furthermore, the top 10 performers among you will be chosen to represent Ma Wu in the upcoming exchange competition." Hearing this, Fangping thought to himself, another exchange competition. The school really is sparing no expense, especially when Ma Wu's reputation is on the line. The dean continued, "Fangping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changyuan, Yang Xiaoman, and Chen Yunxi. You 5 have distinguished yourselves with your strength, so you will be our team captains. Each of you will lead a squad. Now find your teams based on the lists being distributed and get acquainted." Fangping's squad had 9 members. Zhao Qing ranked 39th in the special training class, Wu Kebeng 46th, Zhang Yuihong 41st, and Li Su 47th. Then there was Zhao Zume, ranked 11th, were in the same group again. Tang Songting ranked 6th in the special training class. Zhang Hao 38th, Zhang Ping 42nd, and Liu Dasheng 40th. With the rookie king as our captain, this is a sure win. And the last member, of course, was Fangping himself, ranked number 1. He looked over his team. Besides Zhao Zume and Tang Songting, the others aren't exactly top tier. Are they deliberately trying to screw me over with this lineup? Fu Changyuan jogged over from a distance, a wide grin on his face as he started teasing Fangping. "What's with the long face? Not happy with your team?" he said. "I heard they balanced the teams out ahead of time. Someone as strong as you can pick up the slack, right?" He even had the gall to say it right in front of Tang Feng. "If I could choose my teammates, I'd definitely want to be grouped with the beauties. This grouping from Instructor Tang is just—" The moment he heard that, Tang Feng obliged. "Fine, I'll make the switch for you." Fu Changyuan's face went pale. When he heard the two beauties were Zhang Yue, ranked 5th, and Xia Wenyu, ranked 48th in the special training class, he grew flustered and tried to back away. "I was just talking nonsense. Teacher Tang really killed people. I will be the supervising instructor for your mission," a new voice cut in. "Though I don't have any of my own students here, I'm sure you all know who I am, so I'll skip the introductions. Your captain will be in charge of mission assignments. My only responsibility is to make sure you all come back alive." The man who spoke was Teacher Zhou Shipping, a middle-stage, 6th-rank martial artist. At his words, the mood instantly grew heavy, and every student's expression turned grim. Zhou Shipping reminded them again, "Captain Fangping will decide which mission you take. Just make the selection on the terminal. My only job is to protect you. I will not interfere in any other matters, so don't bother asking for my opinion." "Understood," Fangping replied immediately. "This isn't about his attitude, is it?" he thought. "To ensure fairness, are instructors not allowed to lead their own students on missions?" He glanced over at Zhou Shipping. He looks to be in his 50s or 60s and doesn't say much. Palm techniques aren't popular at Mo, which is probably why he has so few students. But even though he's one of the oldest instructors, his strength should be reliable. Fangping walked up to the mission terminal and accessed the system. Choosing the right mission is critical, he thought, his focus sharpening. The screen lit up, displaying the available assignments. First were the military missions. The difficulty was high, but the rewards were special resources or military contribution points. Next were the Investigation Bureau missions. Also difficult, but with a much richer variety of rewards. Third, the police department missions. These were simpler, but the rewards were mostly limited to medicinal pills. Finally, the school missions. Their difficulty varied from easy to hard, and they offered a wide range of rewards. As he scanned the list, Fangping felt. He began to weigh his options. A month isn't a lot of time. The other teams are probably already hunting for the highest value missions. The key is finding the right balance between time, difficulty, and reward. After thinking it over for a long while, Fangping finally spoke. "Let's start with something simple. A warm-up." The target Fangping's team had chosen was a man named Lin Jun, a middle-aged, middle-stage first-rank martial artist wanted for killing someone in a brawl. The moment Tang Songting, another first-rank martial artist on the team, saw Fangping pick such an easy mission, he immediately objected. "Are you serious? Just a first-rank mission? We're all about the same level. There's no need to be so timid," he raised his voice. "Our performance here affects who gets picked for the exchange competition, and the reward is peanuts once we split it. Even if we're being cautious, we should at least take on a second-rank mission." Fangping didn't react to his outburst. He just asked calmly, "Tang Songting, have you ever fought a second-rank martial artist before?" He faltered. "Well, no, I haven't." Hearing that, Fangping immediately pressed him, cutting to the heart of the matter. "Never? Then where are you getting the confidence to take on a second-rank mission? This isn't a tournament. These are wanted criminals. They'll fight to the death. If someone falls behind and gets targeted, they could be killed." Tang Songting was speechless, stammering. "Well, Fangping pressed on. "Even if you don't care about someone's life, what if something happens? If we lose a team member, every mission after this will be that much harder." "It can't be that serious, can it?" Tang Songting argued weakly. "Isn't the instructor here to watch over us?" But Shi Ping, who was standing nearby, remained completely silent, saying nothing. Fangping glanced over at him. Fangping fell silent for a moment before his expression hardened. "I'm the team leader," he stated, "so I make the decisions." He looked at each of them. "And another thing, for the next month you all listen to me. I'm not interested in playing democracy here." Fangping capped it off with a threat. "If anyone has a problem with that, I don't mind a one-on-one." A tense silence fell over the group, and this time even Tong Ding had to give in. "Fine," he grit out through clenched teeth. All eyes turned to the mission board as Fangping began the briefing. "Our target is Lin Jun," he read from the file. According to this, his last known location was in the baiting district. He's also a known gambler, so the plan is to search the underground casinos there. Zumai finally spoke up. But there are so many casinos in baiting. What if we can't find him? Fangping answered nonchalantly. We have 3 days. If we can't find him by then, we give up and take the 10% reward penalty. With a wave, he turned and walked away. Get ready, he called over his shoulder. We leave in an hour. After he left, Tong Ding started complaining to Zhang Hao. This reward isn't even worth the trouble. He's unbelievable. Zhang Hao sighed. What can we do? He's the leader. Looks like we just have to grin and bear it. Only Zumai was quiet. Fangping seems different somehow, she thought. An hour later, the team was moving through a casino in the baiting district. This place is bigger than I imagined, someone muttered. From a high vantage point overlooking the floor, Fangping's hand was pressed to his comms unit. Split into teams and start searching, he ordered. If you find the target, do not engage on your own. Contact the other teams first. We only move in after we've regrouped. Zumei's voice came through first. Team A reporting, we're in the main hall, no sign of the target yet. A moment later, Zhang Ping coughed, her voice raspy. God, the smoke in here is way too thick. Then came Team B. This is Li Si. Team B is in position at the back door, but I think the casino staff has their eyes on us. What do we do? Zhang Ping immediately backed him up. He's right, Fangping. We're just students with 0 experience. Even with these disguises, we stick out like a sore thumb. Don't panic, Fangping instructed, his voice steady. Just act natural. The worst they'll do is ask a few questions, keep searching. The team signaled their understanding. Everyone's already freaking out, and we've barely even started, Fangping thought with a weary sigh. Our lack of experience is a huge problem. As he was thinking, a figure in the corner of the room caught his eye. He glanced over, quickly taking in the scene. It was Teacher Chu, just as he'd said he would be, here only to observe. Fangping's gaze then shifted to Shi Ping's face, which was a complete stone mask. Just watching us, cold as ice, he thought. If things go south, is he really going to step in? He began to turn the possibilities over in his mind. Probably not. He won't lift a finger unless we're about to be completely wiped out. For all I know, student casualties are exactly what the martial arts university wants to see. It's all a calculated exchange, his thoughts darkened. No matter how much they preach to us rookies about the way of the martial artist, or the strong prey on the weak, it's all just words. The threat of death is nothing but a vague concept. Meanwhile, in another room, Tu Ding and Zhao Qing were scanning the area, searching for their own target. The harsh reality of how easily carelessness and inexperience could lead to death was a thought that wouldn't leave their minds. It's a different story when you're the one who might actually die. Sacrifice a few weaker students to galvanize all the elite freshmen. A hell of a trade. The answer was becoming crystal clear. Why send the new students to the exchange competition and not the more powerful third years? Because if a freshman suddenly makes a name for themselves, the university will pour resources into them. That's why it's a risk worth taking. At the same time, in another part of the area, Zhao Qing was raising his walkie-talkie, relaying a message. Fangping was still lost in his own grim conclusions. A fair trade, but a cold-blooded one. So this is what a martial arts university is really like. Suddenly, a voice crackling through his earpiece shattered his thoughts. Captain, this is Team B. We have an update, over. Target spotted. Fangping took off at a dead sprint, shouting his orders as he ran. Keep your eyes on him. All other teams converge on their position. Team D, you are not to engage until everyone has regrouped. Wait for the main force. A hesitant voice came over the radio. About that. Tang Songting has already... The voice cut off, but it was too late. Tang Songting had already closed in on Lin Jun, ready to fight him alone. By the time the rest of them arrived, it was already over. Tang Songting had dealt with the man. Ambushed by him, Lin Jun was already dead. Tang Songting looked smug as he cleaned his weapon. All that wasted time for a measly 120,000 reward and barely any credits, he complained. See, I told you from the start, with our strength we should have taken on a much tougher mission. Fury simmered in Fangping's eyes, but he kept his voice low and tight. And I told you to wait for the team to regroup before making a move. Tang Songting just scoffed. What's the big deal? The guy wasn't even strong. I handled him just fine on my own. We didn't have to wait for everyone. What if the target had escaped? Could you have taken responsibility for that? Just because you're the team captain doesn't mean you can waste our time. Zumei, unlike the composed Fangping, finally lost her temper. Tang Songting, what the hell is your problem? she shouted. If Fangping hadn't predicted the target's location, do you really think you could have caught him so quickly? But the others in the group didn't seem to agree with her. He's got a point, though, one of them muttered. We've already wasted a ton of manpower and resources on this mission. Yeah, another chimed in, and in the end the reward is gonna be split so many ways there'll be nothing left. Fangping didn't even bother to reply. He just turned and walked away, with Zume hurrying to keep up. Before she left, she shot back at the group. How can you all say that? He did it for everyone's safety. I guess you'd rather have rushed in and gotten yourselves killed by some unexpected trap, right? Tang Songting stood up, a loud, mocking laugh escaping his lips. If you're that scared of dying, why even bother being a martial artist? He stepped forward, aggressively blocking Fangping's path. Hey, Captain Fang, remember we're students of Magic Martial Arts University. We're martial artists, not some pathetic weaklings cowering for our lives. Fangping didn't raise his voice. He simply met Tang Songting's aggressive posture with a cold, level gaze. Tang Songting, if you're that dissatisfied, you can leave right now. I'll ask the instructor to reassign you to another team. He then addressed the others directly. That goes for the rest of you. Anyone else who wants out can go with him. At that, Tang Songting's bravado faltered. Damn it, he thought, a flicker of fear crossing his face. If this bastard hadn't already killed 2 peak first-rank martial artists, I'd have beaten the hell out of him by now. Swallowing his rage, he viciously kicked the corpse at his feet one last time before turning and storming away. But rotten luck. Fangping silently watched the idiots in front of him, not saying a word. The first mission had been a cakewalk, so easy that now everyone was getting overconfident. If this keeps up, he thought, it's not going to end well. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, the silence was heavy. Dean Huangjing was monitoring the situation closely through his instructors. So, how's it going? Feng Niu reported first. On my end, Chen Yungxi probably isn't cut out to be a team leader. She's too indecisive. Tang Feng immediately followed up. Fu Changju isn't bad. He handles his team relationships well and always gets everyone's input before accepting a mission. Yichuan chimed in. Zhao Lei is a bit of a lone wolf, always taking on the high-difficulty missions by himself. Jian Zhou just said, Yang Xiaoman is all right. When it was Shi Ping's turn, he thought for a long moment before finally saying, Fang Ping. He then gave his report. He's stable, a good fit for a leader, but he's almost too cautious. He paused, then continued, For the exchange competition, I still think it would be better to have Fu Changju lead the team. But Fu Changju's a bit lacking in strength, another instructor countered. In a real fight, I'm not sure he could keep Zhao Lei in line. The dean listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. He turned to Shi Ping. Old Shi, keep an eye on Fang Ping a little longer. Isn't that kid supposed to be the steady one? A small, calculating smile formed on his lips. For the next mission, let's give him a little more trouble. Huang Jing seemed to be anticipating something. I really want to see how this leader of ours deals with real danger. Images flashed through his mind, one of a cowardly Fang Ping, the other of a brave one. Will he run, call for help, betray his teammates, or will he fight to the death? Huang Jing mused to himself, there's still so much to consider when nurturing an elite talent. After the first mission, the entire group. Back at the mission assignment hall, Shi Ping began to divide the rewards. For this mission, Tang Songting will take 20% of the reward. The 2 who discovered the target will split 25%. He paused, then continued. The remaining 7 of you will split the other 50%. One of the students immediately snapped. How much does that even leave for us? So we basically did all that work for nothing. Acting as if he were the captain, Tang Songting arrogantly tried to calm everyone down. It's fine, he proposed. For our next mission, we'll take on a peak rank -1 martial artist. That way everyone gets a bigger cut. We won't have to scramble for scraps. Hearing this, the group fell silent. Tang Songting then turned to Fang Ping, his tone challenging. Am I right, Captain Fang? Fang Ping just remained silent. All they can think about is the reward. Once again, Tang Songting acted as if he were the one in charge. Let us pick the mission this time. And with that, he decisively tapped and selected a mission from the board. Second mission target. Shifeng from Nanjing. Rank, peak rank -1 combat style, specializes in fist and kick techniques. Status, wanted for killing a peak rank -1 martial artist and fleeing. Everyone in the group except for Fang Ping and Zhao Zume started buzzing with excitement. This one's not bad, Tang Songting exclaimed. The credits are way higher than the other missions of this type. With 10 of us working together, he continued, taking down a single peak rank -1 shouldn't be that hard. The others chimed in agreement. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do this one. This time, Fangping didn't interfere. He just glanced at the mission details. As he read, he noticed something strange. Why is the reward so much higher than other missions of the same rank? He was suspicious, just a single fugitive. Peak first grade? Why would they need a team of 3 peak first grade martial artists for this? He was worried something was wrong with this mission. Maybe I'm the only one who sees it, he thought. Everyone else is completely blinded by the reward. He glanced over at Ping, a seed of suspicion taking root. The teacher has to know there's a problem with this mission, but he hasn't said a word. Does that mean it's safe? Or is he deliberately sending us into a trap? After thinking it over, Fangping finally spoke to the team. We can take the mission, he said, but I have to warn you all. A reward this big means our target is going to be incredibly tough. He looked at them seriously. If we can't win, we retreat immediately. Staying alive is the priority. Song Ting, however, just brushed him off. Yeah, we know, he said casually. It's not like we're looking for a death wish. He added, don't underestimate us, team leader Fang, we're top students. No matter how strong the opponent is, we can definitely take them down. Besides, the guy's only a peak first grade. With our numbers, this'll be a piece of cake. Fangping could only hope he was overthinking things. Ping just stood there with a friendly smile, saying nothing. It was impossible to know what he was really thinking. The next morning, the team set off. Zume took the wheel, while Fangping, despite trying to reassure himself, couldn't shake a feeling of unease. His expression was tense as he ran through all the possible scenarios in his head. My vitality is at 290 cal now, on par with a regular early-stage second-grade martial artist. He steeled himself. As long as I don't panic and don't slip up, I won't let them break my defenses. Even against a second grade, I have a fighting chance. A short while later, the team arrived. After parking on the outskirts of Duncheng, the group gathered around Fangping in Shiqing village. Fangping began to analyze the intel provided by the military. Looks like Shifeng is hiding somewhere in this village. It's right by the harbor, so I'm betting he plans to escape by sea tonight. Zume found the situation odd. But the address is so specific. Why would the military give this mission to the school? Are they that short-staffed because things in the catacombs are getting complicated? Fangping quickly saw the underlying issue. A mission like this should have gone to the investigation bureau. The fact that it came from the military probably means the martial artist Shifeng killed was connected to them. Yeah, you're right, Zhang Hao agreed. It's not like the military can't find a single rank-2 or rank-3 martial artist to handle this. Just then, a figure appeared and spoke up. You're not wrong. It was Ping. On one hand, the military wants to give you rookies a chance to get some real-world experience. On the other hand, he continued, it's to serve as a warning. Ping emphasized the word warning so heavily it sent a jolt through everyone. A warning? They asked in unison. Ping began to explain. Some martial artists get a little power and start thinking they're some kind of untouchable, privileged elite. They murder, commit arson, and use their strength to prey on the weak. They have absolutely no regard for human life. The sight of arrogant bullies throwing their weight around was an all-too-common blight on the world. Ping stroked his beard, his expression darkening. The military and the investigation bureau hand these missions over to martial arts university students, so you all understand something. No matter how high a martial artist's status is, if you make a mistake, you will be held accountable. It's true, Fangping thought to himself. You really can't judge a martial artist by their power alone. Even a low-ranked martial artist's power can have a huge impact on society, and martial arts universities have even larger communities of them. Fangping paused for a moment, having everyone understand their abilities and responsibilities through missions. This approach really fits how this world works. A smile touched his lips at the thought. Yue Hong happened to catch his smile. Confused, she asked, Captain, what are you so happy about? Nothing, Fangping said, then continued. It's pretty crowded here during the day. If we're not careful, we could easily cause a panic. Just like last time, let's wait until it gets dark before we start the search. Just then, Zhao Qing spoke up. Captain, I don't think we need to wait for nightfall. In fact, I think moving during the day is actually better. Fangping looked at him, surprised. Oh, why do you say that? The workers in this district all leave for their jobs early in the morning, Zhao Qing explained, having clearly thought it through. So during the day, most of the town is empty. It'll actually be less likely to cause a commotion. Besides, the target is planning to escape by sea tonight. That means there's a good chance he's holed up in a fixed location right now, just waiting. A big group of us searching all over the place would be too conspicuous. Why don't we go directly to the location the military provided and investigate for clues? He offered his final suggestion. If the target shows, we all move in at once. Fangping listened, considering the proposal. He remembered their last mission. It was Zhao Qing who had spotted the target. His strength might not be the highest, but his calm, observant nature was a complete contrast to Tang Songting's. A small smile appeared on his face. Looks like our team has a brain after all. Fangping immediately led the group forward. All right, let's go. We'll do it Zhao Qing's way. At that moment in another part of town, the harbor was quiet, ships resting silently at their docks. Fangping and his team were hidden behind a fence. That's the one, Fangping whispered, pointing ahead. He gave his orders directly. Chen Yuihong Wu Kepeng Zhang Hao. You three secure the perimeter. Don't let any civilians get close. Understood, they replied in unison. His gaze fell on Tang Songting. You're up. Go knock on the door. Tang Songting flinched. Me. A small smile touched Fangping's lips. What's the matter? Don't want to? You're one of our strongest. It's not like you'll be insta-killed just for opening a door. Besides, he added, we're rewarding based on contribution. The first one in always gets the biggest cut. That was all Tang Songting needed to hear. He grinned, rubbing his nose. All right then, I guess when it really counts, you guys have to rely on me after all. Zhang Hao approached Fangping. Captain Teacher Chu isn't here. Do we proceed? We proceed, Fangping said without a moment's hesitation. He's gone missing right on schedule. This was all too familiar. Looks like my guess was about 90% right. The house in front of them was just an old shipping container. They moved in, creeping toward the door. Anyone home? Tang Songting called out, trying to sound casual. Hey, your trash ended up on our doorstep. You gonna come out and clean it up or what? He knocked again. Hey, stop ignoring me. I know you're in there. Look, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Just come out, deal with your garbage, and we can call it even. But no matter how loud he was, the container remained silent. Not a single sound came from within. Tang Songting glanced back at Fangping, his expression asking, now what? Fangping just flicked his eyes toward the door, keep going. This time, Tang Songting dropped the pretense and started pounding on the metal door with his fist. Open up. We're all neighbors here. I don't want this to get ugly. If you don't open this door right now, I'm calling the cops. Get out here. Open the door. The door creaked slightly in response. Everyone tensed up on high alert, everyone except Tung Din, who stood right where he was, completely unguarded. An eerie voice rasped from inside the house. I'm not taking out the trash. Tung Din stepped closer to the door, his voice a sharp bark. This crap never happened before you moved in. Now open the damn door. In that instant, a flash of red seared past Fangping's vision. He'd seen something. Fangping lunged, yanking Tung Din back as he roared, "Get back!" An immense force blasted through the door, aimed straight for where Tung Din had been standing. If Fangping hadn't pulled him away, he would have ended up just like that splintered wreck of a door. A ferocious-looking man emerged from the doorway. He moved like a soulless automaton, more a walking corpse than a man. It was Shifeng. He shot past Fangping and, realizing he was surrounded, took off like the wind. Fangping gave chase instantly, shouting to the others, "After him!" Shifeng quickly broke free of their encirclement, but Fangping and his team were hot on his heels. Tung Din, fueled by rage, sprinted ahead, saber in hand. He closed in on the man and yelled, "Shifeng, you're not getting away!" Tung Din brought his saber down in a vicious slash, but the man dodged it with ease. Just then, Fangping managed to cut him off. Gritting his teeth, Fangping gathered his strength and launched a powerful kick at Shifeng. But again, he dodged it, managing to slip past and continue his escape. Looks like he has no intention of getting tangled up with us, Fangping thought. But up ahead, Zumei was already waiting for him. She gripped her weapon tightly, poised and ready to strike at any moment. Seeing her, Shifeng knew things weren't looking good. He skidded to a halt, his escape cut short. Surrounded, Shifeng cursed under his breath. A bunch of martial arts students? He scanned his opponents, not the military, not the investigation bureau. They're really looking down on me. Damn it, he seethed. Staring at the students panting heavily in front of him, a thought crossed his mind. Then again, this is good. Sending a whole mob of kids for one mission just proves how weak they really are. With that, he lunged toward Zumei. Still, I can't afford to waste time on them. If more pursuers show up, it'll be a real pain. Zumei didn't hesitate, swinging her staff to strike him, but to Shifeng, it was just child's play. A cunning smile spread across his face. He effortlessly dodged her attack while preparing a counter of his own. "Zumei, move!" Fangping screamed. Hearing the warning, Zumei instantly understood. Planting a hand on the ground, she threw herself to the side, narrowly avoiding his counterblow. But in that instant, she had given him an opening to escape. Just then, Song Ting and Fangping caught up to her. "You bastard!" Song Ting roared at Fangping. "Why did you tell her to dodge? The target was right in our grasp. Do you even want to complete this mission?" Faced with the accusation, Fangping's expression was grim. "Our target is a lot stronger than we were told. If she hadn't moved, Zumei would be dead." Song Ting froze, his anger turning to shock. "What?" Fangping's face darkened. "He's a rank menace too." He watched Shifeng's retreating figure and added, "And he's already finished tempering his bones." The others gasped in disbelief. "No way, I remember the mission report, it said he was a peak rank menace one." "Don't worry," Song Ting shouted. "So what if he's a rank menace too? He's barely just broken through. Failure is not an. Forget the credits, just don't let him get away." And so the whole group kept up the desperate chase, hot on Shifeng's heels. He glanced back, a sneer on his face as he saw the brats still trying to keep up. Heh, don't they know I'm a second-stage martial artist? Is this what they're teaching at the universities now? Guess they've finally reached their limit. Fangping, however, was still trying to figure out the bad intel. The mission briefing had clearly stated their target was a peak first stage, so how did he suddenly become a second stage? He wondered if the school's mission system was bugged. By now, Shifeng had reached the shoreline, his only escape a boat waiting by the water's edge. Relief washed over him. There it was, the boat he'd prepared. All he had to do was get on, and he'd be home free. He grinned, feeling a surge of pride. Good thing I was smart enough to have an escape route planned. But as he neared the boat, he froze. Something was wrong. An immense pressure, thick and suffocating, suddenly enveloped him. Shifeng gritted his teeth, straining against the crushing force, but he couldn't move an inch. He reeled in shock. This aura, it's overwhelming. Crackling arcs of red lightning danced within the oppressive energy, pinning him in place. What stage is this? A tremor of fear shot through him. Fourth stage? Fifth? No. Could it be? Sixth stage? There was only one sixth stage powerhouse it could be. Choose shipping. Shifeng finally felt the icy grip of fear. He stumbled back, a horrifying realization dawning on him. A grandmaster and a bunch of students showing up together. It can only mean one thing. Damn it all, you're using me as a training dummy. Seeing no way out, Shifeng's fear turned to grim resolve. Fine. If I'm going to die anyway, I'm taking you all with me. Song Ting, catching up to the scene, saw Shifeng standing his ground. Why'd he stop running? He wondered aloud. But Fangping recognized that aura instantly. He knew exactly who was sitting in that boat. So that's what this is all about. Realizing what was happening, you couldn't hide your frustration. It was a bitter truth to swallow, but you understood now. Instructor Chu was deliberately forcing a confrontation. You knew the instructors at the martial arts university were all cold-blooded. You could practically see the entire team getting wiped out, and the thought sent a chill down your spine. They've seen so much death that they've become numb to it. Not just the deaths of others, but maybe even their own. To them, if a weaker student was critically injured or even killed, it was a worthy sacrifice as long as it pushed the stronger ones to new heights. That's why Instructor Chu had used his own vital energy to corner their target, leaving him with no way out. Forced into a dead end, Shifeng no longer cared about escaping. He began calculating how many he could take down with him. "Killing one of you breaks me even," he muttered, a grim look on his face. "Killing two, that's pure profit." This time, Shifeng wasn't running. He stood his ground, ready to face them all head-on. You, Fangping, understood the situation better than anyone, and you were seething. "If I make it through this, I swear I'm settling the score with Chu shipping." Zhang Ping ran up to you, his voice trembling. "Captain, can we really beat a rank menace too? If we lose, it's not just about the reward. We could all die." For a moment, the team's fear was palpable. Then your voice cut through the tension, loud and clear. "It doesn't matter what the outcome might be. We have no choice but to fight. Don't lose your heads just because he's a rank menace too. As long as we don't let him hunt us down one by one, we have a chance." Across the battlefield, Shifeng sneered, disgusted that his opponents were just a bunch of snot-nosed kids. "Everyone else fall back," you commanded. "Tang Songting, Zhao Zumei, form a perimeter with me." "Roger," they all shouted in unison, quickly scattering to let the three strongest charge forward. The moment their formation split, he knew these three were probably the strongest of the students. His eyes fell on Fangping, sizing him up. The one in the middle, he's clearly their leader. A tough one for sure. Song Ting with that massive blade of his looks powerful enough. But that girl, Zumei? She's just a girl and all she has is a staff. That settled it. She would be his first target. I'll make an example out of her first. Ignoring the other two, Shifeng shot straight for Zhu Mei. Fangping and Song Ting realized his intent at the same instant. Damn it. But against the speed of a rank menace too, it was already too late. Zhu Mei had no intention of dodging. She charged forward, her voice ringing with fury. Don't you dare underestimate me? But it was no use. Shifeng's hand shot out and clamped down on her staff. The two were locked in a struggle, with Shifeng clearly having the upper hand. Just then, Fangping and Song Ting leaped in to attack from behind. Shifeng immediately sensed the danger. He channeled his energy, giving the staff a vicious tug. To her astonishment, the staff was torn from her grasp. Her own staff was now a weapon in his hands. He whipped it around, parrying Song Ting's blade, and in the same motion evaded Fangping's sweeping kick. Seeing their combined attack completely nullified, Fangping could only curse inwardly. The other students watched the fight in terror, whispering among themselves. He snatched Zhu Mei's weapon. She's at a huge disadvantage. We have to go help them. He's right, Yuan Tong chimed in. They're on a completely different level. We can't just stand here and do nothing. Meanwhile, the furious battle raged on, the outcome still hanging in the balance. Nearby, Chu Qing, the one Fangping had pegged as being surprisingly capable. The calm and collected one had tried to get everyone to hold back, to wait for Captain Song Ting's orders, but Shifeng sent the captain flying with a single blow. In the chaos, Zhu Mei was grievously wounded by her own weapon. Seeing an opening, Fangping lashed out with a kick. His own body was battered and bruised, but his eyes were locked on his target's every move. But Shifeng was faster, twisting to meet the attack with a kick of his own. Their feet slammed together with sickening force, spraying blood from both their wounds. A trickle of red escaped Shifeng's lips. The impact of Fangping's kick had been immense. He leaped back, instantly assuming a defensive posture. Staring at his own bloody foot, Shifeng thought, damn, I never expected a kick from a kid like him to be that powerful. Song Ting, already knocked down once, scrambled to his feet and charged again. Shifeng, he roared. Shifeng swiftly raised the staff in his hand, intercepting Song Ting's downward slash. With a surge of force, he sent Song Ting's blade spinning out of his grasp. Song Ting clutched his injured hand, hissing, damn it! Shifeng showed no mercy. He pressed the attack, landing a brutal strike on Song Ting's back. Song Ting heard the sickening crack of his own arm bone shattering. He cried out, clutching the broken limb as he was sent flying once more. Song Ting's blade, knocked high into the air, was suddenly snatched by a waiting hand. Not Shifeng's, but Fangping's. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged. In a flash of steel, he severed the arm Shifeng used to hold his weapon. In an instant, it was done. Fangping spun, bringing the borrowed blade around for another strike, but Shifeng, though maimed, was quick enough to dodge. His eyes, fixed on Fangping, burned with pure, murderous rage. Fangping swung his saber at the old man again, but Shifeng blocked it with his mangled arm. Fangping pushed, trying to force the saber deeper, but he was stunned. The man wasn't trying to dodge. He was using his already broken arm to catch the blade. Sacrificing the limb to lock down my weapon. This guy's combat experience is insane. Seeing his weapon trapped, Fangping yelled, everyone now! At his command, the others swarmed forward, attacking Shifeng from all sides. He roared in agony, overwhelmed by the flurry of blows and unable to fight back. In his rage, he thrashed wildly. Watching the onslaught, Zhao Qing realized the gap between a rank -1 and a rank -2 wasn't as hopeless as he'd thought. Fangping finally breathed a sigh of relief. He's lost an arm and his leg is busted. A confident smile spread across his face. We've won. But Shifeng, battered and bleeding on the ground, just smiled, a strange, unnerving smile. He knelt, coughing violently, his body trembling with exhaustion. I got too careless, he whispered, his voice a low growl. To think I'd get done in by a pack of damn dogs like you. He shot out his remaining hand, quick as a whip, and in a flash he had Tong Ding by the throat. Shifeng's eyes were wild with madness. If I'm going down, he screamed, I'm taking one of you with me. He's going to take me with him. Tong Ding's mind went blank with terror. As Shifeng pulled him closer, his fear completely took over. But I don't want to die. He abandoned all pride and shrieked, Fangping, save me. Just as Shifeng's forehead was about to smash into Tong Ding's. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Si's jaw dropped. No way. The other three were struck dumb by the scene unfolding before them. Tong Ding wasn't dead, but he had collapsed, his head drenched in blood. The one who had truly died was Shifeng. He was gone, killed in the very instant he tried to attack Tong Ding. With the last of his strength gone, Shi Feng's body crashed to the ground. It had been Fangping. In that critical moment, he'd managed to land a single, devastating blow to Shi Feng's head, shattering his skull. The sight was horrifying. Even Fangping himself seemed a little surprised, panting heavily as he stared at his own bloody hand. Shi Feng lay motionless on the ground, no longer a threat. A moment later, Fangping's legs gave out and he sank to the ground. Finally, he's dead. Tong Ding was still reeling from the shock, staring at the corpse. Suddenly, Yue Hong burst into tears. We won. We finally won. Oh, thank God. We're still alive. Zhao Qing managed a weary smile. Is everyone okay? Let's get a headcount of the injured. A choked voice suddenly cut through the air. I'm sorry. Fangping jerked his head up to see Zhu Mei, her face buried in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all my fault, she cried. If I hadn't lost my weapon, none of you would have gotten hurt so badly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Still sitting on the ground, Fangping spoke directly to her. What's there to apologize for? He said, his voice blunt. He was a second-grade martial artist. Disarming you was child's play for him. But his words didn't seem to stop her self-blame. Li Si chimed in, trying to console her. He's right. A second grade is on a whole other level. We were lucky you three geniuses were even able to hold him off. Zhang Ping nodded in agreement. If it had been us up there first, we would have been wiped out in a heartbeat. Hearing their words, Zhu Mei looked up, a wave of relief and gratitude washing over her. She was deeply moved. This time their support wasn't just empty words. Some of them stopped and turned to glare at Tang Ting. If it wasn't for Fangping on this mission, I don't even want to think about what would have happened. Yeah, we won, but the healing potions alone are going to cost 12 credits. Sensing all eyes on him, Tang Ting shot back. Hey, don't look at me. I'm seriously hurt, too. A sense of calm began to settle over the group, but Teacher Chu was still nowhere to be seen. It was then that Fangping remembered there was still business to attend to. Looks like it's time to find our dear Teacher Chu for a little chat. Just as his name was mentioned, Shi Ping finally stepped off the transport. Fangping got straight to the point. Why did the peak rank -1 target turn out to be a rank -2? Shi Ping didn't answer, changing the subject instead. Your performance was pathetic. 12 of you, 3 with alloy weapons, and you still struggled that much. He looked down at Fangping, who was still sitting on the ground. Besides, the target wasn't even that strong. Someone like Zhao Zumei or Tang Ting, hell, even you Fangping, any one of you could have taken him down. A smirk played on Fangping's lips. Not strong. Sir, you're giving me way too much credit. He didn't hesitate to challenge him directly. Let me ask you a question. The mission briefing clearly stated peak rank -1. How did that suddenly become rank -2? Did the MCMAU mission system glitch out? Hearing this, the others realized he had a point and started to murmur in agreement. He's right, the mission description was wrong. How did Shi Feng suddenly become a rank -2? Shi Ping remained perfectly calm. This sort of thing is normal. He could have had a sudden breakthrough, or the intel could have been outdated. Didn't the 15-credit reward give you a hint? At that, everyone fell silent. It was obvious they had all known. But Fangping wasn't giving up. But Teacher Chu, earlier, when Shi Feng tried to run, someone unleashed a burst of vitality force that forced him to turn back and fight to the death. Was that you, sir? He froze. Damn, this kid Fangping is sharp. He actually figured out what I was up to. Shi Ping didn't even hesitate. That's right, it was me. Hearing that, Fangping got to his feet, dusting off his knees. This mission was our job, he challenged. You're our instructor. It's bad enough you didn't help, but you had to go and make things even harder for us. You think we can just let this slide? Fangping laid it all out. And don't even try to deny it. There's no way Shi Feng just broke through to rank -2. The mission intel was a lie from the very beginning. Seeing that Fangping seemed to have it all figured out, Shi Ping's voice dropped. So, what do you want? This was Fangping's moment. He named his price. I want double the mission rewards, and double the school's rewards too. That's 60 academic credits. Not only did he not help, he actively sabotaged us. Tong Ding blurted out, then his eyes widened. Wait, 60 credits? Fangping, are you crazy? This was a 15-credit mission. There's no way the school would approve that. Shi Ping let out a long sigh. You're getting greedy. Even a rank -3 mission doesn't pay that much. But Fangping just shrugged, pressing his advantage. Sir, you're our instructor, a rank -6 grandmaster. Of course we wouldn't dare go up against you. His tone shifted instantly. But doesn't the martial arts university pride itself on following the rules? He leaned in, his voice sharp. If you had just watched from the sidelines, we would have had nothing to say, but you interfered. You almost got us all killed. A sly grin spread across his face. So wouldn't that count as breaking the rules? He pressed Ping further. I'm guessing you don't have the authority to approve the rewards, right, sir? In that case, I'm afraid we'll just have to take this up with the dean. He's right, another student chimed in. Yeah, instructor, if you don't agree, we'll just go find the dean. The captain's right. Sitting off to the side, Tang Songting was stunned. Fangping, only a guy like you could pull this off. When it comes to haggling, you're really in a league of your own. Ping considered this for a long moment. This kid really knows how to play the game, he thought. Still, for a captain to fight for his team's benefits, that's not bad at all. Finally, he stroked his chin. All right, fine, 60 academic credits, but this is the only... Before he could even finish, the students erupted in cheers. We got it. 60 credits. Fangping, you're the man. That wasn't easy, you know. Suddenly, Ping stepped closer to Fangping, his expression serious. It wasn't just a reminder, but a piece of advice. But Fangping, he began, let me give you a word of warning. Fangping tilted his head. Yes, sir, what is it? When you're in a real fight, don't hesitate. Thinking too much about your teammates getting hurt will only get you killed faster. Fangping merely glanced at Ping, saying nothing. His gaze fell upon Feng's corpse lying nearby as he sank into thought. He's right. I hesitated this time, against a guy like Feng. If I had just worked with Tang Songting, we definitely could have won. But the second I realized he was a rank -2, my first thought was, this is bad, we need to fall back. He remembered his own words, a fight is only worth it if there's a point to it. If things go south, fall back. That kind of thinking means you'll never risk it all. After a long moment, Fangping lowered his head, then turned away. I understand now. Thank you for the advice, instructor. As a captain, he thought, being afraid to die or even just hesitating. It really can get the whole team killed. After their second mission wrapped up, everyone gathered back in the training room. Fangping seemed quite pleased with the outcome. He did a quick mental calculation. With the vitality pills from before, plus this new haul, my wealth is already up to 11 million. These missions are a much faster way to earn money for pills. Suddenly a voice rang out in the room. Zhao Lei, he's back. The room erupted in whispers. I heard Zhao Lei's team, 1 dead, 3 injured. A critical mission failure like that? Something must have gone wrong, another person chimed in. From what I hear, Zhao Lei got reckless and took a rank -2 mission. None of us have ever been in a life-or-death fight against a rank -2 martial artist before. Thank God our team leader isn't that reckless. An injured member of Zhao Lei's team shuddered. The instructors, they won't step in unless we're all about to be wiped out. Kung Qiang died this time, he said, his voice trembling. Next time it could be one of us. It's clear how things work at this school, another said bitterly. If you don't have a powerful martial artist backing you, your death means nothing. They only care about saving the elites. Zhao Lei, you bastard. Another, more furious teammate grabbed him by the collar. You're useless. Why wasn't it you who died? If you hadn't been so damn stubborn about taking that rank -2 mission, Lu Kungqiang would still be alive. Our team wouldn't be this screwed up. Zhao Lei could only stand there in silence. He probably never imagined it would turn out like this. His teammate continued his assault. Fangping's team ran into a rank -2 martial artist too, but none of them died. Growing more and more furious, one of them couldn't take it anymore and stormed off. Damn it all, it was then that Zhao Zume finally spoke. Looks like Fangping was right all along, Zhao Qing agreed. Mission rewards, you really are trading your life for them. Zhang Qing approached Fangping. Captain, the school doesn't say we have to take missions one after another, she stammered. Maybe we could rest for a few days, please. But Fangping just sighed and shook his head. We can't, he explained. We have to push ourselves to get as many rewards as we can. It's the only way to prepare for the upcoming Grade 2 mission. It's survival of the fittest. The weak get left behind. His brow furrowed, a serious glint in his eyes. If we take one step back, we'll just keep falling behind. Stopping now is the same as giving up. He turned to his team. So, anyone want to back out? Tang Ding's reaction was immediate and fierce. We made it all the way to the martial arts university. Back out, what the hell for? Of course not, a few scratches like this. Nothing, I'll just down a couple of chicken legs and be good as new. Fangping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is reckless as hell, he thought, but he's a good person at heart. Zume clenched her fists, her voice filled with determination. We're martial artists. The others voiced their agreement. He added his support. That's right, we're all martial artists. How could we possibly turn back now? What's a little injury? Tang Ding boasted. Yue Hong spoke up softly. I want to keep going with everyone too. Hearing his team's unwavering support, Fangping felt a surge of pride. He had no idea, however, that they were being watched. From a distance, Yunzai watched them, her eyes a mix of sorrow and envy. And so, Fangping's team began their next phase of preparation. Standing before the mission terminal, he laid out the plan. All right, here's the plan. We'll take on some simple Grade 1 missions to earn rewards while we recover. Once everyone's healed up, we'll cash in for some alloy weapons. Then and only then we'll take on that Grade 2 mission. They started with the simple stuff. Finding a missing child? Mission complete. Helping out at a cat cafe? Mission complete. They even apprehended a wanted Grade 1 criminal. Mission complete. Next up, taking down an escaped middle-stage Grade 1 convict. Mission complete. Days flew by, and one by one they checked missions off their list. Finally, it was time to upgrade their gear. Fangping picked up a sleek Japanese-style katana, testing its weight. Damn, he thought, the killing power on this thing is no joke. A blade is far deadlier than a pipe, much more suited for this kind of fight. Duong Tung Din stepped up from behind him. Fuang Bin, you were too ruthless. Hearing that, Fuang Bin's mind raced. 7 missions. 4 criminals plus 2 students from our own school. That makes 6 people I've killed. I never thought I could become so merciless. Is this kind of real combat the only way to get stronger? Later, back in the practical combat training building, they all stood staring up at the ranking board. Duong Tung Din sighed. Even with the double reward from capturing Shifeng last time, we're still only in 2nd place. Zhang Hao added glumly, we've been risking our necks out there, but there just aren't enough first-rank missions to go around. Suddenly, Duong Tung Din turned to Fuang Bin. Hey, Fuang Bin, everyone's been getting a lot stronger. Don't you think it's time we started taking on 2nd-rank missions? Fuang Bin glanced at his system panel, lost in thought. Lately, I've been relying on the system. My bone honing has been speeding up, about 1 every 2 days on average. I'm already at 47 honed bones. At this rate, I'll break through 300 vitality points soon. That's way higher than most new 2nd-rank martial artists. If I run into one, I could probably take them on by myself. Besides, everyone else has been improving a lot, especially Duong Tung Din. After a moment, he spoke. All right, here's the plan. We'll split into 3 teams. Zhao Zume, Duong Tung Din, and I will take the 2nd-rank missions. Zhai Qing, Wu Kebang, Zhang Hao, and you two, the 5 of you will continue with 1st-rank missions. Chen Yuihong, Zhang Ping, your injuries still haven't fully healed. For now, you'll be in charge of reconnaissance and intel gathering. When we complete our missions, we'll give you 10% of the points. Zhang Ping and Yue Hong were overjoyed. If we had to keep going, I was afraid we wouldn't even get 5 points. Now we can actually recover. The captain is really looking out for us. Zhu Mai, however, had a question. So what if we and the instructor go our separate ways? Tang Songting scoffed dismissively. Whatever. It's not like we were counting on him to help us anyway. He can go wherever he wants. Later, the 3 of them, Zhu Mai, Tang Songting, and Fangping, stood before a building under construction in Zhejiang City. Their mission this time was to take down a cultist. The target was a 40-year-old man named Yaojin Cheng. All they had to do was break his legs and his right arm to complete the mission for a reward of 15 points. Zhu Mai finally spoke up. Don't you think it's a little weird for us to just be standing down here like this? Just as she said that, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from a distance. As usual, Fangping was the first to notice. Zhu Mai jumped, her voice a nervous whisper. Is that the cultist? Did he spot us? They turned to see a group of fierce-looking men, weapons in hand, striding toward them. The man in the lead stepped forward. You guys martial arts students? Fangping, unfazed, stepped up to meet him. Yeah, freshmen from Magic City Martial Arts University. The man extended a hand. I'm Wang Hyukun from Dongwu Martial Arts University. Good to meet you. Fangping shook his hand politely as the man continued. We're a team of students from the local martial arts school here in Jiangxi City on a mission. A mission. Fangping thought. He asked Wang Hyukun, you're all from Dongwu? That's right, he replied. Our region is pretty small, so we don't get many new martial arts students. The 3 Dongwu districts usually train and do missions together. The others in his group began to introduce themselves one by one. They're from Dongwu University. Just from a glance, Fangping could tell the team leaders' chi and blood were around 250 cal, about the same as Tang Songting. So this was the standard for a reasonably strong martial artist in this region. He had a better sense of things now. But the real question is, why are two teams here for one mission? Did the system glitch out again? Suddenly, two high-end cars sped toward them from a distance, pulling to a stop right where the martial artists had gathered. This only deepened Fangping's confusion. Why were officials showing up? It's just a rank -2 mission. Was all this really necessary? A woman stepped out of one of the cars, and instantly all eyes were on her. "Excuse me," she said, her voice cutting through the tension. "Which one of you is from Mo?" The question was so unexpected that no one reacted at first. She asked again a little more firmly, "Who is from Mo?" Fangping collected himself and stepped forward. "That's us. I'm the team leader, Fangping." The woman nodded. "Mr. Fang, this is a rank -2 difficulty mission. You only brought 3 people." Hearing this, the members of Wang Huicheng's group stared in shock. "Rank -2? Their mission is rank -2. One of them spoke up, his voice laced with confusion. "There's only 3 of you? No one else. But our target is just a peak rank -1. What's going on? Is there some kind of mistake?" The official sighed lightly. "It's a bit complicated, let me explain." She turned first to Fangping. "Mr. Fang, your target is Yaojin Cheng, a rank -2 martial artist. He wasn't originally active here, but recently fled to our Zhejiang region." Then she looked over at Wang Huicheng's team. "Mr. Wang, your target is Zhang Zhiqiang, a peak rank -1 martial artist." She paused, letting the information sink in before delivering the final piece. "Due to a recent gathering of an evil cult, your 2 targets happen to be in the same building. They've teamed up. That's why this mission is going to be even more dangerous. According to the latest intel, there are at least 5 martial artists inside. We still don't know their ranks. The Bureau has already made arrangements. The entire surrounding area has been locked down tight. A wave of unease swept through the crowd. At least 5 martial artists." Wang Huixin's group hesitated, but Qi Peng, standing beside them, answered crisply, "Understood." He added, "As long as we stay out of each other's way, we'll be fine. If we have any energy to spare when we're done, we'll be sure to give you a hand." Tang Songting chimed in with a boast. "That's right. We're more than strong enough." Wang Huixin's team exchanged uneasy glances and began to whisper amongst themselves. "The guys from Mowu are that confident. Are they really that strong?" Suddenly, the red-haired woman leaned in and whispered to Wang Huixin, "Mr. Wang, if you have a moment, I'd like to speak with you privately." The two of them moved to a quieter spot. Wang Huixin was taken aback. "You want us to abandon the mission?" But she remained perfectly calm. "It's just a personal recommendation," she explained. "Right now, there's at least 1 second-rank martial artist and 1 at the peak of the first rank inside. Both are members of a heretical sect. The Mowu students' mission was actually assigned by the military." She paused to let that sink in. "To give you some context, military missions rated at second-rank difficulty are high risk, requiring either a peak first rank or an early-stage second-rank student. An investigation bureau mission rated at first rank is considered medium risk, requiring a mid-stage first rank. A police mission at first rank is low risk, also requiring a mid-stage first rank. This mission of yours from the Investigation Bureau has escalated far beyond its original scope. We initially thought that by having you act together with them, you could conveniently complete your own first-rank assignment." Hearing that, a bitter thought crossed Wang Huixin's mind. Conveniently? Just who the hell assigned this mission? Honestly, I didn't expect them to send only 3 people. "The Mawu students are indeed powerful," she continued, "but you are all the elites of Dongwu, our region's great hope. We can't just stand by and watch you walk into danger." Her expression was laced with worry. "If possible, I hope you'll reconsider. Either wait for their mission to fail, or at least until after the second-rank target has been eliminated before you go in." Suddenly, Wang Huichen spoke up. "Are the Manhwa freshmen really that strong? They're just a team of 3 first-rank martial artists, right?" She flipped through a file. "According to our records, while their leader Fangping has tempered his bones 3 times, he is, in fact, still first-rank." So, before she could finish, Wang Huichen cut her off. "In that case, we appreciate the kind warning, but we'd like to test the skills of these Manhwa freshmen for ourselves." The woman could only watch them, sighing as she gave one last piece of advice. "Very well, we have the perimeter secured so those cultist bastards shouldn't be able to pursue you. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Your survival is the top priority." As they walked, one of Wang Huichen's teammates leaned in, his voice low with worry. "Brother Wang, are we really doing this? It feels like we're just getting dragged into Manhwa's mess." "If they dare to go in with just 3 people," Wang Huichen replied coolly, "we can't afford to lose face." "Brother Wang," another teammate suddenly yelled. "The Ma Wu team, they went in a while ago." Just then, the team from Zhejiang arrived at the entrance. Their leader, Qi Bing, noticed Zhao Zume standing alone by the entryway and scoffed. "Ma Wu, why'd they leave one person standing guard? Are they watching us? How arrogant." But just as Wang Huiquan's group approached, Zume turned and walked inside. "She's going in now," Qi Bing thought, surprised. But Zume had barely been inside for a moment when someone burst out from the entrance. "Someone's coming out. Everyone get ready." "Wait, that's the target." Zhang Zhigang burst out, his face a mask of pure terror. "You!" he screamed. "You broke your promise." He lunged forward, grabbing one of Wang Huiquan's men. "I'll take you all down with me," he roared, wildly pummeling the man he held. He was quickly pulled off. "Hey, stop him. Get him under control," he kept swinging blindly. "The guy's gone insane." His eyes were bloodshot as he continued to scream and flail. Zhang Zhigang had lost all control, even trying to bite anyone who got close. But in the end, Wang Huiquan swiftly knocked him unconscious. The others gathered around. "You all right?" He said. "We broke our promise, but we haven't even done anything. What the hell is going on?" Standing off to the side, Wang Huiquan's expression was grim. He's already injured, and terrified out of his mind. A peak first-grade martial artist, and he went down that easily. Wang Huiquan turned his head toward the gate. What happened to him before he ran into us? He walked over, pushed the door open, and peered inside. In an instant, Wang Huiquan's face filled with horror. The room looked like a slaughterhouse. Bodies, the ones left by Fangping's team, were strewn across the floor. Wang Huiquan stared, utterly stunned by the brutal scene. One of his teammates called out, "Captain Wang, we should get going. What are you looking at?" He glanced inside. "Is it that second-grade martial artist?" Wang Huiquan turned. "Second grade? Who are you talking about?" When the rest of the team looked inside, they all gasped. "What the? This is savage. Could it be those guys from Magic City Martial Arts? While you were talking to the man from the bureau, Captain Wang, they just wiped everyone out." On the way back from the mission, Fangping turned to the others in the car. "All right, let's debrief that last fight." The other two fell silent, turning to look in opposite directions. Finally, Tang Songting glanced back at Fangping. "Why don't you go first?" Fangping stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'm thinking I should switch to a heavier weapon," he said. "Something like an axe or maybe a warhammer." His eyes lit up. "For overhead strikes, a heavier weapon would definitely pack more of a punch. A blade is just too light." Tang Songting practically jumped out of his seat. "Too light? Don't tell me you honed your bones again. How the hell is your arm that strong?" Only Chu Zume remained silent, a worried look on her face. Tang Songting was busy dealing with that first-rank martial artist and the other cultists, she thought. He didn't get a clear look at what Fangping was doing over on his side. "My job was just to block the door and watch for anyone from Dongwu, so I saw everything perfectly." That fight between Fangping and Yao Jincheng. It wasn't just a simple exchange of blows. They were unleashing every ounce of their vitality. In just a few seconds, Fangping unleashed over 50 strikes, every single one erupting with explosive power. His opponent was a second-rank martial artist. His vitality was nothing to scoff at, but he couldn't handle it. Impossible. Just what rank is Fangping? And yet, with just over a dozen of those explosive strikes, Fangping completely drained his enemy's vitality in a flash. He won an absolute victory, and he didn't even look tired afterward. Unconvinced by what she'd seen, Chu Zume decided to test the waters. "Fangping, you still have vitality left. We're all first rank. I know you've honed your bones 3 times, but the gap between us is it's too huge." A jolt of fear shot through Fangping. "I was actually hitting my limit there." He feigned a casual dodge and brushed off his hands. "It's only because you guys held down the rest that I could focus on dealing with that worm." Hearing that, Zhao Zume, who was sitting behind him, grew worried. "I haven't even used my vines yet." That's what he said, but Fangping was actually thinking, "Damn, Zhao Zume saw how much chi and blood I was burning through. Good thing I managed to talk my way out of it." Suddenly, a realization hit him. "Wait a minute. If I have enough wealth points, then in theory, I can have a truly infinite supply of chi and blood. During a fight, the second my chi and blood runs out, I can just use the system to refill it. That means in a battle of attrition, a contest of pure chi and blood, I can't possibly lose." Tang Songting started grumbling again. "Man, those cultists were way too weak. I was hoping to test my skills against a rank menace too. Even Dong Wu's target, Zhang Zhiqiang. His strength was nothing compared to that Shifeng from before." He recalled his own fight before glancing over at Fangping. and then I look over and see you cut down their strongest guy in the blink of an eye. The memory of Fangping, sword in hand with a glint in his eye, made the enemy freeze in terror. Tang Songting couldn't help but grin. I swear the look on your face scared the piss out of him, and then you go and threaten him, hand over all your elixirs and cash and we'll let you live. So the guy just dropped everything and ran for his life. Didn't expect Dongwu to catch him anyway. Tang Songting said, juggling the loot in his hands. Honestly, we should have just finished him off then and there. We ended up with his stuff anyway. I gotta say, for a bunch of cultists, these guys were loaded. Hearing that Fangping had only been at his limit, Zhao Zume finally relaxed and started teasing her captain. Wow, Fangping, you're so considerate of Dongwu and the others, aren't you? Back at the cultists' unfinished building, Wang Hua and his men. Wang Huijin was thrilled. The guys from Ma Wu really know how to look out for us, leaving a target and even beating him half to death for us. Speaking of points, he said cheerfully, we totally scored this time. I guess that Fangping guy isn't half bad. Wang Huijin's face darkened. No, he said, his voice laced with worry. I'm afraid what he meant was, that guy was so weak he wasn't even worth killing. Just a trivial matter to be brushed aside. And perhaps Wang Huijin was right, because as it turned out, Fangping was saying something very similar at that exact moment. That team captain from Dongwu sparring with Zhang Zhijiang was pretty cool, I guess, Tang Songting added. But if he's the best martial arts student Dongwu has, then we don't have much to worry about in the national tournament. At least I know he can't beat me. Zhao Zume glanced at Tang Songting. In a pure strength match, sure you'd win, Tang Songting scoffed. I'd win in any match, thanks. Equipment, vitality, skills, and actual combat experience. Suddenly, a notification ping from a phone cut through their banter, drawing their attention. On the screen, a new ranking update was displayed. Current point rankings. Team Fangping, 132 points Team Zhao Lei, 128 points Team Chuan Zuding, 110 points Team Yang Xiaoramen, 108 points Team Chen Yunxi. 90 points. Tang Songting's eyes went straight to his own team's score. 132 points for us. But Zhao Zume was staring at second place. Zhao Lei's team is at 128, she yelled. They're only 4 points behind us. A wave of anxiety washed over all three of them. They exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between them. What should they do? Then they all shouted at once, driver, turn around. Head straight for the next mission point. We can't let Zhao Lei's team catch up. We have to take first place. Sometime later, all the students of Ma Wu were gathered at the Grand Training Hall. The dean stood before them, his voice ringing out to announce, the 1-month period has come to an end. We will now announce the final rankings. Team rankings. First place. Fangping's team with 186 accumulated points, plus a 100-point bonus for first place, bringing their grand total to 286 points. But even in first place, Fangping wasn't satisfied. Damn, what a waste, he thought. If we just finished that last mission, our score would have topped 200. Hearing him, Zume shot him an annoyed look. We already did great. Can't you just be happy with that? Second place goes to Zhao Lei's team with 179 points. Third place, Fu Changshuan's team with 150 points. Fourth, Yang Xiaoramen's team with 138. And in last place, Chen Yunxi's team with 100 points. Hearing the results, Chen Yunxi looked utterly dejected. Her teammates started whispering among themselves. A whole month of busting our asses, and we don't even have 10 points to show for it. That's because you were dragging us down. The accused student shot back me. And what exactly did you contribute? Another one chimed in. I think it's our team leader's fault for not managing things better. Chen Yunxi is the one responsible for this mess. Fangping overheard their bickering and glanced over to see the look on Chen Yunxi's face. The dean's voice suddenly boomed across the hall. Silence, he commanded, his expression stern. Your instructors have been observing your performance all month. Zhao Lei, the dean began, your recklessness led to the death of a teammate. 30% of your earnings will be deducted as compensation for his family. Do you have any objections? Zhao Lei looked devastated, his eyes empty. No objections, he mumbled. Fu Changshuan and Yang Xiaoramen, the dean continued, his tone softening slightly, both prioritized the safety of their teammates before focusing on the mission. You have fulfilled your duties as leaders admirably. Hearing the praise, the two of them beamed with pride. The dean then turned his attention to the top team. Fangping's team employed an innovative strategy, splitting into 2 squads to tackle multiple objectives at once. This is highly commendable. Tang Feng's gaze finally fell on the last group. As for Chen Yunxi's team, he said, his voice laced with disappointment. The lowest score, a severely injured member, a fractured team with no unity. Return to your quarters and reflect on your failures. At his words, the faces of Chen Yunxi's teammates fell, their expressions grim. Tang Feng continued. After a month of real-world missions, I trust you've all gained considerable experience and perspective. Some made the ultimate sacrifice, some were gravely injured, and some returned victorious. A true martial artist is forged in the crucible of countless missions and real combat. He shuffled through a stack of papers on his desk. Over this past month, we instructors have also been evaluating each of your abilities. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the students. Looking at these evaluations, some of you are suited to join the reserve team. In 1 month, you'll prepare to fight in the freshman exchange tournament. Tang Feng began to read from the list. This tournament concerns the very honor of our academy. I shouldn't need to spell out its importance. Now I will announce the members of the reserve team based on your evaluation results. The names were called out one by one. Fangping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changyuan, Yang Xiaoramen, Tang Songting, Zhao Zume, Su Gekai, Li Changsu. Jin Lei, you are to join the reserve team. Tang Feng was about to turn the page, but he suddenly stopped. The abrupt silence sent a ripple of confusion through the students below. Is that it? Weren't there supposed to be 10? Yeah, he's missing one person. Tang Feng slowly walked over to Chen Yunxi, his sharp gaze fixed on her. Chen Yunxi, he said, his voice flat. I'm advising you to transfer to the Liberal Arts Academy. The path of a martial artist is not for you. The words struck Chen Yunxi with the force of a physical blow. She looked utterly devastated. Tang Feng went on, his tone unyielding. Your vitality and bone tempering count are the highest in the class, and your combat techniques aren't bad. But you lack the one thing a martial artist absolutely must have. A killer instinct. He pictured her on the battlefield, timid and hesitating, unable to even swing her sword. A warrior must be willing to fight, not run from it. Your performance on the mission was a complete disappointment. At his words, her teammates began to whisper. During the mission, she was too scared to engage the enemy. Someone on her team got hurt because of it. The girl standing next to her looked sympathetic, but added, Still, she is the team captain. The whispers grew louder. I heard Chen Yunxi comes from a family of martial artists. Her grandfather is even a grandmaster. She's got unlimited resources and her cultivation is high, but she still can't protect her teammates. They say she runs the second she sees an enemy. Yeah, I don't think she's cut out to be a warrior. What a waste of all those resources. I wish they'd given them to me instead. Standing off to the side, Fangping kept his thoughts to himself. Chen Yunxi is a bone-tempering martial artist. In terms of raw power, she's easily in the top 5 of our class. But her personality, she really is too timid and weak-willed. Teacher Tang is right. Maybe this path isn't for her. Chen Yunxi's face was grim, her lips barely moving. Teacher Tang, she began, then looked up at him, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve. I'll do everything I can. Please just give me one more chance. I want to join the combat team. Tang Feng let out a long sigh, a mix of satisfaction and helplessness. His face hardened again. In that case, the final spot on the combat team for the exchange tournament goes to Chen Yunxi. He then bellowed, dismissed. Fangping could hardly believe it. She actually refused Teacher Tang's suggestion to quit. As he watched Tang Feng walk away, Fangping came to a realization. That old lion, Tang Feng. He puts on a fierce act, but he was clearly just trying to light a fire under Chen Yunxi. After everyone was dismissed, Fangping headed to the academy's logistics department alone. He pulled up his system panel, a small smile playing on his lips. After a month of missions, my points are up to 161. Not to mention all the pills and weapons I've picked up along the way. My wealth points have hit 12.08 million. Awesome. Feeling great, Fangping went to find teacher Li Changsheng. Seeing him approach, Li Changsheng looked up with a smile. Well, if it isn't student Fang. Looking to trade for something good again? He chuckled. I just got you that F-rank saber for 40 points last month. Felt pretty good in your hands, didn't it? Fangping gave a casual wave. Oh, it was decent enough. But my chi and blood levels have risen again, so I need something heavier and more powerful. Something I can still carry around easily, though. Got any recommendations, Teacher Li? Li Changsheng rose from his seat. Quite the list of demands. Come on, follow me to the armory. Once they arrived, he gestured around the vast weapons vault. In our martial arts exchange, there's nothing you can't get. He led Fangping to a blade displayed in a glass case. How about this one? Li Changsheng introduced it with pride. This is the Phoenix Cry Saber. Forged entirely from a D-grade alloy, it weighs around 32 jin and measures 1.8 meters. Best part is you can break it down for easy transport. Fangping studied the saber for a moment. This thing seems to fit all my requirements perfectly. Noticing Fangping's interested gaze, Li Changsheng finally named his price. A fine blade like this, I'll let it go for just 320 points. Fangping nearly choked. 320 points? That's like 10 million in cash. He immediately launched into some shameless haggling. That's way too expensive. The best I can do is 150 points. Are you out of your mind? Li Changsheng snapped, his voice rising. There's a line between haggling and just being insane. Fangping just shrugged, putting on his most pitiful, wide-eyed look. But Teacher Li, I really don't have that many points left on my card. You can't cut me a little break. He insisted on 300 credits, take it or leave it. Fangping tried to haggle. 150, that's all I've got. Li Changsheng wouldn't budge. What do you think this is, a flea market? My cost on this saber is 250 credits. Fangping practically wailed. But I'm a regular, just a little discount, please. Discount my ass. After 10 minutes of exhausting verbal combat, both sides were drained. Finally, a truce was called. An exasperated Li Changsheng glared at him. Student Fang, I can't argue anymore. Just take your saber and get the hell out of my sight. Fangping's face lit up. You're the best, Instructor Li. I'll be back again soon. Li Changsheng could only chalk it up to bad luck. Damn, this kid really knows how to drive a hard bargain, he thought, recalling the pile of old weapons Fangping had traded in. Even with a 90-credit discount for the old gear and 4.5 million in cash, I just barely broke even. But as he watched Fangping skip away happily, a flicker of understanding softened his frustration. Cultivation resources are hard to come by for students. It makes sense to pinch every penny. He even had to use cash. The kid must be completely out of credits. A moment later, his sympathy vanished, replaced by pure shock when he heard the cashier say to Fangping, Student Fang, you've redeemed a total of 50 normal vitality pills. After deducting the 150 credits, you have 11 credits remaining on your card. It was only then that Li Changsheng realized the thick-skinned brat wasn't being frugal because he was poor. He was saving his credits to buy pills, probably to sell them later. With his new weapon in hand, Fangping returned to the practical training hall in Building C. He was just standing there when someone called his name. Fangping? Fu Changding walked over from a distance, his eyes immediately locking onto the new weapon. He sized him up. Well, haven't seen you for a few days and you've already upgraded. An E-grade alloy, no less. Fangping heard the hint of scrutiny in his voice. So let's not get sidetracked. Isn't today the day we pick the class president? Fangping said with a smirk. I had to prepare properly. It'd be rude to my challengers if I didn't, right? Zhao Lei. Yang Xiaoramen. At the sound of her name, Yang Xiaoramen stepped forward confidently. Fangping, don't think you're the only one who's gotten stronger. That's right, Zhao Lei bellowed, tightening his grip on his staff to show off its power. All my training has paid off. I'm on a whole new level now. Fangping, the class president title is... Before Zhao Lei could finish, a fist slammed into his face. He hit the floor out cold, his bid for class president over before it even began. Fangping crouched beside him. I told you not to come crying to me and look at you. I didn't even have to use my new saber. Weren't you just saying how much stronger you'd gotten? He then turned his gaze to Yang Xiaoramen. Classmate Xiaoramen, you still want to fight? Yang Xiaoramen flinched. She was smart enough not to make the same mistake Zhao Lei did. I never said I wanted to be class president. That afternoon, Fangping headed over to the faculty dorms to find Lu Fengru. Zhao Zume was also there to ask for guidance. Leaning against her desk, Lu Fengru sized them up. The freshman exchange competition is less than a month away, she said flatly. And right now you're both far too weak. She looked at Zhao Zume. Zume, I want you to use rank -2 vitality pills to accelerate your bone tempering. Take 1 pill every 2 days. You should be able to reach the peak of rank -1 before the competition. 1 pill every 2 days. Fangping started doing the math. A rank -2 vitality pill goes for 700,000 on the market, which is about 20 credits per pill. For a whole month, that's 15 pills. 20 times 15 is 300 credits, damn. Cost of the pills would be astronomical, but Zume wasn't the least bit scared. Instead, she listened intently to Lu Fengru's every word. I understand. I swear I'll finish tempering the bones in both my legs and reach the peak of rank -1 before the exchange competition. Lu Fengru was pleased. Good, go get your pills ready. From now on, you'll come to my place to train every night. Yes, ma'am, Zume called back as she hurried away. Listening in, Fangping couldn't help but marvel at how loaded Zume was. He looked at Lu Fengru with hopeful excitement. Teacher, what about me? She didn't even need him to ask. She knew exactly what was on his mind. You want to learn a more advanced combat technique, right? Fangping answered sheepishly. Yeah, I'm at the peak of rank -1. I've already finished tempering the bones in both my legs. My vitality is at 300 cal. My horse stance has reached the immovable stage, and my puncturing kick is at the minor accomplishment stage. I know, she replied simply, picking up a manual and starting to read. Go take a look at these technique materials. 1 middle-rank footwork technique, 1 middle-rank saber technique, and there are still a few more stacks over there. With that, she slapped her hand on the table, gesturing to show him he'd have to get through 4 similar stacks of manuals. Fangping's jaw dropped. All of them? Lu Fengru let out a long yawn. The puncturing kick you learned was just a low-rank technique, so you didn't need the theory. Middle-rank techniques are far more detailed, and the steps are broken down into much more complex parts. She started heading upstairs to rest, waving a dismissive hand. If you don't get something, just ask me after my nap. But Fangping already had a question. He'd spotted the title on one of the books, Berserker Blood Saber. Who the hell came up with this name, he wondered. It sounds so damn edgy. Lu Fengru had to pause on her way up. Berserker Blood Saber? That was created by our very own Governor Zhang of Nanjiang back when he was a rank -6. I already sent him a message, so you have permission to learn it. She struck a provocative pose. And don't judge him by how he looks now. Even a governor was head over heels for my teacher back when he was young. They used to call her the Heartbreaker, you know. Fangping could only sigh helplessly. Right, whatever. He pushed the thought aside and opened the technique manual. Rampaging Blood Saber. In simple terms, it was a technique that continuously unleashed explosive bursts of vital energy. He flipped through the pages, absorbing the details. The manual described a total of 7 slashes. The strongest form of the technique was unleashing all 7 in rapid succession, with each slash exploding with more force than the last. No matter how much vital energy he had, it would all be poured into the final strike. When the 7th slash falls, it's either kill or be killed. Fangping started mimicking the illustrations in the book, his body moving along with what he was reading. He whipped the book through the air as if it were a real saber. He was ecstatic. My vital energy is basically endless, so doesn't that mean I can just keep slashing forever? A wicked grin spread across his face as he imagined the upcoming exchange tournament. No one will be a match for me. I can't wait to get in the ring and test out this new saber and technique. After a moment, he set the book down and picked up another, sinking back into the pile of manuals around him. Let's see what the footwork technique is about, he muttered to himself. Cloud stepping uses the power of vital energy to drastically increase movement speed. He eagerly read on. Once he reached the pole standing stance, his vital energy would condense in the bones of his feet. A grin lit up his face. If I can't win a fight, I'll have more than enough power to run. This is perfect for my combat style. But then a question popped into his head. Wait, pole standing stance, how do I even practice this? He picked up his phone. Brother Wang, Fangping asked as soon as the call connected. I can't seem to break through to the pole standing stance. Can you give me some pointers? The most important part of the pole standing stance, Wang Jinyang's voice came through the phone, is controlling your own center of gravity. Isn't there a lake on campus? Go practice walking on the water. Adjust your balance so the water never goes past your knees and you don't sink. Hearing this, Fangping could already picture it in his mind. Brother Wang said I can finally break through. After getting his advice, Fangping thanked him profusely. Got it. Thanks so much, Brother Wang. Oh, and Brother Wang, let me tell you I recently... He didn't even get to finish before Wang Jinyang cut him off. I'm busy. If that's all, I'm hanging up. Staring at the disconnected call, Fangping sighed in disappointment. Damn, I was just about to brag about the new saber technique I learned. Meanwhile, at the entrance to a cavern in the southern district of Mo Wu, Wang Jinyang lowered his phone. Qin Fengqing smirked. That kid Fangping sure has some timing, huh? A few more minutes and we'd be inside the cavern with no signal. Wang Jinyang's gaze hardened as he stared into the darkness. We've spent months wiping out this entire tribe. Only the rank -5 chieftain is left. We end this today. With all the rank -4 creature corpses we've brought back, Fangping mused, we've probably racked up 500 million credits already. If we take out the chieftain in here, we're gonna be filthy rich. He grinned, his excitement palpable. I'll be hitting rank -4 as soon as we're out of this cave, you know. Don't get cocky, Wang Jinyang replied flatly, or you'll just drag me down. Back in the academy cafeteria, a lively discussion was underway. Hey, have you guys noticed that guy who goes swimming in the campus lake recently, with all his clothes on? The girl sitting beside him chimed in. Yeah, I've seen him. But it doesn't look like he's swimming, it's more like he keeps accidentally falling in. I've seen it happen a few times now. No way someone accidentally falls in every single day. The gossip spread like wildfire. You think it's some kind of performance art? I wonder what department he's from. It's hilarious to watch, though. For real, isn't he freezing? Is there something wrong with him? I wonder if he can even make it up there on his own. Meanwhile, Fangping, with a runny nose from the cold, was the only one still stubbornly trying to climb, just as Wang Jinyang had told him. But now even he was starting to have his doubts. Is that old bastard Wang playing me for a fool? He thought back to his recent training. Practicing that middle-rank saber technique, a single slash could unleash 35 points of vitality, but restoring it cost a whopping 35,000 wealth points. And that wasn't even counting all the kidney-strengthening pills, body-tempering pills, and everything else that added up to over 1 million points. The thought alone was enough to make Fangping tear up. The cost of cultivation was one thing, but to be treated like a complete idiot on top of it all? It was infuriating. Just as he was fuming, his phone rang. And so, he had to grab his saber and head over to the Dongthang company to handle a problem. A worried Li Cheng's reported the whole situation to him. Mr. Fang, the owner of the other company, is a martial artist, a rank -2 from East China Normal University. They're pulling some dirty tricks, blocking our delivery staff from getting upstairs. Hearing how his people were being bullied, Fangping's expression turned grim. I got it. My training hasn't been going smoothly lately, and I'm already in a foul mood. And now you bring this trouble to my doorstep. Fine, I'll just use you as a warm-up. As he walked in, everyone in the office stared and began to whisper. Is that a martial artist? Look at the size of that saber. He looks like he's here to make trouble. Someone get CEO Wei quick. But then a voice cut through the whispers. No need. The very man Fangping was looking for had already appeared. I'm Wei Dongthang of Dongthang Company. You must be Fangping from the Yuanfang Company, I presume. It's a pleasure. Fangping ignored the outstretched hand and got straight to the point. Wei Dongthang, your company is interfering with my business. Does Yuanfang have anything to explain? Wei Dongsheng smirked arrogantly at Fangping, then began to taunt him. Mr. Fang, take a good look. I'm a rank -2 martial artist. You're just a rank -1. Your little Yuanfang company has to send its boss out for every minor issue, while we have over 100 regular employees. I think you should just sell that pathetic little company of yours to me. Let me teach you how a real business is run. Fangping looked furious but managed to keep his composure. How about this? We're both martial artists, so let's not beat around the bush. We'll settle this the martial artist's way. With that, he slammed his saber into the ground. I challenge you, he declared. If you win, Yuanfang backs off. If you lose, Dongsheng better learn to stay in its lane. Wei Dongsheng waved his hand dismissively. You're pretty confident, aren't you? I suggest we raise the stakes. If I win, I buy Yuanfang for 2 million. If I lose, I'll sell Dongsheng to you for 3 million. The crowd started murmuring again. Now this is a show. We actually get to see CEO Wei in action. What was that Fangping kid thinking? A rank -1 challenging him? He walked right into it. He's just a reckless martial arts university student. Hearing this, Fangping's anger flared. Fine by me, let's begin. One of Wei Dongsheng's men brought him a sword. He looked utterly self-assured, completely unaware that he was digging his own grave. He brandished the sword, his aura menacing, his expression deadly. He lunged, swinging his first strike at Fangping with clear killing intent. Fangping matched him move for move, but he didn't just parry, he countered, sending Wei Dongsheng's sword flying from his grip. What? He blocked my attack, and the force of it actually made my own hand. His hands trembled uncontrollably. While he was still lost in thought, Fangping had already pressed a blade to his throat. He hadn't even seen it coming. This martial arts society is even weaker than I imagined. Fangping felt a surge of irritation. With a single, decisive strike, he sent the man flying, coughing up blood. Wei Dongsheng crashed to the ground, a pathetic, mangled mess. Fangping walked over. You lost. He then added casually, are you really a second-rank graduate from a normal university? The jab hit its mark. Humiliated, Wei Dongsheng shot back. I lost because my skills weren't good enough. It has nothing to do with my school. Don't you dare look down on the normal universities. Fangping's gaze turned sharp as steel. No one looks down on any martial arts university, he said, his voice cold. So don't you look down on students from MCMA. With that, he sheathed his saber and turned to leave. Director Li, he called out to Li Chengzi, I'm leaving the acquisition of Dongsheng Corporation to you. Everyone stood frozen, stunned by Fangping's whirlwind entrance and equally abrupt departure. Even Li Chengzi could only stammer out, why yes, sir. Once he was gone, Li Chengzi finally let out a breath, a wide grin spreading across his face. President Fang is on a whole other level. Later, back in his dorm room, Fangping was calmly polishing his saber when the door burst open, and Fu Changding rushed in, nearly making him jump. Fangping, big news, he panted. The freshman exchange tournament. They're making it public, it's all over the news. Fu Changding shoved his phone, plastered with headlines, in Fangping's face. He was practically vibrating with anxiety. Look, they're selling tickets and even live streaming it nationwide. These are real martial arts battles, blood and all. Can ordinary people even handle watching that? Fangping, who had apparently already heard, looked up calmly. You're just finding out now? Fu Changding's face suddenly lit up with a proud grin. Well, I've been a little busy. I was in seclusion breaking through to peak first rank. He puffed out his chest. That's right. You're looking at a peak first-rank martial artist now. I'm a force to be reckoned with. Fu Changding went on about handling any trouble that came his way, but Fangping just brushed him off, splashing a bit of cold water on his enthusiasm. Lately, I've been wondering if I should break through to rank -2, just for fun, he said with a chuckle. Instructor Lu already told me about the tournament going public. The school isn't about to let the general audience see a bloodbath. There will be grandmasters there to keep the casualty rate down, so we'll be perfectly safe. Hearing that, Fu Changding pressed him again. But Fangping, your family aren't martial artists. How worried will they be if they see you get hurt in the ring? Fangping just smiled, ever the optimist. It's fine. My family will probably just watch the live broadcast. They won't see me getting beat up, only the parts where I'm beating other people up. Later, Fangping was studying the cultivation manuals Lu Fengru had given him when his phone rang. It was his little sister, Fang Yuan. He could hear her munching on something as she spoke. Hey, I want to come to MCMAU for the Freshman Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. You're a student there, you can get me a ticket for the stands, right? Fangping was surprised. Even you know about this? She laughed loudly. It's all over the internet. The tournament is at MCMAU, and not only is it being live-streamed, but they're also releasing 5,000 audience tickets. Fang Yuan licked her fingers, her eyes gleaming at the thought of all that cash. Listen, bro, she said with a sly grin. The price for a single ticket is already through the roof. Even if the original price is 100, people would buy them for 1,000 a pop. If we got our hands on those 5,000 tickets, we could sell them all in a heartbeat. A headache was already forming in Fangping's temple. He sighed. 5,000 tickets. You really think Director Fang is going to hand them all over to me to scalp? Get real. She immediately flew off the handle. Useless. You're totally useless. Fangping's playful tone vanished, replaced by a stern one. Just focus on your final exams. You clearly have way too much time on your hands. What are you even thinking about? Not enough homework for you. Or maybe you're slacking on your daily stance training. How about this? If you do well on your finals, I'll get you a ticket as a reward. His voice took on a threatening edge. But if you don't, you'll be spending your entire winter break with your nose buried in a book. Before he could even get another word in, Fang Yuan cut him off and hung up. Bye, big brother, gotta go study. Fangping fumed. How dare she hang up on me? That girl, all she thinks about is business and making money instead of her schoolwork. I wonder who she takes after. The next morning, all the members of the combat team had assembled at the training hall. Tang Feng, as usual, was leading the students. All right, this is our final meeting before the tournament. Out of the 10 of you, we're selecting 5 starters and 5 substitutes. If a starter is injured or their vitality is depleted, a substitute will take their place. The starting lineup is Fangping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoramen, and Tang Songting. Fangping will be the team captain. The remaining 5 of you will be the substitutes. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Sir! Fangping shot Zhao Zume a confused look. Zhao Zume stood tall, her voice ringing out. I want to be a starter. I challenged Tang Songting. Tang Songting leaned toward Zhao Zume. So you think I'm the weakest link on the team, huh? He whispered. Fine by me, I accept your challenge. Tang Feng agreed to the match and stepped forward to act as referee. Zhao Zume versus Tang Songting, take your positions. Once both were ready, the command echoed through the hall. Begin! The two charged at each other in a flash, weapons drawn. Zhao Zume seized the initiative, striking first. Gale Blade. I've already tempered the bones in my upper body. When it comes to pure strength, you're no match for me, Tang Songting thought with a smug chuckle. But he wasn't about to back down. He launched a series of counterattacks that forced Zhao Zume to dodge repeatedly. The two fought fiercely, neither giving an inch, every slash of their blades decisive. Zhao Zume pressed her advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes against Tang Songting. The onlookers were on the edge of their seats. Yeah, Zume, awesome, Yang Xiaoman cheered. Fu Yangyuan, however, watched with a worried frown. Why is she fighting so recklessly? Fangping also felt a knot of concern in his stomach. Teacher Lu once said that Zhao Zume had to work harder than anyone to carry on her family's legacy. Just a month ago, she was definitely weaker than Tang Songting, but now, she's fighting him to a standstill. Zhao Zume was hell-bent on claiming that final spot on the vanguard team. She pressed forward relentlessly. Their clash was brutal, but she consistently held the upper hand. Forced to constantly parry her attacks, Tang Songting was growing tired, a flicker of fear in his eyes. How did she improve this much? Is she trying to force a quick win? He couldn't stand the thought of being a substitute. He had to end this. The force of his next blow sent Zhao Zume leaping back. Tang Songting stomped his foot, spinning to build momentum before charging forward with his Raging Fire saber technique. The impact sent her weapon flying from her grasp. Zhao Zume was off balance, defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Songting moved in for the final blow. It's over! Give up, Zume! He yelled, swinging his saber down with all his might. But Zhao Zume didn't surrender. Instead, she reached out and caught the descending blade with her bare hand. Everyone present gasped in horror at her reckless move. Blood streamed from her palm. Frost crept along Tang Songting's blade as Zhao Zume's face hardened. This isn't over yet. Her fierce resolve actually made Tang Songting hesitate, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Fangping watched them both. Against Zhao Zume's do-or-die attitude, he thought, Tang Songting's nerve is what's going to decide this match. Fu Changyan watched with growing dread. Oh no, Zume, Tang Songting was shaking. Hey, do you really have to take it this far? We used to be teammates, remember? Zhao Zume said nothing, her expression a cold mask as she kept his saber locked in place. With her free hand, she flipped, her leg lashing out in a powerful kick that sent his saber flying. In a flash, she caught the weapon midair and turned it back on him, giving Tang Songting no time to react. Just as the blade was about to touch his head, he shrieked in terror, "Stop! I give up, I'm not fighting anymore!" At that moment, Tang Feng yelled, "Zhao Zume is the winner!" The lineup for the exchange tournament's vanguard team is now confirmed. Fangping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changyan, Yang Xiaoman, and Zhao Zume. Countdown to the exchange tournament, 7 days, January 10th. The Magic City Martial Arts University Gymnasium. A cry of pure excitement immediately rang out from the stands. It was Fang Yuan. Her eyes sparkled as she marveled. This stadium is huge, and look at all the people. Sitting beside her, Tan Zhenping couldn't help but smile at her innocent wonder. This is the arena for the Freshman Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament. A lot of big shots are here, too. The energy is incredible. Fang Yuan pouted. Uncle Tan, why isn't my brother here yet? The opening ceremony is about to start, Tan Zhenping soothed her. Fang Ping said he had something to take care of. Let's just wait for him right here. With a mischievous look, Fang Yuan playfully patted the empty seat next to her where Fang Ping was supposed to be. HMPH, if Fang Ping doesn't want to watch, maybe we should just scalp his ticket. Fang Yuan's voice grew louder with excitement. Uncle Tan, what do you think? Could we get 2,000 for this seat? They're front row seats. I bet someone would pay 3,000, maybe even 5. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from the arena floor and the entire stadium fell silent. Even Fang Yuan snapped her mouth shut. The Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament is not a concert or a celebrity meet and greet, the announcer's voice rang out. Everyone, please take your seats and quiet down. Do not cause any disturbances or disrupt the proceedings. The crowd on the stands listened intently. This was the first time a martial arts university tournament had ever been made public, and everyone was expected to treat it with the utmost seriousness. Once the stadium had settled, Zhang Beihao shouted, I declare the first-ever National Martial Arts University Freshman Exchange Tournament officially open. He was Zhang Beihao, the Vice Minister of the Department of Education, a 7th-ranked Grandmaster, and the chief referee for the tournament. Fang Yuan still couldn't see her brother. He's so slow, it's already starting, she thought, worried. She pulled out her camera, ready to film. Guess I'll just have to record it for him. The loudspeakers crackled to life. The participating teams from the martial arts universities will now make their entrance. A total of 4 teams will be participating in this tournament. The MCMAU team, the CCMAU team, the 8-School Alliance, and the Allied Martial Arts University team. Figures began to file out from the entrance tunnel, already arranged in neat lines. The 8-School Alliance is a coalition of 8 institutions, including Hua-Gyu Martial Arts University and the martial arts departments of several other major universities. The Allied Martial Arts University team is a joint force comprised of the remaining 89 martial arts universities from across the nation. As the first team stepped into the light, the person leading them was none other than Fangping of MCMAU. The announcer's voice continued to echo through the stadium. This year's tournament will follow a team battle format. Each team will select 5 members for each match. The format will be one-on-one duels. The loser will be eliminated, while the winner may choose to continue challenging the next opponent. The 4 competing teams will be randomly drawn into Group A and Group B for the preliminary rounds. The winners of each group will then face off for the championship, while the 2 losing teams will compete for 3rd and 4th place. Zhang Beihao's voice boomed over the speakers. And now, entering the arena first, the team from Magic City Martial Arts University. Just as he spoke, the broadcast camera focused on a very familiar face. Fangping, the young girl watching, couldn't help but gasp, shouting, "Uncle Tan, my brother's on the team." Tan Zhenping couldn't believe his eyes. What? A look of disbelief crossed his face as memories flashed through his mind. Half a year ago, Fangping was just taking the entrance exam. He wasn't even a martial artist yet. Breaking through to rank -1 in such a short time was already shocking enough. And now, he's emerged from the sea of talent at Magic City Martial Arts University to become a member of the exchange tournament team. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with pride. Fang Ping's progress is just astonishing. Beside him, Fang Yuan's face was flushed with anger at being kept in the dark about something so huge. She grumbled, "Fang Ping is on the team. How dare he hide something this important from me?" The announcer's voice boomed again from the commentary booth. Next, let's introduce the members of the Magic City Martial Arts University team. Team Captain, Fang Ping, a peak rank -1 martial artist. Hearing this, Fang Yuan grew even angrier, kicking her feet furiously. Team Captain, he hid so much from me. Tan Zhenping, however, simply let out a calm sigh. The new generation truly surpasses the old, he thought. After all, he too was a peak rank -1 martial artist. Seeing that all the competitors had taken their places on the field, the announcer began to speak. The introductions for the Magic City Martial Arts University team began. Vice Captain Fu Changding, first rank peak. Zhao Lei, first rank peak. Yang Xiaoramen, first rank peak. Next up was the Capital City Martial Arts University team. Captain Han Su, first rank peak, the announcer declared, focusing on a young man with white hair. A 3-time bone-tempered martial artist, Li Ran, first rank peak. Fang Wenxiang, first rank peak. The announcer then moved on to the 8-School Alliance. Captain Wei Bin, first rank peak. Tan Haiping, first rank peak. As the list went on, Yang Xiaoramen turned to Fu Changding, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. They keep introducing person after person, and every single one is a first-rank peak. Kinda makes the title feel cheap, doesn't it? Fu Changding seized the opportunity to needle her. Hey, there's a world of difference between first-rank peaks. For instance, you can't beat me. That clearly struck a nerve. Who can't beat who? She shot back, her face flushed with anger. Standing in front of them, Zhao Zume couldn't help but feel exasperated by their bickering. But while his teammates were fooling around, Captain Fang Ping was completely focused. Fu Changding's right, he thought. There are levels even among first-rank peaks. All the elite freshmen from every martial arts university in the country are gathered right here. If I can defeat every single one of them, the image of himself hoisting the championship trophy, surrounded by all the so-called first-rank peak geniuses he had personally crushed, flashed through his mind. Fang Ping's eyes lit up, a smug grin spreading across his face. Isn't this the perfect chance for me to shine? Just then the announcer's voice boomed again. And now the Martial Arts University Alliance team. Their captain, Sun Minjiu, second rank, early stage. All eyes turned to a small, orange-haired young man, now identified as Captain Sun Minjiu. The burly man with the menacing scowl was at the initial stage of the second rank. Next to him stood his teammate, Chen Jiaking, also at the initial stage of the second rank. The moment he heard the words, second rank, Fangping's expression grew somber, his gaze turning razor-sharp. A second-rank fighter. A murmur went through the students from Jingdu Martial Arts University. The Martial Arts University Alliance has 2 second-rank fighters. What's the big deal? Another voice cut in dismissively. The author just threw them in for drama. I bet they're just here to be stepping stones for the real heroes. Just then, Zhang Beihao pointed toward the lottery box and declared, "The team introductions are now complete. I will now preside over the drawing to determine the matchups for the first round." His face was stern. "Team captains, please step forward." Fangping was the first to approach. With a look of intense focus, he slowly reached his hand into the box. From the stands, Fang Yuan couldn't hide her anxiety. "Uncle Tan, isn't a second-rank fighter way stronger than my brother? Is he going to be in danger?" Tan Zhenping's expression was just as grim. "Right now, based on everyone's ranks, the Martial Arts University Alliance is the strongest team here," he explained. "If we have to fight them, it's an almost guaranteed loss." The girl broke out in a cold sweat, clasping her hands together in prayer. "Please, oh please, don't let him draw the Martial Arts University Alliance. Don't let him face a second rank." Meanwhile, Fangping's eyes glinted with a deep, calculating light as he sent up a prayer of his own. "Please, ancestors, let me draw the Martial Arts University Alliance. I have to get them." He swirled his hand around inside the box, a smirk playing on his lips. "I was originally just planning to test my strength against a peak first-rank fighter, make a name for myself. But a second rank. Who knew a golden opportunity like this would just fall right into my lap?" He reasoned, beating first ranks just gets you noticed. But taking down a second rank, that makes you a household name. Clutching a single ball tightly in his hand, Fangping's mind was made up. "I'll pick the second rank and make myself famous across the country." He glanced down at the name written on the ball. His eyes widened. He stared at the ball in his hand, completely stunned. Staring dumbfounded at the B on his hand, Fangping blurted out, "What the hell is this?" Over with the Jingwu Martial Arts University team, their captain, Hansu, had already drawn his lot. "Not bad," he said, holding the ball in his hand. "We're in the same group as the Martial Arts University Alliance, just what I wanted." With his keen insight, he began to analyze them out loud. The Alliance may have 2 rank -2 members, but they're all just freshmen. To reach rank -2 in half a year, they couldn't have had any time to practice combat techniques or go on missions. His gaze shifted to Sun Minjiu from the Alliance team, a taunting smirk on his face. "Which means our team of rank 1s will be the ones to take you down." Sun Minjiu, a rank -2 novice from the Alliance, seethed with rage. Fangping watched with a serious expression. This Hansu guy is pretty sharp. And confident, too. No wonder he's Jingwu's captain. They must be powerful. He suddenly recalled Tang Feng's words. "Jingwu and Mo have been at the top for years, always fighting for first and second place. That makes Jingwu our biggest rival in this tournament. If we beat them and take the championship, Jingwu will be forced to hand over 10% of their national resources to us at Mo. When that happens, as members of the winning team, each of you can expect a reward of at least 300 credits. Down below, an ecstatic Fu Changding had clapped Fangping on the shoulder. "Did you hear that, Fangping? 300 credits." Everyone was buzzing. Even Yang Xiaoramen and Zhao Zume were dreaming. "With 300 credits, we could get some awesome new weapons. We have to beat Jingwu." Fangping stepped toward Hansu. "So you guys got lucky," he said coolly. "As for that #1 title, you guys can fight over second and third place," Hansu declared, pointing a confident thumb at his own teammates. "But don't even think about taking the top spot from us. Even our substitutes are all peak first grade. Just get ready for a total beatdown." Fangping remained unfazed. "Don't get ahead of yourself," he replied calmly. "Jingwu and Mo Wu are bound to face off eventually." "Forget the 300 points," he thought. "I'm definitely taking your head." Both teams faced off, their voices ringing out in unison. "We'll see." The scene shifted to the massive arena inside the Mo Wu Gymnasium, where an announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. "And now for the first match of the Group A tournament, Jingwu University versus the Allied Martial Arts University team." On the large screen overhead, photos of the 2 combatants appeared. First up from Jingwu, Hansu. His opponent from the allied team, Sun Minjiu. Fu Changding watched the stage, his eyes narrowed in assessment. Hansu was the top scorer in the national entrance exams. He tempered his bones 3 times before becoming a martial artist. The guy's seriously strong. HMPH, Fangping said, his gaze fixed on the arena. Let's see what he's really made of in this first match. The referee's hand chopped down. Begin, Sun Minjiu instantly charged, swinging his axe in a deadly arc. But to his shock, Hansu sidestepped the massive blade with impossible agility, moving like a phantom. Whoa! Fu Changding exclaimed. Ghost steps. A mid-rank movement technique. Hansu's already reached Grandmastery. At that speed, Sun Minjiu can't even touch him. FWSSH. In the blink of an eye, Hansu closed the distance and thrust his spear forward. Arg! Sun Minjiu cried out in pain as the weapon struck home. Fu Changding was in awe. His spearmanship has reached Grandmastery too. He got him in a single strike, it's over. The power gap is just too wide. Fangping kept his eyes fixed on the stage from his seat. Just as he thought that, Sun Minjiu's hand shot out, grabbing hold of Hansu's spear. What? Li Hansong yelled. Fangping, however, remained calm, his gaze unwavering. With one hand clamping down on the spear shaft, Sun Minjiu swung his axe with the other, roaring, "Let's see you run now!" But Hansu stood his ground, his expression calm, completely fearless. Unless Hansu lets go of his spear, Fu Changding worried, he's going to be split in 2. Just as the axe was about to connect, Hansu calmly glanced at the incoming blade. Then in a flash, he drew a short dagger. SHING. He stumbled back for a moment, then immediately sprang to his feet. A gruesome, bloody scene unfolded on the stage. Sun Minjiu's right arm had been cleanly severed by Hansu's blade. He stared at the stump where his arm used to be, his face a mask of utter disbelief. The crowd erupted in panic. Oh my God, what just happened? Isn't this just a match? That student's arm just got cut off. How brutal! Hansu was also heavily wounded, but seeing the state of his opponent, someone from the opposing side yelled, "The Martial Arts Alliance forfeits!" The referee raised his hand. The first match goes to Jingwu. Over on the Madu team's side, Fu Changding let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Man, my heart can't take this. Yang Xiaoman's group was still in a daze. I thought this was just supposed to be an exchange. They're fighting like it's life or death. A new wariness crept into Fangping's thoughts. Jingwu is seriously strong. He replayed the final moment in his mind, marveling at Hansu's weapon. He had a hidden trick, a blade concealed in his spear. Just as the axe was about to land, Hansu drew the dagger, closed the distance in an instant, severed Sun Minjiu's right arm, and reclaimed his spear. That footwork, that blade work, incredible. His speed was terrifying, and Sun Minjiu's power was undeniable. But in the end, it was the handle of Sun Minjiu's axe that did the real damage. The brutal impact sent Hansu reeling, leaving him badly injured. He stared, his focus absolute, as he sized up the situation. This freshman exchange, it's not going to be easy. After the first match ended, the following fights were even more savage. Despite his wounds, Hansu managed to seriously injure another opponent before he was forced to leave the stage, completely drained of energy. It seemed every single fighter who stepped into the ring left with injuries of one kind or another. The match between Li Ran of Jingwu and Yang Jin of Wu Lion ended when Li Ran's sword pierced Yang Jin's leg. Blood gushed from the wound, and he had to concede in agony. Then Liang Huayu of Wu Lion got revenge for his teammate by heavily wounding Li Ran in the very next round. But moments later, Liang Huayu found himself on the receiving end, his arm snapped by Zhang Zhengguang of Jingwu. Though Wu Lion was weaker than Jingwu, every one of their fighters showed unyielding will. Even when they couldn't win, they fought with a life-for-a-life mentality, determined to wear down their opponents. One fight grew so intense that Zhang Beihai had to intervene. In the end, Jingwu won the first round, but it came at a steep price. 2 members seriously injured, 2 others lightly wounded. By the time the morning matches concluded, the stage was so soaked in blood that more than half the spectators had left. Up in the stands, Fang Yuan watched with a worried, intense gaze. Nearby, Chen Fan was lost in thought. A student exchange tournament, and it's turned into this bloody, ruthless spectacle. Martial artists are destined to struggle. This is the real world of martial arts. Suddenly, an overwhelming fear for her brother washed over Fang Yuan, and she burst into sobs. Tears streamed down her face, drenching her sparkling blue eyes. "Fangping," she pleaded, her voice choked with emotion, "let's not fight. Can you not? I don't want to see you get hurt. Time passed. On the afternoon of October 10th, the Magic City Martial Arts University Gymnasium was buzzing with anticipation. The Magic City team was gathered together, going over their strategy for the afternoon's matches. Tang Feng addressed his students, his tone grave. "All right, listen up. We all saw what happened in the morning matches. Now we're up against the 8-school alliance, and every single one of you needs to stay sharp and take this seriously. Their fighters can be just as relentless as the Federation's. Whatever you do, do not underestimate them." Fangping's expression was focused, his usual playful demeanor gone. "Understood." Soon after, the referee's voice boomed through the hall, announcing the afternoon's Group B match. Magic City Martial Arts University versus the 8-School Alliance. First up, Fangping of Magic City versus Zhang Guanglin of the 8-School Alliance. On the stage, a man with a serious expression gripped his spear tightly. This was Zhang Guanglin, a peak rank -1 martial artist. The moment Zhang Zihao yelled, "Begin!" Zhang Guanglin shot toward Fangping like a rocket, his eyes blazing with defiance. But Fangping just stood there. He's not even trying to take the initiative. Zhang Guanglin thought, his guard instantly up. A Magic City fighter. From the stands, Fang Yuan couldn't help but cry out in worry, "Fangping, do something. Are you just going to stand there and get pummeled?" Zhang Guanglin closed the distance in a flash, swinging his spear. "Take this," he roared. But a move like that was nothing to Captain Fangping. He dodged it with a single step, an effortlessly cool look on his face. Zhao Zume watched in awe. Fangping has completely mastered his cloud steps. Fu Changding chimed in with his usual analysis. At that speed, Zhang Guanglin won't even be able to touch him. Yang Xiaoman shot him a sarcastic look. "Is that the only line in your vocabulary?" Back on the stage, no matter how furiously Zhang Guanglin attacked, Fangping evaded every single strike. With just a slight shift of his body, he dodged them all, his movements impossibly fast. He didn't even see Fangping leave. Furious, he shot after him, screaming, "Let's see where you can run." Fang Yuan was too scared to watch, her hands clamped over her eyes. "Uncle Tan," she whispered, her voice trembling, "is my brother getting beaten up?" Sitting beside her, Tan Zhenping gently patted her head to soothe her. No, he's fine. We have to have faith in Fangping." After a long cat-and-mouse chase, Fangping was still standing strong, not a scratch on him. Zhang Guanglin, however, was on his knees, gasping for breath. Just before the afternoon matches began, Yao Jincheng had anticipated this. "To build momentum, Magic Martial will definitely send their captain out first," the opposing coach had analyzed grimly. "For Fangping to be captain, he has to be strong. We can't go head-to-head with him." He laid out their strategy. "Right now, our best bet is to wear down his vitality. Then in the second match, Wei Bin can finish him off." "Sounds good," their captain Wei Bin agreed instantly. "Guanglin, you go first," Yao Jincheng proposed. Wei Bin clapped him confidently on the shoulder. "Leave that kid Fangping to me." "I know what to do," Zhang Guanglin had declared, his voice full of self-assurance. "Even if I can't beat him, I'll make sure he leaves the ring banged up." Back in the ring, his face was now pale and he was heaving for air. "Damn it," he cursed internally, staring at the perfectly composed Fangping. "I can't even touch him." Fangping, meanwhile, stood with his hands on his hips, completely at ease. "You done?" he asked. "Then I guess it's my turn." He smirked, and the casual look in his eyes suddenly turned ice cold. "Before the match, Teacher Tang warned me to be careful. He said you guys from the 8th school might try to be stubborn, like Wu Lion Liao, fighting a war of attrition to wear down your opponent." Powerful, crimson aura of vitality erupted from his entire body, and sparks of lightning crackled along his saber, forcing his opponent to be wary. Teacher Tang was right. But I don't think I need to hold back any longer. The thought had barely crossed his mind when, in a flash, he was right in front of Guanglin, bringing his saber down in a devastating arc. A fierce, competitive glint shone in his blue-green eyes as he unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. Watching Guanglin struggle to defend himself, Fangping said, "I'm not giving any of you a chance to fight back." Gritting his teeth, Guanglin poured every ounce of his strength into blocking the attack. Fangping raised his saber high, concentrating all his vitality into the blade before bringing it down in the final blow of his ultimate technique. Rampaging blood saber, triple slash. The strike shattered Guanglin's weapon and tore into his body, sending blood flying. A mask of pure agony twisted his face as his eyes went blank. He ground his teeth, then collapsed onto the arena floor. The referee's voice boomed. "Zhang Guanglin forfeits. The winner of the first match in Group B is Mo Wu." Fangping turned his back, his expression cold as he glanced at his fallen opponent. Down below the stage, Fu Changding was completely stunned by Fangping's power. That was only 3 slashes. The first 2 unleashed a 60-point burst of vitality, and that last one had to be at least 80. That's a total burst of over 220 points. Zhao Zume broke out in a cold sweat. He's that strong. My technique can only manage a 30-point burst, even when I push myself. Yang Xiaoramen, however, was just confused. If he's that powerful, why didn't he do that from the start? Meanwhile, Tang Feng simply watched in silence from behind them. Up in the stands, Chen Fan and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank God he's not hurt. Fang Yuan couldn't hide her excitement. I can't believe Fangping is so strong. I was worried for nothing. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Thud, he dropped to his knees. Every eye in the arena locked onto the stage. Han Su and the Jingwu team whipped their heads around. HMPH! Vice Principals Fu Changding and Tang Feng, who had been deep in discussion, snapped their gazes toward the fight. Fang Yuan's face went pale. Big bro, what's wrong? Fangping collapsed onto the arena floor, his face ashen. Lying on the stage, Guang Lin saw this, and a triumphant smile spread across his lips. It didn't go exactly as planned, but the tactic worked. The scene shifts to Fangping's training session just days before the tournament. His saber techniques were already devastatingly powerful. Each slash sent a massive boulder crumbling into dust. Lu Fengru, his instructor, nodded in approval. Not bad. Your total vitality must be over 300 cal by now, right? Yes, ma'am, Fangping replied, drenched in sweat. A moment later, her expression hardened, her eyes turning cold and sharp. Your raging blade, that all-out strike of yours, can currently unleash 80 cal of vitality. In other words, a single slash consumes a quarter of your entire reserve. She analyzed it carefully, making sure he understood. We call a move like that a killer move. If you could unleash 1/3 of your total vitality in a single blow, that would be a true ultimate technique. But with great power came great risk. You have to be extremely careful, Lu Fengru warned, her voice grave. If your remaining vitality ever drops below 1/3 of your total, you could die. Back in the arena, Fangping shakily pushed himself to his feet, a pill clutched in one hand. His face was ghostly pale, as if all the life had been drained from him. That's right, he thought. This is what anyone would think. My vitality is depleted. My only option is to take a pill. Tang Feng suddenly understood, and her face filled with alarm. Wait a minute. You said Fangping unleashed 220 cal of vitality. Then doesn't that mean he's about to? Fu Changding's voice boomed across the stage. Don't worry about it, Fangping. I'll take the next match and continue teaching those guys from the 8 schools a lesson for you. Yang Xiaoramen chimed in. It's too late to take a pill to restore your vitality. They don't absorb that fast. Tang Feng's expression was grave with worry. What is that kid Fangping thinking? He burned through all his vitality in the very first match. How is he supposed to fight now? Fangping remained completely still. It turned out he was circulating his energy, a process that required absolute focus. A red aura once again enveloped his body. He had just spent 220,000 wealth points, and his vitality was now fully restored. A moment later, he stood up and waved to the others. Fu Changding and Yang Xiaoramen stared, their jaws hanging open. Huh! Fangping's vitality. It's suddenly restored, could it be? Does he have a special constitution that lets him absorb pills that fast? Fangping could only play along. Yeah, that's it, he thought. A super-fast pill-absorbing constitution. That's totally it. Just then, from the other side of the arena, the next opponent stepped onto the stage. The referee announced, Next match, MCMA's Fangping versus the 8 schools alliance's Wei Bin. Wei Bin greeted Fangping with a friendly smile and a big thumbs up. Student Fangping, he exclaimed, your strength is truly impressive. Fangping looked back a little bewildered. Yeah, I know I'm strong. The guy just grinned, nodding in admiration. And that saber of yours is not bad at all. I can't believe it managed to break my friend's F-grade equipment. It must be forged from a D-grade alloy, right? Fangping just listened, his expression filled with suspicion. Wei Bin continued, your saber technique is incredible too, and your vitality burst is over 200 cal. To reach that level at peak rank -1. You're a real prodigy. Fangping's wary expression began to soften. He kept laying it on thick. To be able to face a powerful opponent like you, it's truly an honor. Legend of the Man King is true. Hearing this, Fangping's face lit up. He was grinning so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. "Oh, you flatter me, you really do." Wei Bin just kept smiling warmly. "Especially that technique, the 3 slashes of your violent blood-mad blade. I'd truly love to see it again." Meanwhile, his teammates Fu Changding, Su Yanjun, and Tang Songting couldn't stomach his phony act. Why is this Wei Bin guy buttering Fangping up the second he gets on stage? It's so weird, they thought, and what's even weirder is that Fangping is eating it all up. Standing before him, Fangping beamed back. "Thanks for the compliment. In that case, I'll be sure to use the 3 ultimate slashes again for you." The moment the referee's voice faded, the match began. Fangping shot toward his opponent like a gust of wind. Wei Bin was already in a defensive stance. Here it comes, violent blood-mad blade. A piercing screech echoed as the 2 weapons collided. A brilliant spark erupted where Fangping's saber struck Wei Bin's sword. He really is strong, Wei Bin thought with a grimace. Fangping pulled his saber back and retreated. A sinister, toothy grin spread across Wei Bin's face. "But Fangping, you've fallen right into my trap." He was brimming with confidence. "All I have to do is lure you into unleashing your vitality for all 3 of those slashes, just like before, and victory is mine. Your D-grade saber is tough, sure, but so is my D-grade sword." Just as the thought crossed his mind, the second slash came crashing down. He managed to block it, but not without a significant cost of strength. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "The second one is even stronger." He remembered how Fangping had collapsed onto the floor after his first match. A blade technique that can explosively release your vitality is impressive. No doubt, he thought, convinced he had his opponent figured out. But your absolute limit is 200 cal. High above, Fangping was like a starving tiger, leaping into the air. His eyes, fixed on Wei Bin, were utterly ferocious as he prepared to bring down the 3rd and final strike. Wei Bin, however, still trusted his plan. "All I have to do is block this 3rd strike and he'll be a sitting duck." Just as the thought crossed his mind, Fangping unleashed his 3rd, powerful strike. Their weapons collided, erupting in a brilliant flash of sparks. Against all odds, Wei Bin managed to parry the blow. Thrown off balance, Fangping was sent staggering backward by the force of the impact. But he landed securely on his feet and calmly pulled a vitality pill from his pocket. Wei Bin shot forward like an arrow, roaring, "Fangping, don't even think about taking that pill, just give up. Your vitality is shot. The game's over." Ignoring his opponent's taunts, Fangping remained perfectly composed as he casually uncapped the vial. At that moment, Wei Bin looked like a massive, ravenous gorilla, ready to devour the much smaller Fangping. "There's no escape for you now." With a final roar, he lunged, unleashing a powerful tiger claw strike that ripped through the air toward Fangping. But with a single, effortless leap, Fangping dodged the attack, leaving Wei Bin to strike at empty air. He soared lightly into the air, a smug look on his face, the pill vial still in his hand. Wei Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the?" Fangping smirked. "You said I couldn't fly away, didn't you? Well, here I am." Wisps of white energy swirled around his feet, forming invisible platforms that held him steady in midair. Down below, Zhu Mei's eyes lit up in amazement. "Fangping! He's flying!" Fu Changyuan was equally impressed. "That's the void stepping stage. His movement technique has broken through to the void stepping stage." Shooting a defiant look at Wei Bin, Fangping slowly popped the vitality pill into his mouth. "Student Wei Bin," he said, "did you really think you could outsmart me? A shame, really. I saw your little plan coming from a mile away." With that, he kicked off the air and shot down toward Wei Bin like a speeding bullet, his eyes ice-cold as he unleashed a devastating axe kick. A swift kick to Wei Bin's chest sent him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The referee's voice boomed. "Mo Wu wins!" On a television screen, a broadcast was in full swing. "Welcome back to our live coverage of the first National New Student Martial Arts University Exchange Tournament. The 3rd match of the Group B qualifiers has just concluded." Fangping's image filled the screen as the commentator continued. Mo Wu's Fangping, with a single move, the violent blood-mad saber, instantly defeated Chen Hongwei of the 8-School Alliance. Fangping has truly been the dark horse of these qualifiers, taking down 3 members of the Alliance back-to-back. And so far, he's emerged without a single scratch. Meanwhile, in Fang Mingrong's office, a group of men were glued to the live broadcast. "Damn, that Mo Wu captain is incredible," one of them said in awe. "Hey, isn't that old Fang's son?" Another man seated before the screen exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "He's making our Jiangnan famous." Fang Mingrong himself stared, stunned. "Ping. I had no idea he was this strong." In the stands where the other teams watched, Zhu Mei whispered to Fu Changding, This is nothing like our Jingwu matches this morning. Those were brutal back-and-forth slugfests. Fangping's fought 3 times already and doesn't even have a tear in his clothes. Fu Changding's hands clenched into fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. All right, Fangping, we get it, you're strong. Now hurry up and get down from there so the rest of us can get a shot. Back on the stage, Fangping was basking in the glory of his victory, a look of unshakable confidence on his face. Heh, this national exchange tournament is easier than I thought. At this rate, the name Fangping will be famous across the entire country in no time. The crowd below roared with excitement. Fangping is awesome. Mo Wu is number 1. Mo Wu is number 1. The referee raised his voice once more to announce the next fight. The 4th match, Mo Wu's Fangping versus. As Fangping faced Zhang Yingdong from the 8th school, a sly grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming. This is it. My chance to make a name for myself. He leaped high into the air, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yingdong with predatory hunger, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. The blood-bursting Mad Saber. I have to seize this chance. The blade crashed down with a deafening boom, splintering the arena floor. Zhang Yingdong scrambled to dodge, barely escaping the blow, but Fangping was just getting warmed up. Hey, don't run, he yelled, using his void-stepping technique to pursue Zhang Yingdong from the air. The aerial chase terrified Zhang Yingdong, who fled like a rabbit, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fu Changwei stared, utterly bewildered. Is he just warming up? That last saber strike from Fangping had to be nearly 100 points of vitality. That's even higher than before. Zhu Mei had to agree. That's almost like striking from thin air, killing in the blink of an eye. The gap between Fangping and me is just getting wider and wider. Tang Feng, however, was deep in thought. All the power from that strike was wasted on the floor. And chasing him through the air isn't even as efficient as running on the ground. His face twisted in frustration as he cursed under his breath. Damn that Fangping, always showboating and wasting his vitality. Fangping, ever the showman, confidently swung his blade. The strike landed on Zhang Yingdong as effortlessly as slicing through air. Zhang Yingdong collapsed to the floor, injured. From the side, Zhang Beihai announced, "The Martial Arts University wins." An ecstatic Fangping raised his hand in victory. Zhang Beihai looked over at him. Fangping, are you going to continue? Fangping casually ran a hand through his hair, feigning a bit of fatigue. Nah, I'm done. I've already used up all my elixirs. As Fangping stepped down from the stage, an excited Fu Changwei and Zhu Mei rushed to meet him. Brother Fang, Fu Changwei exclaimed, a look of desperate pleading on his face like a little kid begging for a favor. You've finally had your fun, right? Please tell me you're done. The rest of the guys from the 8th school can't take any more. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fangping smiled faintly. Just be careful, don't screw this up and make the Martial Arts University look bad. With that, a determined Fu Changding walked towards the arena. Stepping down after 4 straight wins was the right call, Fangping thought to himself. It gives my teammates a chance to get in the ring, and it even saves the other school some face. I mean, if I'd wiped the floor with their entire team all by myself, what dignity would they have left? Besides, I've already made a hell of a statement about my own strength. This little show of arrogance, it's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. God, I'm a genius. Tang Feng walked over, his expression grim and serious. Fangping, that was a good fight, he began. But let me give you a warning. Wasting your vitality so recklessly is unacceptable. If you keep this up, you'll burn through all the pills the school provides in no time. Holding 2 vials of blood pills, Fangping pouted. Yeah, about that, Instructor Tang, I already finished them. The school gave each of us on the team 5 first-grade vitality pills, and that's just not enough. He then put on a desperate expression, his eyes shimmering as he clasped his hands together pleadingly. I took down 4 opponents all by myself. Considering my contribution, do you think you could maybe give me, say, another 15? 15 pills? Tang Feng exploded. Are you serious? That's just blatant greed. Zhu Mei, standing nearby, spoke up sympathetically. To be fair, Fangping's family isn't well off like ours. They're all ordinary people, so he's gotten this far entirely through his own hard work. Besides, his fight really boosted our team's morale. He made a huge contribution. The moment Fangping saw Zhu Mei, his eyes widened and he dashed over to her. Zhu Mei, hey, since you don't have to go up and burn through your vitality, those pills you're saving, you think you could spare them for me? She just stared at him, exasperated. And to think I just wasted my sympathy on you, that's enough, Tang Feng roared. Fangping gritted his teeth and turned to Tang Feng, who continued. When we get back, go to the logistics department and file for 5 rank -1 vitality pills, and that's non-negotiable. He shot Tang Feng a resentful look. Tang Feng, genuinely angry, declared, "After this match, you're benched." Fangping scoffed, not backing down. "Fine by me. Fighting 2 or 3 fewer matches sounds like a relief, honestly. Just 5 pills." "Stingy bastard," he muttered under his breath. A moment later, Fu Changding, trembling and drained, stumbled off the stage. I won." He collapsed onto a chair, completely spent. "Hey, Fangping, how did you make your win look so easy? I had to fight tooth and nail for this one victory. I'm covered in injuries from fighting that guy from the 8 schools. How am I supposed to take on Capital City Martial Arts University like this?" Fangping clapped him on the back, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Don't worry. With me here, we'll definitely crush Capital City." Later that afternoon, on January 11th, inside the Magic City Martial Arts University Gymnasium, the announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Next up, the 4th match of the National Freshman Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, Capital City Martial Arts University versus Magic City Martial Arts University. First fight. Zhao Zume of Magic City versus Wei Shuji of Capital City. Her teammates roared with encouragement. "Go for it, Zhao Zume. You got this. Magic City for the win." Zhao Zume gave her team a nod, her eyes filled with determination as she walked onto the stage. Fu Changding snapped his fingers, a confident smirk on his face. "Wei Shuji, he got taken out in 2 moves by someone from the Martial Arts Alliance in the first round. I'd say Zume's got this in the bag." Standing behind them, Fangping wore a look of utter disappointment. "An opponent even weaker than Zhao Zume, and I'm not even allowed to fight." Earlier in the strategy room, Old Bai had laid out the match roster. Today is the 2nd round of the tournament. The Martial Arts Alliance beat the 8 schools this morning. This afternoon, we're up against Capital City. If we beat them, we go straight to the finals. After considering various factors, the school has decided on the following lineup for this afternoon's match against Capital Martial. Everyone leaned in, listening intently. Zhao Zume, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoramen, Tang Songting, all of them were practically buzzing with excitement. But when Teacher Bai announced that Fangping would be the anchor, meaning 99% of Magic Martial's power was being benched, Fangping's face fell. He wanted to claw at his hair and scream, "Are you kidding me? They're really making me the anchor? This is so boring." Up on the fighting stage, someone else shared his sentiment. "What a letdown. And here I was hoping my opponent would be Fangping." The speaker was Wei Shuji, a peak rank -1 from Capital Martial Arts University. He shot a contemptuous look at his opponent. "Zhao Zume, is it? A fresh peak rank -1 martial artist. So this is the best magic martial can send out for the first round? Someone this weak?" Zhao Zume glared at him, her eyes burning with anger. He continued, his tone dripping with disdain, "And a girl at that. You're not even worthy of being a meat shield for Fangping." "What does being a girl have to do with anything?" Yang Xiaoramen shot back from the sidelines, furious for her teammate. "Our Zume is no pushover." Fangping looked lost. "Wait, since when did I need a meat shield?" Fu Changding chimed in, "Wei Shuji isn't even that strong. Who is he to look down on Zume?" On the stage, Zhao Zume settled into her fighting stance. "Forget the meat shield talk," she said, her voice cold. "Your opponent is me." "The match begins," the referee's call echoed. In a flash, both fighters charged, ready to clash. Wei Shuji's lips twisted into a smug smirk as their weapons crashed with a deafening clang that ripped through the air. The force of the blow was immense. Zume's face contorted with effort as she struggled to parry the attack. "What?" Below the stage, Captain Hansu stroked his chin, a self-satisfied look on his face. "Magic Martial still has a long way to go before they can challenge us." Fang Wenchen chimed in, "This girl from Mowu is just too weak." The blonde-haired young man beside him spoke up too. "Old Wei could take her out in 3 moves, tops." Fangping recalled Wei Shuji's previous fight. He only put out a 30-point burst of vitality at most, he realized, and she just unleashed nearly 50. A wave of anxiety hit him. He was holding back in his last match. Fu Changyuan and Yang Xiaoramen were furious. "Don't get so cocky. Zume is a lot stronger than you think," Wei Shuji sneered, raising his staff. "Finally figured out how weak you are?" He swung it hard at Zume. "Not bad," he boomed. "You actually took 2 of my hits." Zume summoned all her strength to block the blow, but he sent her flying. The bastard pressed his attack. A deafening clang rang out as their weapons collided. Zume managed to parry the strike, but the impact shattered her arm. Her staff slipped from her grasp, clattering against her leg, and she cried out in pain. Wei Shuji swung his staff again, his voice dripping with condescension. So pathetic. The blow connected, sending Zume flying. She coughed up blood as she skidded across the arena floor. Wei Shuji let his staff fall, striding arrogantly toward the weakly struggling Zume. Down already. I guess Mo Wu really doesn't teach strategy. He grabbed her by the broken arm, yanking her up. Zume cried out in agony. With your level of strength, he sneered, taking just 3 hits from my staff would leave you with 2 broken arms and massive internal injuries. He ruthlessly slammed her back onto the floor. Weren't you so high and mighty before? He snarled. You think you're worthy of being my opponent? Yang Xiaoramen couldn't stand it any longer. She moved to leap onto the stage. That's going too far, you Jingwu bastards. I'll kill you. Fu Changyuan grabbed her arm. Don't be reckless, he warned. Where's the referee? Stop the match. Chen Yunxi watched on, her face pale with worry. Teacher Bai, we have to forfeit. Don't let Zume suffer any more. Meanwhile, Hansu watched with smug confidence. Sending Wei Shuji out first was the right call. His ruthless style is perfect for crushing their morale. Fang Wenxiang sneered. Those guys from Jingwu were getting way too cocky. A blonde-haired young man slung an arm around him, grinning. Yeah, we should all learn a thing or two from Brother Wei. Fangping gritted his teeth in fury, crushing the half-empty water bottle in his hand. This wasn't about winning anymore. What Wei Shuji was doing. This was pure humiliation. On the stage, the cruel-faced Wei Shuji effortlessly lifted the petite Zhao Zume with one hand. His expression was cold and merciless as he prepared to land a final, devastating blow. With a look of utter contempt, he growled, "Give up already." Though battered and broken, Zhao Zume's defiance didn't waver. In your dreams, she hissed. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she screamed and shot her leg straight up, kicking Wei Shuji square in the groin. He froze, stunned, before his face turned deathly pale. Biting his lip to stifle a scream, he slowly released the trembling Zhao Zume, who crumpled to the floor as he collapsed in agony. At that moment, Zhao Zume couldn't stay on her feet any longer. Jingwu forfeits. Ma Wu wins, the referee declared. Just as he spoke, Zhao Zume fell unconscious. Zume, her teammates cried out in alarm. Chen Yunxi and Yang Xiaoramen rushed to her side. Zume, hang in there. Fu Changding clenched his fists, his jaw tight with resolve. I'm up next. Fangping watched, his eyes as sharp as daggers, as Zhao Zume was carried away on a stretcher. Later, wrapped in bandages, Zhao Zume lay on a medical bed, her beautiful eyes slowly fluttered open. Zume, Yang Xiaoramen cried, relieved. Her relief quickly turned to rage. That bastard Wei Shuji. Being arrogant is one thing, but to be so damn vicious. Look what he did to you. Your internal organs, your arms, your face. You're covered in injuries. Damn it, Yunzai sat by the hospital bed, trembling with worry. Zume, I know you've always wanted to be stronger, but was it really worth getting hurt this badly? She grabbed Zume's hand, tears streaming down her face. You could have just surrendered, the rest of the team could have won it back for you, but now you're injured so badly. This is going to mess with your cultivation. Zume offered a gentle smile, trying to comfort her. It's okay. The Jingwu guys wanted to crush our morale. I couldn't just let them get what they wanted. Don't worry, I'll recover. Zume, stop talking, Zio Man said softly. You need to rest. Standing just outside the door, Fangping had heard everything. He clenched his fists and slammed them against the doorframe, his face a mask of self-blame. Zume was clearly outmatched, but she risked everything just to win. A dejected Zio Man stepped out of the hospital room. Just then, a voice called out. Jingwu. Won all 4 matches. Fu Changyuan, covered in injuries, staggered toward them in pain. Zio Man, that pighead on the stage, he's all yours. Pighead? Fangping asked, confused. Yang Zio Man slipped on her gloves, her expression hardening. All right, I'm up. She stepped onto the fighting stage, but the sight before her made her stop in disbelief. It was Hansu, the captain of Jingwu, but he'd been beaten so badly his face was completely swollen, erasing any trace of the handsome man from the start of the tournament. Yang Zio Man couldn't help but crack a wide grin. Wow, you really are a pighead. Your face is swollen up like a steamed bun, so ugly. Are you sure you don't want to get off the stage and get that looked at? Though battered, Hansu's voice was cold. A swollen face doesn't mean I'm weaker. Only a female martial artist like you would care about something so shallow. Zio Man scoffed, her eyes blazing as she fell into a fighting stance. So what if I care about my face? And so what if I'm a female martial artist? I just don't get you Jingwu people. Why is every single one of you so damn arrogant? With a final word, she lunged forward. Hansu's fist pulsed with blood chi as he bellowed. "Today, I'm going to teach you all a lesson about respecting your opponent in the ring." With a single hand, he caught Zio Man's attack, ready to unleash a counter of his own. All right, so you treasure that pretty face, do you? Then I'll just have to." He lunged for her face. She froze for a split second before he roared, "I'll rip it right off." Zio Man quickly threw up a hand to block, her gaze resolute. But he suddenly snatched her arm, stunning her. "You left yourself wide open just to protect that precious face?" he sneered, twisting her arm. "Both your arms are mine now. What good is that bone-tempered limb of yours now, huh?" Yang Zio Man said nothing, instead swinging her other leg high behind her, gathering momentum for a powerful kick aimed right between Hansu's legs. "Less talk," she grunted. To her shock, he'd seen it coming. He snapped his legs shut, catching her foot. Now, with both her arm and leg trapped in his grip, she ground her teeth. "You bastard," Hansu gloated. "Wow, you're pretty good at going for the groin. Is that what you call respect?" Crack. Before he could finish, Zio Man slammed her rock-hard forehead straight into his. They both staggered back from the impact. Zio Man instantly regained her footing, channeling blood chi into her fists once more as she fixed her icy gaze on Hansu. He was still clutching his head, completely dazed. Suddenly, he whipped out a short knife and plunged it straight into Zio Man's shoulder. She gasped, blood spurting from the wound. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain, she stared at her shoulder, her brow furrowed. When did he pull out a knife? That was too fast, Hansu chuckled darkly. "Did you really think you could beat me? My speed and my strength are far beyond yours. It doesn't matter what kind of dirty tricks you pull." But Zio Man suddenly unleashed another powerful headbutt. Hansu didn't even have time to react. It was followed by a relentless flurry of headbutts from Zio Man, even as her own forehead began to bleed. He stared back with a cold glare, but his head was spinning. "Damn it! I think I'm gonna pass out." Before he could even get his bearings, Zio Man lunged forward, pouring all her strength into one final, powerful punch. It sent Hansu flying clean off the stage before he could even react. She was left standing alone and steady on the platform, while Hansu lay unconscious below. Seeing the clear outcome, the referee yelled, "Ma-Wu wins!" A buzz went through the crowd. "Ma-Wu, they actually won? Damn, Ma-Wu's not bad at all." After the match, Zio Man was taken to the infirmary. Looking at Yunzai beside her, she teased, "Hey, Yunzai, you got a mirror? Gotta check if my pretty face is ruined." "Stop messing around," Yunzai replied. "Your shoulder and right arm are injured." Nearby, a nurse was bandaging Fu Xunyuan's wounds. "Student Fu, lie down quickly. Your injuries are still..." Tang Feng urged carefully from the side. Fangping stood in a corner, his expression grim as he watched his teammates, all of them covered in injuries. 3 matches, and every Ma-Wu fighter who's gone up has been seriously wounded. How did it come to this? A scream of agony tore through the air. Tang Tinglei's arms were twisted back at an unnatural angle, looking as if they'd been broken. The referee's voice boomed, "Jingwu wins." Tang Tinglei's opponent raised both hands, having clearly dominated the fight. The loudspeakers blared again. "The next Ma-Wu member, please come to the stage." Cheers erupted from the stands, fueling the fighters' spirits, though the crowd was somewhat sparse. The announcement continued, pressing on, "Next Ma-Wu member, Fangping, please come to the stage." The audience was getting restless. "Where's the Ma-Wu guy?" someone shouted. "Don't tell me they've all chickened out." The Jingwu team was getting impatient, too. "Yeah, what's taking so long? Are you going to fight or not?" The announcer's voice echoed, impatiently calling Fangping to the stage. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Zhao Zume was lying on a cot, an IV dripping into her arm, her head still wrapped in bandages. Vice Captain Yang Yuan sat on the edge of his own bed, his arm heavily bandaged as well. Yang Xiaoramen was resting, a few bandages crisscrossing her face, though her injuries seemed less severe. Fangping ignored the calls from outside. He stood in the doorway of the infirmary, silently watching his 3 teammates. His face was a mask of anguish. "My team, they risked everything for this victory, fighting with no regard for themselves. And their captain," he thought, a bitter self-loathing rising within him. "All I did was waste my vitality to show off, desperate to make a name for myself." An image flashed in his mind, his own triumphant grin as he stood over Zhao Lei, spear in hand. That memory was quickly replaced by another, him throwing a tantrum like a damn kid, complaining about the restrictions on recovery pills. Those same restrictions had left his team unable to heal, leading them to be gravely injured, one by one. Fangping's fists clenched, regret etched into every line of his face. I got so arrogant, so stubborn, all because I have the system. Fangping, are you even fit to be their captain? Fangping! Ryuoxi's voice cut through his thoughts. Finding him missing from the arena, she had rushed over. What are you doing here? It's your turn, they're calling you. But he was still lost in his guilt, staring at the cost of their battle. She tried to reason with him, to strategize. Listen, the last fighter from CCMAU is their strongest. If it's too much, just conserve your energy. We need you for the finals. He barely seemed to hear her. He just stood there, leaning on his spear, his head bowed under the weight of his remorse. Finally, Fangping looked up. His face was a mask of furious determination, fury for his injured friends and fury at himself. "Teacher, bye," he said, his voice low but steady as he started to move, breaking into a run. Sometimes, to protect the people you care about. Carrying a first aid kit, Chen Yunxi walked out from the other room just in time to hear the raw determination in his voice. She couldn't hide her surprise. The man who had just defeated Tong Ding stretched, a smug look plastered across his face. "Well, well," he said, his voice dripping with provocation, "if it isn't the famous Fangping, the guy who took down 4 of our students in a row." He was Wen Xiang from Capital City Martial Arts University, a warrior at the peak of rank -1. He planted his feet, put his hands on his hips, and continued with contempt. "After that little stunt you pulled, everyone at Jingwu wants a shot at you. Take you down, and we're instant celebrities. Guess it's my lucky day." Fangping's patience snapped. "Cut the crap!" His blue eyes flashed, his brow furrowed in fury. He looked like he was about to tear the guy limb from limb. "Let's go." Wen Xiang just smiled, completely confident and unfazed by his opponent's power. He took his stance and then shot forward like an arrow, a red aura flaring from his hands. Leaping into the air, Wen Xiang raised a fist crackling with crimson energy and roared, "Shaking Heaven Fist!" But Fangping didn't even flinch. He calmly raised his spear and met the blow. Wen Xiang's powerful technique was deflected so easily he couldn't hide his shock. How is that possible? Outside the ring, Bai Ryuoxi stood with Chen Yunxi, her eyes fixed on the fight. "Looks like Fangping's been working hard on his spear techniques," she remarked. Wen Xiang's attack had a power level of 80, but he just brushed it aside like it was nothing. On the stage, Fangping held his spear with both hands, a glint in his eye. "Shaking Heaven Fist, huh? Not a bad killing move." He paused, a smirk playing on his lips. "But I'm stronger than you." The words had barely left his mouth when his eyes flashed a bloody red. Brimming with killing intent, he charged, roaring, ultimate move. Bloodburst double slash. Fangping unleashed 2 brutal strikes. Fang Wenxiang threw his arms up to block, his face a mask of shock and dawning fear. A 100-meter chi blood slash. He actually mastered an ultimate move. Blood bloomed from the deep gashes on his forearms. The attack had sliced straight through his gauntlets. It was only then that the pain truly registered. "My arms!" he screamed as blood streamed from the wounds. Across the stage, Fangping popped a green chi and blood pill into his mouth. The moment he felt his energy surge back, he charged forward once again. Bloodburst double slash. Watching from the sidelines, Ryuoxi's face was etched with disbelief. "There's a reason they call it an ultimate move," she said to Tang Feng. "It's supposed to be a martial artist's final, desperate gambit for survival. But Fangping, his constitution lets him use it over and over again." Tang Feng remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Behind them, their teammates erupted. "Go, Fangping, kill that Jingwu bastard!" Finally, he spoke. "Can you even call it an ultimate move if you can use it repeatedly?" A little further back, Chen Yunxi watched Fangping fight, her cheeks flushed with admiration. "This is the first time I've ever seen him go all out. He's doing this for Bai Zume and the others." The cheers from their teammates grew even louder. "That's his 3rd chi and blood pill. Fangping is unstoppable." On the stage, after weathering so many blows, Fang Wenxiang had finally collapsed. He knelt in a spreading pool of his own blood, his body a canvas of wounds. The deepest gashes were carved into his forearms, the very same arms that had broken Tang Songting's. He was beaten so badly he couldn't even stand, only tremble in helpless agony. Fangping, his fury still burning, looked down at the broken figure. "Well, how do you feel now?" Feeling pretty lucky with himself, he casually tossed a chi and blood pill into his mouth. "He's taking another one?" The man's eyes widened, a look of pure terror dawning on his face. He was clearly petrified by this display of power. Fangping brandished his spear, settling into a combat stance. "You Jingwu Academy types are all the same. Arrogant bastards, every one of you always assuming your opponents are easy prey. His face hardened, a murderous aura beginning to emanate from him. You severely injured my teammate, and as captain there's no way in hell I'm letting that slide. His brows furrowed as he roared, raging blood blade. He lunged forward, unleashing 2 devastating strikes. Just like before, his opponent crossed his arms to block, but this time they were already a mangled mess of wounds. The attack completely shattered his defenses, leaving his arms nearly useless as new and old wounds tore open, gushing blood. He collapsed to the floor, coughing up mouthfuls of black blood and trembling in agony. The condescending smirk he wore at the start of the match was long gone. "This is the last pill," Fangping announced, holding up the final chi and blood pill before popping it into his mouth. A dark, menacing aura exploded around him. "You just wait and die." He swallowed it in one gulp, the empty bottle still clutched in his hand as he prepared to end Wen Xiang's life. Seeing this, the man was utterly terrified. Lying in a growing pool of his own blood, he raised a trembling arm. "Referee, I surrender." The referee immediately raised his hand. "The match is over, Mo Wu wins. The second round has concluded." Hearing the verdict, Chen Yunxi and Bai Ruoxi couldn't hide their overjoyed smiles. Fangping, on the other hand, looked absolutely livid. His brow was furrowed in disbelief. "I already ate the pill," he roared. "Why would you give up now? You owe me for that pill." The referee had to grab him by the collar to hold him back. "Calm down, student Fangping. Your opponent has surrendered, you can't attack anymore." "I'm gonna get you for this, Wen Xiang," Fangping yelled, still promising to deliver the beating he was owed. "Just wait, the next time I see you I'm gonna kill you. Give me back my pills." January 13th, the Magic Martial Gymnasium. Tang Feng analyzed the situation. In the semi-finals, Capital Martial already took down the Martial Alliance. Notebook in hand, he continued to lay out the strategy for the team. "All right, the final match today is against Capital Martial." Leaning forward in his chair, Zhao Lei pushed himself up. "I'm ready to go." Hearing this, Tang Feng continued, "All right then, I'm announcing the starting lineup." He began to call out the names. "Chen Yunxi." As her name was called, Chen Yunxi couldn't hide her anxiety. I'm starting." He read on Li Jiexu, Su Yikai. Then he continued, "And finally our anchors, Zhao Lei and Fangping." In stark contrast to Chen Yunxi, Zhao Lei's face lit up with excitement when he heard his name. Fangping, however, turned to him with a worried look. "Shouldn't we let the reserve members go first? What if it's like last time and they all get wiped out?" "Looks to me like he just wants to give everyone some combat experience," Zhao Lei replied. "Think about it," he continued, laying out his analysis. "Look at the state of their team versus ours. Capital Martial is full of walking wounded, but us, we're still at full strength. After that war of attrition in the last round, Capital Martial is basically just a bunch of broken soldiers." He propped his chin on his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "Besides, Magic Martial still has its 2 aces up its sleeve, you and me. In other words, it doesn't matter how our 3 reserves do. In the end, we're still going to sweep the floor with Capital Martial." Zhao Lei glanced over at the newly chosen starters, who were busy trying to encourage a nervous Chen Yunxi. "You can do it," they cheered. His internal analysis was cold. Li Jiexu and Su Yikai are only high-stage rank 1s, and Chen Yunxi. Her vitality and rank are decent, sure, but she's too soft. She's afraid to fight. She'll probably just forfeit and step down the second things get rough. A smug, self-satisfied look crossed his face as he thought. "This time I'm up before you. By the time I hit the stage, I won't leave a single one for you. I'm taking all 3 of them." He heard him resting his chin on his hand. "A bit overconfident, aren't we?" The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Next match. Magic City Martial Arts University's Chen Yunxi versus Capital City Martial Arts University's Han Su. Will the competitors from both sides please enter the arena? Hearing her name, Chen Yunxi clutched her saber, a worried look on her face as she walked toward the stage. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei sat up and began to stretch. "Looks like I'm up soon." On the stage, her opponent, Han Su from the Capital City team, leveled a spear at her. "Chen Yunxi, I've heard about you." He continued, "Your grandfather is the headmaster of South Capital Martial Arts University, a rank -7 grandmaster. You've had access to countless resources your entire life. Frankly, I think they were all wasted on you. Turns out you're just soft-hearted and you hate to fight." His voice dripped with contempt. "You're fundamentally not cut out to be a martial artist. I suggest you just surrender now." At his taunt, she lowered her gaze. "Student Han Su." Then she looked up, her expression not one of anger but of pity. You have an internal injury. You should get it treated immediately. Taking care of your body is what's most important. Her teammates watching from the sidelines were floored. Fu Changyuan scratched his head. What is Chen Yunxi even saying? This is a competition. Down below, the rest of the team stared in disbelief. What the? Zhao Lei, still warming up and assuming she'd lose anyway, sneered. Worrying about her opponent. She should just give up already. Fangping, however, saw it differently. He rubbed his head, sighing in admiration. Man, Chen Yunxi is just too kind. Han Su humiliates her like that, and she doesn't even get angry. But the man on the receiving end of her sympathy heard something else entirely. He saw her concern not as kindness, but as the ultimate insult. With a face twisted in rage, he snarled, "Are you telling me to surrender?" He shot forward, his spear glowing with a faint red aura as he thrust it toward her. "I'm the captain of Jinghang, the top scorer of the martial arts exam, and you dare tell me to give up?" he roared. "The one thing I, Hansu, can't stand is being looked down on." He stabbed the spearpoint right at her. But in a flash, she was gone. The spear sliced through empty air as she reappeared behind him, her expression completely unfazed. The sword at her hip remained sheathed. Down in the stands, Zhao Lei jumped to his feet. So fast. How is Chen Yunxi that quick? Beside him, Fangping watched in silent, deep contemplation. After circling behind her opponent, the same worried look was on her face. "Student Han Su, you've misunderstood," she said gently. "That's not what I meant. If you don't get your injuries treated soon, I'm afraid it will hinder your cultivation in the future." Her words were like fuel on a fire. "I told you," he screamed, his voice raw with fury. "I hate being looked down on." He swung the spear in a wild arc, slashing at her again and again, but each strike hit nothing but air. She dodged every blow with ease. From the sidelines, her teammate couldn't hold back any longer. "Chen Yunxi, fight back!" Fu Changyuan yelled. "This is no time to be merciful to your opponent." Hearing her teammates shout, she glanced over at them, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Her gaze fell on the wounded Yang Xiaoramen and Zhao Zume. A wave of guilt washed over her. My Mo teammates. They all fought with everything they had for this victory. She pictured their desperate battles, the blood and sweat they'd shed for the team. What reason do I have to hesitate? Why should I even think of backing down? Her brow furrowed, and a sharp glint lit up her eyes. It was clear she had finally made her decision. "You guys, you've awakened me," she thought, her resolve hardening. She lunged forward, channeling a torrent of crimson energy into her right leg. A powerful aura flared around her, her face a mask of sheer determination as her teammates' efforts flashed through her mind. This is what it means to be a true martial artist. With a powerful kick, Chen Yunxi sent the spear flying from her opponent's grasp, clattering to the ground. Han Su's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared down at the spear that had just been in his hands, now lying uselessly on the arena floor. His mind reeled. "What the—" "Han Su," Chen Yunxi began, her voice calm but firm, "I truly never meant to look down on you." She paused, her eyes glinting. "But if you want a real fight—" She shot toward him with blinding speed, her legs glowing with that same crimson aura. He barely had time to raise his guard before she was already upon him. Pushing off the ground, Chen Yunxi launched herself into the air. "Then I'll show you what a serious fight looks like." She brought her leg high, her form flawless, and drove her shin into the back of his neck. Han Su took the full force of the blow, a look of pained shock flashing across his face as he had no time to dodge. The impact sent him flying straight out of the arena. The referee's voice boomed across the stadium. "Match over. Magic martial arts wins." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all eyes fixed on Chen Yunxi. "Isn't she just a reserve member? I can't believe she beat Han Su. She looks so fragile, but damn. You really can't judge a book by its cover." Zoom and Xiaoramen erupted in cheers. "Yunxi, that was amazing." Meanwhile, Fu Changyuan just stood there, his jaw hanging open in utter shock. She made it look so easy. It took everything I had just to barely wound him. From the sidelines, Fangping leaned forward, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he watched her victorious form. He had to admit, Chen Yunxi wasn't that timid, battle-shy girl anymore. He watched, impressed by her newfound confidence. She's a true martial artist. In the matches that followed, Chen Yunxi unleashed her full power. She finally drew her sword, felling her opponent with a single, decisive slash. With her mastered footwork and sword techniques, she tore through Jing Wu's lineup, one opponent after another. She sent the next one flying with a single kick, her expression a perfect mask of confidence and otherworldly grace. Aside from Han Su, everyone Jing Wu sent up was just a substitute. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. In the finals, one slash was all it took. Even after 4 consecutive battles, she didn't show a single sign of fatigue. Seeing Yunxi's winning streak, Fangping ran over to Zhao Lei with a grin. "Hey, I heard you were planning on taking on 3 of them yourself, huh?" Zhao Lei just stood there, tears streaming down his face. It was hard to tell if he was crying out of regret for underestimating Chen Yunxi, or out of frustration that he never got his chance to fight. A loud voice cut through the air. "I declare the champions of this year's freshman exchange tournament, Mo Wu University." Confetti cannons exploded, showering the arena in celebration of the winning team and all the competitors who had fought their hearts out. Fangping looked at his celebrating teammates, unable to hide the wide grin spreading across his own face. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, signaling the end of the tournament. "To all the freshman competitors, do not fear battle. Do not shy away from it," the voice roared. "Fight and bring glory to the martial arts universities." Just then, Zhao Zuming helped Chen Yunxi down from the stage to join the celebration, handing her a qi and blood pill to help her recover. The announcer's voice rang out again. "Every single competitor has shown the true spirit of a martial artist." At that moment, the referee presented the championship trophy to Fangping. It was a golden cup, emblazoned with a large number 1, the ultimate symbol of their victory. Amidst a shower of confetti and the roar of celebration from the magic martial team, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. "I, Deng Zhang, hereby declare the first National Martial Arts University Freshman Exchange Tournament has come to a perfect conclusion." Sometime after the tournament, at the bustling Magic Martial train station, Fangping and Fang Yuan were seated on a bench inside the train car. He was engrossed in a newspaper when his little sister leaned in. "What are you reading so seriously?" she asked. He pointed to a list in the paper. "After the tournament, China released a new set of rankings. I'm just looking at the national rankings for first-rank martial arts university students. The top 2 are both from Capital Martial." His sister scanned the list, her finger tracing the names. Magic Martial University. Fangping, when she saw his surprisingly low rank, she snatched the paper and scowled. "This can't be right, bro. They must have made a mistake. Aren't you the tournament champion? How can you only be ranked 6th? Fangping, however, seemed completely unbothered. He leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head, and gave a relaxed smile. "6th is 6th. I don't really care." Fang Yuan stared at him, bewildered. He was the champion, yet he was ranked 6th, and on top of that, her brother didn't seem to give a damn. Seeing her confusion, he leaned in close and whispered, "Hey, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone, okay? I already broke through. I'm a second-rank martial artist now." Unable to contain her shock, she blurted out, "You're a second rank?" He had just told her to keep it quiet. He quickly pinched her chubby cheeks, muffling her voice. Heads turned all throughout the train car, passengers staring at the 2 siblings, curious about the sudden outburst. Even a man stowing his luggage in an overhead rack was startled and glanced back. Once free, Fang Yuan was practically bouncing with excitement. Counting on her fingers, she beamed. "This is amazing. That means Fangping's autograph is going to be worth so much more now. An autograph is 200, 5 years for 1,000. Fangping fell silent. Man, I should have just minded my own business. He pulled up his system panel, a grin spreading across his face as he did the math. Still, that exchange tournament this semester was a real goldmine. 500 credits for winning, 100 for breaking through to second rank, and my wealth jumped by 20 million. Heh, my brother and I really are cut from the same cloth. All we think about is money." A smug thought crossed his mind as he pictured the growing numbers. Time to head home and enjoy the new year with the family. The train station in Fangping's hometown wasn't nearly as packed as the one in the capital, but it had a lively feel all its own. Red lanterns were strung up everywhere, bathing the platform in a warm, festive glow. The 2 of them finally arrived at their house. Fangping followed, pulling the suitcase, while his sister dashed ahead and burst through the door. "Mom, Dad, we're home," their mom's voice called out from inside. Ping. Yuan, their dad, wearing an apron, poked his head out of the kitchen. "You're back." "Hey, Dad," Fangping said. His sister, Fang Yuan, had already scrambled over to hug their mom. "Mom, you won't believe it. Brother is so amazing. He made it to second rank." Fangping's parents stared in disbelief. "Second rank?" Fang Yuan puffed out her chest. "And I was the first to know," I told her to keep it quiet. Fangping thought, sighing internally. This girl and her big mouth. Warming up to her story, she struck a clumsy fighting pose. "And at the exchange tournament, he totally wiped the floor with his opponent. I was so nervous at first, but then he was just like swoosh. And then another swoosh. and just like that he won the whole thing, Lee Yukyung laughed. Ah, so that explains why your dad. A few days ago I actually got a promotion. Fang Yuan's eyes widened when she heard the news. Really? My boss shook my hand and said Fangping's performance at the exchange tournament was incredible, their father explained. He was really impressed, so he gave me the promotion. The little girl who was just a moment ago scheming about selling her brother's autograph immediately piped up. So, does that mean you got a raise, Dad? Li Yuying sighed. Oh, Fang Yuan. Is money all you think about? Despite the light-hearted banter between mother and daughter, a hint of sadness flickered across Fang Mingrong's face. All right, he said, his voice a little weary. Let's put our bags down. It's almost time for dinner. He then turned and headed for the kitchen to finish preparing the meal. Fangping noticed the strange look on his father's face. He watched him go, a question forming in his mind, but he didn't say a word. The whole family sat down for dinner. With both kids home, the meal was livelier than ever, filled with laughter and stories. Following their yearly tradition, their mother handed out red envelopes. Fang Yuan, ever the little money lover, tore hers open. Her eyes went wide at the thick stack of cash inside, and a huge grin spread across her face, making her chubby cheeks puff out even more. After dinner, the siblings started decorating the house for the new year. Fangping stood on a stool, carefully trying to hang the good fortune sign on the door. How's this? He asked, looking down at his sister, who was busy directing the operation from below. Later that evening, Fang Yuan and her mother were curled up on the sofa, watching the New Year's gala on TV. The festive sounds of the broadcast filled the living room. As the new year arrives and 100 flowers bloom, we welcome a fresh start. This is a time for families to reunite, to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. We wish everyone across the country. The cheerful voices from the TV drifted into the other room. A very happy new year. Their father and son were quietly sipping tea, a stark contrast to the festive mood outside. On the computer screen in front of them was a picture of a man named Du Tingsong, both of his arms clearly broken. A scream of agony tore through the air. Oh my God, someone shouted. They broke both of his arms. Another person added, you call this a match? It's just cruel. Fang Mingrong remembered it all so clearly. He'd been at the office with his colleagues, huddled around a computer watching his son's tournament. This Fang Wenwu kid from Jingwu is a monster, one of his coworkers had said, shaking his head. His fighting style is way more vicious than the other students. Things are looking bad for Mo. Then the announcer's voice echoed from the computer's speakers. Next up for Mo, Fangping. His son's name hit him like a punch to the gut, his face tightening with worry. He just watched his son's teammate have both arms snapped. Hey, old Fang, a colleague called out. Your son's up, but Fang Mingrong was already walking away, unable to bear watching. Where'd old Fang go? That's weird. He was right here a second ago. Back in the present, Fang Mingrong stared into the teacup his son had just poured for him. Son, are all the exchange tournaments like that? Yeah, Fang Ping replied gently. A small, knowing smile touched Fang Ping's lips. So that's why Dad's been so quiet and down. It was because of this. He waved a hand dismissively. Dad, you don't have to worry. That tournament was a special case, so things got a little out of hand. Normally, when we spar at school, we know when to stop. It's never that intense. His father set the teacup down, his expression softening slightly. Fang Mingrong fell silent for a moment before saying, As long as you know what you're doing, I don't understand martial artists, and I don't get why you kids have to risk your lives like this. He looked straight at his son. Just be careful. Everyone at work keeps telling me how lucky our Fang family is to have such a great son. Whether you're the champion or a rank -2 martial artist, we're so proud of you. Her father paused, his voice softening. But what your mother and I hope for most is that you always come home safe and sound. A look of surprise crossed Fang Ping's face, quickly melting into a warm smile. He was deeply touched by his father's words. Picking up the teapot, he refilled the older man's cup. Don't worry, Dad, he said with a grin. I'm not an idiot. I know better than to get involved in anything too dangerous. Fang Danvin took a sip of the tea his son had poured, a small, relieved smile on his face. That's good to hear. Suddenly Fang Yuan burst in, shattering the quiet atmosphere. What are you two doing in here? The comedy sketch is about to start. Her father jumped. Already, that was fast. It's on, Fang Ping asked, getting up. The two men followed her into the living room, and the whole family piled onto the sofa to watch TV. If you ask a martial artist what they risk their lives for, Fang Ping thought, looking at his family, I guess it's to protect moments like these. The scene changed, shifting to the Nanjiang governor's mansion. Inside a meeting room, a man was speaking with authority. He was Zhang Dingnan, a rank -7 grandmaster. "This operation to eliminate the cult in Nanjiang," he declared, "is to prepare our rank -2 students for their entry into the catacombs." He sat at a large table with Huang Jing, Lu Fengru, Zhang Beihao, and several other high-ranking officials. Hearing this, Lu Fengru shot to her feet, her face flushed with anger. "No matter how strong they are, they're still just rank -2 martial artists. Sending them into the catacombs isn't a mission, it's suicide. I will not allow my students to throw their lives away." Seeing her fury, Zhang Beihao immediately tried to calm her down. "Fang and Hu, calm down. The Ministry of Education's hands were tied." He went on to explain the grim reality of the evil cults running rampant. "With the situation in the Earth catacombs growing more dire by the day, the cults are just kicking us while we're down. We no longer have the luxury of slowly training a new generation of martial artists." Feng Nhu, still adamant, opened her mouth to object, but, before she could finish, Huang Jing cut her off. "The Earth catacombs aren't just guarded by martial artists. There are large numbers of regular soldiers stationed there, and they're all ordinary people. Martial artists don't run from a fight, and they aren't afraid of one. As students of a martial arts university, they have even less reason to stay on the sidelines." He turned his gaze to Zhang Dingnan. "Vice Minister Zhang, a decision has to be made." Everyone in the conference room hung on his next words. With unwavering resolve, Huang Jing declared, "We at Magic Martial will not shirk our duty." Fang Yuan excitedly waved a poster in the air. "Hey, everyone, look. They're having a fireworks show by the river for the Lantern Festival this year." Li Yuying took the poster, her interest piqued. "Oh, I heard this one's going to be huge. It'll probably be packed. If we want to go, we'll have to leave early to get a good spot." Sitting beside them, Fang Shengrong smiled. "Ever since they banned firecrackers, the new year just hasn't felt the same. It'll be nice to have some excitement for a change." "Big brother, are you going?" he asked, looking at Fangping, but Fangping just shook his head. "Nah, I'm not going. I can see them just fine from home. Why bother with all the crowds?" Instantly, his little sister's eyes welled up. "Oh, come on, please. We haven't all gone out together as a family in ages." Fang Ping's expression softened. She's right. He thought, a pang of guilt hitting him. Has it really been a whole year since the last time? Suddenly, the phone on the table buzzed to life, and both brother and sister snapped their heads toward the sound. The scene shifts. At the Yang City Grand Hotel, a massive crowd had gathered. "Uncle Tan," Fang Ping asked, "what is all this?" Tan Zhenping: "I have an announcement to make. All martial artists in Yangcheng were required to be here." Bai Jinshan, the governor of Yangcheng City, stood at the podium, speaking into the microphone. "Welcome, everyone, to this gathering of Yangcheng's martial artists. I am Bai Jinshan. As for why I've called you all here today, I'll get straight to the point. Nanjiang Province has just issued a new directive concerning the regulation of vitality martial artists. There are two key points. First, all city districts are required to form civilian martial artist squads and undergo a 1-month combat training program. Second, there will be an annual assessment of vitality and combat skills to completely reevaluate your ranks." As soon as he finished, the hall erupted in chaos. "What's this all about? Combat training? You can't be serious." "No way, I'm 50 years old, what's the point of me training now?" "I object, Governor Bai," a heavy-set man shouted bluntly. "This is ridiculous. We became martial artists to make a living, not to go to war." A taller man beside him chimed in. "That's right. We have companies to run and a mountain of work to do. Who has time for training?" Bai Jinyang's face hardened, and he shot back angrily. "This is an order. If you don't want to comply, then you can have your martial artist status revoked immediately. All your benefits will be stripped away. Everything will be taken back." The men froze as if struck by lightning, sweat beading on their foreheads as they stared at each other, 1,000 thoughts racing through their minds. A lot of these vitality martial artists are just coasting on their titles, waiting for their time to run out, Fang Ping thought, observing the crowd. If Yangcheng really wants to get stronger, this kind of reform is necessary. Still, to push it through so suddenly, something big must have happened. After the meeting ended, he found himself walking alongside Bai Jinshan. "Student Fang," the governor began, "how much do you really understand about the true world of martial artists?" A thought immediately clicked in Fang Ping's mind. "Don't tell me you're talking about the kata." Bai Jinshan turned to look at him, his expression serious. He didn't bother being coy. "So you already know the truth is." The plan we discussed in the meeting will, for now, only be implemented in 3 provinces, Nanjiang, Nan, and Nanj. The main reason for this is the catacombs. For the past few years, we've managed to predict the time and location of new catacomb entrances based on their patterns. Our latest analysis suggests that the next entrance is very likely to open in Nanjiang. Fangping was stunned. "You don't mean here in Yangcheng, do you?" he practically shouted. Mr. Bai continued, his voice grave. "The probability is extremely high. That's why the provincial government is scrambling to implement reforms and bolster our forces. Here in Nanjiang, our economy is weak. It's not easy to produce powerhouses, and it's even harder to keep them here." He placed a heavy hand on Fang Ping's shoulder. "Fang Ping, I'm not telling you this to pressure you. But if that day truly comes, if an entrance really does open here, I hope you'll come back to support Nanjiang, to protect Yangcheng." Fang Ping's expression turned serious. "You can count on me, Director. As long as I'm strong enough, I won't run from the fight." Time passed, and soon it was the Lantern Festival. Yuan, don't be upset," Fang Mingrong said, trying to comfort his daughter. "Your brother got a last-minute notice from his instructor. He couldn't help it." Li Yuying gently stroked the pouting girl's head. "We'll record a video for him in a bit. Then it'll be just like he's watching with us." Fang Yuan huffed, turning her head away. "HMPH, I'm not recording anything for him. If he didn't want to come, then fine. Who cares about him anyway?" Boom, pop, crackle. Fireworks shot into the night sky, brilliant bursts of color exploding one after another. It was a spectacular sight, yet for Fang Ping, it was all contained within the small screen of his phone. He watched intently, a warm but guilty smile spreading across his face as his family's voices filled the air. "Ping, make sure you eat well at school. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you hear? If you get too tired, just come home." "Fang Ping, you're a big liar. You promised you'd be here, but you broke it. If Mom and Dad hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have even recorded these fireworks for you." That sharp, sassy voice belongs to my sister, all right. I can just picture her scrunched-up face, probably sitting on the train right now. After enjoying the adorable video, he slipped back into a more serious mindset. An entrance to a grand catacomb appearing in Yangcheng? It's not out of the question. Yangcheng is my home, my family's there. To protect them, I have to get stronger. I have to get stronger faster. That's right, for them. With that resolve, he finally arrived at his destination. "Instructor Lu," Fang Ping asked, "you summoned me back so urgently. Is something important going on?" Her expression was grim. "We're out of time. At the end of the month, the Academy is sending you to Nanjiang on a mission to take down a heretical sect. There's a high probability you'll face rank-3 enemies, and there's even a chance they'll have the rank-2 students enter the catacombs first." That's no different from sending us to our deaths, Fang Ping thought. "Which is no different than sending you to your deaths," she continued. "So the most urgent thing right now is to power level your strength." No sooner said than done. Fang Ping found himself in the practical training building's sparring room, facing off against Yun Zai. The clash of their weapons echoed in the hall. "Go, Yun Zai, go!" someone shouted. Seeing Fang Ping fall back, others chimed in. "Get your head in the game, Fang Ping." But Fang Ping's spirit was wavering. Ever since he learned about the catacomb incursion, a nightmare had been haunting him. In it, he saw his parents and Fang Yuan, their pale, lifeless bodies hanging from the rafters, dripping with blood. Just then he regained the upper hand, ducking low and sweeping a kick straight toward Yun Zai's face. "I will absolutely not let that happen. I have to get stronger." His face was slick with sweat. Fang Ping slammed the butt of his weapon onto the floor with a sharp crack. He spoke, his voice ringing out. "Everyone, I want to form a rank-2 combat squad dedicated to taking on military missions. Is anyone interested?" The entire group stood listening, each striking a different pose. Wu Yuanyang's eyes lit up. "Whoa, a mission from the military?" Zhao Lei, hands shoved casually in his pockets, smirked. Sounds interesting." Yang Xiaoramen rubbed her chin, intrigued. "A military mission, huh? I bet the rewards will be huge." "We've all hit rank-2, Tang Songting added. "It's about time we did something big." The short Fu Yuansheng looked from one person to another, chiming in enthusiastically. "Yeah, let's do it. It's just a military mission. For a team like us, it'll be a walk in the park." But Chen Yunxi wasn't so sure. She stood there timidly. I've reached rank-2, but I'm worried I'll just slow you guys down." Lacking any sort of tact, Zhao Lei waved a dismissive hand. "If you're scared you'll hold us back, then just stay here. That soft heart of yours will just get everyone killed." Fang Ping immediately jumped in, a grin spreading across his face. What's with the attitude, Zhao Lei? Are you a dog or something? Got hind legs for her to hold on to? Zhao Lei's face went pale. What did you just say? Fu Yuanxiang caught on in a flash. He lunged forward and yanked down Zhao Lei's pants. Whoa, let's see if those really are dog legs back there. His face flushed bright red and Zhao Lei shrieked, Fu Yuanxiang, I'm gonna cripple you. Tang Songting just laughed, while Yang Xiaoman looked like she wanted to cover her eyes in utter disgust. She turned to comfort Chen Yunxi. Don't listen to a word he says. The poor girl didn't know what to do. She couldn't even bring herself to glare back at Zhao Lei. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei looked absolutely murderous. Fu Yuanxiang, I swear I'm going to kill you. Fangping spoke up again, this time with a warm, encouraging smile for Chen Yunxi. She's right. You have to believe in yourself. You're Chen Yunxi, you're not weaker than anyone. Clearly moved, she nodded. Okay, I'll do my absolute best. Just like that, the team's cheerful mood was restored. High above on an observation deck, instructor Lu Fengru watched them. In the next few months, all the rank -2 martial artists will be assigned missions in the catacombs, she remarked. It's good for them to get some real-world experience like this. It'll keep them from panicking when the time comes. Standing beside her, Zhao Meixu raised her hand eagerly. Instructor, I want to go too. Joining them, Fengru covered her mouth with a yawn. Don't push yourself, Meizu whispered. You're still recovering, and you haven't even reached rank -2 yet. Meizu could only stare for a moment before nodding. Okay. The moon shone down from above, illuminating the 6 of them huddled together in a corner of the woods, poring over a map. Fangping took the lead, his voice a low hush. Our target for this mission is a stronghold of the heretic cult. The leader is a peak rank -2, and there are 3 other rank -1 martial artists. He then assigned their roles. Yang Xiaoman, Tang Songting, you'll guard the back entrance and cut off their escape route. Zhao Lei and I will handle the peak rank -2. Fu Changding, you take care of the rank 1s. Chen Yunxi, you're responsible for any civilians. Tang Songting spoke up. Is the intel reliable this time? We almost didn't make it back from the last one. In response, Fangping ripped the map clean in half. Meizu jumped, stifling a gasp as she hissed, Fangping, are you crazy? He continued tearing the paper into tiny shreds, then raised a finger to his lips. SHH, keep it down. We can't afford to be discovered. He let the scraps of paper drift from his fingers. I wanted to remind everyone of one thing, never trust the intel completely. If another rank -2 suddenly appears, or even a rank -3, I'll take the strongest one. Zhao Lei, you'll handle the other. Everyone leaned in, hanging on his every word. Finally, he said, his gaze sweeping over them, remember our one rule, fight if we can win. If we can't, we run. We're here to make money, not to die for it. Got it? The moon still hung high in the sky as he gave the signal over their comms. Yang Xiaoman in position, Tang Songting in position, Fu Changding in position, Zhao Lei in position, Chen Yunxi in position. Copy that, Fangping's voice came back. Get ready to move on my signal. The team slipped into the target area. A security guard was slumped in a chair, fast asleep. Damn, Fangping's team left nothing to chance. They slowly lowered a spider on a single, shimmering thread. 3, 2, 1. With each count, a figure detached from the shadows, taking another step forward. First, the spider. It dropped right into the man's mouth. Fangping shoved it in, clapped a hand over the man's lips, and signaled everyone to move. They all crept forward, slow and silent. Fangping held back, not pushing the door just yet, but then Zhao Lei stepped on a twig. Snap, damn it. A knot of dread tightened in Fangping's stomach. This was bad, and just like that, the warehouse door burst open. A figure flew out, lunging straight for Zhao Lei. Thankfully, Yunzai was there in a flash to block the attack. Zhao Lei, you and your big mouth. Karma really came back to bite you, didn't it? Zhao Lei was stunned. The very person he'd just been giving a hard time had saved his life. Yunzai turned back gently. Are you okay? She asked. Before he could even answer, a whole group of them swarmed out, armed with hammers and clubs, ready to take them all on. The team charged forward, each taking on an opponent. Fangping, however, stayed on high alert as the main entrance was now being smashed open as well. At the same time, 2 swords slashed toward him at once. Fangping parried one and leaped back. So it's true, he thought. There really are 2 rank -2 leaders. He watched the 2 of them charge at him, their blades unleashing the yang-shattering saber technique, aiming to cut him down. But even with my limited strength, my movement technique has already reached the unimpeded realm. Dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. He focused his energy, blocking their onslaught. Still, 2 against 1 were tough odds, and he was forced back step by step. With my teammates backing me up, he thought, I can win this without having to burn through any of my wealth points. Fangping shot toward his enemies. All I have to do is keep these two busy until the others can back me up. Suddenly, a saber came whistling through the air from behind. He whirled around in shock. What? There are more of them? Caught completely by surprise, the flat of the blade struck him square on the head. He couldn't help but clutch it, crying out, "Ow, my God, that hurts, it hurts!" Just then, Zhao Lei's triumphant laughter rang out. "Ha, I even knocked your sword away. You guys are pathetic." Fangping couldn't believe his eyes. Zhao Lei, that was Zhao Lei's saber hurtling toward him. "Holy shit, Zhao Lei," he roared. "Your blade almost took my head off." The two enemy leaders glared at him, a clear challenge in their eyes. Fangping met their gaze, his guard up. Just then, Fu Changding leaped into the air. "Die!" He hurled his spear straight at the enemy, then whipped his head around. "Zhao Lei, move!" Zhao Lei barely had time to grunt, "Huh!" before scrambling out of the way of the friendly fire. God damn it, he spun on Fu Changding. "Dude, were you trying to kill me?" Fu Changding shot back. "Why the hell did you pop up behind my spear? I couldn't see you. Couldn't you have dodged somewhere else?" As if on cue, an explosion rocked the spot where they stood, courtesy of Yang Xiaoman. Sorry," she stammered, looking mortified. "I lost control of my power for a second." "Are you two all right?" Fangping finally snapped. "Are you guys kidding me?" he bellowed. "I'm trying to fight off the enemy, and I have to watch my back for my own team. Can we please get a little teamwork here?" We could have ended this fight ages ago, Fangping thought, gritting his teeth. The mission was supposed to be a quick one. Suddenly, one of the leaders erupted with killing intent, his teeth clenched as he lunged straight for Fangping. Fangping was out of options. "Looks like fate is forcing my hand." He pulled up the system interface. If this is how it has to be, a notification flashed, 390 vitality points consumed. No use saving it now, Fangping thought grimly. He unleashed his skill in an instant. Raging blood triple slash! His saber carved a vicious arc through the air. The attack connected, leaving a terrifyingly deep gash across the leader's chest. He crumpled out of the fight. One down. Fangping spun around, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The last enemy stared in horror at Fangping's terrifying power, then turned and fled for his life. Fangping immediately gave chase. "Where do you think you're going?" He burned through 430,000 wealth points to instantly restore his vitality, then launched himself forward to finish the runner off. Unleashing his blood rage berserker blade, he cut the man down. The guy couldn't even put up a fight, letting out one last, agonizing groan as he collapsed. With the fight over, Fangping turned and roared at his teammates. "I'll say this one last time. I formed this team to make money so we can train faster." His eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit. "Now get your heads in the game." Fangping charged ahead. The situation didn't look good. He lunged, running his blade through one of the men who had ambushed them. The man's accomplice stared in horror, and in that split second of distraction, Su Yuan seized the opportunity to land a fatal blow. Nearby, Zhao Lei was finishing off another one with his bare fists. "Die, you bastards!" Just then, Fu Changding and Yu Xiaoman finally rushed over out of breath. "Are there still enemies?" "We're here," Su Yuan hesitated, unsure what to say. Well," Fangping just let out a long sigh. "The loot is all here," he said. "Total value is about 6 million, but this fight cost us 2 million. The 6 of them gathered in a corner to go over the numbers. "So after expenses, we only made 4 million, Yunzai calculated. Zhao Lei sounded dissatisfied. "And we still have to split that 6 ways. Fangping felt a headache coming on. Damn, with this bunch of amateurs, how long is it going to take to save up enough money? Half a month later, at a hotel in Sacheng City, Fangping sat making notes in a book. "It's been 2 weeks, he announced. "We've completed 12 missions, but the rewards are still too low." He pushed the notebook towards his teammates. "Everyone, pick a mission, and try to choose one with a better loot drop rate this time." "What's this mission, number 508? Chang Yuan wondered aloud. 10 million. Slapping the mission sheet onto the board, he announced. "It's another one of those evil cult missions we're so familiar with. This time it's a wanted notice for a guy named Huang Mao." "Are you crazy?" Zio Man shot back. "A third-rank wanted criminal, you think we can take him on?" At that, Chang Yuan pointed a thumb at Fangping, his voice full of pride. "Fangping is already a peak second rank. It's 6 of us against 1. What's there to worry about?" Yunzai, however, was already flipping ahead a couple of pages. "Hey, everyone, check this out. 2 pages over. Wanted notice number 511. Zio Man felt like she was going to lose her mind. Yunzai, are you nuts too? You picked a peak third rank? This Huang Mao guy is a battle-hardened martial artist. He's killed before, which makes him dangerous and cunning, she explained calmly. But this bald guy, he's an intelligence martial artist, sells classified intel but has never actually killed anyone. An intelligence martial artist's will to fight is weaker, Fangping chimed in. He'd be an easier target in a straight fight. Only problem is, he tapped a section of the mission details. This bald guy's movements are unpredictable, his active times are all over the place. We'd have no idea where to even start looking. He paused, then made his decision, which is why we're going after Huang Mao. The wanted notice for number 511 was taken down, March 20th, Sucheng Park. It was a beautiful, sunny day, the perfect kind of day to sell cheap balloons. Huddled behind a thick bush, Zyro Man and Chang Yuan watched their target. That's Huang Mao, she whispered. No doubt about it. With the confirmation, Chang Yuan immediately got on the comms to Fangping. Target confirmed. Fangping's voice came through, calm and commanding. All right, everyone stay sharp. Move in and surround him. Songting is in position, came one reply. Zhao Lei's voice followed, buzzing with excitement. I've been itching for a fight. Nearby, a group of children spotted the colorful display and cheered balloons. I want a balloon, me too, the mother sighed, giving in. All right, I'll take you to get one. Damn it, there are kids, Van Hai thought, a knot of worry tightening in her stomach. Fuang Bin's voice cut through the comms. Everyone move, we have to get there before those children. Yes, sir, the team echoed in unison. The two of them hurried toward their target, unknowingly brushing right past Fan Hiu Duong, wanted fugitive number 501. But Van Hai's sharp eyes caught him. It's him, she hissed. Fuang Bin immediately got on his comms. Team, we've got a visual on the bald one. A voice crackled back instantly. What's the play? Which one do we take first? Fuang Bin, give the order. He glanced at Hiu Duong, unable to make a call, then back at their original target, Hong Mao. But just then a child darted forward. This is bad, Fuang Bin thought. The oblivious child hugged the man's leg. Uncle, I want a balloon. He had no choice but to give the urgent command. Hold position. Damn it, a worried voice came over the line. Is the kid in danger? For now, the situation seemed stable. Me too, Uncle, I want one too. Hong Mao's voice was surprisingly gentle. Hey now, no fighting. There's one for each of you. Seeing the fun, another child chimed in. Me too. Fuang Bin reassured his team. Stay calm. Hong Mao is on a mission. As long as we don't show ourselves, he won't hurt the children. His words made sense, and the team acknowledged it. So what do we do now? Van Hai asked. We switch targets, Fuang Bin replied, then gave the command to the entire team. Let's do this. Hiu Duong slipped away from the dense crowd, pried open a manhole cover, and climbed down the ladder below. He was carrying a large bag. Suddenly his senses screamed. Something was wrong. He glanced up, and his heart leaped into his throat. Fuang Bin was already there, waiting in ambush. A blade flashed down, but Hiu Duong dodged just in time. He glared upward, preparing to counterattack. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, blasting Fuang. The blow sent Fangping staggering back, but he managed to keep his footing. Damn, he's strong, he thought, steadying himself. So this is Zyro Yang, a peak third rank. Zyro Yang seized the opportunity to flee, scoffing internally. A mere second-rank brat dares to fight me. Who said it was just one second rank? Fangping strode forward aggressively. In an instant, his entire team appeared, surrounding Zyro Yang completely. He glanced around in silence. 6 of you, what's the difference? Fangping's eyes narrowed as he assessed the man. The pressure from his radiating vital energy is immense. Zyro Yang's wary gaze landed on Yunzai. If I were to start killing, you'd be the first to die. The direct threat caught her off guard. Just as expected of a peak third rank, Fangping thought. He found the weak link in our encirclement with just a glance. But then Zyro Yang continued. However, I don't feel like killing anyone today. What a coincidence, Fangping shot back. We don't want to kill you either. We just need to turn you in for that 10 million bounty. He clearly has the upper hand, yet he's the one backing down, Fangping mused. The fighting spirit of these scholar-type martial artists really is pathetic. Seeming unwilling to argue, Zyro Yang said, In that case, how about we make a deal? It's just 10 million, right? What does it matter who you get it from? He tossed a thick stack of cash on the ground in front of Fangping. Here's 10 million, it's yours, just pretend you never saw me. Oh, Fangping murmured, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He's dead set on avoiding a fight. Guess it's time to change tactics. Despite the offer, Fangping and his team remained on high alert, their guard never wavering for a second. Suddenly, Fangping lowered his weapon, letting it clatter to the ground. "All right, everyone," he called out. "Lower your weapons." "Fangping, what are you doing?" Yahello snapped, but a plan was already forming in Fangping's mind. "If we fight Yuns, I will definitely be in danger. I'll just play along for now and figure out the rest later." With that in mind, he spoke up. "If we can solve this with money, there's no need for bloodshed, right, mister?" Fangping's teammates quickly lowered their blades. Seeing this, Xiao Yang relented as well. "If that's how it is, then I'll put mine away too." Fangping sat counting the stacks of cash. "You know," he said, looking up from the money, "I saw your wanted poster. You don't really seem like some truly evil villain, mister." "I've got my own struggles," the man answered. Not wanting to blow his cover, Fangping played along. "Is that right? It's a cruel world. Forces good people to do bad things." Xiao Yang seemed a bit rushed. "So, is the money all there? If we're good, I'm gonna go." But Fangping wasn't about to let him leave. "Hold on." Before he could even react, Tong Ting was already blocking his path. Xiao Yang's face twisted in anger. "You damn kid, are you trying to pull something?" Fangping just laughed. "Don't get the wrong idea." He held out a stack of cash, his tone friendly. "Here, take this $1,000,000 back. Consider it a sign of our goodwill." Xiao Yang was baffled. "What the hell is this supposed to mean?" Fangping pushed the stack of cash into the man's pocket. "Like I said, it's a gesture of goodwill. Besides," he added, "there are 6 of us. 10 million is a pain to split evenly. 9 million works out perfectly." Caught off guard, Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment. "Well, thanks then." Fangping offered a friendly smile as he watched him leave. "Take care now." The moment Xiao Yang was out of sight, the team erupted. Xiao Man confronted Fangping, her voice tight with frustration. "Why would you make a deal with a wanted criminal? Where are your morals as a martial artist? Have you completely lost it?" Yang Yuan could only shake his head. "Bro, I want to have your back, but this time, I just can't." Yunzai looked anguished. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "It's my fault you ignored everyone, isn't it?" Ignoring them all, Fangping simply made a call. The second it connected, he spoke. "Hey, brother Wang." "What is it, Fangping?" The voice on the other end replied. "Traitor Nan Wu. Guys, Fan Xiao Yang, I just planted a tracker on him. Hurry, send someone to get him." The group, just moments ago on the verge of infighting, did a complete 180. Xiao Man asked, surprised, "A tracker?" "Incredible," Chang Yuan marveled. Yunzai breathed a sigh of relief. "So it wasn't my fault after all." Before them all lay a mountain of cash, piled high. Fangping's cheerful voice cut through their astonishment. "All right, everyone," he announced. "Feel free to start dividing the spoils." Tang Song Ting exclaimed, "You're really something else, Fangping. Only you could squeeze cash out of a criminal's pocket." Zhao Lei couldn't hide his own surprise. "Next time you've got a plan like this, give us a heads up, will you? Don't make the two of us play the fool again." Yang Xiao Man spoke up, conceding, "All right, fine. We were wrong to blame you this time." Hearing this, Fangping suddenly puffed up with pride, rattling off a series of questions to show off. "So, do I have martial virtue or what? Am I enlightened? Am I not a man of great wisdom?" Fu Chang Yuan clapped a hand on his shoulder, laying it on thick. Yes, you've got it all. I finally understand the joy of making money." The sight left everyone else completely speechless. As she gathered up her share of the cash, Yang Xiao Man asked, "Fangping, once Nan Wu is caught, do you think we'll get a reward for tipping them off?" Before he could answer, Fu Chang Yuan jumped in. "A tip fee? How much could that possibly be? It'd be better to go straight to Wang Jinyang and have him point us toward a real opportunity." Fangping's eyes lit up at the thought. "That's right. Old Wang is a 4th rank now. If we go to him, we're sure to get a piece of the action." The scene shifts to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. As dusk began to settle over the bustling campus, students noisily poured out of their classes. Among them was Wang Jinyang. As they walked, he mused, bringing 6 second-rankers all the way to South Martial Arts University. "You guys sure know how to make an entrance." Fangping offered a humble smile. "Brother Wang, don't tease us. We're flat broke. We actually came hoping you could help us make some money." Hearing that, a grin spread across his face. He proposed, "Actually, I know a few ways to double your money. Interested?" Fangping couldn't hide his curiosity. "Double our money? How?" Suddenly, Wang Jinyang's expression turned serious. "Do you remember what I once told you about channeling your spirit?" A stray ball rolled to a stop near his feet. Wang Jinyang casually trapped it with his boot and continued, "The fury born from humiliation." It doesn't just grant a temporary, explosive burst of vital energy. It can force a person to improve. He began juggling the ball effortlessly as he spoke. Our students here at South Martial Arts have lost their drive. All they care about is fooling around. The leadership wants reform, but they keep dragging their feet. From a distance, two well-built students ran toward them. "Excuse me, Teacher Wang, could you kick our ball back?" Wang Jinyang planted his foot firmly on top of the ball. "And that's why I need your help." With a sudden, violent stomp, the ball exploded into shreds. "It's time the students of South Martial Arts," he declared with cold resolve, "got a taste of what real humiliation feels like." The two students just stood there, mouths agape, completely stunned. Fangping finally processed what was happening. "Brother Wang, you want us to challenge South Martial Arts?" "That's right," Wang Jinyang confirmed, his eyes sharp. "Challenge them. A battle of the second ranks." Fangping hesitated, scratching the back of his head. "Hold on, Brother Wang, this doesn't seem right. What if someone gets hurt?" But he was ready for this, calmly reassuring them. "Don't worry, you won't be left out. Everyone gets 3 rank minus 2 chi and blood pills. On top of that, I'll have Governor Zhang and Principal Liu, both grandmasters, come and watch." Satisfied, Fangping turned back to his group. "So, what do you say? Are you in?" An enthusiastic roar went up from the crowd. "Hell yeah, we're in." A grin spread across his face. With total confidence, Fangping declared, "All right then, consider the villain role filled." Later that night, the sky had darkened, but the school grounds were buzzing with energy. A large stage had been set up in the middle of the field, surrounded by a massive crowd of onlookers. Wang Jinyang announced the terms of the match. "My side could only find 5 peak rank minus 2 fighters. That means one of your 6 will have to sit this one out." "I'm the only one who hasn't had my bones tempered twice," someone from the crowd spoke up. "I'll step down." Wang Jinyang looked pleased. "Thanks. We'll be counting on you guys in a bit." Zhao Lei puffed out his chest. "Don't you worry, Brother Wang, you can leave it to us." Suddenly, Chen Yunxi grew anxious. "Xiaoramen, have you seen Fangping?" "I don't know where he went." Her question immediately drew her own attention to a figure in the distance. Yang Xiaoramen pointed. "Over there, sneaking around and making a phone call." Seeing him, she couldn't hide her irritation and started grumbling. "We're all worried sick over here, and look at him. He's got time to be whispering sweet nothings on the phone." The other Chen Yunxi tried to smooth things over. "It's okay, he's just on a call." Just then, Fangping finished his call and strode back toward them, his voice booming. "Hey everyone, I've got great news." He beamed, sharing what he'd just learned. "Dean Huangjing and Teacher Bai Ruoxi are coming to cheer us on." A stunned silence fell over the group. Seeing them speechless, Fangping got a little indignant. "What's with that reaction? You don't believe me?" Yang Xiaoramen still looked skeptical, but Fu Changding quickly tried to smooth things over. "No, it's not that. We just can't believe you'd get this worked up over some news." An incredibly smug grin spread across Fangping's face. "Is it that obvious?" he asked, his smile widening. "You're right, and that's not even the most important part." Full of confidence, Fangping dropped the bombshell. "The real headline is this. For this challenge, the university is putting up 21st-grade vitality pills and 5 second-grade vitality pills as prizes." Just hearing that sent a jolt of excitement through Fu Changding. Fangping, he's a true prodigy in the martial arts world. When it comes to making money, who can possibly beat him? Even Yang Xiaoramen had to agree. Damn, why is this guy shining so bright all of a sudden? A short time later, the moment for the battle arrived. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. "Let the match begin." On the stage stood 2 contestants. One, a powerfully built man holding a spear, announced himself. "Chen Bingfei, 3rd year from Nanjiang Martial Arts University's School of Weaponry. Peak 2nd grade, ranked 3rd among Nanjiang's 2nd-grade martial artists." His opponent, Zhao Lei, seemed impatient and cut his own introduction short. "Enough talk. Zhao Lei, Magic City Martial Arts, early 2nd grade." The words had barely left his mouth before they both charged forward, their clash sending a violent shockwave through the air. As the fierce battle unfolded, a man in a suit walked over to observe. He chuckled, clearly pleased. Not bad at all. You can feel the intensity right from the get-go." This was Zhang Dingnan, the governor of Nanjiang province and a 7th-grade grandmaster. From a distance, a blond man suddenly spoke up. "Governor Zhang. Principal, my apologies, I'm late." Zhang Dingnan's arrival was met with a cheerful retort. "Old Huang, you're finally here. What took you so long? Getting cocky, thinking your championship team has this in the bag." The man, Vice Dean of Magic City's Weaponry Academy and a 7th-rank Grandmaster, replied seriously. I just got word that the kid, Fangping, was here, so I rushed right over. Another man chimed in with a grin. You know, if you'd been a little later, it might have been for the best. Then you wouldn't have to see your students get so thoroughly crushed. This was Liu Palu, the principal of Nanjiang Martial Arts University and also a 7th-rank Grandmaster. Huang Jing nodded in agreement. He's right. Making you stand here and watch your side lose 2 matches in a row, that would just be cruel. Principal Liu was so furious he wanted to curse the damn old geezer. This isn't your precious magic martial academy. Zhang Dingnan simply let out a low, amused laugh. He stared intently at the stage, his voice filled with excitement. So, who's going to win this? We'll only know after the fight. Back in the arena, Chen Pengfei channeled all his power into the tip of his spear and lunged, letting out an arrogant roar. To dodge the blow, Zhao Lei planted his foot on the spearhead itself, launching into the air and executing a flawless backflip. A self-satisfied smirk crept across Chen Pengfei's face. He actually dared to jump to dodge my spear. What goes up must come down. He aimed the razor-sharp point of his weapon straight at the descending Zhao Lei, bellowing with confidence, "Take this!" But then, just as the spear was about to strike, Zhao Lei didn't touch it. Instead, it was as if he took a step on thin air. Faced with this impossible sight, Chen Pengfei's eyes shot wide open in utter disbelief. He was trapped. But instead of landing, Zhao Lei was already closing in, ready to end this fight. Watching from the side, Fangping couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the guy. Too bad Zhao Lei has also reached the stanceless state. In the next instant, a devastatingly powerful kick slammed straight into Chen Pengfei's chin, sending him flying backward. Quick as a flash, Zhao Lei snatched the shaft of his spear, wrenching the weapon from his opponent's grasp. He smoothly reversed its direction, pointing the spearhead down at him. With a terrifyingly grim expression, Zhao Lei uttered a single word. Yield! Chen Pengfei was so terrified he couldn't speak. In the end, he could only accept the painful truth. I surrender. Wang Jinyang turned to Fangping. Your turn. You need to take down the remaining 4 quickly. That's the only way we can push through the NMAWU reforms smoothly. On the large screen, the score was clear. MAW 10, NMAWU 0. Fangping strode forward, brimming with confidence. Got it. The customer's always right after all. He stepped onto the stage and began his introduction. Fangping from MAWU, peak rank -2. Please go easy on me, senior sister. His opponent, a fiery red-haired girl, didn't hesitate for a second. She drew her blade and charged. Who's your senior sister? Eat this, she roared. This was Lan Kei of the Nanjiang Martial Arts University, also a peak rank -2. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Fangping narrowly managed to dodge. Guess I won't need to use the system for this one, he thought, his eyes sharpening as he calculated his next move. Mainly to save some cash, but it's also a good chance to test my real strength. Down below the stage, Zhang Dingnan, who had been watching as a spectator, finally spoke up. I remember this kid, from the National Martial Arts Championship. Beside him, Principal Liu couldn't hide his regret as he sighed. That kid is from Jiangnan. It's a real shame he couldn't get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. What a loss of talent. Hearing this, Huang Jing chuckled good-naturedly. Principal Liu, why say that? Whether it's Magic City Martial Arts or Jiangnan Martial Arts, we're all serving the country. Zhang Dingnan seemed utterly confident in his judgment. Tell that kid to come see me later, he instructed. I have something for him. Back in the arena, Lan Kei was relentlessly on the attack, her voice thick with rage. Damn it. Is running all you know how to do? Fangping calmly replied. Well, you can't hit me. What else am I supposed to do? Consumed by fury, she goaded him. If you've got any guts, then stop running. Fangping's answer was instant, his voice ringing with excitement. All right, he declared. In that case, I'll give everyone a real show. With a look of pure confidence and thrill, Fangping settled into his stance, a grin spreading across his face. A rank -2 from Nanjiang Martial Arts like you won't even be able to block a single one of my attacks. The two of them charged, unleashing their full power. Fangping instantly unleashed his violent blood triple strike. Fierce energy crackled around him like lightning as a single palm strike sent Lan Kei flying. Observing from above, Zhang Dingnan was deeply impressed. Not bad at all. Her sword clattered to the ground as she was thrown backward, tumbling off the fighting stage. Luckily, 2 male students were there to catch her. Fangping watched her go, his voice booming with exhilaration. You lose. Next. A thick-lipped male student, his eyes burning with a desire for revenge, stepped forward. Gao Sheng, he announced, pointing to himself before repeating, Gao Sheng, hold on. Fangping quickly stopped him, waving a dismissive hand with a look of utter boredom. No need to introduce yourself. I don't bother learning the names of the weak. I'll kill you. Hearing this, the thick-lipped student couldn't take it anymore. He let out a furious roar and charged at Fangping. With a single, effortless swing, Fangping sent him flying. Scram, he said, his voice cold. The student crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The crowd could only watch, stunned. A moment later, his sword came clattering down after him, spinning through the air before landing with a thwack that sliced right through his trousers. He was so terrified he pissed his pants. The score now stood, Mawu 30, Nanwu 0. Wang Jinyang couldn't help but smirk. Heh, Fangping really knows how to play the villain, efficient, exactly what I was hoping to see. The next challenger, Guxing, stepped forward. He gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. A prodigy from Mawu is truly extraordinary, but isn't it a bit much to look down on people like that? Fangping's eyes narrowed as he sized up his new opponent. This guy's different from the others. A rare feeling of excitement stirred within him. Finally, a worthy opponent. No system, no weapon. I'm going to win this in a way that leaves no room for doubt. With that thought, Fangping pointed at his opponent. All right, you and me, let's settle this with our fists. In the next instant, a flurry of powerful fists flew between them. The two fighters recoiled from the explosive impact, staggering back to regain their footing. Fangping glanced down at his hand, a network of fresh scrapes already blooming on his knuckles. Damn, his fists are hard, he thought, his hand trembling slightly. But Guxing didn't hesitate. Roaring, he charged forward again, his fighting spirit burning even brighter. Fangping met his charge with a sudden backflip, launching a kick down from above that caught Guxing by surprise. Guxing reacted in a flash, grabbing Fangping's ankle midair. Undaunted, Fangping twisted his body and lashed out with a vicious kick from his other foot. Incredible power. Guxing blocked the blow, but the force sent him skidding back, his stance wavering. With a furious roar, he charged forward again, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Fangping saw it coming but had no time to dodge. Damn it, I can't avoid this. He took the full force of the punch. Blood sprayed through the air as his body was sent flying across the stage, crashing down with a deafening thud. Down in the stands by Ryuoxi couldn't help but gasp. Who is this guy? Has he seen a real battlefield? Fangping's in trouble now. Wang Jinyang's expression was grim. You're not wrong, Teacher Bai. His name is Guxing, and he comes from a military family. Seeing his opponent down, Guxing clenched his fist, ready to end it. He roared with fury, Fangping, you weakling. You dare to run your mouth with this pathetic level of strength? A fierce, blue light flashed in Fangping's eyes. He looked like a man possessed as he snarled back. You really think I'm afraid of you? Their powerful fists crashed together, unleashing a shockwave that rippled outward. Veins bulged on their hands, and the sheer pressure of the impact sent blood flying from their knuckles. Locked in a brutal stalemate, they pushed against each other, kicking up a whirlwind that blasted all the way to the stands. Both Guxing and Fangping were now shrouded in a blazing red aura of vital energy. Yunzai shielded her face from the wind, her brow furrowed. This is insane. Their bones have been tempered. When they clash, it sounds like metal on metal. Ding Nan looked on, genuinely surprised. I never would have expected this. Huang Jing just chuckled. What's so surprising? Students from my martial arts university don't just sit on a pile of resources. If Fangping didn't have the guts to throw down, he never would have become the top freshman. Huang Jing started to walk off, adding, if this keeps up, they'll both end up crippled. We should just call it a draw. But Ding Nan placed a hand on his shoulder. Wait! Back on the stage, Fangping's face was a mess of cuts and bruises, but he let out a guttural roar. Come on! He seized Guxing's wrist, yanked him close, and slammed his forehead directly into Guxing's. A bruise was already forming on Guxing's forehead. He stared in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom Fangping's recklessness. But Fangping wasn't done. He leaned his head back. Again! He slammed his forehead into Guxing's once more. Both of them gritted their teeth, blood now streaming down both of their faces. Guxing staggered, his balance failing as he stumbled backward. Blood dripped down his face, his mind a white-hot blank as searing pain shot through every nerve. Fangping shouted, It's over! He spun, driving his foot straight into Guxing's chest. The crowd looked up, mouths agape, as they watched him sail clean off the stage, landing in a heap far below. Blood trickled down Fangping's face, his eyes sharp. Without the system, this was a close call. I'm still too weak. He settled into a fighting stance. Next! Jin Yang walked over and clapped him on the shoulder. Get down from the stage. Beating Guxing is more than enough to prove your strength. Fangping turned to him. Didn't you tell me to put them all in their place? I can still take a few more. You've done enough, Jin Yang replied. Besides, Governor General Zhang wants to see you. Fangping's eyes widened. The Governor General? In a bright and luxurious office, a man named Ding Nan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, studying a large map on the wall. He was the first to speak. Fangping, it seems you're quite fond of my violent blood-mad saber. Fangping scratched his head, replying respectfully, Yes, sir, it's simple, brutal, and gets the job done. Ding Nan tilted his head slightly. The version you're using is something I came up with back when I was a 4th rank. Honestly, it's nothing special. He held out a hand, and a current of energy wrapped around a book on the desk, pulling it into his grasp. This, he said, is the new, improved version. I revised it after I broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Ding Nan held the book out to Fangping. Take it. A wave of emotion washed over Fangping. Whoa, he can grab things from thin air. Incredible. He took it with both hands, stammering, Thank you, Governor. Ding Nan waved his hand. That's all, you may go. Fangping bowed. Yes, sir. After Fangping left, Huang Jing opened the door and walked in with a smile. I hope my student won't disappoint you, Governor. Ding Nan's expression was grave. The Namjiang catacomb is on the verge of erupting. Right now, our only hope is for this younger generation to mature quickly. The two men stared intently at the large map. Back at the arena, another student was thrown onto the grass. 2 others rushed to help him up. The announcement rang out. Final match, MAWU wins, Fangping clapped. Nice one, Zyro Man, great fight. Zyro Man tossed her hair back arrogantly. They were just a bunch of amateurs. I barely even broke a sweat. Her opponent sputtered in fury. What did you just say? What, was she wrong? Kim Yang interjected, stepping forward. The defeated student looked up, stunned. Kim Yang walked to the edge of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the Nan Wu students below. In this exchange, he began, his voice tight with anger, how many of our veteran students were utterly defeated? And MAWU did it with a bunch of freshmen who won every single match. He stared them down. Think about it. Why did you join a martial arts university in the first place? The crowd below was silent, gritting their teeth in shame and frustration. Fangping clenched his fists, to get stronger, of course, to be strong enough to protect others. Kim Yang spread his arms wide. I think every single one of you knows the truth. The weak will always be forced to bow their heads. Are you content with being weak? No, one student roared. We're not, shouted another. Fangping watched them, a realization dawning on him, so this is what Brother Wang planned. He used my hand to give his juniors the wake-up call they needed. He really went to great lengths. It seems I've learned a lesson here, too. Kim Yang's expression remained cold and hard. If you're not content, I need to think about my future. Which path should I take? Fangping thought of the improved Raging Blood Saber manual. He looked down at himself, his resolve hardening. What path? The answer's obvious. Get stronger. As soon as I get back to school, I have to break through to rank -3. South District of the Martial Arts University, Building 3. It was a square building enclosing a large courtyard. Sunlight streamed down onto a peaceful, grassy lawn. Fangping sat on the steps, checking his stats panel. A smile spread across his face. That trip to Nanjiang was worth it. All that hard work finally paid off. My wealth has gone up by 20,000 plus another 80 points. Fangping closed his eyes, a flicker of worry replacing his joy. I just wonder how much it's going to cost to break through to rank -3 this time. Follow me? Feng Nhu appeared suddenly behind him. She led him to a spot where 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. Through the blur of motion, he could just make out the form of Qin Fengking. Fangping's eyes widened in surprise. That's Senior Qin? It's a spar, Feng Nhu said. Qin Fengking just reached peak rank -3. It's a good chance for you to see what that level of power looks like. Fangping turned to her. Who's he sparring with? Zai, high stage rank -3, Feng Nhu replied. He's the only other person besides you who has tempered his bones 3 times. Zai, wearing a pair of alloy gauntlets, roared in fury. Qin Fengking. You think reaching peak rank -3 means you can look down on everyone? Zai threw a punch at Qin Fengking, but Fengking just smiled, raising a bare hand to catch the blow. Zai's eyes flew open in disbelief as he instantly leaped back, a few drops of blood spattering through the air. There were only a few minor scratches on Qin Fengking's hand, his face completely devoid of pain. 3 times tempered bones, is that supposed to be impressive? he sneered. I'll play with you all day. Yahello winced, staring down at his own bleeding and likely broken arm. Fangping could only watch in awe. Damn, senior brother Chin is on another level. How can he fight that hard and not even look tired? That's what it means to be a peak third rank, Feng Niu replied. What else do you notice? Fangping focused his gaze. His vitality, it's like it's moving on its own, seamlessly shifting between offense and defense. Exactly, Feng Niu said, her tone serious. Second ranks temper the bones in their limbs so their strength is decentralized. It's hard for them to concentrate all their vitality in one spot. But for a third rank, it's a simple matter. She continued. At third rank, you temper the bones in your torso, connecting your limbs and unifying your entire body's strength. That's why only third ranks are considered true elites. Watching the two clash relentlessly, Fangping turned and asked, So what makes senior brother Chin so damn durable? His skin, muscle, and flesh, Feng Niu answered patiently. As a peak third rank, he's completely tempered them all. He's practically made of iron now. Yahello has only finished tempering his torso bones. His body is still just flesh and blood. Fangping listened, a new fascination sparking within him. Skin, muscle, and flesh. So it's not just about the bones. There are different stages for tempering other parts of the body, too. This third-rank realm is getting interesting. Later, they stood before a door. A vibrant orange sign on the wall read, Energy Room 1. A man who looked like a staff member held out his hand. Hello, 5 hours in the energy room will be 50 points. I'll need your card. Don't look at me, Feng Niu said flatly. You're paying. Why, yes, ma'am, Fangping stammered. He handed over his card, his heart bleeding. Do you have any idea how hard it was to earn these points? This is highway robbery. Feng Niu scanned a black keycard on the reader. She shot an irritated look at Fangping, who was still muttering about the cost. Stop whining, she snapped. Get in there and you'll see why it's worth it. The moment Fangping stepped inside, he was hit by a wave of something incredibly familiar. Crimson energy swirled through the air. The energy is incredible, Fangping exclaimed, his voice buzzing with excitement. I can feel the vitality in my whole body boiling. That's the effect of the burning energy ore, Fu Qingru said. It rapidly replenishes your vitality and tempers your bones more thoroughly. If you're ready, let's begin. Leaning against the wall, she gave him one last piece of instruction. Breaking through to rank -3 requires you to connect all 26 meridians in one go. You absolutely cannot stop halfway, or it could be fatal. If you run into trouble, don't panic. I'm here watching over you. Fangping was already sitting cross-legged, his expression serious. I understand, instructor. He closed his eyes and focused. The meridians in his body began to activate, his bones eagerly absorbing the rich energy around him. This kid, Fu Qingru's eyes widened in shock. He's actually using his mentality to sense his meridians. She stepped closer, observing him intently. Normally, only a rank -6 martial artist could perceive the existence of mentality. Could Fangping be a potential grandmaster? This is way easier than I thought, Fangping mused with a smile. My instructor really had me spooked for nothing. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Crap, he thought, gritting his teeth. A stream of green energy flowed from Fu Qingru's palm as she placed it on his neck. Focus, she commanded. Don't let your mind wander. Beads of sweat formed on Fangping's brow. He immediately cleared his thoughts and wrestled his mind back under control. Sweat poured down his face as the hours ticked by. 4 hours later, a notification chimed in his mind. Upgrade to rank -3 complete. Fangping let out a huge sigh of relief. He looked up, grinning. Instructor, I made it to rank -3? Fu Qingru opened the door. Go and consolidate your new rank. Don't get greedy and push yourself further. I'm leaving. Watching her figure disappear down the hall, Fangping called out, Thanks, instructor. The room fell silent once more. Energy surged, flooding the room. Fangping looked up at the swirling power, a thought crossing his mind. This cultivation room is overflowing with energy. Is it a waste to just solidify my rank? I might as well try to push through to the third rank middle stage. This place is so expensive. I have to get my money's worth. He closed his eyes again, focusing his mind and circulating the meridians in his body. But suddenly a trickle of red ran from his nose. In a seemingly empty hall, Changsheng jumped, nearly running into a yawning Feng Nhu as she walked by. He rolled his eyes, a slight frown on his face, before pressing his ear to the wall, tilting his head to eavesdrop. A grin spread across his face. My big client is improving so fast he can already use a cultivation room. I've got to sneak a listen and see what rank he's at now. A terrifying image flashed through Fangping's mind, 3 people hanging by their arms. He squeezed his eyes shut, sweat pouring down his cheeks. No, I can't let my mind wander. Streams of red energy began to gather around his hands, which moved on their own. Suddenly, a crushing pressure seized his chest. He clutched at it, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The world started to spin. HRK? A weak groan escaped his lips before he collapsed, his body hitting the floor with a thud. Blood pooled around him, still and silent. Outside the door, Changsheng was still listening intently, but he couldn't hear a thing. That little punk isn't slacking off, is he? Why has it been so quiet for so long? Senior, a young woman's voice called out. She offered a warm greeting while he looked startled as if he'd been caught. Why are you here for maintenance personally? She asked. This isn't the room that needs repairs. Oh, the room next door is all fixed up, just need to give this one a quick check. She looked at him, confused. This room should be fine, sir. Besides, there's someone cultivating inside. He covered his mouth, humming thoughtfully. Oh, is that right? So when are they supposed to check out? That was all the opening she needed. The young woman stepped up to the door. Actually, his time is already up. With that, she raised her hand and knocked once on the iron door. His time is up? Something's not right. Truong Sin narrowed his eyes. The thought had barely crossed his mind before he slammed a powerful palm strike into the door, making the young woman beside him jump. As the door swung open, a gust of wind swept in. Fuong Bin was lying motionless on the floor, his eyes shut tight. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, staining the ground a deep crimson. The woman rushed to his side, helping him sit up. Senior, what do we do? She cried out. Don't worry, he said calmly. He can be saved. With that, he lifted the boy's chin. Truong Sin squeezed Fuong Bin's jaw, forcing his mouth open, and swiftly popped a black pill inside. He pressed his palm firmly against Fuong Bin's head. Red, shimmering energy pulsed from his hand, and streaks of crimson lightning erupted from where they sat, crackling and enveloping the entire room. Suddenly, Fuong Bin's eyes flew open. His vision was blurry, but he could make out a pair of gray shoes. His gaze traveled upward, and he saw Truong Sin's face. Teacher Lai, he murmured. The sight of him was such a shock that Fuong Bin scrambled backward, shouting, Teacher Lai, what are you doing here? Not to be outdone, Truong Sin boomed back. What does it look like I'm doing? You think I've got nothing better to do with my time? Fuong Bin hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. No, that's not it. I never realized you were so powerful, Teacher Lai. Thank you. Looking slightly annoyed, he turned back to the boy. You little brat, he grumbled. You'd better show some proper gratitude. Then he added, now try making a fist. Punch the floor, he said. Surprised and a little skeptical, the boy asked, just one punch? But his hand was already moving. He looked down at his palm as a stream of red energy materialized there. He clenched his hand into a fist, and the power radiated a formidable aura. Then he slammed it into the ground. The shockwave was immense, stunning the girl and Changsheng. The force of the blow was so powerful it shattered the floor tiles, sending fragments flying everywhere. She stared in astonishment while Changsheng watched with a proud glint in his eye. Fangping's gaze was still fixed on the ruined floor. He stood up and yelled, I'm a middle stage rank -3. Suddenly, a hand slapped a piece of paper onto his forehead. Fangping quickly tore it off. What's this? Changsheng, holding a pen with a smug grin, happily explained. 1 high-grade stone floor tile, 1 cultivation room door. Total, 1 million. Payment due within 7 days. Thank you for your business. What? Fangping shrieked. You're the one who told me to punch the floor. And I didn't even break the door. Changsheng turned to leave, waving a hand nonchalantly over his shoulder. By the way, you also owe me your life. Make sure you remember that. Fangping was so stunned he was left speechless. 3 days later, at the entrance to an instructor's dormitory, a voice rang out. So, you've already broken through to middle stage rank -3. Fangping scratched his head and gave a small smile. Well, isn't that just a testament to your excellent teaching? Feng Niu looked at him, a thoughtful expression on her face. This little monster. He's a true Grandmaster seed. Looks like I'll have to invest more in him. She bent down, picked up a document from the table, and held it out to him. This is the itinerary for your next mission. Instructor Tang Feng is leading the team. The destination is Nanjiang again. Nanjiang again? He exclaimed. Does that mean the next catacomb is really going to open there? She turned back to him, holding out the paper. To the right, a bustling scene came into view as Feng Niu explained. The evil cultists have gathered here in Nanjiang. They're waiting for a new catacomb entrance to open. Fangping unfolded a piece of paper. These guys, he exclaimed, reading the names. Feng Niu said, "This mission will be a joint operation between MCMAU, CCMAU, and Nanjiang Martial Arts University." Hearing this, Fangping grew wary. "Oh, we're screwed," he said, voicing his concern. "I've beaten up most of them before. How are we supposed to work together?" Seeing his worry, Feng Niu placed a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. "They may have been your rivals, but when you face a common enemy, you become comrades in arms. This is a vital lesson on the path to becoming a grandmaster." A determined glint shone in his eyes as he replied quickly, "I understand." Later that night, a lone bus rumbled down a dark road. It arrived at a campsite where rows of tents were already neatly pitched. As the scene came into focus, people could be seen bustling about, each attending to their own tasks. Off to one side were two figures in rather flashy outfits, Han Su and Wen Xiang. Though they were holding cloths, pretending to work, their irritated glares were fixed on someone in the distance. Nearby, Tai Yi and Guxing were also shooting hostile looks in the same direction. Just then, Fang Ping's cheerful voice rang out as he waved to the crowd. "What's up, my good brothers? Everyone doing okay? So my old rivals from CCMAU and Nanjiang Martial are already here," he thought to himself. He turned toward one group, but the moment they saw him, they stormed off. "Fang Ping," one of them shouted over their shoulder. He then turned to greet another group, but all he got was a cold, dismissive snort that made him stop in his tracks. He scratched his head. "Well, I guess I have only myself to blame. Damn, I'm good-looking. What am I even thinking?" He shook his head. "Forget it. Let's be real, we're all here for the mission." Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the air, accompanied by the piercing shriek of a whistle. "All martial arts university students fall in." Purple, white, and red banners, each representing a different squad, snapped in the wind. At the single command, hundreds of students instantly formed long, perfectly straight lines, squad by squad. Standing before them was General Liu Shibing of the Nanjiang military region. A long, cross-shaped scar marred his face, but it was his eyes that held their attention. They burned with fierce resolve. "I'm not one for wasting breath, so I'll get straight to it. There are 3 rules of discipline," the general declared, his voice booming over the crowd. "First, you do not fight your comrades in arms. Second, you do not desert your post. Third, you do not hoard the spoils of war for yourselves." His brow furrowed as he bellowed, "Is that clear?" The students stood ramrod straight. "SIR, yes, SIR," they roared in perfect unison. Jin Yang, standing at the general's side, unrolled a large map. "The heretic martial artists," he began, pointing to a specific area, "have been cornered by the army in the Kangshan mountain range. Your assigned mission is to handle this small settlement, Banshee Village." The village in question was little more than a handful of small houses nestled by a river on a lush, grassy plain. General Shibing's voice boomed once more. "Intel reports approximately 300 heretics in that village, a number equal to your own. Your mission is to eliminate every last one of them." A knot of anxiety tightened in Fang Ping's stomach. 300 versus 300. The odds are way too even. This is going to be tough. 300 versus 300 or 1 versus 300, it makes no difference, Tang Feng cut in. "You will devise your own battle plan." Just when they thought the briefing was over, he spoke again. "One last thing." Ngim, his face rugged with a thick beard and unkempt hair, frowned slightly. "All instructors will fall back 5 kilometers. We will not be participating in this operation." The announcement stunned all the students. What? Faced with their panic, the instructors simply turned and departed without another word. Left behind, the students erupted into a flurry of anxious chatter, their faces etched with confusion. "What's going on? What does he mean by that? Are they just leaving us on our own?" They could only stand there, watching the vehicles disappear into the distance. So they're really not going to manage us anymore. The thought belonged to Fang Ping as he silently assessed the situation. So many of us, and all from teams with no real combat experience. If we're all just thrown together without a solid strategy, it'll be a total disaster. Suddenly a voice from behind made him turn. "Everyone," the young man called out, "I have a proposal." He was Zhao Yang from Capital City Martial Arts University, a mid-stage rank-3 martial artist. "I'm Zhao Yang, captain of the Capital Martial Team," he introduced himself. "Why don't each team send out their strongest members? We need to discuss a plan of attack for tomorrow." "All right," Fang Ping said in agreement. Night fell, blanketing the campsite in the breathtaking beauty of a star-filled sky. Inside one of the tents, an array of rifles and handguns were mounted on a mesh rack, with a few more leaning nearby. The image of the silent encampment was displayed on a large monitor. 5 kilometers away at the command post, the Bin and Duong Fong stared intently at the screen. The older man scowled in irritation. They work out a battle plan and then all just go to sleep. They didn't even post a sentry. This bunch of greenhorns. What a bunch of idiots. I'm starting to wonder if the billions the universities spend every year are worth a damn. Tang Feng glanced over at the old man. They're just rookies. It's to be expected, he said. Besides, you know better than anyone how many top-tier martial artists the universities have produced. The old man knew he had a point, so he just grunted and turned away. But he couldn't let it go, his voice dripping with frustration. Do they really think the enemy is just going to sit there and wait for them to attack? They've never been on a large-scale siege mission like this before, Tang Feng explained. They have no experience. That's the whole point of bringing them here for the training, right? The old man shot him a furious glare. You keep making excuses for them, he snapped, but the enemy base is only 15 kilometers from here. If those heretics are alerted right now, how many of our people do you think will die? Tang Feng had no comeback for that. He just looked at the old man, speechless. The old man's eyes narrowed as he stared into the distance. Bottom line, he said, I'm going to give them a lesson they'll never forget. Tang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, a sudden noise jolted Fangping awake. He threw off his blanket, his hand already gripping his weapon as he sprang to his feet. In one smooth motion, he aimed the tip of his saber at the intruder. Who's there? He yelled. With a cold blade pressed against his throat, the intruder threw his hands up in surrender. It's me, he stammered, his voice trembling. Guxing, Fangping lowered his saber as the commotion began to wake the others in the tent. One of them spoke up. What are you doing in our tent in the middle of the night? You're not here for payback, are you? Guxing shot back. Give me a break. Not everyone is as petty as Zai Que. Another voice chimed in. What, you got scared and wanted to sleep with us? No way, he immediately shot back. That's even more ridiculous. Finally, Guxing got to the point. I came to warn you guys, he said, his voice now serious. There might be a heretic raid on the camp tonight. If you're not tired, stand watch with me. The other 3 looked at him in surprise. A raid? But the moon's already high in the sky. It's late. Deep within the thicket of bushes, Guxing began to analyze the situation. With a battle of this scale, the chances of our camp being raided are extremely high. Both the army and the catacomb martial artists have to sleep with one eye open. We've been too careless. I've got a bad feeling about this. Have you ever been to the catacombs? Fangping asked. Guxing kept his eyes fixed on the path ahead. All rank -3 martial artists have to go, he said. The time I went, I got caught right in the middle of a battle between our armies. The casualties. They were horrific. That's when I truly understood. The hatred between us and the catacombs. It's kill or be killed. Fangping listened to every word, a sense of dread growing inside him, but he didn't know what to say. They continued pushing through the undergrowth, with Guxing confidently leading the way. Let's not talk about that anymore, Guxing said, breaking the silence. You'll see for yourselves soon enough. The main reason I came to find you is that President Wang told me I could turn to you for help if things got critical. Walking behind him, Fangping looked pleased. He gave a slight, modest smile. President Wang really thinks that highly of me, huh? Suddenly, his ears picked up a faint sound. He immediately motioned for the group to be silent. Someone's here, he whispered. The warning put everyone on high alert. Nimble feet flashed by as figures darted from tree to tree, finally coming to a stop directly above them. High up on a branch, 3 people stared down intently at Fangping's wary group below. A few minutes earlier, the cultists were in hot pursuit of a group of students. One of them turned back to report, Boss, there's a martial arts military camp up ahead. I have a feeling those students are trying to lure us there on purpose. The leader's face twisted in fury. Damn it all, the military is one thing, but now even these worthless students think they can push us around. As they moved, another one of them suddenly spotted something. One of them suddenly halted. Down there, it looks like a few students, but their clothes. They're different from the ones we saw earlier. It was Fangping's group. The others stopped to watch as one of them spoke up. We're not getting past the military cordon anyway. Might as well take out these damn students. The leader's face twisted into a sinister smirk. Exactly. For everyone we kill, we break even. We'll take 1 hostage. Who knows? We might even be able to break through the military's blockade. With a unified battle cry, they prepared to attack. Our divine souls will finally return to the mortal realm. But they never saw it coming. Fangping struck from behind, cutting one of them down in a single blow. The rest of them went pale. The leader roared, "When did you get behind us?" Fangping leveled his saber at them, his eyes sharp as daggers. A terrifying grin spread across his face. "Your lives are ours for the taking." Just as he spoke, Guxing and his team emerged right behind the cultists. Guxing lunged for the leader, but the man dropped to the ground in a flash, narrowly dodging the blow. He immediately countered with a powerful sweep kick, sending Guxing flying. But Guxing landed with practiced skill. The leader gritted his teeth, snarling, "You damn student!" He lunged at Fangping, swinging his saber wildly as he roared, "You're courting death!" The massive blade came crashing down, but Fangping managed to parry it just in time. A middle stage rank -3? Fangping was shocked by the force of the blow. "This is the first time I've fought a martial artist at my own level since my breakthrough." He roared at Guxing, "Guxing, this bastard's mine. Go help Fu Changding and the others." "Got it," Guxing replied, immediately turning to join the others. Meanwhile, Fu Changding was locked in combat with another cultist. He spun his spear in a deadly, elegant arc, his eyes blazing red. He poured his vital energy into the weapon, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. He slammed his staff into the ground with all his might, burying it deep in the earth. The cool, confident expression on his face vanished, replaced by sheer, bewildered panic. Damn it, it stuck. Just as the old saying goes, you have to be able to pull out what you stick in. The evil cultist seized the opportunity, lunging while he was wide open. He was done for. But just then, Guxing appeared like a hero, swooping in for the rescue. He threw a powerful punch straight into the cultist's leg, making him cry out in agony. The attack saved him just in the nick of time. Any later, and he would have been meeting his ancestors. Fu Yangyuan said politely, "Thanks, Guxing." "Don't mention it," Guxing replied, his voice brimming with righteous confidence. "We're a team. A win for one is a win for all." Over on another side of the fight, Zhao Lei was having an easier time. With a single vicious kick, he sent another cultist flying into a tree trunk. One more punch was all it took to shatter the man's face. The scene shifts to a clearing in the forest, littered with fallen leaves. Fangping's battle was proving more difficult. He was narrowly dodging the attacks of the cult leader, and after fighting for so long, neither had gained the upper hand. Fangping's expression was challenging. "Dragging this out isn't the answer. If you've got some ultimate technique, let's see it." The leader's eyes blazed with fury as he channeled power into his sword. "Are you looking down on me?" His entire body began to glow an eerie green as countless bolts of lightning crackled around him. His eyes turned a stark, milky white. "Our sacred spirits, finally!" With a deafening roar, he shot forward, appearing right in front of Fangping, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But back in the heat of battle, Fangping easily sidestepped the attack, letting the powerful strike cut through empty air. Still, a bead of sweat ran down his temple. Damn, so that's his ultimate move. Fangping had only just landed, his footing a little unsteady, when he turned to see the leader's sword already flying toward him. His face tensed. He hesitated for just a fraction of a second, but it was enough. He quickly leaped into the air, using his own blade to deflect the incoming sword. A series of dazzling slashes from his violent blood saber, he cut down the leader. Blood splattered across his face, but even so, Fangping looked impossibly cool. 800 points, he murmured. 800,000. A broadcast suddenly echoed from the military's side. Attention, Martial Arts University students. Attention, Martial Arts University students. For this assessment, the base score is 100 points. Student tactical advisors will have 10 points deducted. All other students will have 5 points deducted. Chen Yunxi, who had been fast asleep, was jolted awake by the announcement. She shook Yang Xiaoramen beside her. Xiaoramen, wake up!" Drowsily, Xiaoramen rubbed her eyes. "Huh, what is it?" In the men's tent for Jingwu Martial Arts University, everyone was stirring. The broadcast continued. Nanwu Martial Arts University's Guxing awarded 15 points. Magic City Martial Arts University's Fu Changding awarded 15 points. Magic City Martial Arts University's Zhao Lei awarded 30 points. Magic City Martial Arts University's Fangping awarded 80 points. The next morning, the encampment was already buzzing with activity. Students from both Jingwu and Magic City Martial Arts Universities gathered together. Zhui Yang of Jingwu addressed the assembly. "After last night's ambush, we have to admit it, we were all far too complacent. We need to decide what to do next." Guxing spoke up, his expression grim. "The evil cult knows we're here. We can't act like they're blind and deaf anymore. I propose we attack Bedrock Village at once." Resting his chin on his hand, Fangping nodded in agreement. He's right. The longer we hesitate, who knows how many more night raids they'll launch against us. A hesitant Rankmanist 3 novice from one of the smaller universities, Wu Xianghua, spoke up. "But how do we even get there?" He pointed to their location on a map. "We're here a full 15 kilometers from Bedrock Village. The military took all the vehicles." The crowd stared at him, stunned into silence. Guxing was the first to break it. "If I'm not mistaken, they're doing this to simulate the combat environment of the catacombs. There are no vehicles in the catacombs. Looks like we're on foot from here." The sun shone brilliantly over the majestic mountains as the group made their way toward Panchi Village. In the quiet of the wilderness, Yang Xiaoman's annoyed voice suddenly broke the silence. "You guys are unbelievable, seriously, no team spirit at all." "What's wrong with you?" Fangping asked. "You went out for night watch last night," Xiaoman accused, "so why didn't you wake me and Yunzai up?" Yunzai's face was grim. "I had no idea what was going on. I just woke up and saw our points had been docked." Fangping and Fu Changding exchanged shifty glances, avoiding their gaze. "How was I supposed to get you?" Fangping finally said. "I can't just barge into the girl's tent." "Don't give me that," Xiaoman shot back, unconvinced. "Ever heard of a phone?" Yunzai added, her voice laced with worry. "If we don't do better, we'll finish this assessment with only 85 points. We're definitely going to get an earful when we get back." A smirk played on Fu Changding's lips. "Nah, Yunzai, I'm guessing you'll end up with 60. "Shut your damn mouth," Xiaoman snarled, lunging forward and locking Fu Changding in a headlock. "If you're not going to help, don't stand there making snide remarks." Okay, my bad, he yelped, tapping out. "If you don't want to get chewed out," Fangping said, his tone turning serious, "then we just need to kill a few more cultists. That'll get our points back up, but you need to be ready for it." Yunzai nodded firmly. "Yeah, I know." As they continued their trek, a rock suddenly hurtled down from the cliffs above, crashing to the ground right in front of Yunzai. She gasped. The ambush had begun as more rocks rained down from the sky. "Ambush, everyone scatter," someone yelled. "They've got a Rankmanist 3 martial artist for backup." In the chaos, a massive boulder slammed right into Fangping. Yunzai froze, her mind going blank as she stood rooted to the spot in horror. "Xiaoman, Fangping, he—" "Yunzai, get out of the way!" Yang Xiaoman screamed, rushing toward her as another boulder plummeted from above. Just then, a foot planted firmly on the ground, muscles coiling with explosive power. It was Fangping. Out of nowhere, a flash of steel sliced the boulder in two, saving Yunzai just in time. The two halves of the massive stone crashed to the ground. Xiaoman tackled Yunzai, sending them both tumbling away from the impact. The others rushed over in a panic. "Are you guys okay?" Xiaoman was still trembling. "I'm fine, but Yunzai, God, you scared me to death." Yunzai whispered, shaken, "I thought I was a goner." Fangping's voice was tight with regret. "I'm sorry, I should have seen that coming." Just as the tension broke, a figure burst from the shadows and lunged at them. Fangping reacted instantly, cutting the man down with a single, nonchalant strike. The others barely had time to register what happened before the body hit the dirt with a thud. Suddenly, more figures emerged, the dead man's allies. As their feet hit the ground, Fangping's group was completely surrounded. His voice was ice. "Kill them?" "Right!" Yunzai, Xiaoman, and Yang Yuan shouted in unison. The two groups clashed in a chaotic melee. Xiaoman sent an ambusher flying with a powerful kick, while Yang Yuan's blade cut down another. Fangping drove his sword deep into a cultist's leg. Across the fray, Yunzai lunged forward, her eyes blazing with determination. Her sword plunged straight through another cultist's heart, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Impaled through the leg by one and pierced through the heart by another, the man froze, dying on his feet. Yunzai stared in horror. He's dead." Fangping's expression was grim, but it was clear this was a sight he was used to. Just then Guxing arrived, his eyes scanning the aftermath. "Fangping, what's the situation here?" These cultists had been no match for them. "Two got away," Fangping answered calmly. "The rest are taken care of." "What about you guys?" Guxing's face darkened. Fangping's group looked past him and froze in horror. The scene was a massacre, the bodies so brutally mangled they were barely recognizable. Guxing's voice was heavy. 9 seriously wounded. 3 dead. Fangping gripped his head in his hands. "Damn it! Not like this. We haven't even reached the village yet, and we've already lost people." "He's hurt." Guxing's voice was heavy. This is the reality of the Catacombs War. It's even more dangerous than this place. Captain Zhao Yang strode toward his comrades. Instead of sitting here talking about how dangerous the enemy is, let's figure out a strategy. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. Fighting as one large unit doesn't suit our style as martial artists. Speed, power, and destructive force, those are our strengths. Fangping looked up surprised. So, what are you suggesting? With a cold expression, Zhao Yang replied, we form an elite squad and launch a surprise assault on Panchi village. We'll turn the tables on them. They'll be the ones trapped like fish in a barrel. Guxing stroked his chin, deep in thought. Everyone's energy is at its peak right now. We can definitely put up a fight, even if we run into the enemy. If we keep dragging our feet like this, they'll just wear us down. Fangping considered it carefully. Changing our strategy makes sense. Maybe that's the whole point of this test, adapting to dangerous situations, constantly adjusting our plans. His eyes drifted to his injured comrades, some sitting with their bodies wrapped in bandages. The adaptable survive and the weak are eliminated. He walked over to Zhao Yang. If we're all in agreement, then this is simple. I have a proposal. He began sketching a diagram in the dirt. There are mountains behind Panchi village. We can split into 3 teams and attack from 3 directions. Capital City Martial Arts and Magic City Martial Arts will form 2 teams. The 3 Nanjiang schools will form the 3rd. Each team will have 10 members, made up of our 2nd and 3rd rank martial artists. Fangping continued, his tone serious. Everyone else will form a reserve force on the perimeter, ready to provide support or cover a retreat. What do you all think? Before he could even finish, a chorus of voices replied, let's do it! The scene shifts to the outskirts of Panchi village. The 3 teams have moved into position, completely surrounding it. The reports came in one by one. Nanjiang team in position. Capital City team in position. Magic City team in position. Captain Zhao Yang gave the signal. Go! Yes, sir, they all whispered in unison.